Chapter 562, A Sea of People. The earth seemed to be split in two. Qin Xia stood on a smooth plain, looking at everything before him with considerable shock. The battlefield where he had just fought, the mountainous region, along with an entire fortress, was now suspended in the sky. Outside Chemos, the blood-red light Mortarian saw, the severed land masses, all were the destructive effects of a single swing Qin Xia made with a random sword after gaining power from completing the Valiant Lord's trial. How many Emperor's children did that one sword strike kill? Qin Xia didn't know. Immediately after swinging his sword and foreseeing an entire landmass being cleaved away, Qin Xia focused intently on teleporting the allied space marines trapped in the mountainous region, ensuring they wouldn't die in that planet-shattering attack. Although he couldn't pay attention to others due to rescuing allies, Qin Xia looked up at the destruction he had wrought, estimating that not even half an Emperor's children remained alive in that fortress. It's done. Qin Xia relaxed, took a deep breath, and tossed away the ill-fitting power sword in his hand. The sword he had picked up to test his strength had long since failed to withstand its user's power. It only maintained its shape because Qin Xia instinctively wanted a sword in his hand. So, when Qin Xia lightly opened his 5 fingers, the power sword was scattered by the fierce winds caused by the drastic environmental change on the planet's surface, turning into fine particles like dust and vanishing without a trace. I feel terrifyingly strong. Qin Xia tried to contact Uslan. However, Uslan was currently unable to maintain psychic communication with Qin Xia. When Qin Xia unleashed his destructive strike, psychic power swept across Chemos like a storm, and the psychic energy pouring from the warp rifts was entirely claimed by Qin Xia. Although the attack had ended, the psychic energy was still surging wildly. Uslan, who was constantly monitoring Qin Xia's state, was scoured and burned by the psychic energy. Only when Qin Xia intentionally calmed the psychic energy in the space did Uslan regain consciousness and establish contact. It's done. Uslan's tone was very calm. But Qin Xia could tell that the old seer's calmness was deliberately suppressed. The Laughing God's plan, the Veil Walker's plan, had succeeded. Qin Xia could seize the authority of the gods and claim those powers for himself. At the same time, due to his unique talent, he would not have his mental state or thoughts altered by those powers. If this continued, if each of the fourfold trials could be completed, reaching its peak, then the authority of the 4 gods would be completely lost. These 4 entities, composed of parts of the warp, would disappear, achieving true death. Uslan realized this, so it was hard not to be excited. Originally, like most Eldar who intended to fight chaos rather than live in reclusion, he wouldn't place his hopes on a young race. But after the Veil Walker found him and explained the Laughing God's plan, Uslan decided to bet. This was why he was willing to take risks to help humans traverse the webway. I see the dawn of victory. Uslan said, even if Angron, Horus, and all the Primarchs who would have betrayed in the original timeline were not stopped by you, we still see hope for victory, because we finally have the ability to challenge the gods, these puppet masters behind the scenes. Yes. Qin Xia picked up the fourfold trial, which was hanging from his short's elastic band. Now it could no longer be called the Book of the Fourfold Trial, it was the fourfold trial itself. Of the 4 pages, the content of 3 pages remained unchanged. Only the page of the Valiant Lord had changed. Wrathful incarnation, ants are the playthings of predators, their fate is to be nourished and defiled. Countless abused ants, even willing to trade their lives for blood, struggle to even glimpse the predator's face. The predator does not know that the grievances and unwillingness of the ants, abused to death and unable to seek revenge, are echoing in the supreme heaven. One day. Qin Xia informed Uslan of the content of the Wrathful Incarnation page. After a brief thought, Uslan made a judgment, this trial probably requires helping the ants take revenge on the predators. Qin Xia immediately thought of Nostramo. The ants were the ordinary people of Nostramo, and the predators were the rulers of Nostramo. If that place was used as a ritual site, completing this trial would probably involve killing all the rulers of Nostramo, and doing so in the name of the common people. The core was rebellion and revenge. So, if this trial were placed on Nuceria, it would be to kill the High Knights on behalf of the slaves in the olden days. The Blood God is truly straightforward. Qin Xia looked at the Nucern-type trial, Wrathful Incarnation, and then at the other 3. He couldn't help but feel a fondness for the power and many concepts represented by Kern. At least there weren't so many twists and turns, you did what you had to do. Although it was still a riddle, it was at least easy to guess. The others weren't hard to figure out how to complete, just too broad. Whether each page of information in the fourfold trial was easy to understand was not the most important, the information content was paramount. I need to finish this war. Qin Xia put away the fourfold trial, we must strive to completely annihilate the Emperor's children on this planet, including Fulgrim, and halt this rebellion. Fulgrim is not on the Emperor's pride, he is on Chemos. Uslan said. I see him. Qin Xia opened a teleportation gate and went directly to the other side of the planet. Chemos Industrial Zone. The Emperor's children held the Industrial Zone, surrounded by 40,000 Death Guard Space Marines, who did not attack but passively endured. The Emperor's children tried to break out, but no matter which direction they attacked the Death Guard positions, they always returned with heavy casualties. While the Death Guard surrounded without attacking, some dark figures were active in the shadows within the Industrial Zone. Some Raven Guard Space Marines, closest to Primarch Korix and most skilled in infiltration and assassination, were causing as much damage as possible to the Emperor's children. Weapon depots were blown up one after another, and commanders were killed one by one. Because the Death Guard did not actively attack, the battle seemed to be a stalemate, but it was not. With such attrition, by the time the Death Guard silently advanced from their positions into the industrial zone, they would swiftly dismantle the Emperor's children's defenses and, as much as possible, reduce the number of loyalist casualties for the Death Guard Lord, whose loyalist sons were already few. Lask, most skilled in siege warfare, commanded this battle. He had previously been teleported back to the Endurance to report and then reassigned to Chemos to participate in the war. Because the Legion captains either supported Typhon or were lost, the Death Guard found it difficult to find another commander of Lask's caliber and excellence. What's the battle situation? Qin Xia teleport to the Industrial Zone's battle command post, emerging from the snow and immediately approaching the tactical table. Varys and 6 think tank squad leaders were also there and immediately saluted. Other Death Guard commanders also saluted and made way, allowing Qin Xia to reach the tactical table to observe the situation. Qin Xia didn't have time to return to the White Knight to change clothes and was still wearing his shorts. But in the eyes of others, the White Knight Lord still wore armor forged by the Primarchs themselves, looking majestic. The enemy is trapped here. Lask stepped forward to explain, my tactic is to consume as many enemies attempting to break out as possible through defensive counterattacks, and then attack. A typical Death Guard defensive counterattack tactic. This classic tactic was learned by commanders from their Primarch. Mortarian's habitual approach in war was to defend first, then attack, like a real-time strategy player who chooses to defend their base, accumulating a large number of troops during the defense, and then, once the opponent's resources are largely depleted from repeated attack attempts, sending the troops swarming forward to eliminate the opponent. The think tank unit's combat squads are responsible for assisting in operations, our people are everywhere on Chemos. Varys added. In war, the White Knight think tank always found it easy to coordinate with allied forces, whether the allies were the World Eaters or other legions. This was due to habits and experiences from the previous Ulaner campaign, where the think tank unit would assist the ground forces of many legions, including the World Eaters. Not just the think tank, even most Space Marines of the Death Guard and Raven Guard legions were the same, their Primarchs didn't need to repeatedly instruct them, or even establish specialized departments and agencies for cooperation. The two legions could immediately coordinate operations when they met. During the Ulaner campaign, although the Raven Guard did not participate in the Vanguard like the Death Guard, they did cooperate in various battles during the concluding phase of Ulaner. Now, joint operations simply meant reactivating the temporary agencies and departments established back then, no personnel rearrangement was even needed. All of this was built on Angron's strategic guidance, which stipulated that when legions fought together, they should not be assigned combat tasks based on legion specialties, but rather form combined units. Although Angron was far away on Nuceria, he, in a sense, still provided assistance for this Chemos campaign far away. Chemos is about to enter the rift. Qin Xia looked up, his gaze penetrating the command post's steel dome. The warp rift was close at hand. Once Chemos entered the rift, everyone would have to retreat. No time to waste. Qin Xia pointed to the industrial zone map displayed on the tactical table, attack here directly. Lask hesitated briefly, then saluted with his fist to his chest. Qin Xia teleported out of the command post, arriving at the forefront of the battle, the most intense combat zone, which was the northern part of the industrial zone. As he emerged from the teleportation gate, Qin Xia directly saw and felt the war between Space Marines. Chemos' industrial zone was already extremely vast, and after Fulgrim's return to the Legion, it was further developed as a supply hub for the Legion's combat materials, with massive industrial facilities stretching across mountains and fields as far as the eye could see. The battle between opposing Space Marines was not just infantry running and killing each other, it was like fighting powerful Xenos races, with Space Marine Legion armored units and companies advancing or defending at the feet of giant war machines like Titans. The Emperor's children were still the attackers, tens of thousands of Space Marines advancing alongside an entire Titan Legion. On the Death Guard side, there was also a Titan Legion holding the line, confronting the enemy Titans. A sky full of artillery fire, a hail of bullets. A Space Marine, having endured countless trials and gone through the gates of hell during surgical augmentation, perhaps the most outstanding warrior on his home world, having undergone countless training sessions and faced attacks from countless dangerous Xenos races during the Great Crusade. Then here, hit by a bolter round from an unknown direction, his head or limbs blown off, he would fall to the ground with a thud, to be run over by a tank from behind. Qin Xia couldn't help but recall when he hadn't arrived in 30K, following the White Scars around, occasionally witnessing grand battles. In an apocalypse-level war, the lives of Space Marines would not be so cheap, nor would they die like the cannon fodder Imperial Guard given as tithes by their home worlds. Although Space Marine legions had faced powerful Xenos like the Rengen during the Great Crusade, who could slaughter Space Marines like mere mortals, that kind of battlefield was far less brutal and terrifying than a battle between two Space Marine legions. It didn't matter who seized control of low orbit, because orbital bombardment became harmless upon entering Chemos. Something else was needed to decisively lay the foundation for the attacking side's victory. So, after Varys also emerged from the teleportation gate, Qin Xia casually picked up his spear and thrust it forward. A crescent-shaped crimson blood light swept forward. Titans were cut in half. Buildings in the industrial zone were also split in two. A chasm formed in front of the Death Guard Legion's positions, extending across the industrial zone. To the pilots of the warring aircraft in the sky, it looked as if the industrial zone's pattern had been torn open. Here. Qin Xia returned the spear to Varys. Varys took the spear, his rugged face beneath the helmet expressionless, but his heart surged. Although Varys had sensed that the blood light was composed of the White Knight Lord's psychic power when part of the planet was severed earlier, seeing it with his own eyes now, an industrial zone that would have required countless lives to assault, where even a single factory would have required the attackers to pile up bodies, now rendered harmless like a cluster of bunkers after heavy artillery bombardment, was still very shocking. Large numbers of Space Marines rushed past Xinxia and Varus, and the entire Death Guard front line charged forward. The Titan Legion. The World Eater's Night Legions brought by the White Knight. These war machines lined up, shielding the sea-like Space Marines with void shields, firing as they advanced. To say that the total number of Space Marines participating in the battle was less than 300,000, from a purely numerical perspective, it was far from a sea of people. But even 10,000 mortals standing in a square formation appear like a sea of people, let alone hundreds of thousands of Space Marines. Chapter 563, Demonic Army. The war was proceeding exceptionally smoothly. When the Space Marines, accompanied by war machines, charged into the ruins of the industrial zone, they encountered no effective resistance. It wasn't just the Titans and the industrial facilities that could serve as fortresses that were destroyed by the White Knight Lord's single strike, but also many Emperor's children. During their advance, Death Guard Space Marines could only find a few Emperor's children in scattered ruins, and they were all killed without mercy. Raven Guard's intelligence reached Lask's ears, and the tactical table updated the situation in real time. Lask thus concluded that only a few Emperor's children were still alive, the vast majority of them had perished. The war transformed from street fighting to battles in ruins, and then to a mopping up operation. The Titans no longer engaged in duels with enemy war machines of their own class but instead bombed any ruins that might conceal remaining enemies. Night Titans still accompanied the Titans, not fighting alone. Xinxia also refrained from acting again, observing Fulgrim with his psyker vision. The Primarch had once again changed his position, moving to a different location on Chemos, as if he were fleeing. The Chemos campaign was now in its final stages, the Emperor's children would be annihilated in this battle, and the mopping up operation in the industrial zone no longer required Xinxia to personally participate. So Xinxia directly opened a portal near Fulgrim, stepped through it, traversed the snowstorm, and arrived before the fallen Primarch. In the empty, dark hall, the Primarch sat on his throne, looking down at the figure gradually becoming clear from the snowstorm. You've arrived. The Primarch's current demeanor was not at all like an enemy, it was more like, if Xinxia had personally visited Chemos at some point, just as he had visited the Shadow Wolves, then he would have seen Fulgrim sitting on his throne, looking at him with an extremely friendly and gentle gaze, and then saying, "You've arrived." Xinxia did not reply, looking around. The entire hall had just been built, it was opulent, just a bit dark. Human skin was spread on the floor. Bones were made into decorations. The piano next to the throne was made of flesh, its keys were tongues strung together with wire, and even without anyone playing it, those tongues would bounce on their own, producing a melody of wails. How do you like the armor I decorated for you? Is it beautiful? Fulgrim looked at Xinxia's body, which was clad only in a pair of shorts. However, Xinxia was still maintaining his disguise with psyker abilities, so to Fulgrim, he still appeared to be wearing armor. It's beautiful, Xinxia responded calmly. Good, then, Fulgrim nodded repeatedly, that's my masterpiece. Xinxia did not deny it. I learned everything from the gods. After a few seconds of silence, Fulgrim's smile vanished, replaced by coldness and anger. I know how many brothers would have fallen into darkness like me, and I know you saved them. You saved Perturabo, Mortarion, Magnus, Angron, and Horus. But you left me out. Fulgrim rose from his throne, a purple longsword materialized in his hand, and purple armor grew from his body. Xinxia remained standing straight, his voice calm and unwavering, because you were the least problematic of all the Primarches who would rebel, relatively speaking. You had no psychological illness, only an excessive pursuit of perfection, and I couldn't change that positive pursuit. I had also paid attention to you, and when I learned that Horus had kept you away from chaos-worshipping races, I was relieved. The squeaky wheel gets the grease. Fulgrim walked down the steps leading to the throne, leaning on his sword. Malkador once told me that he felt you were exactly like the Emperor at a certain historical stage, and I said you were more humane. Malkador said that was because you hadn't experienced the feeling of being stretched too thin yet. Xinxia was silent. Chemos has rebelled. Fulgrim changed the subject, looking at the oil painting of the Chemos landscape hanging on the hall wall. This barren world had experienced a period of prosperity under the Primarch's leadership, and the painting depicted that prosperous time. This barren planet rebelled because it couldn't endure conscription, couldn't endure poverty, and couldn't endure the Webway project draining its few resources. By the time I learned of this news, Chemos had already been devastated by the Midnight Lords, with 9 out of 10 households empty. This is what happened in the months you were gone. I defied Horus's orders and prepared to return to Chemos. I wanted to avenge my people, my brethren. At this, Fulgrim suddenly became agitated, slicing through all the pillars in the hall with a single swing of his sword. Nothing changed, nothing at all. My fleet was attacked in the warp, and I saw the souls of the Chemosians struggling in the daemon world. The Chaos Gods gave me only one choice, and then I became like this. After listening, Xinxia examined Fulgrim's body, his gaze falling on the purple longsword and armor. That purple longsword was the one that Conrad Kurz had prophesied would cut off Angron's head. I see the seeds of chaos were sown long ago, the things in your hand and the tragedy of Chemos complemented each other, Xinxia said. Fulgrim thought for a moment, nodded, and then changed the subject again. You're too late. After my legion was attacked by you, on the way to Chemos, someone orchestrated a rebellion against me, about 20,000 people, I suppose. These beasts remained silent during all the previous events, only rebelling against me when I went to Chemos. Qin Xia realized the Primarch was talking about the loyalist emperor's children. Guess what I did to them? Fulgrim asked with a smile. You sacrificed them, Qin Xia said. Fulgrim smiled, so, you're too late. The Primarch appeared before Qin Xia in a blink, swinging his sword repeatedly. Qin Xia easily dodged until he became accustomed to the Primarch's fierce and rapid attacks, and after another dodge, he grabbed the Primarch's wrist. The sword was only a millimeter from Qin Xia's throat. Fulgrim pressed down with all his might but could not make the blade move any closer. At this point, he realized that Qin Xia had surpassed him in terms of strength. The power of the valiant lord bestowed upon Qin Xia was not just the psyker attack capable of slicing off continental plates with a single blow. Why didn't you bring the spear Vulcan made for you? Fulgrim strained against Qin Xia, smiling forcefully. I spent 2 days modifying its appearance. It's so beautiful, it would make you look radiant even if you just wore it as an ornament. Qin Xia looked at Fulgrim, his gaze complex. Oh, right, you're not good with any weapons, including spears, Fulgrim said. Yes, I'm good at hand-to-hand combat. Qin Xia released Fulgrim's wrist, and while sidestepping, delivered an uppercut that shattered the Primarch's jaw. Fulgrim stumbled backward, then was suddenly blasted away by psyker energy, crashing through several walls before eerily falling onto the throne. Qin Xia lunged forward and delivered a barrage of punches to the Primarch. He could have killed the unascended Fulgrim, as long as the Primarch had not yet ascended. Their material body was their fundamental means of survival in the reality universe, and also the main reason the four gods wanted to manipulate them as pawns. But Qin Xia still wanted to make a small attempt, an attempt made while ensuring Fulgrim could not escape and Slaanesh could not directly extend his hand into the fragile fabric of reality. You cannot fall to chaos, no matter what. From your perspective, whether it's that I didn't help you with anything, or that Chemos was destroyed, you can seek revenge on those you hate, but you absolutely should not fall to chaos. You will be doomed forever. Fulgrim ignored Qin Xia, and after taking another punch, he raised his head to look at the ceiling. A power that made Qin Xia feel horrified appeared in his perception, and he instinctively looked up as well. What did you exchange for the Emperor's children warriors who opposed you? Qin Xia asked. I exchanged them, and myself, for. Fulgrim emphasized the word myself, stressing that he too was one of the bargaining chips, and then he raised his hand and pointed at the ceiling, them. Qin Xia was dazed for half a second, then lowered his head, so, you're already beyond saving. Fulgrim smiled. I thought the nauseating aura I felt from you only came from these two things. Qin Xia looked down at the armor and the sword lying on the ground. He no longer attempted anything, and his body ignited with white flames. The flames engulfed Fulgrim. You have become a part of Slaanesh, you may be immortal, but you will forever be his servant, his daemon, Qin Xia said. The psyker energy released by the warp rift increased exponentially. 99% of that psyker energy was passively absorbed and filtered by Qin Xia, but the presence of psyker energy would lead to a decrease in the strength of reality's fabric. All sorts of supernatural phenomena spread across the void and throughout Chemos. First, a large number of ships poured out of the Eye of Terror, and then demons descended upon Chemos. Now and future overlapped. 2 Emperor's Pride ships appeared simultaneously on the battlefield, and 2 identical ships of other types of Emperor's Children Legion warships could also be found simultaneously in the void. The Loyalist fleet, which already needed to fight the Emperor's children for a good while, was completely unable to resist their opponents. Mortarion decisively ordered a retreat. Have Qin Xia teleport everyone back. Mortarion roared, pointing at the Grand Librarian Tethys. Tethys had been staying on the flagship Endurance, responsible for commanding the Raven Guard Legion's think tank to assist in the void battle. Now, after being ordered by the Primarch, Tethys immediately contacted the White Knight Lord. The moment his soul touched the warp, the librarian shivered, for he perceived that all psychers in the star system were under the White Knight Lord's protection, otherwise, all psychers would have become conduits for demons to enter the reality universe when the anomaly suddenly appeared. Contingency plan. Mortarion yelled at the captain again. He had already considered the possibility of other fleets getting involved in the Chemos War, but he had considered other traitor legions, not another Emperor's Children Legion fleet. Evacuation in void combat was often hundreds of times more difficult and hundreds of times slower than in ground combat. Massive ships needed to turn and provide alternating cover. As Mortarion anxiously waited for Qin Xia to return, Uslan suddenly entered the command deck. Allies have arrived, Uslan said. This news immediately eased the Primarch's anxiety at that moment. The webway's light shone. Uslan's ship led 2 new fleets into the void. One was the fleet of the 7th Legion, Imperial Fists. The other was the fleet of the 11th Legion, a fleet so massive that it made the Imperial Fists fleet look like an escort fleet. The appearance of the 2 new fleets was enough to make everyone engaged in the void battle realize, the outcome of this war would inevitably be the complete annihilation of the Emperor's children. Chapter 564, Timely Rain. The 11th and 7th Legion fleets joined the void battle, and the situation quickly reversed. The 11th Legion flagship, arrived near the Endurance from the rear. The Emperor's Pride was still bombarding the Endurance, but it was 2 Emperor's Prides against 1 Endurance. If not for the think tank on the White Knight nearby, who occasionally used psychic barriers to fend off the bombardment, the Endurance's void shield would have likely overloaded and failed, leaving its massive hull vulnerable. As it advanced, the 11th Legion flagship had already projected fire onto the Emperor's Pride, and 11's face appeared on the Endurance's communication panel. Dorn and I have arrived, 11 said. Mortarion intensely disliked his brother 11. In every past encounter where he cast a look of disgust at his brother, Mortarion had never imagined a day when he would genuinely be happy to see Eleven's face. Dorn's face also appeared on the communication panel. Let 11 command the operation now. Mortarion accepted with pleasure. He knew he wasn't the one skilled in void battles. 11 took over command, and his various strategic plans were immediately distributed to all ships. From then on, the officer teams of all warships would operate according to 11's plan, proceeding systematically and cautiously. The White Knight gradually detached from the Endurance's port side, advancing as a vanguard. Behind it followed the 11th Legion's breakthrough fleet, a fleet specialized in acting as the spearhead to open up void battles, which would assist the White Knight in its assault. Its mission was to use its psychic advantage to open up the situation and break through the Emperor's Children Legion's fleet formation. 11's flagship accelerated to the Endurance's starboard side, with 2 Glory Queens sailing abreast. Mortarion's eyes were fixed on the 2 Emperor's prides ahead. He didn't know why there were 2 Emperor's prides, he only wanted to destroy them, win this void battle, annihilate the Emperor's children, and quash this rebellion in the northern frontier of the Imperium. Brother, 11 suddenly spoke, we must do something for survival, mustn't we? Don't talk about those animal laws yet, fight first. Mortarion pointed ahead, destroy the Emperor's pride. 11 was silent for a second, nodded, and cut off communication. All weapons on the 11th Legion flagship's port side rose, aiming at the Endurance. Fire. Have the ship advance at half speed, don't really charge to your death like an idiot. With so many 11th Legion warships, why are we the spearhead? The World Eater's think tank fleet isn't cannon fodder. White Knight's command deck. The captain was scolding all the officers on the command deck. These men had just been hot-blooded and ordered the ship to full speed ahead. But the captain had his own considerations. Whether it was in the largest void battle of the Alainer campaign, the Krakow naval battle, or in many battles thereafter, the captain's strategies and decisions might have been varied, but one thing was eternal. That was the principle of self-preservation. Hearing the captain scold everyone for being too zealous, the officers, though they complied, couldn't help but grumble inwardly. They all said the captain was small everywhere except his guts, but in reality, his guts weren't that big either. The White Knight decelerated. After some time, the hull suddenly vibrated violently. Friendly forces are attacking us. An officer stood up, reporting a fact he himself couldn't believe. As he said, the 11th Legion's assault fleet no longer followed the White Knight but began to disperse and encircle the White Knight from both sides, continuously firing at it during this process. The Thinkers assisting the ship used psychic barriers instead of void shields to withstand the attacks, giving the void shields time to adjust their defensive direction. The captain's face was pale, he scurried to the edge of the viewport to look outside. The 11th Legion fleet was attacking friendly forces, both Mortarion's ships and Rogel Dorn's ships were under bombardment. And the Endurance. The engines of this Death Guard Legion flagship had been blasted into paralysis, and a large amount of ship facilities, along with the bodies of dead space marines and mortal sailors, drifted in the direction of the 11th Legion flagship. The 11th Legion flagship fired again, the hit areas on the Endurance flashed with fire, then the fire disappeared, and the shattered ship facilities, along with the personnel, were sucked into the warp. It looked like a fish, its belly pierced by a sharp object, its internal organs mixed with roe flowing out. Though shocked, the captain still took a deep breath to calm himself, turned back to the center of the command deck, and after a minute of reviewing strategic information, issued a series of orders. Adjust the void shield's defensive direction to 4 to 8 o'clock. The ship's stern, and the left and right sides near the stern, glowed. The smaller the void shield's defensive area, the stronger its defensive capability. If it's directional defense, it can even intercept boarding torpedoes and other weapons that can pass through void shields. What about the port and starboard sides and the bow? The officer responsible for managing the void shield asked after relaying the order. The captain drew his pistol and aimed at the officer. According to Imperial Navy regulations, I'm warning you once. If you talk back again, I'll put a bullet in your head. The officer fell silent. According to regulations, junior personnel could indeed ask questions after relaying or executing orders, but whether junior personnel's words were questions or challenges depended on how the superior decided. A dead silence fell over the command deck. The captain lowered his gun and began to think. Currently, the 11th Legion's warships hadn't yet encircled them. Although they were firing, they wouldn't be able to get to the port, starboard, and bow for a while. The void shield, as a resource, was being utilized at maximum efficiency at this moment, perfectly intercepting enemy fire. The Thinkers needed some rest, using psychic barriers to defend against ship cannons and using psychic barriers to protect ground forces in ground combat were not the same thing. Short-range warp teleportation was the only way to escape, but no think tank, except the White Knight Lord, dared to use teleportation during a warp storm. The captain looked straight ahead. Beyond the viewport was a blank space, and further away were the Emperor's children's warships, which were also rushing towards the White Knight. The only chance to escape was straight ahead. Report. The battleship has been boarded, the Great Library is under attack. The officer's report echoed through the command deck, but it didn't interrupt the captain's thoughts. The captain turned to look out the port and starboard viewports. However, friendly forces were in a melee, and the White Knight might not receive support. It was more likely to be sunk during the retreat. After much deliberation, the captain made a decision. Humph. The captain exhaled a turbid breath, his face looking somewhat pale, his expression rather numb. After another deep breath, the captain raised his hands and rubbed his face. When his hands dropped, his face was still pale, but his expression had become exceptionally resolute and fierce. All right. If this is the White Knight's destiny. The captain turned to face everyone on the command deck, his voice calm, indifferent, yet firm. Deploy engineer teams. Overload the propulsion system, and at the same time, ensure the propulsion system receives maximum power. From now on, do not engage enemy ships. Send everything on the ship that can explode to the bow. The officers held their breath, not making a sound, but their chests heaved. We can no longer retreat, but the White Knight's ultimate fate is not necessarily sinking, but a more unacceptable end than sinking. Outside the viewport, one of the two Emperor's prides veered out of formation. It was heading straight for the White Knight, not attacking as it advanced, seemingly intending to capture the White Knight. This battleship is the White Knight Lord's flagship. It represents the World Eaters, it represents the think tank unit, it represents salvation, authority, it represents many things. But it will never fall into enemy hands, nor will it ever represent the eternal, unwashable shame of the World Eaters Legion and the White Knight think tank in the future. The officers silently relayed the orders. The White Knight began to operate as the captain commanded. For the World Eaters, for Angron. For the White Knight Lord. The White Knight surged forward at full speed. The captain turned to face the bow. The deck hatch opened, several shouts rang out, and a large group of people, clearly not naval combat personnel, poured into the command deck. They were the officers' families. The captain's wife, wearing power armor, holding Osiris in one arm and a dripping sword in the other, entered the command deck at the end of the crowd. Her brother, who was as tall and muscular as a space marine, was the last to enter the hatch. The enemy has boarded near the residential area. I brought the families here for refuge. The captain's wife strode forward. Hearing this, the captain remained silent. There was no safe place on the White Knight. Upon seeing the White Knight charging at full speed towards the Emperor's pride, the captain's wife understood everything. She said nothing, only walked to her husband's side, holding Osiris. The White Knight drew closer and closer to the Emperor's pride. Gentlemen, the captain turned, it has been an honor to serve with you. Everyone performed the Aquila salute. The captain turned back, looking up at his wife, it has also been my honor to have met you and lived with you. The captain's wife sheathed her sword and gently took her husband's arm, the honor is mine, Wilson. The White Knight drew closer and closer to the Emperor's pride. The Emperor's pride began to turn to avoid it, but the thinkers had made the same preparations as the captain. They were utterly exhausted from fighting until now, but they still had one last bit of strength to quickly reorient the White Knight to a collision course with the Emperor's pride. The two ships approached each other, and in the eyes of everyone on the command deck, the already massive Emperor's pride grew larger and larger. Just as the warships were about to collide, the White Knight suddenly halted. The ship suffered collateral damage from the extremely sudden stop, and its hull was slightly deformed. The Emperor's pride, however, simply vanished from in front of the White Knight. The captain was stunned for a moment, looking around. He saw the Emperor's pride suddenly appear on the port side, pushed sideways by some force, colliding with one 11th Legion warship after another that was encircling the White Knight. Even its sliding trajectory was artificially designed, just enough to circle the White Knight. The area around the White Knight was cleared, but the Emperor's pride still didn't stop. Snow fell suddenly. The White Knight Lord, clad in armor and holding a spear, appeared in the command deck along with Watcher Kong. Qin Xia still held his hand up as he emerged from the accumulated snow. The Emperor's pride was manipulated by his psychic power, and ultimately, it was his psychic power that forced it to stop. Seeing that the White Knight did not need to meet a fate of mutual destruction, the captain trembled and breathed rapidly, "My lord. The ground battle is over." Qin Xia pointed outside the viewport, "Go support friendly warships. Do what you can." "Yes," the captain performed the Aquila salute. Qin Xia then disappeared from the command deck with Kong, constantly teleporting within the entire White Knight. He always appeared before the 11th Legion Space Marines who had boarded, easily crushing groups of Space Marines as if swatting ants. Until all enemies who had boarded the White Knight were cleared out. Qin Xia stood in a corridor, surrounded by panicked mortals and Space Marines lying in pools of blood. He looked at the 11th Legion flagship outside the viewport, and the Endurance, still under bombardment. The next second, he teleported away again. Chapter 565, Absolute Rationality. 11-star System. 2 months remained until the Chemos campaign. Within the warp, the 11th Primarch was inside a stranded warship. All crew members on the entire warship had been killed. The Geller field was offline. Warp creatures flickered, bit, fought, or engaged in various incomprehensible and terrifying acts throughout the ship, acts that would seem utterly irrational and horrifying to reality universe beings. The command deck where 11 was located had been completely transmogrified into flesh and blood. His sons, his naval officers, his alien brothers, these people or beings who had accompanied him for many years now formed the flesh and blood deck. Their heads, hung by tendrils, dangled before 11, continuously emitting wails. Meanwhile, 11 was encased in a cage made of flesh and blood, his expression calm, his eyes blinking, utterly serene. Judging solely by his reaction, 11 seemed to be in a daze. Only those who could infuse their psychic powers into their vision to observe the essence would discover that the Primarch was enduring torment. His body was infected by Nurgle's plague. Every cell of the Primarch was endowed with senses and self-awareness, as if 11's body had become a hell. Countless 11s within him were being tormented in this hell, and the pain generated was shared and resonated. Such a degree of physical pain was unbearable even for a Primarch. But even more terrifying was the torment of the soul. In Slaanish's realm, Angron's realm, 11's soul was repeatedly tortured. The Chaos Gods whispered in his ear. They gave him punishment, pleasure. The soul-level torment lasted eternally, infinitely. But even after the 4 gods grew weary, 11 still showed no reaction. Not only did he not yield, but he also seemed to feel no pain. Why do you show no reaction? A blue demon appeared on the command deck, pacing on the flesh and blood, and asked. Because I know that pain and torment will eventually end. I will not always be held in your grasp. In all my judgments and calculations, there is a high probability that I will be rescued or killed. 11's voice was cold and unwavering. Physiological or spiritual pain was merely a sensation to 11. In his view, sensations were meaningless. Even wailing or struggling due to painful sensations was meaningless, it would consume physical or mental energy, wasting the strength that should be preserved for critical moments. Although he was still enduring torment, 11 had already begun to think, if someone came to rescue him, how much mental and physical energy he would likely have at that moment, and how he should cooperate. Mere delusion. The demon sneered, you still dream of someone coming to help you in this situation. All is possible, 11 said. The demon was at a loss. The gods were also at a loss with 11. Finally, at a certain moment, all the torments inflicted on 11's body dissipated. The blue demon was still there, but it had become a spokesperson for a chaos god. The demon handed 11 a mirror. What is this? 11 took the mirror. You are capable of discerning the absolute correct answer with absolute rationality, so, don't try to extract information from my mouth anymore. 11 fell silent, sitting on the flesh and blood and looking at the mirror. He invoked his power. His innate power. Just as Angron, who discovered his own essence during warp travel, did not resist the power of his essence, 11 also did not resist. When he found that he could become stronger by contacting things he felt taken to in the warp, and that this contact had no adverse effects, he chose to make contact and even merge with them. All sorts of mist-like difficulties were pierced through, allowing 11 to directly perceive the essence of the object in his hand. This was an ancient artifact, created by the most outstanding race in the galaxy. It could be used to answer all questions and reveal the truth. And after the birth of the Chaos Gods, this mirror was imbued with a certain concept and became a collectible of the Chaos God associated with that concept. This concept was truth. After perceiving everything, 11 asked, even truth is one of Xianqi's powers. The 11 in the mirror nodded. Why? 11 asked. Truth is often obscured by lies, and truth is often needed by people. Around truth, reality universe beings engage in vast gambits that span the past and future, the 11 in the mirror replied. 11 put down the mirror and looked at the demon, you are Xianqi's avatar, a puppet. You represent him now, correct? The demon nodded like a reality universe being. Will I be killed by you? No, of course not. I can't kill you at all, at most, I can only destroy your physical body. If you ask me to leave, I will send you back to the reality universe right now. When the puppet controlled by Xianqi personally promised to send him back, 11 did not immediately ask to return. The Primarch lowered his head and looked at the mirror, take me to a place where I can know the truth. Go to the Eternal Well, the Primarch in the mirror said, let Xianqi take you there. There you will learn some things that even the Chaos Gods do not know. The Primarch looked at the demon, take me to the Eternal Well. The surroundings rapidly changed. 11 and the demon arrived at the most core, most forbidden place in Xianqi's realm, which was the Eternal Well. The 11 in the mirror explained what the Eternal Well was. It was a place that existed at the center of Xianqi's realm but did not belong to Xianqi. It connected the past and future, possessing an elusive power. Xianqi himself dared not personally enter the Eternal Well to investigate. He threw his greater daemon, Carlos, into it. When Carlos returned, he had become a two-headed demon, one head spoke only truth, the other only lies. They could each see the past and the future, but neither could see the present. The truth lies within, the demon said. 11 came to the Eternal Well, stepping onto its edge. You are committing suicide, the demon tried to stop 11. I would not sacrifice myself for truth. 11 stood on the edge, looking down into the Eternal Well. He saw nothing. He saw everything. The fundamental reason for such contradictory sights was change, utterly elusive, with no certainty. Just like fate. But merely standing by the Eternal Well and looking down into it, 11 saw through the contradictory phenomena to the essence, gaining many insights. Meanwhile, the demon beside him, and Xianqi who controlled the demon, realized that the Eternal Well was responding to 11. Xianqi tried to investigate how it was responding to 11, but even with his power, he couldn't discern anything through the mist-like ripples within the Eternal Well. He could only stand by and observe 11's reaction. 11 seemed to briefly ascend to a transcendent existence. Wherever he wanted to go, he could be there. Whatever he wanted to see, he could see. Everything in the reality universe and the warp was like freely accessible books, allowing 11 to peruse them at will. 11 first saw Qin Xia's origin. Qin Xia appeared abruptly in the warp, his origin unknown. Upon appearing, he fell towards the reality universe. When a thought of I belong to the reality universe unconsciously surfaced in his mind, a child, identical to Qin Xia in his youth, was born in the reality universe. This child had no past, no future, only the present. Qin Xia entered the reality universe and merged with the child, like a soul merging with a body. But the sensations 11 gained from the Eternal Well told him, that was not the merging of a soul and a body. Afterward, Qin Xia's experiences progressed from ordinary to extraordinary, psychic talent, white scars, time travel. A future timeline that should not have been possible was laid out before 11, and only then did he learn why Qinxia was so particularly concerned about primarchs like Angron and part8. 11 then looked towards the emperor. The emperor's past unfolded in the eternal well. A child born in Asia, who crushed the heart of his father's murderer, his uncle, at his father's funeral. Then he tried to change human society, trying every means, whether faith, authoritarianism, truth, or other methods, all failed. 11 also saw the emperor's past, as if he had multiple personalities. The emperor was not always a cruel tyrant. He was once weak and lewd for a period, and strong and brave for another. He was once a witty and humorous tough guy. In short, the emperor's growth process was extraordinarily long. For amusement, he even did some quite vulgar things, such as dressing up as a woman who adopted 2 orphans and flirting with passers-by on the street. When discovered by a former immortal companion who passed by, he awkwardly explained that raising 2 boys was difficult, and then, enraged, told the immortal companion to either support his business or get lost. The emperor had even visited the Eldar Webway cities as a guest. Whenever the emperor displayed a certain personality in a historical period, that personality would gradually disappear over decades or centuries, until finally, the emperor became a cold, ruthless monarch overlord whose mind was solely focused on grand schemes. For an ordinary primarch, these experiences would disenchant them from the emperor. For example, part8, upon realizing the absurd things this cold father figure emperor had done for amusement, would despise him. But 11 would not, because he never viewed the emperor through any particular lens to begin with. 11 was more concerned with what the emperor did next. The emperor went to a place called the Moro's Gate, entered the warp, and made a deal with the 4 gods. The 4 gods helped him find some powerful warp entities, but the emperor ultimately forcibly seized those entities. Only then did 11 learn the origin of himself and his brothers. After examining the emperor's past, 11 then looked into many matters concerning the warp, including what kind of beings the 4 gods truly were, what powers they wielded, and what their functions were. After reviewing everything, 11 left the eternal well and pondered carefully. He was comparing the reality universe and the warp. Comparing humans, Eldar, space Necrons, and many other reality universe beings with warp creatures. He elevated his perspective beyond that of the emperor, to view the great crusade his brothers were undertaking, and to consider the ultimate fate of the Imperium of Man. The return of all things to chaos is inevitable, 11 said gravely, only those who adapt to the future can endure. Upon hearing this, Xianzhi realized his strategy had succeeded. To deal with 11, there was no need for torment, nor for countless methods of corruption or coercion, simply showing him the unvarnished truth would cause him to make judgments based on absolute rationality. Let me leave this place, 11 demanded. Everything around him vanished. 11 returned to the warship. The warship's warp drive activated, bringing him back to the reality universe. In a certain star system, the 11th Legion's patrol fleet discovered the warship. Space Marines entered it and rescued their Gene Father. The fleets of the 11th Legion and the Imperial Fists were amassed in the star system. Rogaldorn finally met his brother, 11, again. He did not blame 11 for personally leading a warship through a warp storm as an example, to prompt the fleet to undertake a suicidal reconnaissance mission. He merely informed 11 of one thing. Eldar Xenos have been here. We can use the webway to pass through the storm and reinforce Mortarion and Korux, who are currently fighting Fulgrim. Chapter 566, Traitor. 11th Legion flagship. The Eternal Crusade sailed from behind, directly positioning itself between the Endurance and the 11th Legion flagship. 2 Glory Queen-class warships, in good condition, began a prolonged bombardment of each other. Aircraft and boarding parties, units capable of changing the tide of a void war, also departed from both warships, using boarding torpedoes or teleportation to engage in combat within the enemy's vessels. As the Eternal Crusade and the 11th Legion flagship became the core of the Void War, more and more warships began to converge on the location of the 2 flagships. The Loyalist warships were at a distinct disadvantage, caught off guard by the 11th Legion fleet, but they gradually managed to regroup and form defensive formations amidst the chaos to resist the assault. The 11th Legion and the Emperor's Children Legion fleets joined forces, fiercely attacking the Loyalist fleet. While the 2 fleets were engaged, ground forces were teleported into the only remaining combat-capable Glory Queen-class vessel of the enemy fleet, turning the interiors of the 2 Glory Queen-class ships into battlegrounds. Inside the 11th Legion flagship, Rogaldorn personally led the boarding assault. Upon teleporting, the Primarch immediately charged into the 11th Legion Space Marines, wielding his chainsword, Storm's Teeth, and began to slaughter. Amidst the roar of the chainsword, Space Marines fell and rose, their bodies shattered. Nothing on a battlefield is more conspicuous than a Primarch, especially one clad in striking golden armor. The 11th Legion's hidden firing positions immediately concentrated their fire on the Primarch. However, the storm of bombardments only left minor scratches on Dorn's armor, which was made of the same material as the Emperor's armor. Call out your traitor Primarch! Dorn roared, cutting through the lines. Hundreds of Space Marines could not halt his advance. Upon reaching an officer, Dorn shattered his shield with a punch and plunged his chainsword into the officer's chest. The 11th Legion officer was impaled on the sword and lifted up. Call that damned traitor over! The officer saw Dorn's somewhat ferocious face. Rogaldorn was originally a man like a bedrock, and would only have a bedrock-like expression. But what was happening now was truly too unexpected. The Imperial Fists had come with the 11th Legion, only for the 11th Legion to begin attacking Allied forces. The fear of misunderstanding, the hatred for the traitor, even Dorn found it difficult to suppress his anger. When the Endurance was attacked and Mortarion's face suddenly disappeared from the comms panel, Dorn, without even time to put on his helmet, led his warriors to board. Dorn. The officer impaled on the sword spoke. The voice itself could not distinguish who it was from. To outsiders, the 11th Legion, from the Primarch to the Space Marines, all spoke in that half-dead, slow, drawn-out manner. But the name and the words made Dorn realize that the Renegade 11 was communicating with him through the mouth of his son. I will not try to persuade you. I will crush you, this stumbling block. The officer died after speaking. The surrounding Imperial Fist Space Marines had already caught up with their Gene Father, clustering around the Primarch and killing nearby enemies. The area chosen as the boarding point had completely fallen, and the 11th Legion Space Marines began to lead civilians in retreat. Like shepherds protecting their lambs, a typical 11th Legion kind of mercy. Nearly 100,000 Imperial Fist Space Marines were successively teleported near the boarding point, occupying more territory. Then armored units and 2 Titan Legions were also teleported to the boarding point. Dorn had chosen a boarding point that was a warehouse for storing large war machines, with passages nearby for these machines. While it wasn't possible to follow that passage directly to the command deck, at least the Titan Legion and armored units could give the infantry a ride, allowing Dorn to reach the command deck faster and slay his brother who had put him in such a dishonorable position. Destroy the war machines here. Dorn took his helmet from Sigismund, who had walked over, and issued the orders simultaneously. Heavy Titans of Warhound class and above continued to advance, while the remaining Warhound class Titans began to bombard the Titans standing in the warehouse, as well as the tanks and gunships used by the Space Marine legions, which required Space Marine pilots. In this era, the items in the warehouse were not yet considered treasures to be looted first, even in the midst of battle. The Death Guard want to join the boarding action. An Imperial Fist Space Marine, carrying a communicator, ran over to report. First, ask how my brother is doing. Rogel Dorn's bedrock-like face showed no trace of concern. I'm not dead. A teleportation beam lit up in the open space. Mortarion teleported out, carrying his scythe, seemingly still having the strength to fight, though his armor had some damaged areas. Analyzing the outline of the armor damage, Rogel Dorn believed that Mortarion must have been affected during the bombardment of the Endurance. The Endurance could still hold out, for other Legion flagships, facing the close-range concentrated fire of the 11th Legion flagship, lasting 2 solar hours would be impressive. Your flagship has also become a battlefield, Dorn said. Corax is commanding the anti-boarding action. Mortarion stepped forward, and behind him, many more teleportation lights flared, bringing more Death Guard Space Marines. I only want to slay the traitor now. Dorn fell silent for a moment, taking a second to ponder some things. Although their fleet was currently surrounded by the 11th Legion and Emperor's Children fleets, even a one-sided void war would take some time. During this period, slaying 11 would suffice. As for later, Qin Xia could open a pocket universe, gather all the warships, and simply leave. After pondering, Dorn silently turned and departed. The 2 Primarches personally led their troops, fighting alongside their Space Marines. The Loyalists attacked the command deck. The 11th Legion defended the sole path to the command deck, and both sides engaged in trench warfare within the passage, which was wide enough for large war machines to pass through in groups. The 11th Legion was not skilled in any particular type of tactics, having no distinct characteristics, but they could utilize various tactics. This versatile quality allowed them to hold their ground against the coordinated assault of the Death Guard and Imperial Fists. Coupled with home field advantage and numerical superiority, even with Dorn and Mortarion personally on the front lines, the advance was extremely difficult. During the battle, Dorn noticed that the 11th Legion Space Marines were even more resilient than the Death Guard, purely in terms of physical toughness. After a bolter round pierced their ceramite armor, the Space Marine inside would not die. The carapace that replaced their armor's internal lining would be exposed where the armor was damaged, and only a second bolter round could then kill an 11th Legion Space Marine. The 11th Legion also possessed large war machines like Titans. As nearly 250,000 Space Marines from both sides engaged in a tug-of-war within the passage, with Titan against Titan, armor against armor, and infantry against infantry, the only thing the 11th Legion lacked was a Primarch. However, in large-scale warfare, the advantage a Primarch could bring by personally participating was extremely limited. After some time, Dorn discovered that the 11th Legion had acquired some specialized combat units. Behind the 11th Legion's lines, a behemoth, the size of a Warhound Titan but moving faster, burst from the lines. It left the protection of the Void Shield and, despite being riddled with bloody holes by the Imperial Fist's Titan Legion's bombardment, still charged into the Imperial Fist's position. Its scythe-like arms impossibly pierced Titan armor, gutting reactor cores, and finally, the behemoth and the Titan were both consumed by fire. There was more than one such bioweapon, more and more behemoths surged forward, forcing the Titan Legion to focus its attention on repelling them. Immediately after, another type of bioweapon moved through the 11th Legion Space Marines. These were arthropod Xenos from the 11th Primarch's home world. They were massive and robust, incredibly fast, and charged into the Loyalist lines, slaughtering indiscriminately. Dorn encountered an even larger Xeno head-on and instinctively swung his chainsword. The chainsword roared, and 2 of the Xeno's sharp claws were severed, spinning twice in the air before embedding themselves in the ground. That damn thing's claws have a disintegration field. Mortarion ran up from behind, swinging his massive scythe and splitting the Xeno in 2. Dorn remained silent, observing his surroundings. He had initially thought the massive Xeno he had just killed was some kind of commander, but it was not, it was merely an elite combat unit. More and more Xenos of similar size surged forward from behind the 11th Legion Space Marines. They were numerous and relentless. The White Knight's captain has arranged for me to provide fire support, Your Highness. A communication window popped up in the lower right corner of Dorn's field of view, displaying a sharp-featured face with a high-nose bridge. Above the communication window, his unit was labeled, White Knight Think Tank Unit Pilot Kova. Dorn did not respond, instinctively glancing at the viewport. Outside were the 11th Legion's aircraft, dogfighting with the Eternal Crusade's aircraft, and subtly gaining the upper hand. Proceed with caution, Dorn said. Estimated 30 seconds to position. Over. Kova cut the communication. Subsequently, an aircraft, distinctly different in appearance from common Imperium of Man fighters, took off from the White Knight. It easily passed through the dense defensive fire of the warship cluster, then penetrated the flagship's void shield. A squadron of 11th Legion aircraft attempted to intercept. But after a brief engagement, the aircraft burst through the exploding flames of the enemy squadron, heading directly for the 11th Legion flagship. A nuclear torpedo first detached from a pylon beneath the aircraft. The torpedo struck the 11th Legion flagship's port side, aft. The drilling device at the front of the warhead first excavated a passage large enough for the torpedo itself to enter the warship's interior, and only then did the nuclear warhead detonate. The void shield generator, along with nearby compartments, was destroyed by the nuclear blast, causing the ship's void shield to cease operation. The cessation of the void shield was tantamount to death. The Eternal Crusade's next salvo crippled all weapons on the port side gun deck. It was 29 seconds at this point. 1 second later, the aircraft passed through the port side's defensive fire net, emerging into the void outside the ship's hull where the boarding forces were engaged in battle. Dorn transmitted coordinates and data to Kova. As the aircraft streaked past at Mach 30, Kova fired an experimental weapon. This experimental weapon came from the White Knight's laboratory, specifically developed and manufactured by Quadrant for this fire support mission. The missile-like experimental weapon detached from its pylon. The excavation laser at its warhead drilled through the ship's outer hull, and the missile burrowed all the way to the ceiling above the 11th Legion Space Marines' front line. Rain-like chunks sprayed from the warhead. Dorn saw a green mist spread through the passage ahead, and countless Xenos on the 11th Legion's side perished from neurotoxins. The tactic being executed by the 11th Legion's commander was unexpectedly countered, and all arrangements made for the tactic, such as Space Marine positions and attack orders, became counterproductive. Dorn and Mortarion led the charge, spearheading tens of thousands of Space Marines and following the Titans to break through the 11th Legion's lines. From this point on, there were no more difficult obstacles on the way to the command deck. Beyond the transport passage was a new warehouse and a network of interconnected corridors. The war machines could not advance, so Rogel, Dorn and Mortarion led their elite forces along the direct path to the command deck. Dorn had expected no more tough resistance, but in fact, beyond a bend in the corridor, a large open area outside the command deck was fortified with various defensive structures. Even the walls and ceiling were covered in automated defensive weapons, while 11th Legion Space Marines and Xenos guarded the line. They're like they can predict things, Mortarion said, glancing around the corner before turning back to Dorn. Dorn said nothing, and Mortarion, thinking Dorn disbelieved him, added, otherwise, how could they have set up such a grand defense in such a short time? Even if you, with your Imperial fists, had started fortifying the command deck at the very beginning of the Void War, by now you probably would have only managed to construct some defensive works. Yes, Dorn's expression remained as solemn as bedrock, and his tone as firm as bedrock. The two Primarches had to consider how to deal with the defensive position in front of the command deck. But at that moment, Qin Xia suddenly teleported into the 11th Legion's position. One hand gestured to the left, opening a hole in the ship's hull, while the other gestured forward, causing flames to ignite within every single fortification. The Xenos and Space Marines outside the fortifications were sucked into the void, having been surprised to find their mag boots ineffective. The Space Marines inside the fortifications melted along with the ceramite. An entire defensive position was instantly annihilated. Go check on your White Knight. Mortarion pointed out the viewport. He remembered seeing the White Knight under siege before he had boarded. The White Knight has been relieved, otherwise, could it have sent its aircraft to help you? Qin Xia replied, then teleported himself, Rogel, Dorn, and Mortarion into the command deck. Sigismund and the other Space Marine officers were about to be teleported, but after the storm of snow dissipated, they found themselves still outside the command deck. Rest in place, Sigismund said over the comms channel. The battle inside is not for us to meddle in. Chapter 567, The True Reinforcements. Inside the flagship's command deck. 11 sat on the throne. The Primarch never liked wearing heavy armor because he hated the feeling of being encased. If circumstances allowed, he would rather wear nothing at all. But now, 11 was clad in heavy armor. The armor components covering his arms and legs were each of 4 different colors, and these 4 colors extended from his leg and arm guards to the center of his chest, converging into a vortex. There was no one else on the command deck besides 11. So fast. 11 looked up, slowly rose, and watched Qin Xia and his 2 brothers enter the command deck. As soon as Qin Xia saw the armor 11 was wearing, he immediately wanted to curse. Then he saw the dagger tucked at the armor's waist. That was the ritual dagger, the one obtained during the INTELS incident, the ritual dagger Erebody had wanted to snatch. Why was this item in 11's hand? The White Knight had just been subjected to a boarding attack. Qin Xia calculated how to retrieve the ritual dagger. Is the battle on Chemos over? Mortarion asked in the comms channel. Demons appeared on Chemos. There's no need to fight them to the death. The reason I arrived a little late was to teleport your and Korix's forces. Hearing that the ground battle on Chemos was over, Mortarion relaxed and raised his scythe. Qin Xia. 11 suddenly spoke. Was my original fate to be imprisoned by the Emperor? This question sounded like an inquiry, and also like a statement. Earlier, I noticed you were different when facing me and the other primarchs. You were very surprised the first time you saw me, as if you had never seen me before, and I heard from my other brothers that you could always foresee the future, so I pondered the reason. Ultimately, I guessed, that in the future you knew, I did not exist, either dead or captured. I believe if I were to disappear, there would only be one possibility, the Emperor himself would act. And I could discern that the Emperor was always lenient with primarchs. What could make him strike me down? It must be something that touched his bottom line. At this point, another thought appeared in Eleven's mind, it was at the Eternal Well that I confirmed my suspicion. In that future that would have originally occurred, I did not exist, and even my legion was erased. Hearing this, Qin recalled how 11 always imitated his expressions. At that time, 11 might have been interpreting expressions, then confirming his suspicions, and finally deciding not to research technologies that would anger the Emperor and lead to his imprisonment. This was also why he had so readily agreed not to excessively modify the Space Marines back then. And the reason 11 mentioned what would have originally happened now was to also bring up the various pieces of information he had obtained in the warp. I have already known the past and the future, and many timelines. No matter how we try to resist, the ultimate outcome is to be annihilated by the four gods. It is absolutely impossible to resist them. After using the phrase I would have originally been imprisoned, which only Qin himself knew, to confirm that he knew everything, 11 then spoke of the various future outcomes he had foreseen. Next, he would also mention some difficulties, and offer advice. But Qin and the primarchs did not want to listen. Dorn was the first to charge, but before he could get close to 11, he was struck in the arm by an invisible force. Storm's teeth plunged into the ground, and the primarch immediately reached for his sword, flying backward and pressing against the wall. Mortarion was the second to be thrown back. 11 successively controlled two primarchs, while also engaging in a psychic struggle with Qin. Not every primarch was as skilled in psychic abilities as Magnus, but every primarch certainly had psychic talent. However, no matter how strong 11's psychic talent was, he could not possibly overpower Qin, nor could he defeat Qin before he completed the first trial. But now, 11 seemed like a primarch renowned for his psychic abilities, not falling behind in the struggle. While maintaining the psychic confrontation, Qin saw the figures of four Chaos Gods behind 11. 11 had become the chosen of the four Chaos Gods, the ever-chosen. He could directly draw upon portions of the four gods' power at this close proximity to the warp rift. And the four gods received sacrifices after 11 joined the war. The entire 11th Legion flagship was a ritual site. The dead from both sides were sacrificed to the four gods. The souls of these dead were not only a delicious feast for the four gods but also a medium for them to wield their power. As for the effect of the sacrifice, the rift in the void suddenly stirred, spewing out warships as if vomiting. Those were the 11th Legion's fleets. Qin could distinguish from the marks on the hulls of these fleets in his psychic vision that they were fleets stationed at 11's homeworld and its sector. They had been collectively summoned from a great distance, which was the effect of the ritual. The loyalist warships combined were not as numerous as the rebel forces, and now there was roughly a threefold difference in numbers compared to the rebel warships. Nearly 3,000 ships were enough to easily flatten the loyalist fleet. Look at all this. 11 said while struggling, after you left my planet, I led a transport fleet for the last time to deliver supplies to the front lines. Horus was once completely unguarded against me, this was a major mistake on his part. He had no idea what kind of scale and strength my single legion possessed to bear the consumption of an expeditionary fleet. And if he knew everything about me, he would have been wary of me, and would have joined my cause after everything became irreversible. Humans cannot resist the gods, merging with chaos is the only way to survive. The voice echoed within the command deck, and among the stars. If you had only held out for one more month, you would have known that we are not utterly incapable of defeating the gods, Qin said. Fourfold trial. 11 looked at the fourfold trial hanging from Qin waist. There will be 8 chaos gods, and there will be 8 trials. You won't complete them. Qin frowned, realizing that 11 must have learned many things during the corruption process. You will be defeated. At least 3 primarchs will be slain, and then I will be able to move freely throughout the Imperium, killing the other primarchs on the front lines. 11 looked at Dorn. And those primarchs are still completely unaware of what is happening now, merely lucky that they were not in transit when the warp storm erupted. Qin had intended to curse, but then he had a thought, a flash of inspiration, things won't go that smoothly. Your words are like the age of the primarchs is over, utterly meaningless. A slight reaction appeared on 11's face. Qin had probed and found that 11 indeed knew many things, even including the 40K timeline before he came to 30K. Then let's try. 11 concentrated even harder. In the psychic confrontation between Qin and 11, there was only the pure intention to kill the other. Their psychic energy did not transform into materialized destructive forces like fire or lightning, it was a pure mental struggle. Ultimately, whoever gained the upper hand would cause the other to die silently. At this moment, an unexpected event occurred in the void. The psychic light of warp engines illuminated the void. Those still capable of warp travel now were basically the rebel forces. Qin had thought it was the Death Guard rebel fleet that had previously merged with the Emperor's children and was now somewhere unknown. But when he observed with his psychic vision, a Gloriana-class battleship first entered reality. On its hull, the fangs and sharp teeth of the World Eaters were etched. Those were the World Eaters. Following the World Eaters' Gloriana-class battleship, which was not the unyielding Resolve, were two massive fleets. One fleet's livery was white, with the World Eater's symbol imprinted on the side of its ships. The other fleet's livery was blue, with the Ultramarine symbol imprinted on the side of its ships. Guide. A communication window appeared in Qin Xia's vision. Inside the window was the face of World Eater's Legion Commander Kill. 4 World Eater's chapters and a new Gloriana-class battleship are joining the battle. This fleet is now the Ultima Segmentum combined fleet, led by this new Gloriana class, the Nuceria's Radiance. Qin Xia didn't understand what the Ultima Segmentum combined fleet was, or what the new Gloriana class Nuceria's Radiance was, and he didn't want to figure it out now. As long as this massive fleet could change the situation after joining the war, that was enough. A total of over 2,000 warships joined the battlefield. The passage created by the Duchulcha engine immediately dissipated, and the massive fleet advanced at full speed. 11 was visibly surprised upon seeing this fleet. Qin Xia deduced that although 11 claimed, "I have seen the future and the past," that future was not the future of this timeline. Or perhaps he simply couldn't predict the Duchulcha engine. 11 mustered his strength to end the psychic confrontation with Qin Xia, then immediately turned and vanished. The 11th Legion fleet emerging from the warp rift began to turn around and return to the warp. Meanwhile, the 11th Legion and Emperor's Children fleets, engaged in a chaotic battle with the Loyalist fleet, were abandoned. The vast majority of their ships would never be able to disengage from the melee and retreat in time, all of them sacrificed as pawns. Only a few scattered transport ships, smaller and faster than frigates, managed to escape. The Ultima Segmentum combined fleet joined the battle after a brief journey. The Nuceria's Radiance flagship led all the warships, sweeping through the enemy fleet with overwhelming force. The majority of the 150,000 World Eaters from the 4 chapters brought by Kill boarded the warships still attempting to flee, destroying their engines. The 11th Legion flagship had been abandoned. Qin Xia and the 2 Primarchs stood on the command deck, watching the true reinforcements sweep through the enemy ships like a storm scattering fallen leaves. The Emperor's Children fleet will be completely annihilated, and the 11th Legion fleet will lose 60% of its warships, as well as 1 Gloriana class. Mortarion surveyed the entire command deck, which was equivalent to surveying the entire flagship. 11's decisive abandonment of the flagship and escape struck the 3 as both unexpected and entirely reasonable. 11 isn't mad at all. Qin Xia looked at Mortarion. That's what's most terrifying. If you ask me, it's nowhere near as terrifying as Horus being captured. Mortarion pondered for a moment, then asked in a deep voice, "When are we going to rescue Horus?" "Give me some time." Chapter 568, The Ark World Heretics. After the war, the 3 Primarchs, Qin Xia and Kill, a group of 5, were reviewing information in the war room. "We lost 20,000 men in this war," Korax said, his voice heavy with grief as he clutched the data slate. Aside from naval officers, other mortals lacked the ability and qualification to participate in a Space Marines Legion civil war. Mortal ground forces, boarding parties, auxiliary troops, none of them participated in the battle. Therefore, the 20,000 men Korax spoke of were Astartes. A full 20,000 Space Marines from the Imperial Fists, Death Guard and Raven Guard sacrificed their lives. The World Eaters joined the battle last, and while they played a crucial role, the battle proceeded as smoothly as autumn leaves falling, especially with Nuceria's latest medical equipment. Thus, there were only wounded, no dead. 20,000 men lost. Mortarion was moved by the number. Rogaldorn maintained his stony face, only his eyebrows twitching slightly. Kill drew his sword, holding it with both hands, and observed a moment of silence for the fallen with the military aristocratic etiquette of Terra. Qin Xia, after 3 minutes of silence, took the data slate from Korax's hand and examined it carefully. To be honest, the Chemos campaign was quite rushed. The Imperial Fists and World Eaters were latecomers to the battle, and their numbers hadn't been tallied. Now, in the post-war accounting phase, the numbers for each legion became clear. Death Guard. After being heavily damaged by the warp storm, with many warships losing contact, Mortarion still had 50,000 Terraborn Death Guard. Later, after the Loyalist rescue mission on Planet 0901, Lask led 30,000 Loyalist Barbarous-born back. From the start of the rescue mission to the end of the Chemos campaign, a total of 14,000 men were sacrificed. Raven Guard. This legion was originally small, only about 80,000 men. 20,000 were lost to the warp storm, leaving about 50,000. By the end of the Chemos campaign, 2,000 men were sacrificed. Imperial Fists. This legion had a total of about 100,000 men before the warp storm raged, and their numbers were not reduced by the storm. By the end of the Chemos campaign, 4,000 men were sacrificed. World Eaters joined the battle at the tail end of the Chemos campaign, with 4 chapters totaling 150,000 men. In total, as of now, the Loyalist forces number around 360,000. These are only the legions that have made contact and united. Of course, these numbers are not all exact integers, but lower-ranking officers will round them when tallying. For a Primarch, who views everything from the height of a legion, specific numbers are only noted in the corner of statistical reports, serving as auxiliary information. So, how many rebels were eliminated? The Emperor's Children Legion, nearly 110,000 men, completely annihilated. This includes the Loyalists sacrificed by Fulgrim. The 11th Legion. Qin Xia didn't have time to investigate how many died, so it could only be estimated by the staff. After calculation, the number of dead from the 11th Legion was approximately 100,000. The Chemos campaign, from ground combat to void combat, from the inexplicable appearance of 2 Emperor's Children fleets, to the participation of the 11th Legion and Imperial Fists, then the 11th Legion's defection, and finally the World Eaters Legion joining the battle, resulted in even more rebel casualties. The reason was that rebel forces were often wiped out an entire ship at a time. The same applied to the Death Guard. The vast majority of casualties occurred when the 11th Legion defected during the Void Battle, leading to their ships being destroyed along with them. Originally, the rebel forces wouldn't have suffered so many casualties, but after the World Eaters joined the battle, the fleets of the 11th Legion and Emperor's Children Legion were largely annihilated. If you had arrived later, the side with the massive casualties would have been us, Mortarion said, looking at Kill. You were undoubtedly the main force, Kill saluted, hand to chest. We were more like those who came to pick the fruits. Your Three Highnesses, I am merely very glad the fleet arrived in time. Mortarion remained silent. Towards the end of the Void Battle, I saw some Emperor's Children and 11th Legion transport ships withdraw in time. Their casualty numbers certainly aren't as high as reported, Dorn said. Anyway, the Emperor's Children are finished. Mortarion's tone held a hint of displeasure. At most, fewer than 10,000 escaped. What more can they do? Their legion is shattered. Dorn's face remained stony, he did not reply. After discussing the results of the battle, Mortarion put down the report, reduced the number of casualties to around 10,000. The impact of the Astartes civil war on fleet morale is immeasurable, and we need greater results to boost morale and stabilize the populace. No one questioned this. In some reports that had not been brought to the table, mortal sailors were privately discussing the Astartes civil war, causing widespread panic. Coupled with the influence of the warp storm, people needed a morale boost, even a sense of complacency. The discussion phase ended. Fleet casualties would be tallied later, it would still take some time. What's going on with the Ultima Segmentum fleet? Qinxia asked Kill. Nuceria and Ultramar have announced their alliance. Kill explained the current situation of Nuceria and the 500 worlds. 2 Primarches, the high command of 2 legions, they will form a joint command. Both legions will be unified for combat deployment, and the fleet as well. Nuceria and Ultramar both belong to the Ultima Segmentum. The main fleet, formed by a large number of warships provided by both sides, has been named the Ultima Segmentum fleet. Upon hearing this, Mortarion and Dorn exchanged glances. Among the Primarches and within the legions, there were various differing views on these two states within a state, Ultramar and Nuceria. Nuceria and Ultramar were adjacent. Although there were always border conflicts and ideological differences at a micro level, at a macro level, they had deep cooperation. The Imperium couldn't intervene with them. If these two powers wanted to do something, they were strong enough to sweep across the entire Imperium of man. This was one of the differing views. There was also a view that Nuceria and Ultramar would be a benchmark for the Imperium, and that the 2 Primarches would never rebel. But whether there was a threat did not depend on the intentions of the suspected, but on their strength. At the scale of Nuceria and Ultramar, even if their people knelt and worshipped the Emperor daily, they would still be suspected of having issues. 6 months ago, Cyanus returned from a Terra conference and told Horus, Mortarion stepped back 2 paces and leaned against a pillar, that the Terra Council had asked Horus to formulate defensive and offensive plans against Nuceria and Ultramar. As it turned out, nothing happened to those 2 places, but trouble broke out here on the front lines. I can guarantee that the Terra Council is now figuring out how to curry favor with Ultramar and Nuceria, so they will dutifully run off to quell the rebellion in the future. The Lord of the Death Guard's words made the atmosphere heavy. Dorn, intentionally or unintentionally, broke the heavy atmosphere, pointing at the holographic projection in the center of the war room. We need to formulate a defensive plan. The warp storm has not yet dissipated, and the rebels are not all dead. We must contact other legions and find a way to defend our current territory before the Webway project succeeds. The other 2 Primarches nodded in agreement. Use the Duchulcha engine to help them with this, Qinxia said to Kill. Why not use the Webway? Mortarion glanced in the direction of the flagship, the Pride of Nuceria. The Duchulcha engine can only take one fleet to one place at a time, but the Webway is different. Besides, don't we communicate between our respective garrisons? You want me to talk to Uslan, Qinxia said. Yes, Mortarion nodded. That old seer had best help all the way, we really need the Webway. Another fleet emerged from the Webway. Chemos, which the rebels failed to take, was now being used as a fleet supply station. Just when people thought Chemos would take on another burden, they discovered that the newcomers were not an Imperium of Man fleet, but an Xenos fleet. Light, elegant, distinctive Eldar vessels. Painted black, with some golden stripes. Anyone familiar with the Eldar could immediately recognize this as the Ulthwi Craft World fleet. Considering Uslan's contributions to humanity, humans not only did not attack but formed up to welcome the Eldar fleet. The Ulthwi Craft World fleet also cooperated, shutting down all defensive systems and pointing all ship weapons at each other, converging with the human fleet in the void. After a brief exchange, the Craft World fleet dispatched a delegation of seers to Chemos, where they began diplomatic activities on the planet. The high-ranking officials of both sides met outside the pre-arranged Webway exit on Chemos. What are they here for? To help. Mortarion watched a group of Eldar emerge from the golden light of the Webway, muttering under his breath. Most of the Eldar clearly looked like warriors, clad in black robes or armor, wielding firearms or swords. The 3 Eldar at the forefront, however, clearly looked like high-ranking officials, dressed in black and gold robes, with an elegant demeanor similar to Uslan's. I don't think so, Qinxia replied to Mortarion, glancing at Uslan. In fact, it's not. Uslan held his helmet, his gaze upon his kin quite complex. The Eldar stood still and saluted first, and after the humans returned the salute, all eyes fell on Uslan alone. Seer Uslan, you have abandoned your post and involved yourself in matters that should not concern you. You must return to Ulthwi Craft World to face the Council's investigation and interrogation, the leading Eldar spoke. To accommodate the humans, he specifically spoke in High Gothic. Just as expected. Qin Xia thought to himself. To be very objective, Uslan had a terrible reputation within the Eldar faction and in his home, Ulthwi Craft World. Of course, it wasn't quite that bad yet, but he had already caused quite a bit of trouble and done many dubious things. The events that truly made Uslan's reputation utterly foul had not yet occurred. He had not yet defied the vast majority of Craft World Eldar, who only wanted to live conservatively and survive, by insisting on awakening Iniad, the Eldar god of the dead, who could only be born through the destruction of the Eldar. The Primarchs had a good impression of Uslan, simply because Uslan had not yet done anything detrimental to humanity for his grand scheme. I must go back, Uslan said after some thought, coming before the humans. I took a great risk to help you. What punishment will he receive when he returns? Qin Xia moved to Uslan's side, facing the Eldar. He is helping sentient beings fight chaos, not acting for personal gain. As those he has helped, we cannot accept him returning to face imprisonment, or even execution, or similar punishments. The leading Eldar stepped forward. He is helping an alien race use the webway. To give an analogy, it's like you humans helping us settle on Terra. It's just as incomprehensible. He is helping those who fight chaos use the webway, Qin Xia said. Your Ulthwi Craft World operates in the Eye of Terror and also fights chaos. You are different from most Eldar who only wish to live in reclusion, so you should understand what I mean. The Eldar considered this for a moment, then looked at Uslan. You only need to return, it's that simple. The Seer Council will not imprison you, and certainly will not execute you. Uslan didn't believe he would receive any coercive punishment from the start. He was, after all, a member of the Craft World Seer Council, and a seer himself, possibly even destined to become the highest-ranking High Seer. Qin Xia knew this too. But Uslan had helped humanity, and humanity had to speak up for him. I have something to say, Uslan said, then established a psychic link with Qin Xia. During the half-second communication, Uslan informed Qin Xia of his insights into the Myriad Knowledge Codex trial, one of the fourfold trial, and how to complete it. Qin Xia also had his own ideas about the Myriad Knowledge Codex trial. He didn't necessarily need Uslan to tell him how to do it. Nevertheless, Qin Xia was grateful. Moreover, Uslan also mentioned another matter. Regarding warp knowledge, the excellent use of the fourfold trial. Complete at least 2 of the fourfold trial before going to save Horus, Uslan said psychically. Otherwise, there will be no chance of victory. I understand perfectly, Qin Xia nodded. Having conveyed what needed to be conveyed, the old seer bowed and followed his kin, departing into the webway. After the Eldar left, the webway entrance abruptly closed. The Eldar fleet also vanished through the webway. Mordarian was a little angry, but he also knew that the Eldar were not obligated to let humans use the webway, so he asked Qin Xia, is there any chance those colorful Xenos could help us use the webway? The Harlequins dwell deep within the webway, they do not control most of the webway, Qin Xia replied. The webway itself is like a universe, controlled and divided into territories. After the webway project succeeds, we'll still have to seize control. Mordarian was already calculating the war. Although, when facing chaos, sentient beings should theoretically unite. But if sentient beings could unite, chaos might not even be born. In the eyes of most Eldar, humans were just monkeys and wild animals. If they didn't want monkeys to enter their halls, what could be done? They could only seize it. I hope we don't fight a repeat of the webway war. Qin Xia thought to himself. Chapter 569, Unexpected Encounter. After the Ildari aliens left, Kill needed to lead his fleet using the Duchulcha engine. He would travel to key star systems, place various legions within them, and then contact the other legions separated by the storm. Qin Xia would once again embark on the path of the fourfold trial, leading the think tank fleet to depart alone. Traversing the warp was easier than before. Qin Xia arrived at a star system near the Eye of Terror, which, in the Imperial official naming system, only had a code, 333. After the fleet emerged from the pocket universe, the White Knight immediately scanned the star system. There were no friendly forces, no void defense facilities. There were only 3 planets, 2 of which were death worlds. Only one was habitable and had once been ordered by the Imperium to be transformed into a fortress world. In the Great Library of the White Knight, Qin Xia met 2 important individuals. One was Kama's. This think tank Grand Master had completed his mission of escorting the Duchulcha engine. After Kill was ordered by Angron to lead the main fleet and 4 chapters to the front lines to suppress the rebellion, Kama's followed and now rejoined the fleet. The other was an agent from the Human Historical Research Institute. Even at this time, the institute was still operating. Before the 2 visitors, the White Knight Lord created a psycher illusion, displaying World 3 of the 333 star system to them. The 2 could directly see the people living on it, as well as the general environment of the planet, through the huge planetary illusion before them. There were fortresses everywhere, with no exquisite buildings or cities. People lived underground in the fortresses, while the ground level was for garrisons. A so-called fortress world is a world on the front lines that bears the duty of eternal guard. They are fortifications themselves, responsible for producing soldiers and intercepting enemies. The agent first relayed information that both Qin Xia and Kama's already knew, and then presented the intelligence he had brought. Before the warp storm raged, the Imperium had ordered the 4th Legion, the Iron Warriors, to build a defense line out of the Imperial worlds around the Eye of Terror. The 333-star system was within the planned defense line, and thus was designated a fortress world. The 4th Legion is no longer on Olympia. Before the warp storm raged, the Eye of Terror frequently experienced unexplained invasion incidents. Therefore, under the command of Primarch Perturabo, Olympia and the 4th Legion directly retreated to the rear of the defense line. The 4th Legion transformed Olympia into a mobile planet. The agent's tone still held disbelief when he spoke of this. Qin Xia, however, was not surprised at all. Perturabo didn't want to turn Olympia into a fortress world, and he wanted to ensure Olympia's preservation, so the only option was to turn Olympia into a mobile planet. The above intelligence was provided by Danjiok, the agent added. Danjiok had once been invited by Qin Xia to join the institute, and therefore he would provide some information about the 4th Legion, with Perturabo's approval. Currently, all intelligence activities rely on institute personnel hitching rides on the Duchulcha engine, the agent continued, describing the institute's recent situation. Along the way, I asked Legion Commander Kill to pass through several key star systems where the institute operates, collecting intelligence and coming to the front lines with the fleet to deliver it. Tell Kamas about the 333-star system, Qin Xia said. Kamas felt that this star system was not simple, and he didn't know why the White Knight Lord had come here. The 333-star system, 3 planets in the star system, and world 3 out of the 3 planets was habitable. So many 3s made Kamas sense something, but the number 3 was not associated with any chaos sacred numbers, yet it was a number the White Knight Lord liked. A Psyker Awakening event occurred in the 333-star system 5 years ago, the agent said, walking to the porthole and pointing outside. This is what caused the Psyker Awakening event. Kamas glanced at the star system. In the void, a silver ice belt divided the star system in 2. That was the Psyker scream the White Knight Lord had emitted when he went to the Luna Wolves for the 2nd time and thwarted Erebodi's conspiracy, causing an astronomical supernatural phenomenon that spanned several sectors. Your Psyker scream caused a large-scale awakening of Psykers in the 333-star system, Kamas deduced. After that incident, some Psykers also awakened in the fleet. Their Psyker talents are quite stable and have a high affinity for your Psyker power. Qin Xia nodded. Kamas then remembered that the Psyker scream incident did not happen 10 years ago. As for why the agent said it was 10 years ago, supernatural phenomena in the Eye of Terror meant dwelling on the exact time was meaningless. Lady Tisius once ordered an investigation of all worlds within the range of the Psyker scream. I was previously engaged in intelligence gathering activities in the 333-star system. Fortunately, I was recalled to Nuceria for leave before the warp storm raged, otherwise I would not have had the honor of providing you with information about this place. The agent finished speaking, bowed, and took his leave. The matters that followed were not for him to know. You want to recruit soldiers in the 333-star system, Kamas said after the agent left. That is precisely my intention, and that is why I called you here. Soon, a large number of Psykers will be conscripted, and you will need to be responsible for training them. Do you remember the Psyker Academy project? Yes, White Knight Lord. Go handle this matter, Qin Xia said, returning to his desk and sitting down, reminding him with a smile, but be careful and cautious. Don't forget that the 333-star system is a fortress world and directly answers to the Imperial Departmentum Unitorum. They have sufficient reasons to refuse our orders. Kamas saluted, placing his hand over his chest, and left with the agent. Qin Xia took out documents, placed them on his desk, and began writing and drawing. The 333-star system was not just about providing a large number of think tank recruits, it was also key to the fourfold trial, the Myriad Knowledge Codex. Qin Xia's idea for the Myriad Knowledge Codex trial was this, to revise the Psyker spellbook, recording as many Psyker spells and rituals as possible. This would require a large number of Psykers to participate in the revision work. It wasn't necessarily about truly recording all the knowledge in the universe in one book. Uslan, however, reminded him of the key point, the emphasis was on the monopolization of knowledge, not merely more knowledge. 2 days passed in a flash. 2 days later. Qin Xia put on his armor and took up his weapon. Kamas had been waiting in the armory for the White Knight Lord to finish arming himself. After Qin Xia opened the warp gate, Kamas followed him through. As the two trekked through the snow, Kamas mentioned the less than smooth encounters of the past 2 days. I apologize that you still need to appear in person. The negotiations were originally going smoothly, and they even agreed to discuss how many Psykers to supply us. At that time, I even specifically wore civilian clothes. But when I next appeared fully armed and in full regalia to show respect, they refused to discuss anything with me, only requesting that you personally appear and negotiate with them. Kamas explained from the side. This planet is extremely martial, so they shouldn't interpret wearing armor as a provocation or hostile act. I miscalculated. Qin Xia remained silent, shaking his head slightly as Kamas spoke, not feeling there was any problem in his heart. Since the locals requested him to go in person, he would go. Cooperation with the 333-star system would be long-term. The current situation was not good, so simply grabbing people and running would not be appropriate. The two passed through the warp gate. On the training ground of the largest fortress on World 3, Qin Xia and Kamas, emerging from the warp gate, met the local officials. Qin Xia faced the locals and immediately formed a bad impression of them. Because the uniformed officials were scrutinizing Qin Xia with extremely offensive gazes. Their gaze wasn't exactly hostile, but it certainly wasn't kind or friendly. They just stared, looking him up and down, then down to up, repeatedly. Finally, a young man stepped forward and performed the Aquila salute. May I ask you to come with us? While speaking and saluting, he, like the others, continued to scan Qin Xia up and down, as if looking at a commodity. Qin Xia pondered for a moment, then nodded in agreement. The two then followed the local officials into the interior of the fortress, arriving at a hall that normally served as an audience chamber, and during wartime, as a strategic discussion and command headquarters. Before entering the door, Kama's was stopped by the local officials. Although he felt the locals' gazes towards the White Knight Lord were quite unfriendly, considering the White Knight Lord's strength, and seeing the White Knight Lord nod to him, Kama still waited outside the hall door with the local officials. The young man was not outside the door, nor did he follow Qin Xia in, disappearing in an instant. The adamantium gate of the hall also closed with a thud after Qin Xia entered. Qin Xia vigilantly scanned his surroundings, advancing into the hall. He walked along the white carpet to the end, where he saw a throne, and behind the throne, an oil painting that covered almost the entire wall, about 20 meters high. The moment he saw the oil painting, Qin Xia was stunned. The oil painting was extremely exquisite. It was clear at a glance that local artists could not have painted it must have been a commission from Terra's art nobility, at great expense. The painting depicted a space marine in magnificent silver armor, his right hand resting on his waist, his left hand on a mortal's shoulder, head held high, eyes looking straight ahead. The mortal wore a magnificent officer's uniform, his right hand on his chest, his left hand gripping the hilt of a long sword at his waist, also with his head held high, looking heroic and proud. On the chest of the silver-armored space marine, the symbol of the World Eaters was engraved. It can't be such a coincidence, Qin Xia murmured in his heart. He stared at the oil painting for about a minute. Footsteps echoed in the hall. My lord. Hearing the honorific, Qin Xia finally turned to look at Lilith. The young man, who had disappeared earlier, was now before him, standing with several men and women dressed in equally magnificent officer uniforms. Those people seemed to be the young man's siblings. These young people were clustered around and supporting an elderly person. The old man looked about 50 or 60 years old, perhaps because he had endured much hardship. He was already very old in an era where one could still rely on life extension technology to restore one's appearance. My lord. The old man called out, gently moved his children's hands away, his eyes red and moist, and tremblingly walked to a position 10 meters from Qin Xia, then painstakingly knelt down. But he did not lower his head, instead looking up directly at Qin Xia's face. And the young people present also knelt down. A few seconds later, the old man asked a question, his voice intermittent and filled with emotion. I never thought. I would one day be so fortunate, to see you again. Qin Xia's memory drifted back many years. That was during the Randan War. When the Psyker bomb provided by the Dark Angels was stolen by the Space Necron's overlord Trazen the Infinite, Qin Xia went to the Randan alien's ship to find the bomb. At that time, he killed an overlord and saved a group of slaves. Among the slaves was a man who didn't even know of the Imperium's existence, nor what Space Marines were, but he was willing to lead the way for Qin Xia simply because Qin Xia looked like him. Later, this young man was rescued by the Dark Angels, taken away, and met Qin Xia again on the flagship's hangar deck after Qin Xia recovered the bomb. Qin Xia had wondered then what fate this young man would have. He never expected him to become the governor of a fortress world. It's you. Qin Xia stepped forward with pleasant surprise, helping the old man up. How many years has it been? Oh, that's right, this is the Eye of Terror after all. In my perception, many decades have passed. The old man looked at Qin Xia. Many years have passed, my mortal flesh is already old and frail, but you are still dashing. Qin Xia looked at his old acquaintance, judging that the Randan aliens had caused him too much harm, to the extent that life extension and rejuvenation technology were insufficient to make him look younger. The old man then introduced his children. Qin Xia became acquainted with his entire family. He hadn't expected that a lone Randan alien slave from back then would now have so many children, nor that he could become a governor. The old man then recounted past events. The Dark Angels handed him over to the Imperial Refugee Resettlement Agency, and he, along with other rescued Randan alien human slaves, was then sent to a world awaiting colonization. He rose step by step from gaining the appreciation of imperial officials to becoming governor. A new colony would almost certainly see a high-ranking individual emerge from scratch. The ancestors of future nobles on world after world were often born among the first wave of colonists. I need psychers, Qin Xia said. From now on, this world will only obey your commands, the old man replied. Qin Xia had already intended to turn the 333-star system into a White Knight think tank recruitment star system. Now that the local governor was an old acquaintance, it solidified his idea even further. As for how a fortress world would transform into a World Eaters think tank unit recruitment world, Cyanus could go to Terra to find the Departamento Munitorum and the Administratum, activate his face fruit ability to remove the 333-star system from the defense plan, and then have Angron free up one of the special tax exemption slots originally promised by the Emperor. The Administratum would then give the star system the special tax exemption slot, and the think tank would gain complete control over the entire star system. This series of procedures now seemed meaningless because of the raging warp storm. Humanity's faster-than-light travel methods were again incapacitated, just like in the Old Knight era. It was even unclear whether Cyanus was currently on Terra or elsewhere. But the Webway project was bound to succeed. In an era where faster-than-light travel was stable, Terra's commands were instantly transmitted, and the imperial central government's control over its territory surged. This set of procedures would be very necessary. Chapter 570, Think Tank Transformation Plan. Upon returning from the fortress world, Qin Xia convened a meeting in the Great Library. The attendees were only the most senior members of the think tank unit, those who had been part of the think tank unit during the 12th Legion's Warhounds era, totaling about a dozen individuals. Everyone sat together, communicating through their psychic abilities. Kamas first informed everyone of the mission he received regarding the training plan for the new think tanks. Then, Qin Xia began to speak about the main topic. We now have our own recruitment world, and this world will allow us to screen at least 1,000 qualified psychers. These psychers will be modified to become think tank recruits. With the increase in numbers, our think tank unit must become formalized, and we now have the capital to do so. Hearing what the White Knight Lord said, the thinkers recalled the many issues currently facing the think tank unit. First and foremost was the lack of formalization. To this day, there was no suitable rank and title system, and personnel assignments were entirely at the White Knight Lord's whim. For example, Tethys, the director of the Great Library. The Legion's think tank never had a Great Library before. Tethys simply became the director of the library, then was responsible for organizing the library, and now also concurrently protects some chaos artifacts and forbidden knowledge. Power and responsibilities were not fully standardized. The same applied to Kamas, the Grand Master. Other thinkers trained new recruits using the ancient master-apprentice method, and he had the authority to intervene in the training, but that was all. How much he could intervene was entirely up to Kamas and the other thinkers to discuss. In short, both the Grand Master and the director of the library were more like titles than official positions. This method could still function, and even functioned quite well, as there were so few thinkers, and it was already difficult to screen stable psychers as recruits, so what more could be asked for? But this method, which had worked well until now, would be unworkable once a large number of new recruits entered the think tank and would need to be redesigned. This is the general plan. Qin Xia shared the information. The thinkers then saw the plan. First, the foundation of the think tank unit from now on the Psychic Military Academy. This would be a systematic training institution for new recruits, sending all screened psychers into a school-like institution for study. The psychic screening process would also include an additional step, testing which type of psychic spell a psycher specialized in. Then, different specializations would be established based on the different types of psychic spells. Qin Xia had long defined the different categories of psychic spells. Biomancy can manipulate biological energy and physiology, such as the healing spells thinkers often used on new recruits, which fall into this category. Divination, as the name suggests, can foresee the future. Telekinesis manipulates fire, lightning, and psychokinesis. Telepathy directly affects the target's mind, such as inducing fear, forcing calmness. The psychic talent of the Olina sisters falls into the telepathy category. Forbidden arts covers all types of psychic spells that are not suitable for public use, such as summoning and commanding demons, or if the Emperor is still to become the God Emperor in the future, the power used by psychers who can directly cast God Emperor miracles is also covered here. Psychic spells are not like the magic used by mages, which are based on different elemental types, but they are indeed divided into different categories. Some psychers are naturally skilled in divination, while others are naturally skilled in killing with psychic powers. Different psychic talents naturally lead to different psychic spells that can be cast. These classifications were not invented by Qin Xia himself but were extracted from the information he knew. Apart from the forbidden arts and the merged telekinesis, no changes were made. The think tank Grand Master will be responsible for managing the Psychic Military Academy, and think tank instructors will be responsible for teaching. Thinkers who excel in different categories of psychic spells will also serve as part-time instructors. Qin Xia looked at Kamas. Kamas was, of course, still the think tank Grand Master. As for more detailed matters, such as training duration and daily curriculum arrangements, Kamas would have to arrange them himself. He was definitely the most knowledgeable about teaching among the thinkers now. Personnel arrangements would also be Kamas's responsibility. He would submit a list of instructor personnel, and Qin Xia would approve it. This didn't even need to be brought up separately, as the personnel arrangement process for the Legion's regular forces was the same. Students who graduate from the Psychic Military Academy will undergo modification surgery to become think tank recruits. They will be assigned to different organizations, institutions, and units. New information emerged in the minds of the thinkers. Think tank combat units. The combat organization part is still similar to the Legion's regular force organization, with combat squads and companies, but no chapters. A combat squad will consist of 10 people, including telekinesis psychers, biomancy psychers, divination psychers, and telepathy psychers. Combat squad members will have different primary responsibilities: combat, medical, information prediction, and handling civilian appeasement or deceiving opponents. Divination psychers are not exclusively diviners, nor are biomancy psychers exclusively healers. It's just that they don't excel or are not particularly skilled in telekinesis psychic spells. All members of the squad can still participate in combat. No one will just stand by waiting for casualties or stand in a hail of gunfire to predict the future. 10 combat squads will form a company. Although a think tank unit company only has 100 people, 100 thinkers deployed on the battlefield can accomplish strategic objectives equal to or greater than those of a regular Space Marines unit of 1,000 or even 10,000. These are thinkers who can raise their hands and dismantle heavy war machines like Night Titans and Baneblade tanks, not to mention some elites among them who can temporarily replace a battleship's void shield. These are the think tank combat units. Some outstanding individuals will emerge from the Psychic Military Academy, and elites among elites will appear in the combat units. Those outstanding individuals and elites will be assigned to institutions or organizations with different functions. Qin Xia said. These organizations or institutions, due to their special functions, needed names. Seekers of secrets, responsible for searching for ancient forbidden knowledge, chaos creations, and artifacts left by ancient powerful races. Great Library, the name of the most core location on the White Knight, and also the name of an organizational institution. Great Library personnel will be responsible for recording and storing daily information of the think tank unit, processing documents and official business, and supervising and guarding the items found by the Seekers of Secrets. White Knight, a specialized anti-demon unit with the same name as the think tank unit, also responsible for investigating and handling supernatural phenomena. Those with specialties in forbidden arts, psychic spells, as well as elites among elites with strong will and extensive combat experience, can join this unit. The administrators of the various organizations, institutions, and units will form my advisory group, responsible for receiving my orders and handling the management affairs of the entire White Knight unit. I haven't thought of a name yet, I'll decide later. Qin Xia then began to make appointments. The director of the Great Library will still be Tethys. Varus, you are now responsible for leading the Seekers of Secrets. As for the White Knight, I will personally lead it until someone capable of taking on the heavy responsibility takes over the power and duties of this specialized anti-demon unit from my hands. The various companies of the think tank combat units will be led by the remaining individuals, and I will later appoint one of you to be the commander of the combat units. Personnel appointments were still solely at Qin Xia's discretion. There was no perfected promotion system yet, and with few thinkers, not many could be promoted. The existing fewer than 200 individuals could only be promoted to officers. Once the system is more perfected and can operate independently, Qin Xia will not handle all important position assignments, retaining only the right to veto or directly appoint. The reason for establishing a more perfected and independently operating system was that Qin Xia wanted the think tank unit to be able to function independently in his absence. In the future he saw when destroying the Plague Heart, the White Knight Lord would disappear for a while, and Qin Xia was not sure what he would do in the future, and that future might not even come true, but it was better to be prepared. That's all for today. Qin Xia concluded. For the next period, we will discuss and formulate more detailed regulations, promotion mechanisms, positions. In short, it won't take long. Everyone saluted by crossing their arms over their chests. Kamas raised his hand and, after receiving permission, spoke. Both recruit modification and training will take time, I estimate several years. I will make the time flow on 333 star system second world different from the outside. You can train there. Qin Xia said, training and modification for over a decade in the second world will only pass a few weeks or months in the outside world. No one else had any questions. The Seekers of Secrets are responsible for collecting many things, including knowledge. Think tank recruits and instructors will also comprehend and record much psychic knowledge during their learning and training. Ultimately, the Great Library will compile the knowledge uniformly. Then, find a way to visit the Laughing God's Black Library to collect some knowledge. It is said there is a black grimoire there. After such a process, perhaps the trial of the Myriad Knowledge Codex can be completed. Qin Xia pondered the trial while entering the warp. This journey into the warp was not to go anywhere, he couldn't save Horus before completing another trial. This trip was merely an attempt. Among the suggestions Aslan gave when he left, besides providing Qin Xia with the old seer's own ideas for the Myriad Knowledge Codex trial, there was another suggestion. You might be able to create your own demon after completing one stage of the trial. I don't know if this is feasible, but try it, if it is. These were Aslan's original words. I actually plan to try it. This was Qin Xia's response. Demons. Just as the four gods are not independent entities in the warp but aggregates of countless things, demons are not independent entities either, except for the undivided chaos demons. All other demons are part of the four gods. They are individuals that seem to have self-awareness and can act independently, created by mixing essence, concepts, strong emotions, in short, everything that exists in the warp. However, demons and warp creatures are not quite the same. The former are called demons because they belong to gods or chaos itself, while the latter are good or evil mental projections, individuals aggregated in the warp, such as the signpost compass. Qin Xia planned to acquire some warp creatures similar to the signpost compass, or find some concepts and mental powers beneficial to his creation of demons, and then add the power of courage he obtained from completing the Valiant Lord trial to create them. And this required him to search and wander in the warp. Qin Xia occasionally saw bubble-like things. Those were the reality universes. Each bubble was a reality universe, enveloped and connected by the warp, whether it was the veil, the webway, or the reality universe itself, all were contained within the bubble. There were many bubbles in the warp. Qin Xia saw an undivided chaos demon wandering in the warp. It simply found some things and squatted down, then created a universe. Such a universe had no veil, no webway, and certainly no real living beings from the reality universe. The demon's ability to create it did not mean it had creation abilities, because it merely shaped a space. As far as Qin Xia knew, demons could create universes because the basic substance composing the warp was ether. Ether is not quite the same as psychic power, it is also the foundation of the reality universe. When the demon saw Qin Xia passing by, it immediately destroyed the universe it had created and then hid. It's not strange what creatures born in a mental space can do, even creating and destroying a universe without a veil. This is like dreaming. A person can be omnipotent and move freely in a dream, but upon waking, they are still a being bound by gravity, busy with eating, drinking, and daily needs. Demons entering the reality universe are like waking up from a dream. As for such a demon, Qin Xia thought that with its common appearance, like demon A, B, C, or D, it would be lucky if it survived a second bolter round after accidentally entering the reality universe. Furthermore, some demons, after barely making it into reality, are so weak that they can't even possess an adult, only able to latch onto a child. When the child grows up, they can even suppress the demon, turning it into their servant to be exploited at will. After wandering for a while, Qin Xia found what he was looking for in the warp. A positive mental projection of a real living being in the warp. Upon finding these mental projections, Qin Xia couldn't help but sigh that real living beings still had a gap compared to warp creatures, because the reality universe has logic and causality, and real living beings cannot act with abstract thinking in the warp, which makes things troublesome for real living beings when acting in a mental world like the warp. Otherwise, he could also squat down and pick up some mental projections, grab some energy in the air, and then rub it in ether, instead of wandering, searching, and collecting. Anyway, he had found what he was looking for. Qin Xia needed the positive mental projections together, then fused them with the power of courage he could control, and finally shaped it all purely by his own will. The most crucial step was performed last, integrating the psychic power he had filtered, creating a foundation for those powers, concepts, mental projections, and such. A demon was born in the warp. It appeared as a white, blurry outline, formless in the warp. At the moment of the white demon's birth, the entire warp echoed with the name and power of this primordial, the echoes stirring waves in the warp, psychic torrents gathering around the demon, raising a storm. Even if these effects had no impact on the reality universe, at least there was a sense of grand spectacle. "You are my slave," Qin Xia said to the white demon, "follow me first." "As you command." The white demon departed. After the demon left, Qin Xia prepared to shape more demons of his own. He could completely control the demons he shaped, orchestrating their destinies, actions, and thoughts. And the mission for the white demons he shaped, Qin Xia had already arranged, to sign contracts with the think tank, responsible for supplying filtered psychic power, or doing other things. "Hey! It's me again." The flesh compass suddenly appeared behind Qin Xia, introducing itself to the eyeball creatures. Recap time. A while ago, Qin Xia turned to look at the compass, thoughtfully. The compass sensed something was wrong, turned to Qin Xia, its grotesque features forming an expression of fear and worry. What do you want to do? Do you want to go to the reality universe?" Qin Xia asked. The flesh compass's expression changed rapidly, turning into a mischievous grin, "To guide the way in the reality universe? That would be so awesome." Chapter 571, New Think Tank. Varus, the Seeker of Secrets Lord and Chief Librarian, was searching for members for the Seekers of Secrets, an organization dedicated to finding forbidden or forgotten artifacts. After finalizing the list, Varus handed it to his assistant. The assistant then took the list to find the individuals. The list contained only 20 people, half Noose Ryan and half Caliban. Although they hadn't served as thinkers during the Warhounds era, their battle achievements were outstanding, their wills were firm, and they were absolutely reliable. Watching his assistant leave, Varus began to review the fleet's status. As the Seeker of Secrets Lord, he was authorized to choose a vessel for the Seekers of Secrets to operate independently from the think tank fleet. The think tank fleet had few warships, so choices were limited. Ultimately, Varus decided to select a reprisal-class heavy cruiser as the Seekers of Secrets operational base. After resolving the warship matter, Varus began to select armaments. The Seekers of Secrets would be authorized to use ancient relics that once belonged to the High Knights, and every member of the Seekers of Secrets, including himself, would receive one ancient relic. At this moment, a snowflake drifted onto the desk. Varus looked up and saw the White Knight Lord suddenly emerge from the snowstorm, appearing to have just returned to the reality universe from the warp. "Prepare for the ritual," Qin Xia gave a brief order. Varus immediately stood up and, with Qin Xia, began to draw a magic circle on the ground. One ring encircled another, with numerous ancient texts written within the rings. This type of magic circle was quite versatile, and all ritual circles mastered by think tank members were based on these concentric rings. After completing the drawing, Qin Xia gestured for Varus to stand in the exact center of the magic circle. After Varus complied, Qin Xia began to infuse psychic power into the entire ritual circle, causing the interlocking rings to emit a dazzling white light. A white demon was first pulled into reality, appearing at the far left edge of the ritual circle. Then another white demon was pulled into reality, appearing at the right edge of the ritual circle. Varus was initially wary, but then he sensed an extremely familiar and trustworthy feeling from these two demons. The two demons were emitting psychic power, which originated from Qin Xia. "These are creations of the White Knight Lord," Varus realized. "They will form a contract with you," Qin Xia said. "The demon on the left was shaped by me for combat, while the demon on the right is a fusion of a compass-like creature from the warp. It has no combat power, but it can guide you. Wherever you wish to go, it can take you there." Varus looked at the white demon on the right, recalling the White Knight Lord's past descriptions of benevolent warp creatures. The compass's ability to guide was often used to illustrate the diversity of warp creatures. Now, this creature had been reshaped by Qin Xia, integrating his own power. The compass itself would normally not have the power to enter the reality universe, it was too weak, but after being reshaped, it could manifest in reality. Varus actively established a mental link with the two demons, forcing 2 drops of blood from the center of his left and right palms, respectively, using his psychic power. The blood dripped into the center of the magic circle and was absorbed by the circle itself. The contract was complete. From now on, the primordial demon and the compass shaped by Qin Xia in the warp became Varus's familiars. Every thinker will sign a contract with a spirit, Qin Xia said, gently waving his hand, and the two demons took residence within Varus. Varus felt that these two demons were supplying him with psychic energy. Born from the White Knight Lord's hands, they also possessed a trace of the White Knight Lord's characteristics, namely the ability to filter psychic energy. Every warrior. These demons. Varus paused, correcting his wording, these spirits. The act of signing a contract with a spirit is itself a test of psychic talent and will, which is already equivalent to a screening process. It is meant to be a screening process, Qin Xia said. Varus nodded after a second of hesitation. Qin Xia suddenly looked down at the magic circle, at the spot where the two demons had previously stood. You must know, no matter how stable one's psychic talent, unless one is like that child Osiris and me, there is still a possibility of error. Varus realized that the demons contracted by the thinkers also served as a form of insurance. To others, call them spirits, Qin Xia added. Varus saluted. Qin Xia gave no further instructions and teleported away. The 333-star system's fortress world screened all its inhabitants, ultimately selecting nearly 10,000 psychers. The thinkers then further screened these psychers, finally choosing about 1,000 individuals whose willpower and psychic talent were above the passing line, exactly as Qin Xia had estimated. 1,000 people gathered in the main fortress square of the fortress world and headed for a portal. One end of the portal led to their homeland, and the other led to the 333-star system's second planet, a death world. All resources on the death world had been completely mined. After some unknown race waged a cataclysmic war there, the planet itself was left as an empty shell. Ancient colonial devices from the White Knight's treasure vault were deployed, forming a barrier over the death world, isolating the planet's harsh environment. The barrier had a radius of thousands of kilometers, and within it, everything necessary for human survival existed. Over 1,000 psychers trudged out of the snowstorm, and as the snow thinned before them, they entered the barrier. Although there was oxygen here, the desolate scene outside the barrier still filled them with dread. Assemble. No looking around. Soldiers from the fortress world also emerged from the portal, brandishing batons and striking those who looked around, herding people together like pigs. Over 1,000 people were forced to crowd together. Once order was stable, the important figures passed through the portal and arrived on the death world. The general of the fortress world's planetary defense force, the governor's children, and Qin Xia, commas, and over 30 other thinkers. Elite warriors also emerged from the portal, following these important figures, and formed a line in front of the 1,000 people. These elite warriors were all soulless ones. After the psychic awakening event in the 333-star system, the number of psychers surged, and similarly, the number of soulless ones also increased dramatically. 20 years ago, 30% of an entire generation of newborns were soulless ones. However, these soulless ones had weak innate abilities, merely being unaffected by psychic powers. Therefore, even with so many soulless ones gathered in a human wall, they did not inflict much pain on the 1,000-plus screen psychers. The reality universe seems to be a living entity, giving birth to a large number of soulless ones in places with many psychers. Kamas murmured, looking at the elite warriors. Qin Xia looked at Kamas, staring at him for a full second. Yes, the reality universe has its own will. Kamas was silent, seeing that the White Knight Lord did not seem to be joking. Qin Xia turned to face the psychers. Most of these psychers were children or teenagers, some in rags like beggars, others wearing ill-fitting military training uniforms. Very few looked like ordinary civilians. No one stepped forward to explain anything to these people. Previously, the thinkers had only conducted a screening, without explaining anything. One by one, massive objects began to descend from the sky. These were standardized facilities built by the think tank fleet's engineers, including residences, schools, and training grounds. They had been constructed within the warships and then launched down. Even the furniture, equipment, water, and electricity inside were all pre-installed. Once these buildings landed with a roar and automatically embedded themselves in the ground, Qin Xia signaled that the others who had come with him could leave. Everyone within the barrier who was not a screen psycher or a thinker departed. Qin Xia closed his eyes. Supernatural cooling occurred both inside and outside the barrier, and frost spread rapidly. The psychers present immediately became agitated. They had already sensed the surrounding environment being flooded with psychic energy. The psychic energy surged and raged, testing everyone's will and mental strength, making them feel as if they were about to lose control, and instinctively wanting to escape. Kamas waved his hand. Psychic pressure descended from above, firmly pinning the 1,000-plus psychers in place, while also calming their minds. After 10 seconds, Qin Xia opened his eyes, and the psychers were no longer agitated. No more supernatural phenomena appeared on the planet, as if nothing had happened. But the thinkers present could sense the changes that had occurred on this planet. The space-time inside and outside the death world was completely disconnected, as if it no longer belonged to the reality universe. Was the flow of time in the death world faster than the outside world? Kamas wondered. The answer was clearly not that simple. It wasn't just that the timeline within the death world was accelerated, but also that causal logic was accelerated. Numerous events because of this, therefore that would progress extremely quickly in this death world. Teach them, Qin Xia swept his gaze over Kamas and the other 30 thinkers. Those 30 thinkers were individuals Kamas had selected, whom he had previously found to possess considerable teaching talent. They had therefore been granted the title of Thinker Tutor and would henceforth be responsible for training new thinker recruits. Kamas, as the Supreme Grand Master, was the superior of all the mentors, and as arranged in the previous meeting, he would be fully responsible for educational and training matters. After Kamas and the other mentors saluted, Qin Xia left the death world. The 1,000+ psychers looked at the thinker mentors. Kamas ordered the other mentors to create files for all the psychers, and together with the mentors, he sensed each psycher's talent and experiences. These were recorded in the files, and the specific system of psychic spells each person should learn from then on was also determined at this time. The mentors were divided into 5 groups of 6, with each group responsible for teaching one system of psychic spells. The psychers were also grouped, forming 5 square formations, standing before the mentor group that would teach them. Kamas devised a curriculum. These individuals would spend 5 solar hours daily learning theoretical knowledge, 6 solar hours learning psychic spells, and 13 solar hours for eating, drinking, sleeping, and simple learning of Space Marines combat knowledge. The learning life began. The arduous student life would be the collective memory of this new generation of White Knight think tank members. They were intentionally guided by Kamas to quickly get to know each other and train their control over psychic talents. After they had spent 1 or 2 months, the biopsychic mentors cast biopsychic spells on them, making it unnecessary for them to satisfy needs such as eating and sleeping. Thus passed 1 year, 3 years, 5 years. The students grew day by day, becoming more resolute and more knowledgeable. Finally, the students, led by Kamas, arrived at a facility in the school that had long existed but into which no one had ever entered. Inside the massive facility, Xia and all the thinkers were already waiting. The students were physically examined and sent into thousands of cylindrical capsules invented by the Quadrant. The robotic arms within each capsule automatically performed modification surgery on the students, implanting Angron's gene seed. All thinkers stayed in the facility 24 hours a day, using biopsychic spells to ensure that every student's modification was successful. The modification phase ended, and the students officially became thinker recruits, beginning the final stage of learning. They spent 3 years learning to fight as Space Marines, learning the thinkers' rules and regulations, and learning how to use psychic power to pilot thinker-type Terminator power armor. Finally, when over 1,000 thinker recruits left the Death World and entered the White Knight fleet, they discovered that less than 4 months had passed outside the Death World. Chapter 572, Preparing for the Trial. White Knight. Great Library. Librarian Tethys sat cross-legged in the center of the library, seemingly meditating, but in reality, he was communicating with other thinkers. Our candidate list has been submitted, and the White Knight Lord has just signed off on it. The new recruits will arrive at the library in the afternoon. Brother Tethys, you still need to decide how these new recruits will be distributed internally. A think tank said. Tethys did not answer immediately, deep in thought. The library was authorized to select 20 people from the new recruits. The various think tank organizations and units had already begun selecting people while the new recruits were still in training. Tethys chose 20 individuals who had performed exceptionally well in theoretical knowledge classes. These individuals were not only deemed good learners by Grandmaster Kamas but also possessed strong memories and ample patience. Now, these 20 people needed to be assigned to the various organizations under the library. The Great Library, an organization within the World Eaters Legion's White Knight think tank unit, was much simpler and more streamlined compared to other organizations within the think tank unit. The think tank scribes were responsible for recording events within the think tank unit. The scribes, led by the chief scribe, usually only needed to perform tasks like keeping a diary for the thinkers. This task didn't require many people, 5 would be sufficient. The compilation unit was responsible for compilation work. The textbooks for the cadets were provided by the compilers. The compilation unit also didn't need too many personnel, but considering that the White Knight Lord recently needed to complete the Myriad Knowledge Codex, one of the fourfold trial, there would definitely be a lot of compilation work to do. At least 10 people had to be assigned there. 20 new recruits, with 5 remaining unassigned. Tethys decided to assign them under his command, responsible for the daily maintenance of the library and the safekeeping of its collections. These individuals would, of course, also collaborate with others when necessary, such as compiling books. After his calculations, Tethys announced his decisions. The chief scribe and chief compiler had no objections, and after bidding farewell, they exited the psyker communication. Having dealt with urgent matters, Tethys opened his eyes, pondering the fourfold trial. A sudden surge of psyker power caused Tethys to momentarily lose focus, and then he saw snow swirling before him. This was the White Knight Lord summoning him. Tethys rose and walked into the snow, passing through a portal to an desolate plain on a star system fortress world. Before him was a webway gate. Beyond the overflowing light of the webway gate was a group of colorful Ildari Xenos. The White Knight Lord was facing the Xenos, greeting them. It seemed the Harlequins had arrived suddenly, and the White Knight Lord had also come to meet them abruptly. Just give that thing to him, he specializes in handling forbidden knowledge, Xia said to the Veil Walker who had led the Harlequins here. Tethys, who was wondering why the Ildari also had a webway gate on this planet, immediately became serious upon hearing this. He stepped forward, ready to see what the Harlequin troop had come to present to the White Knight Lord this time. The Veil Walker stepped forward and handed a black book to Tethys. As Tethys took the book, he felt a strong evil power contained within it. That evil was eroding his mind. But Tethys was still able to maintain his sanity and resist that evil, which was why he was chosen to be the director of the Great Library. The Black Grimoire, the Veil Walker reminded Tethys. The psyker spells recorded within are extremely evil. I suggest you choose some people with willpower as firm as yours to read it. Tethys was slightly surprised. We read it. The Veil Walker looked at Xia and nodded. Yes, you must read and comprehend it, then record what you perceive and compile it into a book. Only in this way can you help your master complete the fourfold trial. Does the Laughing God have any advice for me? Xia asked. My god does not know much about the fourfold trial either, the Veil Walker shook his head gently. However, after knowing that Uslan gave you advice, he hopes that you should listen to others' advice as little as possible, because for different people, the path to achieving the trial is different. Then the Veil Walker said some profound and mysterious words. Something about intertwined destinies. The moment of attempting to seize the authority of the four gods is to embark on a path leading to the abyss. Only one person can pass on this path. The Sea of Souls is, after all, mysterious and ever-changing. Only those who embark on the path of trial can perceive the trial. Qin Xia could understand some of these profound and mysterious words. The Laughing God anticipated that you would want to complete the trial by compiling a Psyker spell book, which is why he sent me to present this black grimoire, the Veil Walker said. Qin Xia did not deny it, this was precisely his approach. But whether it's a spell book or any other type of book, there are countless in the reality universe. The black grimoire compiled by Ariel is just one example. If it's knowledge-related books, you don't even need to compile them yourself. The Black Library has all kinds of them, as many as you want. The Veil Walker's words were all personal advice. Considering that the Laughing God's ultimate prank was to have the Chaos Gods destroyed by their own chaotic power, the Veil Walker believed that Qin Xia would be an ally of the Harlequins for a long time, so when it was time to help, he had to do his best. This Myriad Knowledge Codex trial, I'm afraid, cannot be completed in the short term. Instead, it requires you to reach the pinnacle of knowledge accumulation over a very long period, until you can finally compile a book of knowledge unprecedented and unrivaled. The Veil Walker stopped there, seeing no expression on Qin Xia's face, and said no more. Anyway, his meaning was already very clear. The Myriad Knowledge Codex trial is probably impossible to complete. It's better to try something else. If viewed from the macroscopic level of knowledge accumulation of all species in the reality universe, it is indeed so. Qin Xia glanced at the black grimoire in Tethys's hand. Even if my people absorb this knowledge and compile books, the final result will not surpass this book in the black magic genre. But, Qin Xia paused for a second, the first of a certain race, the first of its kind, will have a very strong effect in the warp. The Veil Walker thought for a while and felt that it was indeed true. Then I wish you good luck. The Harlequins bowed and left. Their sudden appearance in the 333-star system was just to deliver a book. The Laughing God had anticipated what actions Qin Xia would take to complete the Myriad Knowledge Codex trial. Collect this thing and seal it permanently, Qin Xia ordered Tethys after the Ildari left. The latter had thought this book was to be read and its knowledge extracted. Just collect it. The Veil Walker is right, who knows how many such books exist in the reality universe. Even some ancient books of our human race are more profound and comprehensive than the spell books we are about to compile. In this matter, if we cannot reach the extreme, we cannot complete the trial, Qin Xia said. Tethys understood, bowed, and accepted the order. Thinking of sealing and collecting, Tethys inevitably thought of the incident during the Chemos campaign, where 11th Legion warriors boarded the White Knight and stole the ritual dagger. Tethys had already reported this matter, but he felt apologetic and wanted to mention it again now. Qin Xia saw the librarian's thoughts and comforted him. 111th Legion Primarch's guard warriors boarded to steal the dagger. At that time, you were the only think tank in the library. Of course, you couldn't defend it. Now there are more than 20 thinkers specifically working in the library, so such a thing can no longer happen. Tethys bowed again. Tonight, I will gather all the thinkers, including the new recruits. Afterward, I will help you enter the warp to search for some things, and then I need you to organize a grand book compilation effort. Qin Xia issued another command. It will be used to record everyone's insights, what they have seen and heard in the warp, and finally, to compile all this knowledge together. This is to complete the trial. I will not go with you. I will only, as the trial requires, take that book when it is finally compiled. Tethys pondered carefully and realized that the White Knight Lord actually wanted to compile a book about warp knowledge. However, humanity had been in contact with the warp for a long time, and many related books had been compiled, quite deeply. There are some very deep places in the warp, and very few among our species, with our weak psyker talent, can enter there. And those who can enter will not compile what they have seen and heard into books. I will protect you as you dive deep, to witness the abyss beneath the surface. Night. All thinkers gathered in the Great Library. Varus led each think tank through the Daemon Pact ritual. The demons, shaped by Qin Xia in the warp, each found their own master. The new recruits, after joining the think tank unit and finding their belonging, received their first gift in their newly opened lives. Then the White Knight Lord appeared. All the thinkers gazed at the commander of the think tank unit. Meditative resonance, Qin Xia simply said one word. The new recruits had already learned how to meditate during their training in the Death World. They sat cross-legged, quickly entering a state of focused thought. Qin Xia also sat cross-legged. The thinkers perceived Qin Xia's psyker power and resonated with him. Unlike the new recruits who experienced meditative resonance with the White Knight Lord for the first time, the veterans quickly discovered, after resonating, that the White Knight Lord's psyker power was seeping into their souls. After a period, they gained temporary traits that took effect on them. Qin Xia did not provide any explanation, but the thinkers, being naturally perceptive, sensed what they had gained. They became unique souls, similar to the White Knight Lord, capable of many things that normal psychers could never achieve, such as easily piercing the veil, freely traversing the warp, and having their souls enter the warp without being preyed upon by warp creatures. Subsequently, the soul projection of every think tank was also permeated and protected by Qin Xia's power. Their soul projections, which glowed because their souls had entered the warp, were extremely safe in a certain place within the warp, despite not being shielded by their souls. Qin Xia shared some thoughts with different people, a process akin to suggesting certain actions to certain individuals. Thus, in silent understanding, some thinkers' souls came to observe beyond the veil, while others delved deeper into the warp. The souls of some of the most resolute and daring thinkers were guided by Qin Xia into the depths of the warp, the part beneath the iceberg. Aside from the terrifying domains of the Chaos Gods, think tank souls were scurrying around like tourists everywhere else in the warp. Qin Xia did not actively lead the thinkers anywhere or explain anything, but rather guided, suggested, and indirectly provided necessary assistance. These were all necessary actions to complete the fourfold trial. Chapter 573, the first, the original. During the exploration, Tethys was given high expectations. After wandering in the warp for a while, Tethys gradually became aware of deeper things beneath the surface of the warp. The Eldar called the warp the Sea of Souls, which was the most fitting description. The warp was like an ocean. The shallowest layer on the surface of the sea was where most humans had ventured. Warp travel occurred on the surface of the sea. Tethys once thought that warp travel was deep diving, but now, after touring and comprehending some things, he realized that it was not so. Starships sailed on the surface like sailboats, and no matter what route the navigator led the starship on, it only scratched the surface of the warp. Under normal circumstances, humans simply could not enter below the surface of the sea. But now Tethys could. When the thought of going deeper emerged, powerful psychic energy propelled the think tank chief librarian's soul into the warp. Gradually, Tethys found himself on the surface of this great warp ocean, unable to dive into it. The chief librarian, Varus, the seeker of secrets, came forward, and a white demon floated beside him. That demon was the compass, and after Qin Xia changed it, even its form in the warp was permanently altered. As a trade, the compass gained the ability to enter the reality universe. Take us deep diving, Varus commanded the compass. You cannot enter the deeper parts of the warp just by wishing to deep dive, because the warp is layered, and each layer is infinite, the compass said while exerting its power. In reality, you cannot reach the edge of an infinitely vast space, and the same applies here. The compass opened a passage. This can break through the infinite. Varus and Tethys exchanged glances and boldly entered the passage. The two reality souls had no idea how long they had traveled, it seemed like an instant, and it also seemed like an eternity. Eventually, they arrived at the next layer within the warp. Tethys summoned his contract demon. This contract demon looked like a sphere, a product of Qin Xia reshaping the observers in the warp. With the help of the contract demon, Tethys observed things far beyond the soul's perspective. The chief librarian was surprised to find that this layer of the warp he was currently in was also infinite, and the previous layer also had a projection here, appearing as tiny, dust-like volumes. And there were countless such dust-like small surface layers of the warp here, almost filling the entire infinite deep layer. What is the meaning of this? Tethys immediately realized that the next layer of the warp was also as he saw it, like dust in an even deeper layer of the warp. They continued to go deeper, also moving from dust to the next seemingly infinite space, but in reality, it was also the dust-like place of the next space. To put it plainly, it was like nested boxes. Infinite. Endless. One layer nested within another. The deepest part of the warp, even the four gods cannot tread, the compass said. Don't you want to see that place where even the four gods cannot tread? The four gods cannot tread, yet you can take us there. Tethys thought of the warp theories he had studied before, knowing that conceptual beings had powerful abilities concerning their associated concepts. I just happened to be born for this. The compass continued to open passages, leading the two mortal souls deeper into the infinite. After an unknown period of travel, Tethys and Varus finally arrived at the place where the so-called four gods could not tread. This place was filled with chaotic power, appearing as black storms that constantly scoured everything. The entire deep domain was filled with countless powerful warp creatures. They did not belong to the four gods, but were undivided chaos demons, greedily surrounding the two mortal souls, yet unable to do anything to their souls. Has anyone else ever ventured here before? Tethys asked. Yes. Who? A fellow named Archaon, who in one reality universe was a pawn chosen by the four gods simultaneously. Demons approached him, asking him to sacrifice a part of his soul in exchange for the opportunity to delve into the infinite depths of the warp. And he complied. Upon hearing this, Tethys realized that there was more than one universe in the warp, and there was certainly more than one universe facing the threat of the four gods. What can this place be used for? Tethys asked the compass. The four gods cannot tread here, so this place must be useful. It can be used for me to hide from the gaze of the four gods. A voice sounded. Tethys suddenly saw a crimson-kern greater demon approaching, fighting with undivided chaos demons as it advanced. That was Sarum. When the White Knight Lord taught demon knowledge, Sarum had served as a teaching example. You mortal souls shouldn't even think about doing anything with this damned place. Your ability to enter here is something the four gods didn't anticipate. Sarum pulled out a sword from behind him, cleaving a path in the infinite depths. Now take me to your master, I want to return to the nest he built for me before. This damned place is still not quite suitable as a refuge. Kamas was exploring the universe. While wandering in the warp, he discovered that reality universes were located in bubble-like environments, floating in the warp, and there was more than one reality universe, scattered throughout the shallow and deep layers of the warp. Under the blessing of the White Knight Lord, Kamas was able to penetrate the bubbles and enter one reality universe after another. The first reality universe he entered was already shattered, with countless warp rifts spanning across stars, and the veil was practically non-existent. The Xiange Great Demon, Kai, who had once been banished by the White Knight think tanks as a joint material, was here, because warp energy had already filled that reality universe. Kai's power was almost the same as in the warp. A single shriek from this Lord of Change tore apart the universe, destroyed stars, and all remaining reality creatures perished. The universe was destroyed, it turned into a primordial substance from before the Big Bang, flowing from the broken bubble into the warp, merging with the warp. And before the Lord of Change tore the universe apart, Kama suddenly delved infinitely deep into that universe, witnessing an infinite number of dimensions and spaces within a reality universe, and at its very deepest point, he saw a will. That will warned Kamas that once warp rifts permeated the reality universe, the veil would wither, and warp energy would grant demons great power in reality. That is the will of the reality universe. Kamas transmitted a message to Qin Xia, the reality universe has self-awareness. Qin Xia did not respond, because he already knew. The reality universe indeed had self-will. It even arranged for Erebus to meet various extraordinary individuals, obtain some very powerful things, and then successfully reach the end of his journey to meet the Emperor, who had chosen to accept the Black King's power to defeat Horus, and then persuade the Emperor not to ascend. The will of the reality universe could influence the fate and causality of reality, much like the Dao of heaven and destiny. Kamas continued his journey in the warp. After witnessing countless reality universes on the verge of destruction or about to be destroyed, he finally arrived at a different universe. Here, a rugby game called Blood Bowl was taking place. And just like every other universe before, the influence of the four gods was present here too. Those four gods' greater demons also appeared in Blood Bowl, and their way of contending with reality creatures was to play rugby. Kamas successively saw many similar strange universes. Orcs, humans, Eldar. These galactic races battled in universes where the method of engagement was racing. There were also universes where reality creatures were quite different from other reality universes, with humans, elves, dwarves, orcs, various fantasy races engaging in cold weapon warfare. Every universe had demons, and every universe had chaos corruption, but the form of contention between reality and the warp was not quite the same. Although reality universes were just bubbles in the warp, they could force warp creatures that entered them to follow certain rules, just as demons who could conjure storms in the warp could appear in many universes at once, yet found it difficult to defeat even the strongest reality creatures, limited by certain rules. All thinkers, like Kamas, explored the warp. They discovered much, and comprehended much. Until this exploration, which felt like it lasted only an instant or an infinite amount of time, ended. The power Qin Xia bestowed upon the thinkers dissipated, and the thinkers' souls returned to their bodies. Tethys, Qin Xia rose, lead everyone to compile everything seen and comprehended in the warp into books. You must treat this as a mission and pour your heart and soul into it. Tethys rose and bowed. All thinkers were teleported by Qin Xia to the death world. A grand compilation effort began. Every think tank began writing books, recording their experiences and discoveries in the warp. For every think tank on the death world, this task lasted a year, they recorded and compiled without rest. But outside the death world, Qin Xia only waited for a moment. A moment later, the books compiled by the thinkers were placed in the great library. A full 1,000 books, recording every aspect of the reality universe and the warp. From the veil to the web of fate, from the surface to the depths of the warp, from demons to those unconscious warp creatures. Not only these thinkers had explored the warp in the reality universe, all that the old ones could understand was far more than what these human psychers and space marines knew. Even within the human race, there were people who knew more than these thinkers. But throughout human history, whether past or future, only the thinkers had understood warp knowledge to the extent of involving infinite depths and various reality universes, and compiled this knowledge into professional books. What they did was primary, original, inherently possessing immeasurable power, and its projection in the warp was enough to stir up monstrous waves. Just as before the appearance of the Emperor's brother-murdering uncle, countless murderers had already been born in the reality universe, but because the Emperor's uncle was the first murderer in the history of the human race, a being like Drachnien, capable of specifically targeting the Emperor, was born alongside that murder. Perfect. Qin Xia flipped through the books, praising himself in a murmur. This was exactly what he wanted. Then Qin Xia put down the books, closed his eyes, and perceived every think tank. Finally, with a single thought, Qin Xia erased all of those thinkers' recent experiences, their understanding of the warp, and the process of compiling the books. The thinkers would learn this knowledge about the warp in the future, but they would forget that they themselves had organized and compiled it. The fourfold trial sensed something, flipping and floating at Qin Xia's waist. All the content of the books transformed into visible characters, flowing into the fourfold trial. Eventually, that knowledge gathered on a single page. At the same time, a line of text appeared at the top of the page, Supreme Heaven and Reality. Another line of text appeared at the bottom of the page, Author, Qin Xia. An eye appeared on the book that the fourfold trial had transformed into. This step of the trial was not the beginning, but the end. The systematic knowledge of the warp and the reality universe born within the human race had been monopolized by Qin Xia, its authors would forget who compiled the knowledge in the future. Just like the riddle presented by the Myriad Knowledge Codex trial, Qin Xia's signature at the bottom of the knowledge was equivalent to declaring this knowledge as his own. It was similar to the moment the Valiant Lord trial was completed. The path to the warp unfolded before Qin Xia. But it was not quite as Qin Xia had expected. In the stage of completing the trial and seizing power, he did not go to Xiansh, but to Slaanesh. Slaanesh was playing with the power he had taken from Xiansh in his realm. Xiansh was defeated by the other 3-4 gods in the last great game, and as punishment, it lost a concept. Then Slaanesh, because he was also related to this concept and had the authority to involve it, obtained this concept curiosity, the desire for knowledge. Curiosity and the desire for knowledge were also desires. The concept, not yet warmed, drifted from Slaanish's embrace, drawn by the fourfold trial to its new master. When Qinxia disappeared from Slaanish's realm, Slaanish's shriek resounded throughout the entire warp. One trial had been completed. Qinxia opened the fourfold trial again to check for new trials. He saw that below the wrathful incarnation, which replaced the valiant lord, a new trial, replacing the myriad knowledge codex, gradually emerged. I am the answer, so what is the question? Qinxia was stunned for a second. Speechless and bewildered, his expression transitioned to a ferocious one after a second. You are your XXXX. Chapter 574, Xianzhi's Blessing. Warp. Xianzhi's Realm. 11 stood on a crystal peak, with countless Xianzhi great demons below him. Lords of change, rarely seen in the reality universe, were as numerous as ants here. Where 11's gaze fell, Xianzhi was sitting on the ground polishing a crystal. Sometimes the chaos gods appear as concepts, their actions transcending the limits of mortal imagination, and sometimes they act like flesh and blood beings, performing mundane and concrete tasks. Give Horus to me, Xianzhi. I have glimpsed his fate in the eternal well, he is extremely important to our cause. Give him to me. 11 held a ritual dagger, pointing it at the chaos god. No, 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 I have other plans for him. Xianzhi looked up, placing the polished crystal into the hand of a small blue daemon. Since he cannot belong to me, why should I give him to you for our so-called common cause? 11 turned and left. He had tried to persuade Xianzhi many times, but Xianzhi was unwilling to hand over Horus. 11 left Xianzhi's realm, returning to the storm under the gaze of the other three chaos gods and the daemon legions. Shortly after, another guest arrived outside Xianzhi's realm. Xianzhi looked up and saw Qinxia, who had just completed the myriad knowledge codex trial. He. A soft chuckle escaped Xianzhi's lips. Ha 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 ha. The laughter grew louder. Ah ha 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 ha. The Lord of Change's laughter echoed through the warp, even drifting into countless reality universes, creating ripples above the veil. Qinxia knew what Xianzhi was laughing at. He was laughing at Slaanish. Three gods had ganged up on Xianzhi, defeated it in the Great Game, and forced it to cede a concept intertwined with Slaanish's authority. Just as Slaanish was enjoying the pursuit of knowledge, someone completed the myriad knowledge codex trial and snatched the concept away. The three gods' efforts had inadvertently paved the way for another. In Xianzhi's eyes, those three fools might not even know that he had deliberately played poorly in the Great Game. Failure was part of the plan. I came for Horus. Qinxia held the serious sword in one hand and a spear in the other, with the soulless one device hanging at his waist. Although the device had minimal effect in the warp, having it was better than not. Oh. You came for Horus. Xianzhi raised his right hand and subtly moved a finger. The crystal daemon realm changed dramatically, and Horus suddenly teleported in front of Qinxia. At this time, Horus was no longer suffering, but he was paranoid and did not call for help when he saw Qinxia. Qinxia frowned, examining Horus. Vigilance, excitement, disgust, surprise, suspicion, various expressions appeared on Horus's face in quick succession. The Primarch had been tormented to the point where he could no longer distinguish reality from illusion. He didn't know if the Qinxia he saw was real or fake. Even those false pasts caused Horus to have a series of different reactions when he saw Qinxia, clearly indicating that Qinxia had been an enemy of Horus in one of the illusions. A chaos god could torment a Primarch to such an extent. Xianzhi merely let Qinxia see Horus once, proving that he had not only done nothing to the Primarch but was no longer even tormenting him. Then the Primarch was teleported away, sent to the very center of the daemon realm, suspended above the eternal well. I don't expect you to hand him over willingly. Qinxia walked towards the daemon realm. You don't need to fight for him either. Xianzhi smiled, how about I give you some blessings, in return for the performance of change you showed me. Qinxia still did not stop. The first blessing, I will send Horus back to the reality universe. The second blessing, I will tell you an excellent location for a trial. Xianzhi did not wait for Qinxia's response but forcefully bestowed the blessings. Horus was enveloped by the Lord of Change's power, leaving Xianzhi's realm and the entire warp, and entering the reality universe. Only then did Qinxia stop. He saw that Horus had indeed gone to the reality universe, landing on an unclaimed planet. Although Horus's departure from the warp, because it happened within the warp, would not mean he would appear in the reality universe at the same moment, Xianzhi had indeed sent him away, directly into the reality universe. The second blessing. Xianzhi looked at Qinxia with hot, expectant eyes. Nostramo, go to that place. This is no blessing at all. The moment I saw the wrathful incarnation trial, I knew it should be completed on Nostramo. With that, Qinxia glanced at the corresponding structure of Nostramo in the warp. A thick black fog enveloped the planet's corresponding structure. That was the corresponding ethereal phenomenon produced in the warp by the persistent negative emotions emanating from the planet. And so-called ethereal phenomena were the physical manifestations, storms, or other things that appeared when reality beings projected themselves into the warp. The mental projections of the people of Nostramo influenced Nostramo. The constant crime on Gotham Star, which Conrad Kurz was helpless against, had a certain degree of warp influence. Then it's as if I only gave you one blessing, Xianzhi said. Qinxia was speechless. Sending Horus back to the reality universe was indeed a blessing. But Xianzhi was the god of change, obsessed with change, just as he would be happy even if one of his concepts was made into a wedding dress for another by Slaanish. The motivation for all his actions was change, and Horus's entry into the reality universe would inevitably trigger a series of changes. There were still things waiting for him. Qin Xia thought. You've done what you came here to do, now leave. Xianj looked at the serious sword in Qin Xia's hand. Surely you don't intend to kill me. Indeed, he couldn't kill Xianj now. The original plan was to use the increased power from completing 2 trials to break into the Crystal Daemon realm and rescue Horus without being casually swatted away by Xianj. However, this didn't mean Qin Xia had to turn and leave immediately. His gaze fell on the Lords of Change. He swung his sword fiercely. The light released by the serious sword swept across the Lords of Change, and thousands of Daemon Lords vanished into the warp as streams of light. Though they were in the warp, possessing power unimaginable to reality beings, they still perished under the sword. Qin Xia paused for a moment when he saw himself casually slaying numerous Daemon Lords with a single swing, recalling his past back-and-forth fight with a generic Daemon Lord in the warp. How powerful was he now? The answer was unquantifiable. Things originating from the warp were rarely quantifiable. Like psychic power levels, the Thousand Suns had a 10-fold mental state system to visualize psychic power levels, like LV1-100, but this system could only be described as muddled. What's the point of this? Xianj raised his hand and instantly reshaped the slain Daemon Lords, using them as targets for practice. Qin Xia turned and left Xianj's realm. White Knight's lower deck. Soulless One tribal prison. Abaddon squatted in the corner of his cell, eyes closed, head against the wall, enjoying a rare moment of peace. For some unknown reason, he hadn't heard his Gene Father's wails or seen illusions of his Gene Father being tortured for a long time. Perhaps the White Knight Lord had, as he said, rescued the Primarch. He didn't run into many people in the prison. Aximand never visited either. Abaddon could understand Aximand quite well. After all, he had truly intended to strike Aximand down with his sword on the Emperor's Children flagship, to make his plan of exchanging Mortarion for the War Master a reality. Stripped of his Four Kings Council title, imprisoned. Abaddon felt he deserved all of it. But whatever punishment he received didn't matter, as long as the Primarch could return. Lost in thought, Abaddon's rare tranquility was shattered by worry. Footsteps approached. Abaddon initially thought it was those 2 crazy think tanks being sent back to cool off in jail, but the footsteps were rather slow and heavy, and their echo in the corridor even sounded somewhat pleasant. This was a characteristic of Qin Xia's armor. Fulgrim had put some effort into the boots, causing the wearer's footsteps to emit a slightly ethereal and rhythmic sound. Abaddon immediately sprang up, grabbing the cell bars and straining his head outwards. Qin Xia stopped outside the cell, looking down at Abaddon. You did it? Abaddon asked eagerly. If Horus comes back, he'll be the first to kill you. You drew your sword against your battle brother. Qin Xia seemed very cold. Did you do it or not? Abaddon completely ignored his words. Qin Xia suddenly raised his hand, turning the wall transparent, and then smirked. Hey, Abaddon, look who's in the cell next door, take a look. Abaddon impatiently turned his head, and his entire demeanor immediately soured. On the bed in the cell next door lay only a single top knot. Abaddon's head was now bare, his scalp pointy. I thought you guys threw my braid away after shaving me bald. Abaddon was a little angry, and a little relieved. At least the braid was still there. Guess who gave the order to keep the top knot in solitary confinement? Qin Xia asked with a smile. I don't care about that at all. Abaddon slammed the cell door. How is the War Master? He's been sent back to the reality universe, Qin Xia said. Although he hasn't appeared yet, I guarantee he will appear somewhere in the reality universe very soon. And then? Qin Xia scanned Abaddon up and down. And then I will go and rescue him, and you can only squat in your cell waiting for news. Maybe your battle brothers will be merciful enough to let you see the War Master. Or maybe he'll just order you to be executed, and I'll carry it out on his behalf. Hearing that Horus would definitely appear in the reality universe, Abaddon breathed a sigh of relief, his tall, muscular body actually retreating 2 steps and sliding down into the corner of the cell. After a moment of such relief, Abaddon suddenly frowned. No, you're not telling the truth. How could you not know where the War Master landed? You're quite clever, aren't you? Qin Xia said. Then how could you do something as foolish as siding with the traitors, thinking of trading one Primarch for your own Primarch? You simply don't understand that situation. Abaddon rushed to the bars again, hammering them as he spoke. You can go to the warp. You can casually enter that damned place without a warp engine. You can kill many people with a single breath. But what about me? I am more powerless in the warp than in the reality universe. At least that Chaos God gave me a path to follow, so I didn't have to wait somewhere like a useless person, helpless. I wouldn't beg others to help me. I couldn't tell my brothers, who cares what torment the Primarch is suffering, let's all go home and wait for some damned savior to pop out and rescue the Primarch. I had to do something, I had to. Qin Xia listened silently. Until Abaddon felt his words were useless, and then he fell silent. Seconds later, he whispered, now that I think about it, what I did back then was indeed despicable. Your Primarch will land on a world on the northwestern edge of the Ultima Segmentum, Qin Xia said. My fleet will rush there. Abaddon nodded. But that has nothing to do with you. Qin Xia laughed heartily, then turned and walked away. No sooner had the White Knight Lord left than gas sprayed from the cell floor. Vaporized anesthetic, a specialty of Nuceria. Abaddon collapsed to the ground in less than a second. At the same time, on the edge of the Ultima Segmentum, an unnumbered planet. Horus fell from the sky and crashed to the ground. After adapting to the warp environment, being suddenly thrust into the reality universe put immense pressure on Horus. His soul briefly floated above his body, and it took him a long time to recover. He struggled to open his eyes, and all he saw was yellow sand. He struggled to stretch out his arm. In his extremely weak state, he couldn't even crawl slowly. But at least he was safe. Horus was absolutely certain of this. Even though Tsianch had previously tormented him with countless illusions of his rescue, the Primarch could still perceive the difference between illusion and true reality universe. Finally, Horus used all his strength to roll over, facing the sky. His vision went from blurry to clear, then back to blurry. The Primarch even occasionally saw his own body, realizing his perspective was constantly switching between first and third person. But there was no time for a slow recovery, because 3 warships suddenly appeared in his vision. They were Death Guard ships. But the ships' surfaces were covered in tentacles, and some parts of the ships had mutated into flesh and blood. A dozen green lights flashed in Horus's vision, and then severely mutated Death Guard Space Marines emerged from the lights. Another light descended, but what appeared this time was not Space Marines, but an extremely massive monster, like a lump of rotting flesh squeezed together. The monster's body had a face in the center, which looked like Typhon. Horus exclaimed in surprise, calling out the name. The monster was indeed a chaos spawn, infused with a trace of Typhon's soul. But it had already forgotten who it was, only retaining a shred of rationality and self-will. In any case, the monster known as Typhon by others stepped forward. Horus, you will fall into the hands of another chaos god, but rest assured, it will not torment you. Typhon extended a thick arm, coiled around Horus, and continued, Grandfather will only cherish you, holding you in his embrace. Helplessness, despair, filled Horus's heart. Having just escaped Tsianch's grasp, he now encountered the rebellious Death Guard. But there was no way. The monster with Typhon's face carried Horus and turned to leave. Teleportation lights glowed around them, but moments later, nothing happened. Yo, freak! A voice sounded from behind. Typhon and the Plague Warriors turned. They saw a tall Iron Man standing before them, leaning on a strange long sword with both hands. What can you do? Typhon gently put Horus down. Although it didn't even know what it was, its remaining rationality and will knew how to deal with this Iron Man with a little of Grandfather's warp virus. Turn around before your heads hit the ground. Another voice sounded. Nurgle's lackeys turned their heads and saw a 13-meter-tall beast. The beast was clad in tattered heavy armor, leaning on a great axe. Horus recognized it at a glance. Gusa. The orc who had inexplicably appeared during the Ulaner campaign and killed the Beast Emperor. And me. A tall, slender Gretchen, holding a heavy cannon charged with Wadaic energy, flashed out from behind Gusa. I won't trouble you to turn around. Everyone present exchanged glances. Before Typhon could prepare to flee back to the warp, the Iron Man, the giant beast, and the Gretchen swarmed forward, slaughtering all their enemies. Chapter 575, Choosing the Path. Great Library. Qin Xiao attempted to establish remote contact with the Primarches. This time, his psychic power easily broke through the god's blockade, piercing through the storm and reaching directly into each target's soul projection. Tsianch's power was projected towards those soul projections. Qin Xiao unleashed his psychic power, wrestling with Tsianch. Tsianch, in turn, directly applied his power to the soul projections. Whoever Qin Xiao contacted would see various distorted images. The distorted images were merely collateral damage from the psychic struggle. More severely, during the struggle, the target's soul projection would become a battlefield, ultimately enduring unimaginable torment. Qin Xiao ceased his attempts and instead checked on the Primarch's current situation. On the rebel front, the 11th Legion and the Emperor's children had, from who knows where, refreshed a new batch of Martian troops, attacking the frontline star systems. Meanwhile, Mortarion and Korix had already been sent by Kill to their defensive positions using the Duchulcha engine. On the front lines, the other Primarches, originally led by Horus, had also learned of the rebellion. Their defenses were airtight, and the 11th Legion and the Emperor's children suffered repeated setbacks. Currently, the only rebel Primarches were 11 and Fulgrim, 2 unfortunate souls. They truly had little chance of carving out a territory on the front lines. Qin Xiao withdrew his gaze, preparing to lead the think tank fleet through the warp, directly to where Horus had descended. However, there were 2 choices at this point. One was to head straight for Horus without further ado. The second was to first visit Nost Ramo to complete the Wrathful Incarnation trial. Driven by the desire to make the correct choice, Qin Xiao began to examine the situation on Horus's side. The planet where Horus was located was far from the warp rift, and its real space structure was very stable. But the planet's condition, whether chaos demons could enter there, was no longer relevant. Because a battleship was carrying Horus at full speed, and the superluminal method the battleship used was not a warp engine, but a Harad alien's time engine. Horus was in Super Xiao Qin's hands. Qin Xiao then looked at Gotham Star's situation. After seeing this, he had a clear idea and concluded that he could first go to Nost Ramo to complete the trial. Since that was the case, there was nothing to worry or hesitate about. Qin Xiao directly took the think tank fleet across the warp. Now, he could at least isolate warp storms within a certain range. Even warp storms summoned by the 4 gods would be isolated. However, with the warp engine still not as fast as himself, it was more convenient to put the fleet into his pocket universe. Nost Ramo. Conrad Kurst's home world, a planet of eternal night with a harsh environment, a crime-ridden star system. Gotham Star. Inside the planetary governor's mansion. The imperial officials who originally resided there still lived there, merely clearing out one room for the distinguished guest. The distinguished guest stood by the guest room window, looking down at the city shrouded in thick smoke. The distinguished guest was about 2 meters 3 tall, wearing crimson power armor, the entire suit adorned with extreme extravagance. Several ribbons of honor hung from the armor's waist. This distinguished guest of Nostromo was the reason Qin Xia, after seeing the planet's current state, concluded that he would complete the trial and change the entire planet of Nostromo in a very short time. The distinguished guest was a World Eater's civilian official. He was once the governor of Pompeii in the Nuceria border star system, also a Clamo rogue trader family member who was fortunate enough to become a space marine, and played an important role with his father in the Dawn Star conflict. His name was Little Clamo. Clamo had fortunately arrived on Nostromo before the warp storm raged. He had been given the task by his gene father Angron to change the entire crime-ridden star system, a very arduous task. Originally, many people would have come to help him, such as other civilian Astartes, and also Conrad Kurz and the Midnight Lords. But those helpers who were supposed to arrive were all blocked on their way by the warp storm. Now, on Nostromo, there was only Clamo, the sole foreign dignitary, and a few minor figures he led. My lord. A middle-aged man entered the hall, came behind Clamo, and looked up at the tall figure of the World Eater. Clamo turned around with his hands behind his back, looking at the Nostraman he had chosen as his assistant. As usual, he saw that 80% of the assistant's body had been converted into mechanical parts, with only a small portion still flesh and blood. The meeting is ready. The assistant began, somewhat helplessly, as per your command, the nobles and gang leaders will receive you on their own territory, and the meeting will proceed with only you present. Clamo instinctively wanted to say thank you. But the assistant spoke sarcastically, although your supporters find this unbelievable, you have, after all, obtained a letter of appointment signed by 2 primarchs, becoming our governor of Nostromo, so no one will dare to touch you, and instead will obediently listen to your various commands and requests. Ha ha ha. Clamo was amused by the assistant's words, shaking his head slightly. Anyway, we are prepared, aren't we? The assistant remained silent. Trust me. Clamo motioned for the servants to come forward and remove his armor, then changed into a formal suit. I must trust you. The assistant said in a deep voice, as long as I can get revenge on those vampires, I will go down this path even if it leads to death. Relax, this is not a dead end, but a path to glory. After changing into his suit, Clamo walked out of the hall. I will gain glory, you will gain revenge, and we will both get what we want in a brand new Nostromo. The Space Marine governor and his assistant walked out of the hall and arrived outside the mansion. A motorcade sent by a Nostraman noble was waiting outside. All the security personnel around the motorcade looked at Clamo with unfriendly eyes. See you in 2 solar hours. Clamo motioned for his assistant to stay and wait for him, then got into the car. The motorcade drove towards the city controlled by gangs and nobles. Clamo was not leaving his own territory. He did not own an inch of territory on Nostromo, even the mansion and guest room were lent to him by the former governor and imperial officials. An Astartes civilian official, appointed governor of Nostromo by Primarchs Angron and Conrad Kurz, had only recently arrived on this planet, and he owned only 2 things. A very small number of people. A little bit of preparation. The motorcade entered the city and arrived in front of an office building belonging to an imperial official. Nearly 300 people stood under the eaves of the office building, waiting. They were the spokespersons for the Nostraman nobles and gangs. Clamo got out of the car and looked up at the sky. At some point, acid rain had begun to fall. Seeing Clamo arrive, the spokespersons turned and entered the office building without greeting or salutation, marching uniformly into the conference hall. Clamo, unreceived, was like an insignificant nobody rather than a governor appointed by primarchs, and could only walk into the office building and enter the conference hall by himself. The main seat at the conference table was occupied by others, so Clamo could only sit in an inconspicuous corner at the edge of the table. Welcome, my lord. The spokesperson sitting in the main seat spoke. Clamo did not respond, merely observing everyone present. Based on experience, and the slight telepathic talent common among Angron's sons, Clamo could determine what these people were thinking. They were thinking. A fellow who had only recently arrived on Nostromo, who even had to rely on those imperial officials for a place to live, could not possibly have made any preparations. Today's meeting would be no different from casual chit-chat. Now that the warp storm was raging, the Midnight Lord's Legion and its Primarch, rumored to be returning a while ago, could not possibly return, at least not for now. So what was there to fear? What could this so-called governor do? The warp storm is raging, and this star system's connection to the outside world has been severed. Clamo said to everyone, I hear some ships can still use the Adeptus Mechanicus's superluminal engines to travel, but they can only go about a dozen times the speed of light, which is effectively useless. The spokespersons for the nobles and gangs listened in silence. I predict that Nostromo will soon face a famine, you should take out most of your resources for relief food. Furthermore, Nostromo will enter a state of martial law starting from the end of this meeting, everyone on Nostromo must unconditionally obey my commands. It's that simple. Clamo calmly finished what he wanted to say. After everyone in the conference hall was stunned for a long time, one spokesperson finally spoke in surprise, no. By what right? Good question. Clamo said. But he did not answer by what right, instead, he rose from his seat, took a sphere from his suit pocket, and placed it on the table. That was the Maggot Eye, an automated filming and broadcasting device used in the gladiator arena during the Nuceria High Knight's rule. The Maggot Eye immediately began filming the scene, and the data stream it released had an inherent intrusive decryption function, forcibly broadcasting everything in the conference hall at that moment to any audio-visual equipment. Without retransmission, no matter where on the planet Nostromo, anything capable of seeing and hearing had to receive the content broadcast by the Maggot Eye. In this era, no one could understand the principles or manufacturing methods of the Maggot Eye, anyway, they just needed to know that it worked well. As Clamo made his move, the noble and gang spokespersons in the conference hall also moved, everyone drew their weapons, and a large number of fully armed warriors entered the hall, all weapons aimed squarely at Clamo. Firstly, Clamo rose from his seat, spreading his empty hands, holding no weapons. I am an Astartes. As soon as he spoke, a transparent barrier lit up around Clamo. It was an ancient relic gifted to him by Angron taking effect. From now on, all bullets or beams fired at Clamo were deflected. Clamo simply charged at person after person, killing them with his fists. This repetitive and tedious process was performed hundreds of times. 20 minutes later, only Clamo stood in the entire conference hall, all others having become mutilated corpses on the floor. Blood flowed out through the cracks of the conference hall door, then along the floor to outside the office building. Clamo sat in the main seat at the conference table, facing the Maggot Eye. Hello everyone, it's 9 o'clock solar time tonight, and I am the new governor of Nostromo. I declare that the entire world of Nostromo is now under full martial law. 1 solar hour from now, no gatherings of more than 30 people will be permitted anywhere on Nostromo. Those currently gathered for various reasons must immediately return home. Clamo finished speaking and waited quietly. Time passed until 1 solar hour later. Clamo's flagship descended outside Nostromo's orbit. The void defense facilities in the star system ignored the battleship because its internal personnel had been taken control of by the mortal ground forces dispatched by the battleship. And those ships in the star system disguised as transport vessels had already prepared for battle when Clamo's battleship arrived in the star system, but now they showed no reaction, as those who had been bribed refused to carry out any orders from the ground. After the battleship descended, its specially designed energy weapons at the bottom aimed at the surface. Clamo took out a data slate, which was connected to the energy weapons control center. On the surface, some gang members were still gathered on a street outside the office building. Clamo tapped the screen. The lance released a barely visible beam of light, vaporizing all the gang members in a controlled, small-scale explosion. This scene was also simultaneously broadcast by the Maggot Eye. Those who defy the martial law order will face this fate. Chapter 576, The Plan to Eradicate Evil. A transport plane flew in the air, heading towards its target. The assistant, who had just been with Clamo, was now fully armed, wearing power armor, carrying a rifle on his back, and holding a data slate. Maggot Eye had taken over all of Nostromo's audio-visual equipment, only the operational communication devices, which had been whitelisted yesterday, were still functioning normally. The data slate displayed everything Governor Clamo had done. At this very moment, special task forces, endowed with the full authority to investigate, try, and judge, are en route to various operational locations. These special task forces are composed of the following personnel. Vigilantes who harbor a deep hatred for gangs, and victims. Those who, unwilling to associate with evildoers, were reduced to beggars, but now have new options since my arrival. Retired veterans from the Nusari Immortal Auxiliary, reformed, they joined the military when they were young, knowing nothing but killing, and after retirement, were sent to me by the Nusaria Sector's Employment Department. Hearing Clamo say this, the assistant looked up at the 3 people in the 3 seats in front of him. These 3 people were Nusarians. The other members of the squad would occasionally look at something or chat at this time, but these 3 Nusarians said nothing, sitting like robots, eyes closed, waiting for the transport plane to reach its destination. Evildoers, you may monopolize almost everything on Nostromo, be it resources, food, or anything else. But there is one thing you can never monopolize. That is violence. The transport plane arrived above a mansion. The hatch opened. The assistant put away his data slate and was the first to jump down. The remaining 10 members of the squad followed, and Maggot Eye descended behind them, filming them. The team members advanced in silence, shooting any security personnel they saw along the way, finally arriving at the center of the mansion. The assistant kicked open the door, 7 people remained outside on alert, and the rest entered the room. Maggot Eye immediately filmed the family huddled in the corner. The man was first pulled up by a team member and pressed to the ground, then handed paper and a pen. Write down a list of your gang's management personnel, name, age, and real address. If even one is fabricated, I'll wipe out your entire family, the assistant said, stepping forward. The man looked at the paper and pen, then at Maggot Eye, and the television broadcasting the situation here. He shook his head. People say the new governor is a kind and just man, very moral and also. The assistant turned to look at the other team members. 2 Nusarians stepped forward, grabbed the man's wife and children, and pulled out portable plastic bags to put over their heads. The man finally wrote the list, and the plastic bags over his wife's and children's heads were torn open. The assistant squatted down, picked up the list, and said coldly, "You've done a great service. As a reward, your family can live to greet the new era of Nostromo." With that, he raised his gun and shot the man. The action squad jumped into the transport plane through the window and sped away. There were hundreds of such action squads, active throughout Nostromo, with elite squads being followed and having their footage switched back and forth by Maggot Eye. Ordinary people, whether survivors or low-level gang members, would be surprised by the brutality and decisiveness of these upright armed personnel, because they used the gang's methods against the gang leadership. They were also well-equipped and trained individuals, acting with greater efficiency and precision. And those with some status would begin to ponder, wondering how the new governor had accomplished so much in such a short time, bribing ship controllers, forming and training action squads, planning the entire operation. The killing of those representatives in the recent meeting was meaningless, but it was never for negotiation, but rather a declaration of war. The night operation would continue for some time. Clamo said no more, picked up his data slate, and prepared to blow up several noble residences. He selected a target, then clicked fire. After waiting for more than 10 seconds, the small-scale orbital bombardment did not arrive as expected. Everything seemed to have frozen. What thunderous methods! Hearing the voice, Clamo stood up and turned around. The Jean Father's foster father, the White Knight Lord, Qin Xia, leaned against a pillar in the hall, looking at Clamo. Upon his arrival, he had paused time and causality across all of Nostramo, plunging everything except himself and Clamo into a state of stillness. Guide, Clamo saluted. The two had not met for the first time, but many times. When Conrad Kurz first came to Nuceria, during the Dawn Star conflict, they had met. Clamo didn't know why Qin Xia appeared here, nor did he know how Qin Xia, who was rumored to have gone missing a while ago, appeared here. In the current situation, he felt he needed to explain his actions. If Nostramo were a planet whose situation wasn't so dire, I would adopt the more preferred, rational, and harmonious methods of a Primarch. But Nostramo is a planet where the number of deaths due to crime this year exceeds newborns by 1.2 million. Nobles, gangs, they are deeply entrenched and difficult to eradicate. A Primarch can only maintain stability for a few years with his own strength, and after he leaves, the planet reverts to its original state. Here, people can even corrupt a Space Marines Legion. Clamo said. Your plan, elaborate. Qin Xia understood how dire Nostramo's situation was and didn't seem to be blaming Clamo. Maintain stability for a period with violence and deterrence, just as the Lord of the 8th Legion did, but during this period of stability, attempt to transform Nostramo. Clamo spoke of his idea. Using fear and deterrence to bring stability. Clamo believed that a part of Conrad Kurz's thinking was correct, which was that in a place like Nostramo, fear and deterrence establish order and maintain stability. Everyone sits together to talk, then takes a step forward and a step back, slowly maneuvering, using words instead of blood. The kind of ruling game played on Pompeii would simply not work here. But the knowledge and experience Clamo had acquired also made him realize that maintaining high-pressure rule, fear, and deterrence long-term was also not feasible. Conrad Kurz's mistake was that after bringing stability, he did not bring deeper changes to Nostramo. Those whom Conrad Kurz considered evil were merely terrified into submission, rather than having their breeding ground completely eradicated. Training action squads and eliminating gang leaders, this is what Clamo would do next. To eliminate all evildoers? Of course not, there aren't many clean people on Nostramo, but those low-level gang members and those who barely survive amidst evil, those who are swept along by the current, they are forced to do evil by their environment. If they had not been born into Nostramo's current disordered order, they would be normal people due to their tendency to go with the flow. Broadcasting what was happening tonight with Maggot Eye was precisely to deter these fence-sitters, to make them seriously consider which side they would stand on in the future. And the few who, even in an evil environment, refuse to compromise, they would be encouraged. When the deterrence phase ends and a new order needs to be built, they will become the backbone, influencing those who go with the flow. In my estimation, deterrence will last for 6 months. During this half year, I will gradually build an economic system, laws, culture, and education. Then, we will monopolize physiological needs, ensure that the vast majority of people have bread and circuses, and allow a generation to receive new education and grow up. With such a process, even the Fenricians would be managed to be well behaved. Clamo said. After listening carefully to the plan, Qin Xia nodded in approval. I now know why Angron sent you to govern Nostramo. Unfortunately, I am the only one among those sent who arrived smoothly. The warp storm suddenly raged, Clamo said with some regret, otherwise, Nostramo would have been turned upside down on the very night I arrived. Indeed. Qin Xia felt that if all the people Angron had arranged for Clamo had arrived, Nostramo would probably have already been changed by the time he came here. What did you experience before? Clamo asked about matters outside Nostramo. 2 legions and Primarches have rebelled, Qin Xia said. Upon hearing this news, Clamo immediately felt that nothing happening on Nostramo mattered anymore. Compared to the major events an entire empire was experiencing, these matters on Nostramo were trivial, and he himself was not participating in a grander cause, merely doing work akin to bandit suppression on this planet. It was like during the Great Crusade, some Nusrians became Space Marines fighting across the galaxy, while others merely checked a street for people urinating or defecating in public. You only need to focus on what is in front of you, Qin Xia said. I also have things I want to do on Nostramo. Guide, within the Imperium, war is raging, Clamo said euphemistically. He wanted to leave with Qin Xia, but only after arranging a suitable governor, and cultivating the indispensable supportive forces for mortal rulers. He was confident he could design a new process that would continue to operate normally after his departure, completely transforming Nostramo. This would both fulfill the Primarch's heavy trust and allow him to do greater things. Nostramo is very important, it is the 8th Legion's recruitment world, the 8th Primarch's home planet. The situation here is enough to influence the internal situation of the 8th Legion. Qin Xia walked towards Clamo, patted him on the shoulder, your burden is heavy. Focus on what you are doing. I will leave after I have completed what I want to do. Yes, guide, Clamo saluted with a fist to his chest. Chapter 577, The Punisher. One day later. Somewhere on Nostramo. Qin Xia stood outside a basement, a list in his hand. Whenever Qin Xia's gaze fell on a name on the list, a person would emerge from somewhere in the mansion, walk past Qin Xia like a puppet, and enter the basement. Finally, that person would wake up in a daze, realizing they had done something foolish without their control. There were more than 30 people on the list. After all 30+ people had entered the basement, the list in Qin Xia's hand began to burn and turn to ash. Inside the basement, the more than 30 people all stared at Qin Xia, holding their breath. Facing a space marines rather than an ordinary person, these high and mighty individuals even had their breathing turned to manual mode, let alone moving the muscles in their legs to escape. Who is Conser? Qin Xia asked. Everyone immediately turned around, looking at the person standing at the very end. The middle-aged man slowly walked out, trembling and staggering, then lowered his head after coming to a stop. The information I received says you once tortured at least 20 people to death. Qin Xia recalled the contents of the list, then snapped his fingers. The middle-aged man's head exploded, and his body fell to its knees with a thud amidst the barely suppressed gasps of the onlookers. The remaining people now understood why the space marines at the door, who clearly seemed to be allied with the governor, had come. Just like the special operations forces loyal to the governor on Nostramo at this moment, he was here solely for the purest physical annihilation of a certain group on this star of sin. As they expected. Qin Xia then called out names one by one, read out their crimes, and then executed them. After completing this process, Qin Xia stood in a pool of blood, perceiving everything in the non-material realm, non-real entities and non-concrete phenomena. And after perceiving, a judgment emerged in Qin Xia's mind: no ripples. Completely ineffective, he murmured. Since meeting Governor Clamo, who Angron had assigned to Nostramo yesterday, Qin Xia had been undertaking the second trial of the fourfold trial, the one related to Kern's concept, the wrathful incarnation. The specific steps to complete this trial involved acting as a punisher on Nostramo, delivering ultimate judgment to those hated by others. In short, it was to right wrongs. But he had been doing this for about 6 solar hours, from yesterday until now. He had killed hundreds of those who were hated. However, after doing all this, when Qin Xia perceived and tried to determine if he was on the right track, he never sensed any ripples. Whether it was the Valiant Lord or the Myriad Knowledge Codex trial, after finding the right path, choosing the right method, and starting to act, Qin Xia could vaguely sense fluctuations from the warp. Perhaps it was a mental projection of some event in the warp, or perhaps a surge in the warp caused by worldly events. In any case, it would elicit a reaction that Qin Xia could sense. Damned souls! An ethereal roar entered Qin Xia's ears. Qin Xia's right eye glowed with a pearly white light, and in that psychic vision, he saw a truly supernatural phenomenon occurring. A large group of people, like black mist, surrounded the more than 30 people Qin Xia had just killed. Those 30+ people were souls. The people like black mist were souls, yes, and no. They were more like non-material entities formed by residual soul matter coalescing in the warp with many strong mental projection energies. Normally, a mortal soul, upon leaving its body, would be torn apart by warp energy and merge with the warp. But on Nostramo, it was different. Because crime was rampant here, 99% of people did not die natural deaths. The souls of those who died unnatural deaths would generate strong mental projections, such as resentment. The black energy Qin Xia saw in Nostramo's warp corresponding structure was a product of mental projection. It would bind the most stubborn parts of those souls torn apart by the warp. They are yours, Qin Xia said to the black mists. The black mist people immediately swarmed forward, tearing apart the souls of those punished by Qin Xia. They were the ones killed by these 30+ people. All resentment and old grudges dissolved in this process. Qin Xia witnessed the entire process, then perceived again, still with no ripples. His actions had not stirred any power, causing the trial to progress in the slightest. Qin Xia sat cross-legged on the ground and began to think seriously. Even now, Qin Xia still firmly believed that his approach was absolutely correct, only that there were slight errors in the execution process. Where exactly was the problem? Qin Xia re-examined the entire process in reverse, then thought about his current situation. Regarding the 333 star system incident previously, the reason that star system was closely tied to the number 3, and the governor of the fortress world was also someone he knew. Qin Xia believed that his power was gradually seeping into the reality universe, beginning to influence certain things. Thinking of this, Qin Xia then recalled all the things he had done this day. He realized that he was merely like a killing machine, holding a list that seemed like a program, and then killing one person after another. The problem clearly lay here. As for how to solve this problem, Qin Xia immediately thought of a solution. Psychic power permeates the real structure. Qin Xia slowly closed his eyes, his soul arriving at Nostramo's corresponding structure in the warp, and began to attempt to communicate with the strong mental energy enveloping Nostramo. Countless resentments and grievances that had once occurred on this planet flowed into Qin Xia's perception. Those black energies enveloped Qin Xia like a storm, roaring in his senses. This process was equivalent to countless people who had died with unwillingness and resentment coming before Qin Xia, confiding in him for what felt like many years in the reality universe, and begging him for revenge. The form of confiding and begging was not words or wailing. Qin Xia opened his senses, experiencing snippets of the past from the perspective of individual Nostramones. Ike. Qin Xia heard a voice and turned to look. A girl, probably only 6 years old, stood beside him, offering him dried meat made from roasted rat meat. Qin Xia reached out and took it. The girl sat beside him, silently gnawing on a small piece of dried meat. The sewer was filled with a pungent odor, but both of them were used to it. Even sitting on the damp, sticky platform beside the waterway, they could eat while enduring the acrid stench. Occasionally, a few corpses would be carried by sewage, floating down the waterway and past them. Both of them could ignore this sight. On Nostramo, dead bodies were much easier to get used to than the heavy stench in the sewers. Tomorrow I'll go kill a few people for Shou, and he'll give me some money, then we can move to a different place to live, Qin Xia said, gnawing on the dried meat. Move where? The girl asked. I don't know. Probably somewhere with at least a shack. Be careful, don't die, or I won't have a companion anymore. Don't worry. Even though I'm not much older than you, I don't need to go head to head. There's a dog hole and a ventilation duct where I kill people. Only I can crawl in and out. After I kill someone and escape, no one can catch me. Qin Xia left the sewer the next day to kill the person who would earn him a bounty. The target was in an apartment building. To kill the target, one had to crawl through a dog hole, bypass the security system, then follow a pipe to get past the target's bodyguards, and then, in the ventilation duct of the target's room, open a container of chemical gas. He absolutely must not forget to wear a gas mask. The plan was like this, but Qin Xia immediately learned one thing when he began to execute the plan. Plans change. The dog hole was locked. He didn't know how to pick the lock, so the plan failed. After returning to the sewer, he found that the girl he depended on was gone. Then came 1 or 2 years of living in the sewers. Qin Xia grew up, worked for gangs, and then accidentally learned that the girl had been sold. Shou, who hired him to kill, didn't actually want him to kill. He just wanted to send him away, capture and sell the girl, and then, under the guise of I'll help you find her, make him foolishly work for him. Although he discovered the truth, he could only endure it and slowly investigate. One day, Qin Xia finally found a clue about the girl from back then. He followed the trail, investigated various leads, and finally found a videotape. The girl had died that year, tortured to death by her buyer. Qin Xia personally experienced this resentful period. The humanoid silhouette formed by black mist knelt on the ground, wailing and crying. Among the 30 people Qin Xia had just killed was the enemy of this wrathful entity before him. He was crushed like an ant by a more powerful existence. This experience on Nostramo wasn't considered an earth-shattering act of resentment. If Nostramones knew about it, they would only think it was no big deal, as such things were all too common. Even if they weren't Nostramones, upon seeing such a thing, they would only feel pity, not deep-seated hatred or a desire for revenge. Qin Xia was like that. It wasn't until he had just experienced the most painful and resentful experience of the wrathful entity's life, taking on the identity of Ike, that he felt differently, as if everything had happened to him personally. Because personal experience could tell him what lay beneath the surface, telling him the connection between the wrathful entity and that girl. They were both homeless, their parents having died in gang conflicts or simply as gang members. They depended on each other, forming a bond far closer than blood relatives. I will help you settle your last grudge. Qin Xia raised his hand. The two people the wrathful entity hated were the buyer and Shou. The former had already been executed by Qin Xia, only the latter survived. In an instant, Qin Xia found Shou on Nostramo. This fellow was a soulless one, though not particularly talented. With just a thought, this soulless one, Shou, was teleported by Qin Xia into the basement, where he stood in the blood of the dead, panicking. During this process, a soulless one's anti-psychic power was utterly insufficient to counteract the influence of Qin Xia's powerful psychic abilities. Ike. The man named Shou looked at Qin Xia, a look of shock on his face. Didn't I throw you into the meat grinder back then? Before he could finish speaking, Qin Xia, disguised as Ike with a psychic illusion, shattered Sheiluo's neck with a punch, then used psychic power to rip his soul from his body and cast it into Slaanish's realm in the warp. He was tormented as a toy for a Slaanish daemon, a torment that would last for eternity, until stars collapsed and gods withered. Having done this, Qin Xia turned to look at the wrathful entity. The most stubborn part of Ike's soul, which had become the entity, gradually dissipated. His great revenge was exacted, and even Qin Xia, who had personally experienced the past from Ike's perspective, felt a sense of exhilaration from a great revenge fulfilled. He had only killed one person. This was only 1% of the people Qin Xia had punished when he came to Nostramo to complete the ritual, but the emotions he generated during this process stirred ripples in the warp, and the wrathful incarnation trial seemed to be nourished like parched land. The projection and dissolution of resentment were the nutrients that nourished the trial. As Qin Xia had thought after sitting down after killing more than 30 people, this trial was not only about becoming a punisher to kill certain people, but also about becoming the incarnation of hatred and injustice. The way to become an incarnation was to perceive everything experienced by those black energies of condensed wrathful entities in their lifetime, and to generate corresponding emotions, as if they had personally descended into the reality universe for revenge. Having found the right method, Qin Xia continued with the trial. He established empathy with every wrathful entity, experiencing each event from a first-person perspective. This process took place in the warp, lasting only a moment in reality. Afterward, Qin Xia did not personally bring one deserving person after another before him. He was not required to do so, it was merely that not killing the person named Sheiluo face-to-face just now would not have been enough to quell the anger. After Qin Xia opened his eyes, tens of thousands of people on Nostramo suddenly died at the same moment. They were doing various things in their lives, but in an instant, their souls were pulled out of their bodies. Qin Xia even used psychic power to protect these people, who were considered demons by most on Nostramo, so that their souls would not be torn apart by the warp. These souls were then sent to Slaanish's realm. With a single thought, Qin Xia guided the countless wrathful incarnations surrounding Nostramo, bringing them to the edge of Slaanish's realm to witness their living enemies undergoing torments that even the most imaginative living beings could never fathom a fraction of. The resentment surrounding Nostramo's warp structure was dissolving. Qin Xia opened his eyes and saw the fourfold trial suspended in the air. At this moment, he suddenly realized that the mental energy generated by the release of resentment on Nostramo alone was not enough for him to complete the trial. But it didn't matter, for Nostramo was not the only world whose old resentments Qin Xia had vicariously released, there was also Nuceria. During the New Star Rebellion, Qin Xia had once commanded God King Titans to gather the resentment of the dead and unleash a psychic torrent. Afterward, he and the rebellion together slaughtered the High Knight and Guard's lackey classes. This event happened many years ago, but there is no time in the warp. One of the fourfold trials, the Wrathful Incarnation, was completed. After completing the previous two trials, Qin Xia's will was already a massive entity in the warp, with power, concepts, and mental projections drawn to him like planets captured by a star's gravity. Therefore, Qin Xia did not enter Kern's realm, nor did he directly confront the Blood God and seize a portion of power from the Chaos Gods. That power was guided into his body, becoming a part of him. New content appeared on the fourfold trial, as usual. Brutal Executioner, only slaughter. Chapter 578, Warp Enlightenment. Inside the vast command deck. 1,000 Blood Axe Kangan warriors set up battle lines around the throne at the center of the command deck. Gusa stood on the throne, raising his hands towards the swarming demons in front of him. Rapid-fire multi-barrel energy machine guns, embedded in his heavy arm guards, unleashed a torrent of fire forward. Squeaky Fart took on the role of logistics and maintenance, using the innate psychic abilities of the orc race to create ammunition and repair equipment. His slender, long hands seemed to possess the power to turn decay into wonder, even spent casings dropped on the ground could be made usable in his hands. Super Xiao Qin, a towering iron man, had even his joints extend into weapons. He stood in the direction of the most ferocious demonic assault, becoming the core of the battle line's firepower, like a heavy artillery emplacement on the walls of a large military fortress. How long have we been fighting? Gusa turned to look at his little buddy, his tone relaxed and calm. 10 Krakow months. Squeaky Fart inserted a loaded magazine into Super Xiao Qin's back. Gusa pondered for a moment. Krakow was his home planet, with a very long day-night cycle, one day equivalent to 2 Terran days. They had been fighting for 10 whole Krakow months. Gusa felt no fatigue, nor despair. He was only concerned about his 1,000 Kangan warriors. However, there was no time or causal order in the warp, so there was no need to worry about whether the Kangan warriors' stamina could hold out. Just keep fighting. Having reached this conclusion, Gusa leaped up and charged out of the battle line, a battle axe in hand, landing among the hordes of demons. He raised his head and swung his axe simultaneously, decapitating a row of blood-red demons. The battleships I think I need this 2 force field, a Geller field-like device invented by Squeaky Fart, was still active, and material attacks still affected the demons. However, this force field could not completely isolate warp creatures, but this was precisely what its inventor, Squeaky Fart, and Squeaky Fart's big buddy, Gusa, wanted. Every entry into the warp was like a training exercise. All orc auxiliary forces, the Kangan warriors, would fight against demons in a warp journey, gaining experience. For the Blood Axe Warlord. For the Old Ones. The Kangan warriors followed in the Blood Axe Warlord's footsteps, forming a line around Gusa. These elite warriors, clad in heavy armor and wielding bolt guns, stood layered upon mountains of demon corpses. The beast in the very center held the Blood Axe battle standard, standing at the very top of the beast mountain. Slaughter, gunfire, and roars formed a brutal tableau. This scene of slaughter would have no end. The ship, stranded by the storm, would remain in crisis until a certain event arrived. Until things took a turn. Detecting intense psychic fluctuations. Squeaky Fart projected the armor's data monitoring information to Gusa. The Blood Axe Warlord fought his way out of the demon horde. The moment he turned around, a powerful psychic shock enveloped the entire ship. The surrounding warp storm was completely dispelled, but it quickly reappeared, which, in the causal-less environment of the warp, was equivalent to never having been dispelled. But the ship did not remain stranded, instead, it was suddenly pulled to a certain place. Blinding bright light accompanied the impact, causing all living beings on the giant ship to fall into a momentary or eternal trance. The demons, scattered throughout the ship and locked in a bloody battle with the besieged orcs and Iron Man, were wiped clean by the psychic shock. After the trance, Gusa looked out the viewport. Outside was the warp-equivalent structure of a certain planet, looking extremely distorted. Black energy enveloped it. But then, all that energy dissipated, and the planet's corresponding structure was no longer twisted and bizarre. A crimson nova rose in the warp. Another powerful psychic shock struck, pushing the ship far away. At this moment, only Gusa could stand upright amidst the impact. Because of some conceptual, fated connection, Gusa could sense the source of that powerful impact. The Blood Axe Warlord subconsciously looked back at the Iron Man. What is your main body doing? The Iron Man named Super Xiao Qin could not sense anything. Qin Xia was the crimson nova rising in the warp. The completion of the triple trials, the extraction of certain parts of Kern's many concepts or psychic projections, did not merely allow Qin Xia to complete a trial and gain some immeasurable power. He had acquired certain more powerful traits and authorities. Gusa and his companion's ship was pulled back again, arriving near the warp-equivalent structure of Nostramo. Qin Xiaozhuo hovered there, and he saw Gusa and the others. Recalling how Gusa and his group had previously gone to rescue Horus, Qin Xiao found it hard not to wonder why these guys were in the warp, and why Horus wasn't on the ship. However, Qin Xiao quickly understood. Not only did he realize that the reason I saw Super Xiao Qin and Gusa's group rescue Horus before was because my future self guided them to do so, but he also observed that Gusa's destiny would reach a crossroads in this matter. As a crucial figure, he would make a choice and embark on two different but equally important paths in matters related to Horus. The fated connection between Qin Xiao and Gusa allowed him to see the future of this giant beast, rather than seeing countless different threads in the veil of destiny for a real living being. Go help Horus. A voice echoed in Gusa's ears. Along with it, a coordinate in the reality universe appeared in Gusa's mind. Gusa did not immediately agree, but first considered what he could gain from such a matter. After deliberation, he made a decision. The ship was thrown out of the warp by powerful psychic energy, entering the reality universe. Detecting enemy ships. Squeaky Fart projected the star system status. The entire ship was no longer in the warp, but in a star system in the reality universe. Within the star system were some strange battleships covered in tentacles and pustules, clearly having chaos components. Prepare for naval combat. Gusa roared his order, walking to the command deck's control console. He ordered the Gretchen operators, who had been hiding in the shadows, scan that planet for me, then activate the teleportation device. The orcs on the command deck had been hiding throughout the warp stranding battle, protected by Gusa and his group. Now they immediately jumped out and returned to their battle stations. Nova cannon ready, sir. The Gretchen officer in charge of weapon controls pressed down his cap brim, gripping the joystick and aiming at the enemy ship. Other Gretchen officers also became busy. An Imperial big guy is near the equator. Teleport us down. Yes sir. Teleportation initiated. Gusa, Squeaky Fart, and Super Xiao Qin, who had just transformed from a turret back into his humanoid form, all vanished in a flash of light from the command deck. 3 green lights pierced through the void battlefield, arriving on the surface at the same moment a green torrent shattered 3 enemy ships. The light dissipated. Gusa saw the Imperial big guy, who was Horus, lying on the ground, incredibly weak at this moment. Once upon a time, Gusa recalled, Horus seemed quite powerful during the Ulaner campaign. But now, Horus appeared utterly defenseless against the plague warriors and Nurgle demons approaching him, preparing to take him away. Gusa stepped forward, quickly killing the plague warriors and demons. He picked up Horus with one hand, raising him towards the sky. Light flared, and the 3 returned to the battleship. Squeaky Fart began to examine Horus's physical condition. Super Xiao Qin gazed at the Primarch from the side. Gusa, meanwhile, looked out the viewport. Facing the giant ship designed and built by Squeaky Fart, the enemies were even more helpless than Horus had been just now, and were all destroyed. Don't get bogged down in battle, withdraw. Gusa ordered with a wave of his hand. Squeaky Fart set the navigation coordinates near the border of the 2 major human factions that was the closest human territory. The ship began to sail again. However, this time it was not using a warp engine, but a Harad Alien's time engine. I think Harad time tech should work selectively. Force field, a supporting facilities device specifically designed for the time engine, took effect. Time inside and around the ship accelerated, consuming all fuel to burst out hundreds of light years, entering an uninhabited star system. Resupply energy. Gusa ordered. Squeaky Fart immediately arranged for mining vessels to approach the planet in the star system that had been scanned for high-energy minerals. At the same time, the other side of the ship began to face the star, drawing energy. With these multiple measures working in conjunction, resupply could be completed within a period, and navigation could resume. Humans won't just watch us enter their territory. Squeaky Fart reported after checking Horus's body, his physical condition is fine, but his mind has been tormented too much, and Primarches are also psychic beings, so his mental state will also affect his mobility. Gusa looked at Horus. He didn't care at all whether this guy was alright. As for Squeaky Fart's first sentence just now. Yes, humans won't just watch us enter their territory. Gusa glanced at Super Xiao Qin, they won't even watch it enter. The Iron Man spread his hands, nonsense, otherwise how could I run around the galaxy with you beasts? Put a spacesuit on Horus. Once we reach Nuceria or the fringe star systems of Ultramar, we'll throw this guy into the void and then run. Gusa made the arrangements. Squeaky Fart considered it for a moment, thought this method would work, and set about preparing a spacesuit for Horus. The power of I think had been utilized by the Gretchen to a state of perfection. He could casually pull out some materials from his backpack and, with a series of banging and smashing, create whatever he wanted. Once the finished product was put on Horus, they only needed to wait for the ship to finish collecting fuel and drawing energy before heading straight for the human star system. However, Squeaky Fart didn't quite understand one thing, what Gusa wanted to gain after helping the Green Tide Butcher. The elevation of the orc race? This was indeed Gusa's previous goal, his fight against chaos was for this. But after trying, he found that it wasn't such a good idea. Besides Gusa becoming stronger, other orcs, such as the Kangan warriors, still showed no qualitative leap. Perhaps the idea that the way to remove the old one's restrictions on the orcs is for the orcs to fight chaos was inherently flawed. Detecting warp energy fluctuations. The report reached Squeaky Fart's ears, interrupting the Gretchen's thoughts. Gusa looked out the viewport, his superhuman vision seeing a small fleet of only a dozen cruisers emerging from the Mandeville point at the edge of the star system. The ship's appearance clearly indicated they were Imperium of Man vessels. Goose's first reaction was that the humans had come to pick up Horus. But a moment later, his second reaction was to realize that warp storms were raging, and that the storms were personally stirred up by the gods. In such a situation, it would be impossible for any force traveling through the warp for faster than light travel to successfully arrive in the star system. This is an Imperium of Man border patrol fleet. A holographic image device projected a green humanoid silhouette, appearing to be a space marine. After communication was established and a sentence spoken, the space marine's face showed surprise at the individuals on the command deck, but he still forcibly suppressed his astonishment. You seem to have no ill will. Hand over the War Master to us, and we will give you any reward. The space marine continued. Send out a transport, hand over this big guy to them. Goose turned and ordered Squeaky Fart. The little buddy did not hesitate, immediately ordering the Gretchen stretcher bearers to take Horus to the transport. The two sides ships were approaching each other. Horus was loaded into a transport, and the flying vehicle, ahead of the battleship, passed through the void shield, heading straight for the human fleet. On the human fleet's side, a group of aircraft escorted two vehicles towing giant containers, approaching Goose's flagship. Inside there's only gold and the teeth of non-blood axe inferior beasts. Squeaky Fart said, staring at the containers. Goose stood with his hands behind his back, silent. Finally, the beasts and Iron Man on the command deck watched as Horus was sent into the enemy ship. Then, a green light flashed on the command deck, and Horus appeared on the floor. The Primarch had been exchanged for something. Kaboom! Squeaky Fart snapped his fingers. In the human fleet, the ship where the transport carrying Horus had docked was blown into two. And on Goose's flagship, the aircraft formation began to dive towards the battleship before the explosion occurred. The aircraft suicidally covered two small fighters that bypassed the point defense fire and crashed into the ship's armor, creating two holes in the flagship. In the extremely quick exchange that had just taken place, both sides understood each other implicitly. Fight! Goose ordered. The command deck was immediately illuminated by the intense flashes of various weapons firing. This is just a vanguard fleet. Goose stood with his back to the viewport, saying without turning his head, they definitely have more people. I don't know how they tracked us down. We still need 10 days to have sufficient supplies. Squeaky Fart completed complex calculations in his head. I'm not talking about supplying enough to directly charge into Nuceria or Ultramar, but enough to get us out of this star system and escape pursuit. Goose considered the importance of Horus, and the various messages he had received during the psychic enlightenment from the Green Tide Butcher in the warp just now. Horus's location, the Imperium of Man rebels, the warp storm, the powerful 11th Legion. Finally, Goose made a very decisive decision, send out landing parties to occupy the planet. I want you to build it into an indestructible iron star. All right. Squeaky Fart nodded. I'm sorry, buddy, your masterpiece. Goose scanned the entire command deck, it might be abandoned on the 6th day. I'm very sorry, but I must make this decision, that is, even at such a cost, we must protect this big guy named Horus. I don't care about any masterpiece, I only care about us. Squeaky Fart turned and left the command deck, as long as, in your decision, the two of us won't perish here, that's fine. Goose still faced the viewport, his hands behind his back. A moment later, he turned slightly towards Qin Xia, making a gesture to invite him. Once Squeaky Fart deploys the factory on the planet, Iron Man will be produced continuously. Super Xiao Qin said, what did my main body say that gave you such determination? Goose remained silent, slowly lowering his head, lost in thought. As he expected, fleet after fleet of the 11th Legion jumped out of the warp and entered the star system. It was then that Goose continued, the Green Tide Butcher promised me, ascension. Hundreds of 11th Legion warships gradually entered the star system, surrounding the only warship in the star system from all directions. Then the void battle began. Both sides exchanged fire. This process was extremely simple and direct. The Wadoic energy shield was overloaded, and the hull was hit. Goose, who had no intention of dying while defending the ship, immediately ordered a teleport, refusing to engage in a boarding action with the Space Marines. When Goose, as the rearguard, also teleported away, the entire ship self-destructed before being sunk. This masterpiece of a Squeaky Fart ship formed a Gretchen head made of green energy when it exploded. The 11th Legion fleet approached the planet and began landing operations. It wasn't until the first light spear struck the surface that a large warship bearing the 11 mark of the 11th Legion pierced through the curtain and entered the reality universe. The warship's size was equivalent to the Gloriana-class battleship that the 11th Legion had lost in the Chemos naval battle. All the technology used in the entire warship was cutting edge. In fact, due to its massive size and short construction period, this new flagship had to be built in the warp. As for where the new flagship came from, even the high-ranking officers of the 11th Legion themselves were unsure. According to their understanding of the star systems the 11th Legion could control, neither their homeworld star system nor other industrial star systems possessed the capability to build such a giant ship. Clearly, the new flagship did not come from the 11th Legion itself, but from someone else. The entire planet is enveloped by an energy barrier, similar to the one we saw in the Battle of Krakow during the Ulaner campaign, but much harder to deal with than a void shield or anything like that. The flagship just fired a planet-killing weapon, but it was useless. Just like in the Beast Emperor decapitation battle, the planet-killing weapon was teleported elsewhere. We originally thought those Blood Axe clan orc barbarians wouldn't be too difficult to deal with now, but the reality far exceeded our expectations. 11 led a large group of Space Marines down the flagship's corridor. The Space Marines behind him wore armor colored either green or purple, indicating their allegiance to the two currently rebellious legions, the 11th Legion and the Emperor's Children. Fulgrim should have appeared with the Emperor's Children Lord Commanders present, but he had lost his combat command capabilities. 11 still remembered the last time he saw Fulgrim. He had gone to Slaanish's realm and met his brother in his bedchamber. Fulgrim, who had been assassinated by Qinxia during the Chemo's Landing battle, had resurrected, but he had become a monstrous hybrid with a human body and a snake tail after his resurrection. Fulgrim could no longer be called a Primarch, he had become a part of Slaanish, a puppet, a demon, having lost his physical body. The 11th Legion will remain here and try to seize Horus. 11 finally spoke. Outside the porthole, the strong glare of the light spear occasionally illuminated the dark corridor. Half of the Primarch's cold, numb face was in the light, the other half hidden in darkness. I thought you would give us the task of seizing Horus, said the lord named Eidolon. If you ask me, rather than a head-on fight, it's better to let us conduct special operations. Eidolon's head had once been torn off by Fulgrim and thrown into a bathtub filled with wine. Fabius Bile, the Emperor's Children apothecary, managed to stitch his head back on, bringing him back to life. After his rebirth, Eidolon still feared Fulgrim, but he had little apprehension or reverence for 11, who seemed easy to talk to and completely unemotional. Seeing that 11 and the other unnamed high-ranking 11th Legion officers present did not comment on his questioning, Eidolon continued, the 11th Legion should be dealing with the Death Guard, Raven Guard, and Imperial Fists, as well as a whole host of other loyalist legions, conquering strongholds, not suddenly running over to the Ultima Segmentum. You have other combat missions. 11 did not explain why he wasn't attacking the defenses organized by Mortarion but instead came to the Ultima Segmentum. What mission? To assault a planet called Sutha. After the conversation, 11 sent the coordinates to Eidolon's armor, allowing him to see the star map. Sutha, an agricultural world within the 500 Worlds territory. Unremarkable, peaceful, and leisurely. Whether before or after the warp storms raged, they lived a pastoral life, untouched by the galaxy's wars, which had no bearing on the Suthans. What's the value in this? Eidolon couldn't help but complain about this seemingly exile order. There are only a little over 100 of us Emperor's Children, including myself. The Legion is in decline, that's true, but you wouldn't send us to attack a farm, would you? Sutha is very important. There's a device on it that can compensate for the enemy's sublight speed travel disadvantage before the Webway project is completed, 11 said. Eidolon looked at the star map again. He thought that if someone made such a decision, to place a device that could compensate for the enemy's sublight speed travel disadvantage before the Webway project is completed on this damned agricultural world, instead of Makrag, the center of the 500 worlds, or the neighboring Nuceria, then the person who made that decision must have had his brain ravaged by Slaanish's demons. This star system will be the center of a major campaign, so my legion and I will remain here, 11 said, and Sutha is another strategic location, which you Emperor's Children are perfectly suited to handle. It's still within the 500 worlds, the Ultramarines aren't that easy to deal with. Eidolon decided to give it a try anyway. Fulgrim wasn't in charge now, so everyone still had to obediently listen to 11. There won't be opponents of your caliber there, but you will still need manpower. 11 led Eidolon and the others onward. Finally, the group entered a compartment. The moment the airtight hatch opened, the Emperor's Children exclaimed in surprise, walking to the edge of the guardrail of the entrance link platform and looking down. Dense cold mist filled the entire space, and thousands upon thousands of biological structures, resembling translucent sacs, were neatly arranged. Each biological entity encased a person, and these people were similar in size to Space Marines. They are all new Emperor's Children, 11 said, casually pointing to a biopod. Your Primarch could no longer produce gene seed after merging with Chaos, but fortunately, he came to me to solve your Legion's genetic defects back then. Eidolon leaned on the guardrail, a smile on his face. No wonder 11 became the favorite of the gods, while Fulgrim was only the favorite of one god, Eidolon thought. If he were the gods, he would also choose 11. You might need to conduct infiltration operations. 11 pointed upwards. There's also a compartment up there, containing Astartes from the Midnight Lord's Legion. I've adjusted their gene seed to make their genes express certain aspects more prominently. Like being as good at silent killing as their Primarch. Eidolon interjected, are you making too big a deal out of sending me and my brothers with so many people to conquer a farm? 11 was silent. So we can now mass-produce Space Marines. Eidolon paced along the edge of the guardrail, a possibility forming in his mind, and he trembled with excitement at the thought, we can create countless Space Marines to drown the enemy. Not countless, 11 turned and walked out of the compartment, besides, we don't lack cannon fodder. If the people you're taking encounter the White Knight Lord again, they'll probably be beaten to a pulp by him alone, but this time it will be a little different, their gene seed and heads cannot be used for sacrifice. Eidolon scoffed after hearing this, thinking that the one who needed to deal with the likes of the White Knight Lord wasn't him, but 11. Go do what you need to do. 11 led the Legion's high command away. A moment later, 2 warships were piloted out of the star system by Eidolon and the other Emperor's Children lords, heading straight for Sutha. 11 stood on the command deck, personally directing the landing operation on the unnamed planet. The initial phase of the operation went smoothly, a fortress on the planet fell, and after the 11th Legion warriors captured it, they immediately deployed large-scale teleportation devices to deploy more Space Marines and war machines onto the planet. Everything is going smoothly, 11. When the Primarch led Eidolon and the others to the compartment, the Sub-Individual 3, who was temporarily in command, reported to the Primarch. Sub-Individual 3 was 11's adoptive father and teacher. He was once the leader of a satellite orbiting 11's home world, and during the Primarch's time on the satellite, he taught 11 many things. He also facilitated an agreement between the alien race occupying the planet and the humans defending the satellite, ushering in a new era of peaceful communion. But in the 11th Legion, the status of a Primarch's adoptive father was not a big deal. 11 believed that kinship itself was merely a worthless product of mental projection. He had little father-son affection for the Emperor, let alone an outsider with no blood ties. You shouldn't have attacked rashly, they intended to open a breach to wear down our forces, 11 responded to Sub-Individual 3. The 11th Legion's landing forces, as the Primarch had anticipated, encountered an unprecedented fierce assault. When they held the fortress and called in more ground forces, the attacking side became the defending side for the 11th Legion. Massive numbers of Blood Axe clan greenskins surged towards the fortress from all directions, their numbers far exceeded what was detected during the scan of enemy ships in the void battle phase. And all of them were Blood Axe type greenskins. This meant they possessed advanced weaponry, tactics, and organization. Although almost all of them were cannon fodder like greenskin kids, as individuals of the greenskin race, greenskin kids were still much taller and stronger than the strongest human mortals, and their innate desire for war and bloodlust drove them to fight tirelessly and fearlessly. However, the number of deployed alien auxiliary forces was no less than that of the greenskin kids. The alien race from 11's home world possessed high fertility, rapid growth, and astonishing combat power. No one knew where this alien race came from, only how powerful they were. After a fierce battle, all the greenskin kids were killed, even when all the leading bosses and command groups were wiped out, there was no sign of collapse. Only a very small number of kids retreated after receiving the order to withdraw. They are training troops, 11 analyzed calmly. At this point, the green energy barrier that enveloped the entire planet, which had not previously resisted orbital bombardments like light spears, now began to take effect. The landing forces lost orbital support and faced the second, even more intense wave of attacks alone. This time, it was still massive numbers of greenskin kids, but interspersed among them were some larger greenskins. From the wounds on these greenskins, it could be deduced that they were the very few greenskin infantry who had retreated earlier. The second wave of attacks was again repelled. The third wave of attacks began. This time, the few greenskins who had survived each previous attack disappeared, replaced entirely by greenskin kids. We can't just wear them down, try a counterattack, 11 ordered. His communication with the 11th Legion warriors differed from his communication with his adoptive father, it wasn't through brainwave transmission of language, but through a more convenient modified organ. This organ, located below the pituitary gland, could transmit messages using psychic power. The landing forces did not receive orders in real time but had received them half a solar hour before 11 issued the command. The Space Marines and alien auxiliary forces immediately adjusted, launching active attacks in all directions. They easily cut through the armies of greenskin kids but quickly encountered setbacks. No matter which direction the landing forces attempted to attack, they would run head-on into opponents far more formidable than greenskin kids. These were the Iron Men. Covered in weapons from head to toe, their bodies were crafted from superalloys that even the Harut alien's entropic field could not affect. Bolter rounds often only left tiny scratches on the surface of these killing machines, only weapons with disintegration fields could effectively harm them. However, individual strength was not the Iron Men's advantage, their sheer numbers were the true advantage. Whenever the 11th Legion expended great effort to eliminate an Iron Man company, more Iron Men would emerge from behind the Iron Man's defensive line. The place where the Iron Men were produced was a huge, circular facility, appearing immense, standing on the planet's wilderness. The energy overflow during the processes of metal processing and Iron Man component manufacturing was so great that it could even cause auroras in the sky. Normally, it would be impossible to get such a massive facility running in a short time, as Iron Men are not like greenskins, which are living plants that grow in abundance when thrown into the ground. However, Squeaky Fart, the technological deity of the Blood Axe clan, was on the planet, and his I think it's Workin technology could even transmute atoms. The Iron Men's defensive line could not be breached, and then the greenskin army surged forth from behind the Iron Men again, and the attempt to attack was thwarted at this point. However, 11 remained unperturbed. Compared to the casualties among his sons and alien auxiliary forces, he was more concerned about the Iron Men. In the Eternal Well, 11 was able to see Qinxia's unique past, which had already occurred and left its mark in the reality universe. The controller of all the Iron Men on this planet had learned the Golden Age Iron Man technology. Although limited by the material conditions of this era, it was difficult to recreate those killing machines that even non-material entities would fear, but the simplified versions of the inferior Iron Men were still very terrifying. If the 11th Legion had no other way, the entire Legion thrown into battle would slowly be worn down. 11 realized this. You take over command, I will perform the ritual. 11 teleport out of the command deck. Chapter 583, Mortals against Superhumans. Sutha Campaign Preparation Phase. As the fleet was about to arrive at Sutha, Eidolon issued commands from the heavy cruiser the 11th Primarch had gifted him. The Emperor's children commanders serving Eidolon gathered around the star map projector. Other Space Marines commanders, wearing the armor of different legions, stood like mortals in the corner of the command deck. Among them were Midnight Lords, Salamanders, and even Blood Angels. They had been created by 11, and after awakening in amniotic tanks, a special control device was implanted to ensure these puppets would absolutely obey their new master's commands. Eidolon glanced at these puppets, seeing a spider-like creature clinging to the back of each of their heads, its eerie arthropod limbs delving through their skin into their brain's nerves. At this moment, Eidolon suddenly recalled a question Fabius Bile had once asked him, Tell me, when you command them, are you commanding these warriors, molded from the gene seed of different legions, or are you commanding the bugs clinging to their heads? Eidolon's response had been, I don't care, as long as these cannon fodder are useful. Above the star map, Eidolon's strategic plan was displayed. The most critical point of the campaign, Sutha, was highlighted. The forces assigned to attack Sutha were also marked, 50,000 Emperor's children, 20,000 Midnight Lords, and 20,000 Salamanders. To focus on attacking Sutha and destroying the Pharos lighthouse, Eidolon also selected some strategically valuable worlds or fleets as secondary targets. The forces assigned to attack these secondary targets were also marked, over 10,000 Blood Angels and over 10,000 Salamanders. Their mission was not to engage in direct combat during landings, but to tie down and delay Ultramar's defensive forces and fleets, preventing any fleet or auxiliary army from interfering while Eidolon focused on Sutha. 99% of all forces involved in this campaign, whether attacking Sutha or other secondary targets, were warriors created by 11's biotechnology. A mortal would be captured, placed in an amniotic tank, implanted with gene seed, and forcibly indoctrinated with combat skills. The World Eater's think tank unit possessed biopsychic spells that allowed mortals to achieve 100% successful enhancement, and the 11th Legion had similar methods, though not achieved through psychic powers, but through more advanced biotechnological means. Even though 11 himself had admitted this was not equivalent to unlimited Space Marines production, Eidolon felt that, given the Emperor's children had lost 99% of their numbers in the Chemos campaign, and now he had nearly 40,000 Emperor's children under his command, it was not much different from unlimited Space Marines production. After the fleet arrives at Sutha, my flagship will remain in the star system to fight, and the other warships will carry you away. Go and tie down and delay the Ultramar fleet, ensuring that no interferers join the battle here at Sutha in the short term. Eidolon paced the command deck, his voice echoing in the empty space. And after this commander, appointed by 11, issued his orders, no Space Marines stood at attention or saluted in response, only silence. This was not a defiance of authority, but rather 11 had given these Space Marines, molded from different gene seeds, some factory settings, making them in certain aspects closer to the most efficient warriors of the 11th Legion among all legions. I'm done, get out, Eidolon said. Everyone turned and left in a line, silent throughout. The fleet sailed to its destination. The fleet, composed of hundreds of warships loaned to Eidolon by the 11th Legion, jumped out of the warp and arrived in the star system where Sutha was located. Most of the warships immediately prepared for their next warp journey, while the fleet's flagship, the heavy cruiser Eidolon was on, approached Sutha. The orbital bombardment phase began. What fell upon the planet's surface were not conventional ship-mounted weapons, but an extermination weapon called a virus bomb. During the Great Crusade, virus bombs were often used to destroy planets with colonial value but where the local Xenos were too powerful. Sutha. Pharos Mountains. Several void shields encompassed the mountain where the lighthouse was located. Each void shield, under the adjustment of technical personnel, was only responsible for defending one sector, maximizing the effectiveness of the void shield in this situation. In the early stages of the Sutha campaign preparation, Danjiok had ordered the expansion of the existing Ultramarines Pharos Mountains fortress into a larger one. The Defense Force Command Center was established within the fortress. This was not Danjiok's suggestion, but Kleist's desire. She habitually adopted some military strategies from the World Eater's uprising war. The most prominent and important person must be at the front line to boost morale. Now, the high-ranking officers of the defense force were gathered in the command center at the heart of the fortress, observing everything happening on Sutha from 1,000 square meter space. They've started orbital bombardment, Danjiok said, observing the sky with binoculars. Several light points appeared below the blurred outlines of warships. Danjiok lowered his binoculars and looked at Avita, just as you predicted. Avita stood with Erebus, silent. By now, the Sutha campaign preparation phase was considered over, and it officially entered the confrontation phase. The light points fell from the sky, causing a commotion not as vast as an upheaval. Those were virus bombs. When this destructive weapon was deployed on Sutha, the planet's surface, the farmlands with large amounts of unharvested crops, vast primeval forests, even the highly nutritious black soil, and even houses, everything began to rot. All organic matter was turned into putrid sludge by the virus. This is a virus bomb, Danjiok said to Kleist. From now on, no one can leave the underground city or the fortress, because the virus will decompose all organic matter, and even our Space Marines' armor and less effective filtration systems cannot block the virus. Kleist responded indifferently, showing no surprise. Firstly, she had fought through the Great Crusade with the World Eaters and knew what virus bombs were, even if the 12th Legion didn't use them. Secondly, although only the Nuceria regular army and Ultramar auxiliary army were deployed to Sutha, Angron had made all necessary preparations for this war. Everything used in the construction of the fortress could withstand the cruelest assaults, and the virus could not penetrate the fortress or the underground city's filtration systems. Being prepared was the reason for Kleist's composure at this moment. Wait, there's a big fire coming, Danjiok added. The organic matter on Sutha produced flammable gases during decomposition. The entire Sutha was now like a powder keg, and just a tiny spark could set the whole world ablaze. Enemy ships outside Sutha launched incendiary torpedoes towards the surface. The torpedoes entered the atmosphere and detonated. Flames engulfed the entire planet. To those on Sutha at this time, observing the surface conditions, it was as if a storm of fire suddenly appeared in the sky, and this firestorm grew larger and larger until it finally encompassed the entire surface of Sutha. At the Pharos Mountains fortress, because everyone was inside the sturdy fortress, and the materials used to build the fortress were from ancient Niue 2 facilities, ensuring constant temperature. No one inside felt any torment. The underground city, being built deep underground, was naturally also unaffected by the flames. However, the visual impact of the virus bombs combined with the flames sweeping across Setha was too terrifying. Nuceria soldiers would not find this scene particularly frightening, they would only feel that it was indeed grand and powerful. And the Ultramar Auxiliary Army soldiers would not be scared by the scene, because none of them were Sethans. The Ultramarines company originally stationed on Setha, although they would have deep affection for Setha, had been sent by Guilliman to rescue Horus and were not on Setha at all. Only the Sethans, upon seeing this scene, felt not only shock but also fear and despair. Witnessing their once beautiful and peaceful homeland transform overnight into a living hell engulfed in flames, their hope of we can return to the surface to farm after the war ends completely turned into a generation's vain luxury, and it was hard for people not to collapse. A mass suicide incident has occurred in underground city No. 2. An officer walked up to Kleist and reported in a low voice. After people saw what was happening on the surface from the streets, they started committing suicide like mad. No matter how low his voice was, Danchiok could still hear him. You let the Sethans see all this. Danchiok walked in front of Kleist in the blink of an eye, his gaze shifting between the mortal officer and Kleist, his eyes wide with anger. I thought you at least wouldn't need me to remind you to manage public opinion and information. I did it on purpose. Kleist gestured for the officer to return and continue monitoring the underground city's situation, then replied softly, I ordered the Sethans to gather in the underground city square or watch the scene at home. I wanted them to see their homeland turned into a death world by the invaders. What you can think of, I can also think of. Kleist continued. Security automatons will maintain order, ensuring the Sethans don't do anything to damage the underground city when they go mad. Not to mention, they don't have the guts. You said this war of mortals against superhumans might lead to 9 out of 10 houses being empty. I have to make sure that when our Nusryans and Ultramar Auxiliary Army are all dead, the Sethans can still stand up, even if it's just to throw charcoal at the invaders. Hearing this, Danchiok said nothing more, thinking that Kleist's strategy might be effective. In previous wars, the primary role of mortals was not to assist Space Marines, but not to hinder Space Marines. But now they had to deal with Space Marines themselves. I support her. Avita stood to Kleist's left. These despairing emotions can also be used by me for a ritual, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Scum, Erebus sat in the corner, his tone sinister. I hope when the White Knight Lord comes to support us, you can still maintain this attitude, letting him see what you say and do with the body of your dear friend. Ha, Avita smiled indifferently, he's rushing towards Horus, how could he have time to come to us? By the time this war ends with the arrival of World Eaters or Ultramarines reinforcements, he might not even glance this way. Chapter 584, Old Relics. The fire that engulfed Setha burned for nearly half a month. The landing operation began after the flames died down. Heavy cruisers outside the planet's orbit dropped numerous drop pods while continuously bombarding the Pharos Mountains void shield. Drop pods approaching the central area of the fortress were destroyed by anti-air defenses. Danchiok had meticulously arranged the anti-air firepower, ensuring that even if something could penetrate the void shield and land within the fortress, it wouldn't land in the very center. 60% of the drop pods in the first wave were destroyed, but that was merely a probing attack by Eidolon. The second wave of drop pods began, with almost all of them heading towards the fortress or even the edge of the void shield's range. The fortress garrison began to clash with the Space Marines. Up to this point, the war's progression had not exceeded Danchiok's expectations. But soon, some military intelligence converged, leaving Kleist extremely puzzled. The Emperor's children are using armored units to occupy areas around the fortress. Are they insane? Kleist examined the strategic holographic image. The identified attacking armored units were operating in areas outside the Pharos Mountains. They weren't heading towards the Pharos Mountains fortress, but rather circling within those areas or setting up facilities. They want to perform a ritual. Avita could instantly discern the attacker's intent. You didn't really think they were going to fight Danchiok's meticulously arranged fortress defenses to the death, did you? What is the purpose of the ritual? Danchiok asked. He could understand that the rebels' actions were aimed at performing a ritual near the Pharos Mountains. Aimlessly circling was essentially searching for a suitable ritual site. However, Danchiok was not a psyker, so he didn't know what effect the ritual would have. I don't see any powerful psykers among the attackers. The Emperor's children's think tank can't even compare to my pinky finger. Avita said. But don't forget, someone's evil version will appear around him. Avita didn't look at anyone when he spoke, only at the strategic holographic image. But everyone knew he was referring to Erebus. The ritual could summon demons, or directly blow the fortress to smithereens, or drag Setha into the warp. Who can say? Avita continued. I will kill him every time he appears. My life will be dedicated to this. Erebus said in a deep voice. Mobilize armored units and disrupt their intentions. Danchiok immediately walked over to Kleist. The two discussed and formulated a strategy together, dispatching armored units to obstruct the attacker's intentions. When Avita predicted that the attackers would use virus bombs on Setha, Danchiok had already decided to station all infantry within the fortress and armored units in the underground city. Now he could use his armored units to confront the attackers' armored units. The two finished formulating the plan and issued it. On the strategic display, blue or red spots labeled as armored combat units intersected with purple spots representing the attackers in the areas around the Pharos Mountains. Armored vehicles could bridge the gap in individual combat power between mortals and Space Marines, but armored vehicles used by mortals would not be more powerful than those of space marines. Thus, in less than a day, a large number of armored units were annihilated by the attackers. However, the Nuceria and Ultramar people's fighting spirit was still good. They were able to hold some areas by virtue of numerical superiority, engaging in a tug-of-war with the attackers' armored units. And this strategic information was all that the people in the command center could see. Report. A mortal officer came before Kleist again, saluting before reporting, "A tank commander has requested to communicate with you. He is a veteran from the time of the rebellion." Upon hearing the latter part of the sentence, Kleist immediately made a decision, glanced at Danchiok, and turned to walk towards the communication device. Danchiok continued to focus on the strategic situation. On the eve of the Sutha campaign. Nuceria. All regular army units ordered by the Primarch to Sutha were heading to the assembly point to board ships. The 12th Armored Regiment of the regular army was rushing to the assembly point along the Nuceria agricultural zone's transport route. By the roadside of the transport route, a massive tank lay on a small dirt path, with its 6 crew members, clad in shorts and grimy white undershirts, sitting on the cannon barrel. The crew members of every passing armored vehicle would climb out of their compartments, glance at the tank and its crew, and then salute before climbing back into their tanks. But no matter their reaction, there was always some pity or superiority in their eyes. The tank lying on the small dirt road was enormous. 13 meters high, 20 meters long, almost every conceivable place to put weapons had been filled with them. Among the dazzling array of weapons, a cannon approximately 12 meters long was the most eye-catching. Even though the tank was meticulously maintained by its owners, it was still rusty. Only the World Eater's battle standard printed on the side armor could proclaim to passers-by what a glorious future it once had. This was an old relic. So were the old men sitting on the cannon barrel. The armored units heading to the boarding point for assembly quickly drove past the old relics. Soon after, one of the tanks broke formation and drove towards the dirt road. This brand new tank hovered 2 meters above the ground. Even though its hull was not as tall as the old relic tank, it still overshadowed the old relic by being 2 meters off the ground. Not to mention its exquisite and beautiful paint job and contours. This was a new main battle tank inducted by the rebellion after its reorganization into a regular army. Its distinctive anti-gravity technology proclaimed its creator the Army Armored Research Department, a subordinate of the new Guard 1 Research Department named People's Wisdom. Former Rebellion Army Armored Colonel, Sergeant Gangelo. A short-haired girl poked her head out of the new tank, saluting with a helpless yet somewhat indifferent expression, "Your daughter salutes you." Haha. Gangelo jumped down from the cannon barrel, stepping on the armor and bumping fists with his former crewmates who were sitting on the cannon barrel. Then he looked at his daughter, "I told you I'd drive this God King class to see you off on the day you boarded. How's this spectacle?" "Average." The girl was slightly embarrassed. "I told you a long time ago, please don't drive this old relic and squat by the roadside for me." Old relic. A man slightly younger than Gangelo stood up from the cannon barrel. "Don't forget you were born in this tank. This was the first rebellion armored unit tank back then. Many cities were liberated by it, leading the infantry as the vanguard. Do you know how many slaves, upon seeing it, heard from our mouths that from that moment on they would become freemen? And this first God King class was the spiritual sustenance of how many people, even a spiritual symbol of an era. Didn't you learn these things in school?" The others also began to chatter. Finally, after the uncles finished speaking, the girl saluted, "Long live the rebellion. I salute you in this legendary tank." After saying that, she lightly patted the armor, signaling the driver inside to return to formation. "Little girl." Gangelo suddenly spoke. As his daughter turned to look at him, he continued, "Perhaps the God King will conscript us old relics to fight. Maybe we can fight side by side. It can't keep up with the speed of the new main battle tanks." The girl grabbed the hatch handle. "Besides, no one talks about the God King all the time anymore. When I was little, the teachers in school who taught the imperial truth said that the legend of the savior God King was just a coincidental religious allegory. Angron and Xia are not reincarnated gods, they are powerful warriors and wise leaders who cannot bear to see the suffering of the world." Sutha campaign. Now. Gangelo held his daughter's photo, waiting with other armored vehicles in the underground city's exit tunnel. The new Guard 1 deployed accompanying engineering team was inspecting every tank. The tanks here were all old relics. A moment later, a communication image popped up next to the tank commander's seat inside the turret, and the face of Marshal Kleist appeared in the image. Gangelo put down the photo and saluted Kleist. "The colonel of the first God King class tank." Kleist forced a slight smile onto his tired face. "It is my honor, Kleist." Gangelo addressed the marshal by his first name, following Nuceria custom, which was precisely the highest form of respect. "I have high hopes for you and these reconscripted retired veterans." Kleist said. Angron was as prescient as ever. He reconscripted retirees at the same time as he ordered troops to Sutha. Otherwise, even if faster-than-light travel had resumed now, it would take a long time for you reserve forces to reach Sutha. Gangelo merely nodded upon hearing this, then expressed his thoughts. "My daughter is fighting the invaders on the Krato Plains. The news says the situation there is critical, and I hope I can be assigned to fight there. You are in underground city too, and your mission is to go to the nearby pass to intercept the enemy." Kleist said. I know. Gangelo was anxious, took a deep breath to calm himself, and continued, "My wife and I fought for the God King in this tank for decades. She even sacrificed her life at the end of the rebellion. My daughter was born in this tank. Then one day I received a retirement order. Even though I knew nothing but driving tanks and killing people, I still chose to retire and donated my retirement pay. After the God King granted me the status of a freeman, I never again hoped for any favor, but at this moment, I... As Gangelo spoke, Kleist raised a hand, signaling him not to continue. Are your crew members willing to go with you? Kleist asked. The crew members were right behind Gangelo, the tank commander, and all nodded upon hearing the question. One of them stepped forward and said, we watched his daughter be born in the tank. After her mother, who was also our comrade, sacrificed herself, we took turns looking after the little girl. Of course we are willing to go. You cannot bring the reconscripted veterans under your command. That is the only condition. Kleist said. Thank you. Gangelo saluted. Praise Angron, praise Qin Xia. Kleist nodded, ending the communication. Just before the garrison of Underground City 2 was about to depart, Kleist in the command center returned to Danxiok's side. This is why I find commanding mortals so difficult. The man, firm both inside and out, said without turning his head, gazing at the holographic image. Kleist remained silent. Family ties, friendships, grievances, Danxiok continued, these all influence mortals' decisions. Mortals are influenced and driven by these things, and this is also the key to mobilizing us mortals. Kleist said coldly, otherwise, to hell with your Setha, to hell with your conscription order. Without the Primarch's genetic influence on our brains, who cares about all your nonsense between the stars? Chapter 585, Miraculous Armor. The Imperator-class tank advanced across the wasteland. Inside its massive hull, the crew members, dispersed in various positions, held their breath, not daring to relax for a moment since they left the underground city. No infantry followed, but this was not an issue, as no one could operate outside of facilities or armor at the moment. After the world-ending fires subsided, the enemy dropped virus bombs, and now the air was filled with viruses capable of penetrating Space Marines' armor and turning superhuman bodies into mush. The Imperator-class tank was excessively large, but this was also not an issue. This tank was discovered by a new Guard 1 individual in an ancient warehouse. As a prototype for the main tanks of the subsequent interwar period, it possessed some ancient technological components. Much like the Lemon Rust-type tanks widely used by other Legion auxiliary forces, which had some ancient technology existing only at the architectural level, the Imperator-class tank also featured ancient technology, but not limited to the architectural level. Despite its massive size, its forward speed could reach 50 km per hour. There was almost no roar as the hull moved forward, and even the sound of its cannons firing was minimal. On detection equipment like radar, this tank would leave no trace, or, when its camouflage device was activated, it could leave hundreds or thousands of similar traces on radar. The Imperator-class tank prototype was powerful, but it had two fatal flaws that were optimized in mass-produced tanks, an extremely high failure rate and the need for external refueling. Estimated half a Nuceria hour until we enter the combat zone. Gangelo heard the report. Considering the tank's high fuel consumption rate, Gangelo gave the order to refuel, last refueling. The engineer in the crew put on a heavy protective suit, looking like a bulky Iron Man 2.5 meters tall, and climbed out of the tank with a briefcase. This protective suit was not made to withstand the harsh environment after a virus bomb attack, it was merely to prevent the crew engineer from being killed while refueling. However, due to its extremely strong protective capabilities, resisting the virus was also not an issue. The engineer came out of the vehicle, squatted down, and opened the briefcase. A row of blue cubes was neatly arranged inside the briefcase. When the briefcase was opened, the tank's various detection devices were affected, and Gangelo, sitting in the commander's seat, could only see a mass of snow on the screen. The engineer reached out to take out a cube, his hand moving towards the layers of opening fuel tanks. Just then, a flash suddenly appeared in the distance, a crisp sound came from the tank's side armor, followed by an explosion 10 meters behind the engineer. Due to his extremely professional military training, the engineer still loaded the fuel into the tank. The sound of the cannon firing and the explosion reached the tank almost simultaneously. A string of bolter rounds shot at the tank's armor again. Enemy attack, the engineer roared, falling to the ground and crawling towards the briefcase. Bolter rounds flew over his head, exploding on the tank's armor, and shrapnel rattled against his protective suit. Stop refueling. Get back in. Gangelo roared his command. I'm getting the fuel back. The engineer continued to crawl, clutching the briefcase, cursing as he went, damn the high night. The weapons operator lay in the center of the tank, controlling all of its weapons via cables connected to his neural interface. He saw that it was a Predator tank, a tank fielded by the Space Marines legions. The turret was swiftly turned by mental command, aiming at the enemy tank firing in the distance. While the main cannon charged, other weapons fired in rotation. Finally, after the main cannon finished charging, an armor-piercing round turned the distant tank into fireworks. The engineer crawled back inside the vehicle. More enemy tanks appeared. Continue forward, Gangelo ordered. The Imperator-class engine roared to life again, propelling the tank forward at high speed. Cole. The engineer, having shed his protective suit, shouted to his comrade at the observation and monitoring station below the turret, that Predator was within 6 kilometers, and you didn't even make a sound. It wasn't detected at all, the monitoring officer calmly replied. Gangelo realized that the enemy might have used some anti-detection technology, or, as the rumors he had heard these past few days suggested, the enemy possessed some literally ghostly supernatural means. It was pointless to dwell on why the enemy wasn't detected, at the strategic information level, this was a fact. Furthermore, the enemy engaging their armored forces on the plains should have advanced significantly, and the plane's defensive line had already collapsed. The forces encountered outside the combat zone now were likely the enemy's reconnaissance armored units. Gangelo's intuition told him that his predicted battle situation had certainly occurred, it just hadn't been collected and updated on the strategic map yet. The defensive line on the Krato plains has collapsed, Gangelo said over the comms channel. No one responded to him. The atmosphere inside the tank was extremely heavy. Under normal circumstances, when a defensive line collapsed, the mortal soldiers would scatter. Gangelo's daughter might be able to escape faster than others in a tank, and perhaps the father and daughter could meet halfway and retreat to the rear together. But the fighting on the Krato plains was mainly handled by the Nuceria regular army, and Nuceria soldiers had a distinguishing characteristic: they would fight to the death and never rout. From the time of the rebellion, the predecessor of the regular army, not a single soldier had ever fled. While this trait was related to Nuceria's tendency to get hot-headed in battle, there were always exceptions. Some would surely choose to flee, but those who fled would be executed, and even those who survived not by fleeing but by circumstance would find it difficult to continue living. Nuceria's culture had an extremely severe prejudice against those who fled, and this prejudice even extended to those who survived without fleeing, such as after Angron issued the order that one person from a squad must survive, those who followed this order and survived would also be maliciously speculated about and insulted. Qinxia once detested this worship of death, hatred of life concept, which existed in the Nuceria regular army and gradually spread to the World Eaters Legion, stating, "Disgusting. Discriminating against deserters and cowards is understandable, but how can they discriminate against captured people, and even against survivors who followed Angron's orders? They don't realize that tactical retreat is also a retreat, and preserving viable forces is also a correct decision. Those who want to die, go die yourselves." However, few soldiers would agree with what the God Monarch said because the vast majority of people would genuinely choose to die with the enemy in the heat of the moment. I once didn't agree with what the God Monarch said, Gangelo mused to himself, but now. Regardless, we need to go to the front line and see, someone finally spoke on the comms channel. Gangelo nodded. The tank continued to advance. 6 solar hours later. The tank had already driven to the center of the Krato plains. Along the way, Gangelo, relying on intuition and experience, bypassed enemy armored units, but still experienced several battles. The Imperator-class tank never had to avoid combat, because this tank, in terms of combat power alone, was definitely superior to tanks driven by Space Marines. But the problem of its failure rate could not be solved. Along the way, the tank broke down twice, and about 10 times it ran wildly in a certain direction, uncontrolled by the driver, with its transmission structure jammed. Although the engineer quickly repaired the tank with his experience and superb skills, the possibility of it breaking down in combat at any time hung over everyone's heads like a sword. After a while, markings for friendly armored units appeared on the control console screen in front of the monitoring officer. Gangelo became excited, but suppressed the growing sense of hope in his heart, calmly ordering, "Advance, flank the enemy from the left to support friendly forces from the rear." Before this order was given, while the driver was waiting for the commander's command, the tank did not slow down but accelerated forward wildly. "What the hell is going on?" The driver slammed the control panel and roared, "Why can't you be reliable at a time like this? Why?" As soon as he finished speaking, the tank suddenly stopped, and the interior of the hull went from brightly lit to pitch black. After a brief operation by the engineer, the tank resumed operation and moved forward. Gangelo observed his surroundings from the commander's seat. He saw tank wrecks everywhere, indicating that a fierce armored war must have taken place here. 6 friendly tanks were engaging 15 enemy tanks. Most of the enemy tanks were Predators, but there were also 6 Malkador-type tanks. When he saw that there were Malkador tanks among the enemy tanks, and not just one, Gangelo felt a secret delight. Because Malkador tanks were garbage, this was what the engineer's son, who served in a Space Marines Legion, had written in a letter. The tank joined the melee. As the crew members coordinated meticulously, Gangelo, as the commander, began to assess the situation. This should be the main battlefield of the Krato Plains defensive battle. After our armored forces were strategically defeated, the enemy only left a small number of armored units to clear out the remaining enemies. That's why there were only a few friendly and enemy forces here. Now that he was behind enemy lines, the battle had to be resolved quickly. End the battle within 5 minutes, Gangelo ordered. The God King class prototype tank had a high malfunction rate, but fortunately, its firepower was exceptionally strong. After outflanking and joining the melee, it assisted friendly forces in destroying all enemy tanks in the 4th minute. The tanks dispersed to guard the surroundings. Gangelo then began contacting the commanders in all the tanks. Faces appeared on the panel one after another, and the last face to appear made Gangelo tremble with excitement. It was his daughter. "Father? Why are you here?" Hearing his daughter's question, Gangelo was silent for a few seconds and did not answer. Even he himself felt like he was dreaming. Going deep into the Krato Plains to find his daughter was like looking for a needle in a haystack. After all, the defense line had collapsed, so the scattered units still fighting must have dispersed to various parts of the plains. But even though he knew it was a needle in a haystack, Gangelo still wanted to look. However, he set a standard for himself: if he couldn't find her within 10 Nuceria hours, or if he encountered more than 30 enemy tanks, he would immediately return. He was not only the father of one daughter but also the commander of 5 other old comrades, a trusted person for 5 families. Things went smoothly. So smoothly it felt like a miracle. This was Gangelo's thought at the moment. "Follow me and leave immediately," Gangelo said in a commanding tone. "Shut up and listen to me. Withdraw with me now, we're going outside the plains. The enemy is very scattered right now. If I were Kleist, I would definitely order reserve forces to attack the plains and defeat them while they are dispersed. We'll withdraw first, then rendezvous with the follow-up forces and rush back, come back for revenge, come back to complete the strategic mission. I will never retreat, father. Have you forgotten the rebellion's military anthem? There's a line in it, the God King's sword of salvation will never bend. That was during the World Eaters' Rebellion War. We old guys were the ones singing that song. What does that have to do with a little girl like you who grew up learning the imperial truth? Are you sure Kleist will arrange a counterattack? After a few arguments, Gangelo heard his daughter ask. He nodded, this is Kleist's strategic intention. You came from Underground City number 3, right? There are those show-offs from Ultramar there, so what do you think? His daughter was silent for a second, then nodded. The God King class prototype tank turned around and moved to the front of the nearby friendly tank that was hugging the ground. The automatic towing device connected the two tanks. The command of the company's surviving tanks also fell to this more experienced veteran of the Rebellion War. The new main battle tanks of the regular army hovered dozens of meters around the God King class tank, maintaining the same speed. Fuel is running low, the engineer reminded him over the channel. I know. It should be enough to get us out of the combat zone, Gangelo replied. But we're dragging a tank with a non-functional anti-gravity engine behind us, the engineer said. No problem. The convoy advanced across the plains. Gangelo still used his experience to guide the team forward when the detection device was not working. After advancing for about 1 solar hour, the God King class prototype tank suddenly went dark, and the engine's roar abruptly ceased. It broke down again. Damn the high night. I finally understand why this cursed thing was replaced. Either it breaks down or it goes off on its own. Damn the high night. The driver's two shouts echoed in the darkness. You have too short a temper, control yourself. Why are you cursing it? After it retires, it will help our families plow the fields. Otherwise, how will people like us, who can't do anything but drive tanks and kill, survive? Shut your mouth. Gangelo reprimanded the driver. The driver's complaints stopped abruptly, but not because of the commander's reprimand, but because of the sudden roar that came from the tank's armor. A shell hit the armor and exploded, but fortunately, it did not penetrate. The engineer immediately used a flashlight to repair the tank. Gangelo and the others could only sit in their original positions, anxiously waiting. With the tank broken down and no energy supply, the people inside couldn't even see what was happening outside. Besides the sound of the tank's armor being hit, no other external sounds could be heard. The enemies that suddenly appeared when the tank broke down were probably 16 Predator tanks. No, 17. Gangelo estimated the approximate number of enemies by the direction of the sounds of the armor being hit. In 5 minutes, 12 shells hit the tank's armor. Whether a shell can penetrate armor is a matter of probability, and whether it explodes on the armor or ricochets is also a matter of probability, but it is not entirely random, being influenced by various factors including the firing angle. It was possible that after hundreds of shells hit the armor, everyone in the crew would be sent to the sky with the tank, or it could be the very next shell. Every hit on the tank made Gangelo's hair stand on end. But what worried him even more was that he had no idea what the other tanks were doing. Those high-speed anti-gravity tanks could still rely on their speed and flexibility to dodge attacks, but the towed tank could only be a target, and his daughter was in there. She might have been destroyed with the tank in an explosion, or she might still be alive. All sorts of thoughts eroded Gangelo's will in the darkness. The feeling of powerlessness, where no one but the engineer could do anything, also gnawed at him. Gangelo even began to pray. I've been with you since I was little. In the first half of my life, you were not just my home, but also one of my family members. Please, start moving, move like you did in every life and death ordeal we've been through. My old comrades always scolded you, because my wife was also their comrade, she died because of your brief shutdown, but I know she died because she left the vehicle on the battlefield. I never blamed you. I don't want to lose any more loved ones. But if I could die here with all my loved ones, including you. The lights came on. The roar of the engine entered Gangelo's ears. All sorts of tactical diagrams appeared on the commander's console. The turret rotated to the right, and a cannon shell burst forth, piercing a predator that was aiming at the towed tank. The force generated by the shell's flight even tore apart several Emperor's children inside the predator. Cheers resounded inside the vehicle. Break through the encirclement. Gangelo quickly added the surrounding enemy tanks to the attack sequence. The God King class prototype tank continued to advance, covering the surrounding friendly tanks as they broke out of the encirclement. From then on, until it completely left the Krato plains, although the tank would still run wildly in certain directions out of control, it never shut down again. Another solar hour passed. Outside the Krato plains, Gangelo scanned a large number of friendly tanks. Lemon Rust tanks of the Ultramar Human Auxiliary Army sped forward in neat formations, passing near the God King class prototype tank and the Nusaria new main battle tanks. An engineer armored vehicle stopped near the God King class prototype tank to inspect friendly forces. Gangelo communicated with the Ultramar Auxiliary Army commander about the situation inside the Krato plains. After the communication was complete, Gangelo immediately descended from the turret into the vehicle, wanting to celebrate with his old comrades. But he saw the crew members gathered around the engineer, some sitting, some standing, all looking serious. What's wrong? Gangelo asked. Buddy, the engineer paused, the log shows that the fuel ran out 1 Nusaria hour ago. What nonsense are you talking about? Commander. I also have something strange. When it broke down and started working again, I wasn't controlling the turret, and the main cannon didn't charge before firing. Hearing these things, Gangelo fell into deep thought. 3 solar hours later. Inside the fortress command center. The Krato plains have been held, Kleist said to Danchiok, who had just returned, as he looked at the strategic imagery. All the things that happened on the plains, whether sacrifice, steadfastness, anger, courage, when presented on the strategic imagery, were merely a symbol of the Ultima Segmentum allied forces pushing away the symbol of the Emperor's Children armored forces. Danchiok nodded and looked at Avita. A Titan was airdropped. Go dismantle him. Avita, who was standing against the wall, nodded, stood up, and walked out of the command center. Chapter 586, Psyker. Southern edge of the Pharos Mountains fortress. Inside one of the countless tunnels forming the transportation network. The 16-year-old recruit, Freeman, sat against the tunnel wall, clutching an order document in his right hand, his slightly youthful eyes filled with bewilderment. Private Freeman, by order of Marshal Kleist, you are to immediately proceed to tunnel number 333 in the southern part of the fortress, where you will join the 12th Squad of the 3rd Company, 41st Infantry Regiment of the Regular Army for combat operations. This was the content of the order document. Freeman had followed the order to this location, and everything had gone smoothly until his arrival. The fortress, designed by one of the only 3 space marines on the planet, was very scientifically laid out, with numerous navigation markers, so Freeman could find tunnel 333 without any guidance. However, upon arriving, Freeman only saw squads of soldiers passing through the tunnel, while the 3rd Company, 12th Squad mentioned in the order document seemed to have never appeared. Or perhaps they had appeared, rushing past like the others he had seen, without stopping to wait for a new recruit who couldn't even find his own squad. No squad was stationed in the tunnel, so he didn't know how to find them. Freeman could only stand there, waiting idly, while his mind was consumed by overthinking and worry. Fortunately, a moment later, 9 soldiers looked at Freeman as they passed by, and then the squad leader at the front raised his fist, signaling them to stop. Are you Freeman? The squad leader approached the young man and said, my superiors told me you would be assigned to my squad as a communications specialist. Yes, sir. Freeman stepped forward, looking puzzled. How did you know I was Freeman? A new recruit standing stupid there. I knew you were my man at a glance, the squad leader smiled. Freeman nodded, looking at the people in the squad who would become his comrades. A big guy with squinting eyes and a very friendly smile, about 2 meters 3 tall, with a heavy machine gun slung over his right shoulder. The machine gunner. A cold-faced woman with neat short hair, seemingly the squad leader's deputy. A pale-skinned man who looked like a tribal fisherman from the Nuceria Mediterranean region, carrying a Harad flintlock. The sniper. The rest were riflemen, unremarkable in appearance and build. We need to rest in the tunnel. The squad leader stood by the wall. The squad soldiers also stood by the wall, quickly checking their weapons and ammunition. At this moment, the big machine gunner came up to Freeman, pulled out a compressed military ration from his uniform pocket, and offered it. Freeman looked at the machine gunner, tilting his head. First, he saw the face with an extremely affable smile, then lowered his gaze to the military ration. Thank you. I traveled all day and forgot to get supplies before I left. No wonder you look so hungry. The machine gunner's voice was also extremely gentle and kind. Eat, I brought 20 servings of supplies. Freeman took the military ration and began to eat. What's your name? The squad leader asked. Freeman, sir, the young man replied. Freeman? Is that a surname or a nickname? A surname, sir. A strange surname. My father was a nameless slave when he was a child. He said that the moment he became a freeman, Qinxia bestowed upon him a name, and that name was Freeman. When Freeman spoke of the origin of his surname, everyone in the squad was momentarily stunned. Just as the squad leader was about to ask further questions, the ground suddenly trembled violently. Everyone simultaneously turned their gaze to the tunnel ceiling, where a screen was hung, broadcasting the situation outside the fortress in real time. On the screen, a Titan appeared. A Warlord-class Titan. But there was only one. This Titan descended from the sky, landing outside the southern part of the fortress, instantly drawing overwhelming firepower, but its void shield intercepted all of it. The Titan strode through the gunfire, approaching the fortress, passing through the void shield, raising its right arm weapon, and aiming at the southern part of the fortress. Its target is here. The squad leader reacted instantly, leading the entire squad to sprint along the tunnel. The soldiers in Tunnel 33 also began to run and evacuate. At this moment, the volcano cannon on the Warlord-class Titan's right arm began to charge. A low, deep hum echoed in everyone's ears. The situation was slightly chaotic. Freeman ran while keeping an eye on his squad members, fearing he would get separated. Suddenly, he tripped. The big machine gunner was behind Freeman. As he ran past, he scooped Freeman up, holding him in his arms and sprinting forward. The entire squad ran to Tunnel 35 before stopping. By then, the charging sound of the volcano cannon had become even deeper and heavier, the sound vibrating the soldiers' eardrums. But just then, the charging sound abruptly ceased. Freeman sensed something, jumped out of the machine gunner's arms, and ran into the observation deck connected to Tunnel 35, looking out through the observation port. That Thousand Suns Legion warrior. He made his move. Other soldiers in the observation deck suddenly shouted. Freeman saw an Astartes in crimson armor standing on top of a spire on the southern fortress wall, one hand holding a staff, the other pointed at the Titan. The massive Titan's movements froze, and ripples appeared on its hull. The next second, the entire Titan shattered into pieces, countless components scattering in the sky. The Astartes lowered his hand. The Titan's parts lay scattered on the ground. When Freeman's gaze shifted from the Titan's parts back to the Astartes, the top of the spire was empty. He teleported away, Freeman murmured. Psyker power like the White Knight Lord, the machine gunner came up to Freeman. I can't imagine, it might take thousands of our lives to destroy that Titan, but that Lord just needs to move his hand. This is a Psyker. Freeman lowered his head, looking at his hands, lost in thought. His father's voice echoed in the young man's mind. I saw that divine monarch with my own eyes. When I was being tortured beyond recognition by my slave master, he came to me, knelt down, and healed me with that power. Then, whether it was activated or bestowed, I also had that power. I think you will too, son. Freeman recalled his father's words. At this moment, the squad leader came before the young man, took off his black glove from his left hand with his right, and then slapped Freeman hard with the leather glove. Why did you fall just now? The squad leader questioned sternly. I've seen your file. You lied about your age to enlist, but your training performance was quite outstanding. How could you just fall while running? I've always had a habit of not watching where I'm going since I was a child, sir. Freeman's words sounded like a challenge, but his expression was sincere. This was indeed his habit. The squad leader thought for a moment, then looked at the machine gunner. Are you willing to look after him? If not, I'll send him away. I'm willing to look after him, sir. He's about the same age as my son. The machine gunner walked up to Freeman, the young man's head level with the big guy's elbow. Regardless, putting him in our squad is a superior order. The squad leader looked at the others. The pale-faced, expressionless sniper remained impassive. The cold-faced deputy merely glanced at Freeman. The others also made no statement. The squad leader nodded to the machine gunner. You're right, an order is an order. Freeman looked at the machine gunner gratefully. The big guy smiled and thumped his chest. Your mission is to survive, collect our belongings, and put them on the ship returning to Nuceria. Just as Freeman was about to speak, the communicator made a sound, and then he relayed the order from the comms channel. Sir. Superior orders us to Tunnel 83 to repel the invaders there. The squad leader nodded, glanced at the others, and turned to lead the way. The 12th squad ran through the tunnel, following the very clear directional signs on the road, finding their way to Tunnel 83. In the fortress designed by Danchiok, tunnels crisscrossed like blood vessels within this massive military facility, approximately 200 meters high, and the soldiers running through the tunnels were like blood in those vessels. The further they went, the fewer soldiers were running around, eventually leaving only this advancing squad. When they reached Tunnel 72, Freeman suddenly heard a sound from above. It was a roaring sound, the sound of gunfire. These sounds, transmitted through the heavy architectural structure to the tunnel, were extremely faint, so faint that they were impossible for the human ear to detect. No one else heard it, only Freeman did. And then another sound, seemingly an explosion. Sir! Just as Freeman was about to shout a warning, the structure above their heads was blasted open. Melta bombs turned the building material into dripping, extremely hot liquid. 3 seconds after a hole was opened above the squad, a space marine fell from above. Through the hole, they could still see a corner of the drop pod the space marine had been in. It wasn't Freeman's first time seeing a space marine, but it was definitely his first time facing one as an enemy. He was so terrified that all subsequent words were stuck in his throat and couldn't be uttered. And the space marine, after falling, didn't look majestic. His helmet was nowhere to be seen. The right arm of his purple power armor, the vambrace along with the arm, had vanished, and the severed part was severely charred and smoking. There were holes all over his power armor. Who? The space marine was breathing heavily. The squad members reacted, opening fire on the enemy. But even before they opened fire, the space marine had already charged towards the mortals in front of him. He was severely wounded, but his speed was still incredibly fast. The squad leader, who had drawn a pistol that could fire melta beams, was about to pull the trigger when the space marine, passing by him, drew a combat knife with his right hand and decapitated the squad leader. The female deputy, walking behind the squad leader, raised her weapon. At the same moment, the rapidly sprinting space marine shattered her with his shoulder. Freeman watched, wide-eyed, as the space marine's robust body burst through the scattered body parts, his power armor covered in blood, making the purple even more vivid. Gunfire erupted. The space marine's shoulder pad was hit by a series of laser blasts. At the same moment, he casually threw his combat knife to the right, pinning the shooter to the wall. His remaining left arm instantly drew a bolt pistol, pulling the trigger and killing 5 more men. From the engagement, until only Freeman and the machine gunner remained in the squad. Only 3 seconds had passed. Freeman had already drawn his pistol and fired, but the melta beam was easily dodged. Who? The space marine breathed heavily, glanced at the 2 survivors in front of him, calmly put away his bolt pistol, walked to the body by the wall, and pulled out his combat knife. Freeman wanted to ask the machine gunner why he wasn't firing, but when he turned, he saw that the machine gun, along with its owner's back, had been torn to shreds by bolt fragments. He had a plan from start to finish, a thought surfaced in Freeman's mind. And, the space marine hung the combat knife at his waist, scoffed, and then reloaded his bolt pistol. Although the machine gunner's back was severely wounded, he was not dead, standing in front of Freeman. The space marine, having reloaded, held his pistol but didn't fire, merely walking forward. Run, the machine gunner walked towards the Space Marine. No sooner had he spoken than he was struck in the head by an empty magazine thrown by the Space Marine, his robust body collapsing to the ground. I was your age when I first became an Astartes, kid. The Space Marine kicked the corpse 2 meters away, then walked towards Freeman, muttering. I am a Terran Europa noble. I joined the Emperor's children. How glorious! How noble! Then the damned Fulgrim fell, the damned thing. Eidolon is also a damned thing. If I can survive. The Space Marine suddenly quickened his pace, charging forward with a roar. I'm going to tear out Eidolon's eyes and ears. The Space Marine charged past where Freeman was standing, but the young man didn't turn into shattered remains, he simply vanished. Chapter 587, Superman Butcher. Frost spread through the tunnel. Freeman suddenly appeared 10 meters behind the Space Marine. He didn't even know how it happened, only after teleporting did he slowly recall what had occurred in that instant. It was like suddenly falling into another world, a world where he could go anywhere he wanted, reaching any place with just a thought. Bang! The sound of a bolter firing echoed through the tunnel. The Space Marine instantly turned and fired, but Freeman's body was nowhere to be seen. On his pale face, his crimson eyes tilted to the right. Freeman appeared 20 meters to the right of the Space Marine. The bolter fired again. This time, Freeman still didn't die. Driven by the threat to his survival and the negative emotions from his comrades' deaths, he quickly adapted to his sudden, miraculous power and could precisely control where he disappeared and reappeared. When he reappeared again, he was behind the Space Marine, reaching down to pick up a Harud flintlock that had fallen to the ground. Although the regular army was equipped with a large number of anti-Space Marine weapons, the Harud flintlock was still more popular due to its extremely high accuracy and terrifying power. The moment Freeman's right hand touched the flintlock, he vanished again, dodging the incoming bolter round. You are a psyker bastard, the Space Marine sneered, scanning his surroundings. A psychic signature appeared behind him. The Space Marine immediately turned and raised his weapon, but in the next second, he fired to his left. Because in his perception, his left side was definitely the opening Freeman would exploit. Things happened as the Space Marine expected. Freeman had intended to feign appearing behind the enemy, then teleport to the left for a surprise attack, but this intention was seen through. Before he could raise his flintlock, a bolter round came directly at him. The flow of time seemed to slow down dramatically. The bolter round flew slowly through the air. Freeman couldn't tell if his consciousness had accelerated to the point where he perceived the bolter round's flight as slow, or if his will had caused the surrounding time to slow down. In any case, he dodged the bolter round and fired at the Space Marine. In an instant, a beam of light, hotter than a star, pierced through the Space Marine's head. With a muffled thud, the Superman's body fell to the ground. No joy was perceived by Freeman, only intense exhaustion flooded his brain. For a moment, his will scattered, and he collapsed to the ground, falling into the blood of his fallen comrades. However, he used his will to get back up, stumbling through the corpses, searching for something. Dog tags. Last wills. Military regulations stipulated that these 2 items should be kept in a small pocket on the back of the uniform. The belongings of everyone in the squad were collected. The machine gunner, who had been Freeman's best friend, was the last person whose belongings were collected. Buddy. Freeman knelt in the brains and blood, clutching the machine gunner's dog tag and last will. The young man looked at the name on the dog tag. Because the machine gunner's back had been shredded by bolter shrapnel before he died, the dog tag was also in tatters, completely unrecognizable. The last will was the same. The young man, holding the dog tag and last will, collapsed to the ground, vomiting and trembling for a minute. Then he stood up again, stuffed the broken dog tag into his chest, turned and walked to the Space Marine's corpse, pulled out the dagger hanging from the corpse's waist, and then took off his shirt. The young man held the dagger to his back, leaving a bloody red mark. At this moment, Freeman completed a warrior's coming-of-age ritual, achieving a victory and leaving the beginning of a triumph rope on his back. Having done all this, Freeman picked up his communicator to report the situation to his superiors, then took up his flintlock and teleported into Tunnel 83. A group of soldiers was waiting behind the tunnel's cover. From time to time, gunshots and explosions came from the front of the tunnel. But the heavy footsteps of the Space Marines would still resume after a brief pause. Freeman teleported directly behind these soldiers. When the soldiers saw the young warrior suddenly appear, although they couldn't immediately figure out how he had appeared, they instantly realized what they could do with his unique ability. The soldiers exchanged glances, and finally met Freeman's gaze. After a silent exchange of glances, they both understood each other's intentions. At this moment, a hand holding a bolter extended from around the corner at the front of the tunnel. The Space Marine hiding around the corner could identify how many mortals there were in their positions just by hearing their breathing. Each time the bolter fired, it accurately hit a soldier. The soldiers did not choose to engage from behind cover, instead, they had already discarded all their heavy gear except for grenades and charged forward. The person running at the very front pulled the pin on a smoke grenade, it shattered when hit by a bolter round and fell to the ground. Thick smoke spread through the tunnel. The soldiers, rushing forward, thought this would at least cause some trouble for the enemy, but it was useless. 6 Space Marines directly flashed out from around the corner, their eyes, through the thermal imaging view presented by their tactical visors, seeing all the mortals. Bolters fired, and one person after another was shattered, or had limbs broken and fell to the ground. Hundreds of soldiers charged in the tunnel. 2 seconds later, only 30 could reach a position 20 meters from the Space Marines. And as the 6 Space Marines focused their attention forward, firing precisely in a staggered formation to kill the mortals. Freeman appeared behind them. All 6 Space Marines perceived the suddenly appearing enemy at the same instant. But only the warrior at the very back of the squad reacted. His head quickly but slightly turned backward, he spun around, and when his bolter's magazine was empty, his other hand drew his pistol, aimed, and fired, all completed within 0.1 seconds. The Harud flintlock fired a beam of light at the same time the bolter fired. The instant the Space Marine's helmet was pierced, Freeman vanished from his spot. Freeman, traveling in another world, was about to return to reality to kill another Space Marine when he saw that all 100 or so soldiers had already sacrificed themselves, not a single one remaining. 5 Space Marines held their bolters, guarding different directions. They hadn't used their bolters' full auto-firing mode just now precisely to conserve ammunition as much as possible through accurate kills, preventing unexpected situations. Now, each of their magazines had at least 2 bolter rounds remaining. Freeman considered for a moment and chose to retreat. The Space Marines waited for 10 seconds, then advanced with even greater caution and vigilance. Tunnel 83 fell. Freeman returned to the tunnel after the Space Marines left, collected dog tags and last wills, then teleported to the next tunnel. This time, he still appeared near friendly forces. The soldiers, seeing him, immediately realized a new strategy. Another charge began. Another teleportation ambush began. However, this time Freeman was more experienced and used his psychic abilities more quickly. After appearing and disappearing, and after the soldiers responsible for distracting the enemy had sacrificed themselves, he found the right angle and killed 2 Space Marines with a single beam of light. Cycle after cycle. Repeating. Until all remaining members of the Space Marine squad were killed. Freeman could no longer endure such a cycle. He preferred a suicidal attack rather than having others distract the enemy for him again, so he teleported away alone, searching for lone Space Marines throughout the fortress. Perhaps he could gain experience and grow stronger through battle after battle? Or would he be slaughtered by those supermen one day? Freeman didn't know, he only wanted to fight until the information he had reported earlier was passed up through the ranks to the higher echelons and he received new orders. 1 solar week later. In the large passage leading to the command center. Freeman, with his Harud flintlock on his back, sat on a chair used for resting officers on the move, and with the Space Marine's dagger, carved a blood dot on his back. The triumph rope was extended. Having done this, Freeman put on his clothes, his gaze fixed on the screen at the top of the passage. The screen displayed Freeman's face. Half of his face was scarred. His eyes were melancholic and deep. Hardly anyone could tell that this was a young soldier. Beside his face, some information was displayed. Freeman. Kill record, 9 Space Marines. Below the information, a medal was displayed. Freeman lowered his head and pulled a medal from his pocket. The medal had just been awarded to him by Marshal Kleist, and it was engraved with piled skulls, those skulls wearing Space Marine helmets. The medal had a rather imposing name, the Superman Butcher Medal. Only 9, Freeman thought to himself. Then he put the medal into his pocket. The image on the screen changed to news. A female newscaster in military uniform recounted the events of the past week. Yesterday morning, Colonel Gangelo himself and his tank crew sacrificed themselves in the Crado Pass blocking action. Logistics personnel found a God-class prototype tank, considered a spiritual symbol during the Rebellion War, near underground city No. 3. Although the tank was riddled with holes, it was still operational. Colonel Gangelo's daughter and her crew members will take over this tank and participate in a series of subsequent counter-offensive operations. Colonel Gangelo and his crew members were the first armored soldiers of the rebellion. Not long ago, before the counterattack on the Crado Plains, they ventured deep alone to rescue his daughter, which further boosted the morale of all of us. Let us mourn these distinguished veteran soldiers of the rebellion. During the Sutha campaign, it wasn't just the soldiers who worked hard for the war, there were also propaganda agencies and military journalists. These people had a weak presence, and few even knew that the propaganda agency was personally ordered and guided by Qin Xia. But what they did had far-reaching effects. During the Rebellion War, the media established by the propaganda agency would counter the High Knight's public opinion attacks and even arrange comedies about the High Knight family's embarrassing moments to entertain the public. Even films used to relieve physiological needs would be interjected with elements related to the Rebellion War and the fight against the High Knight. Now, the Nusaria people's battlefield was no longer just Nusaria, and the propaganda agency could still play a role. The methods and thinking Qin Xia taught them could still adapt to the current war situation. Mr. Superman Butcher. A call drew Freeman's attention from the screen to the speaker. He saw a staff officer leading 6 people walking over. I only killed 9 Space Marines. Freeman rose from his chair, his voice low and magnetic. Yes, the staff officer nodded. If a certain tank in the armored forces is lucky, one shot can take out 9 Space Marines in a super heavy tank, but don't forget, you are infantry. After speaking, the staff officer gestured for the 6 people behind him to step forward. These people, like you, are all psychers. Marshal Kleist has decided to form a psycher combat squad, and you will be their commander. Listening to the staff officer's explanation, Freeman looked at the 6 people. These people also looked distinctive, with different personalities. But Freeman immediately thought of his comrades from a week ago, when he still had a squad. Orders are orders, sir. Freeman's voice was low. Very good, the staff officer nodded, paused, then continued, however, Freeman, you already look like a tough guy, you don't need to deliberately make your voice low and deep too. Otherwise, people who know you are not even 17 will find it very strange. Freeman was silent. Chapter 588, meat grinder. While two flowers bloom, each branch tells its own tale. As the brave and fearless soldiers wrote the praises of mortals in the Battle of Sutha, the Horus contention reached its climax. The White Knight Lord is about to join the Horus contention. The think tank unit he commands can already be called a legion of psychers. Let us witness. Varus's contract demon floated in the secret chamber. The small, eye-covered creatures surrounded Varus's contract demon, listening to things Varus couldn't understand yet. Varus didn't understand what gibberish the contract demon was speaking. He only knew that his contract demon was performing a ritual, and a necessary step to complete the ritual was to tell stories to those eye-like creatures. Let us observe the situation on the Horus contention front. With that, the contract demon gently waved its arms. All the eye-shaped creatures vanished from the secret chamber. Through his psychic vision, Varus saw these creatures spread across the entire star system. This was the purpose of the ritual, to compel these eye creatures to observe the entire star system, temporarily giving his side a huge advantage in discerning enemy information. I was telling them the story of the White Knight Lord even when I was just a compass. The contract demon floated to its master's side. Varus walked out of the secret chamber and along the corridor towards the command deck, saying to the demon, the way to control them is by telling stories. The demon nodded slowly, only I can control these observers, because my entity, derived from the concept of navigation, has a conceptual connection with them. One man and one demon walked down the corridor. The passing mortals could not see the contract demon. Varus walked into the command deck and saw all the high-ranking members of the think tank unit gathered there. The commanders of the 10 think tank battle companies, the Grand Master of the Great Library, the Supreme Grand Master of the think tank mentor department, the Seeker of Secrets, and the White Knight. Whether it was departments destined for combat from their inception, or non-combat departments like the Great Library and the Mentor Group, all were to participate in the upcoming battle. Outside the command deck's viewport, two fleets were passing through a rift in a pocket universe. The Ultramarines fleet was positioned to the side of the think tank fleet. This fleet, dispatched by Guilliman to participate in the Horus contention, was found and incorporated by Xia during its advance, and brought into the star system to join the battle. They would serve as the main force for void combat, assisting the think tank unit, which was not specialized in void combat, in attacking the enemy fleet. White Knight Lord. An allied holographic image appeared on the command deck. It was the commander of the Ultramarines fleet, an old friend of the World Eater's first battle company warlord Marius Gage. Gage's holographic image saluted Xia, then said, by the command of the Lord of the 500 Worlds, I will obey your orders. The Ultramarines will handle void combat. Save the Space Marines for boarding actions. Xia was expressionless, his gaze cold. Gage looked back at the information displayed on the tactical table. The think tank fleet had shared intelligence on the entire star system. The intelligence showed at least 30,000 11th Legion Space Marines on the planet. The think tank unit totals 1,000, White Knight Lord. Gage turned back and said. Had. 1,000 thinkers against 30,000, Xia's face broke into a smile, the right corner of his mouth curving up exaggeratedly, force deployment is severely excessive. Gage remained silent. The mentor group stays to assist the fleet in void combat. Everyone else deploys to the surface. Xia turned and ordered, primary objective, rescue Horus. Secondary objective, inflict as many casualties as possible on the 11th Legion. This will also serve as a test of the think tank's enhancements. The think tank high-ranking members saluted by placing their hands on their chests. The next second, all think tank high-ranking members teleported out of the command deck. Not a single warship went beyond the planet's orbit to drop orbital pods. Not a single transport or gunship flew into the atmosphere to deploy a squad of space marines. In the eyes of flesh and blood mortals without psychic talent, the thinkers appeared on the planet silently. Strategic communication was completed in an instant. The thinkers reached a consensus, choosing a decapitation strike. The 11th Legion's command structure was highly centralized. The decapitation strike, which had been extremely effective against the orcs in the Ulaner campaign, would be equally effective against them. Individual command elements were in command vehicles, landing zones, or captured strongholds, coordinating and refining orders from higher-level individual elements and even the Primarch. Elite think tank combat squads would appear directly near them. Meanwhile, the less elite think tank squads, whose members hadn't participated in many battles, appeared in areas where the 11th Legion was attacking or defending. They seemed to be launching a massive offensive with only a few individuals, but their true purpose was to divert attention for the elite combat squads to carry out their decapitation strike. Immediately after the think tank unit joined the battle, Xia, from his warship, observed every individual. The White Knight Lord focused his attention on a decapitation squad composed of Caliban-born thinkers. The Caliban-born think tank squad teleported towards an 11th Legion command vehicle. They aimed to appear directly at the very bottom of the command vehicle, not the top, and their target was not the officer-level high command on the top floor, but to completely destroy the entire command vehicle, paralyzing the 11th Legion's command chain in an entire area. Psychic light flickered, and 10 thinkers materialized. Even the act of teleporting had a tactical arrangement. 7 think tank squad members, specialized in combat, appeared first, evenly distributed in a circle. As they materialized, they erected psychic barriers and unleashed psychic spells. Flames, lightning, a series of offensive psychic spells cleared out hundreds of nearby enemies. Whether Space Marines or 11th Legion Xenos auxiliaries, none had any power to resist the psychic spells. After the area was cleared, the remaining 3 thinkers in the squad appeared in the very center of the formation, guarded by the other squad members arranged in a circle. These three core thinkers were not the squad's command layer, but functional thinkers proficient in 3 different types of psychic spells: divination, biomancy, telepathy. Once all squad members were in position, the thinkers began to summon their guardian spirits. Warp entities, finding an anchor point through resonance with their masters' souls, pierced the veil and manifested in reality. These think tank servitors followed by their masters' sides. The squad advanced. From the bottom-level lift platform of the command vehicle, used for troop deployment, they proceeded to the upper levels. The platform ascended, reaching the second level. A heavy adamantium gate blocked the think tank squad from the second level they intended to destroy. The divination thinker found a trace of the future amidst many abstract images, perceiving a large number of enemies already positioned defensively behind the gate. This information was shared. The think tank squad leader completed his thought process and decision-making in an instant, also sharing his thoughts psychically. Then, the telepathy thinker, located in the very center of the squad, stepped forward and reached out towards the area behind the gate. Among hundreds of space marines, those with weak wills were singled out. A more powerful will, following the psychic energy seeping into the fabric of reality, began to corrupt the weak-willed individuals. Ultimately, the chosen enemy space marine suddenly dropped his bolter and detonated all explosives on his person. The explosion served as a prelude to the battle. The squad leader, skilled in offensive psychic spells, stepped forward and lightly touched the gate. The adamantium gate melted from the intense heat. Before the thinkers advanced with their psychic barriers, their combat-oriented guardian spirits rushed out from their masters' sides, slaughtering the 11th Legion Space Marines ahead. Supplemented by a few more offensive psychic spells, only one of the hundreds of Space Marines remained alive in the blink of an eye. The squad continued to advance. In the center of the squad, the biomancy thinker approached the survivor and healed all his wounds. The telepathy thinker, meanwhile, took advantage of the survivor's injured and weakened state to infiltrate his mind. The survivor got up from the ground and ran ahead of the thinkers to other areas, spreading false information and causing the enemy defensive personnel within the command vehicle to make various failed decisions. The think tank squad continued to advance on the second level. They destroyed a facility. They killed tens of times their number of enemies. They returned to the lift platform to go to the third level, and then began the cycle again. The 11th Legion command elements within the command vehicle had long detected their presence, but facing these think tank invaders, they couldn't even leverage their numerical advantage, because 2 combat squads outside the command vehicle were diverting nearby 11th Legion forces. The entire command vehicle could only be slowly destroyed in despair. The command chain for the entire area was completely paralyzed. And this was just what was happening in one area of the planet. The 1,000-strong think tank unit was active in every corner of the planet, completing one mission with unstoppable momentum, able to instantly transfer to the next location without any transport vehicles. The 11th Legion landing forces, currently engaged with orcs, were thrown into disarray. Units in one location couldn't contact units in another, and even Space Marines fighting on the front lines didn't know if their superior command elements were still alive. If the true elites of the White Knight think tank, those White Knights led by Varus against Nurgle's Daemon legions, could also fight the 11th Legion, then the 11th Legion would gradually collapse. 1,000 thinkers. The scale of a unit composed of so many powerful and stable psychic Astartes is only equivalent to a single battle company in the 40th millennium, 10,000 years later. But if there were a battle company composed entirely of thinkers 10,000 years later, that battle company could effortlessly decide the outcome of an apocalyptic-level campaign. Ordinary Space Marines without anti-psychic measures and without psychic talent facing thinkers is not much different from mortals facing Space Marines. Xia felt that if the Webway project could succeed now, then the think tank unit should go to support Sutha, and he himself would participate in the war to contend for Horus. The think tank unit could slaughter all attackers on Sutha, including the Emperor's children, just as Space Marines slaughter mortals. Chapter 589, The One Who Seeks Death. While the ground battles proceeded in an orderly fashion. In the void, 2 massive fleets were entangled in a chaotic battle. Xia was inside the White Knight, watching the flickering lights and the explosions that briefly illuminated the White Knight's vast command deck. The captain stood beside him, calmly directing the fleet. Everyone knew that the White Knight Lord now had the power to single-handedly determine the outcome of the void battle, but this particular engagement still required the combined participation of the Ultramarines and think tank fleets. There were not stronger individuals in the star system than Xia, but the White Knight Lord had other responsibilities. Ensure no 11th Legion warship leaves this star system. Xia said to gauge his holographic projection and the White Knight's captain, who was commanding the think tank fleet. As their gazes fell upon Xia, he added, "While I focus on dealing with the 11th Primarch, you both must fight valiantly." Gage and the captain simultaneously saluted by placing their hands on their chests, then returned to their respective tasks. Xia's thought moved, and he vanished from the command deck. The next second, the 11th Legion's new flagship, fighting at the forefront of the void battlefield, along with the surrounding space, began to ripple and distort. No attack could penetrate that distorted ripple. Nor could the flagship attack anything outside the ripple. 11, who was currently wielding his psyker powers, also could not penetrate the reality structure outside the ripple with his strength. A portion of the reality dimension was isolated from the reality universe, and this area, which nothing could enter or exit, became the battleground for the 2 strongest individuals in the star system. It was akin to a gladiator arena. Everything inside 11's flagship, except for the Primarch, froze. Space Marines, mortals, Xeno's auxiliary troops, all remained in the postures they held at the moment of stagnation. All defensive measures and arrangements failed at this point, nothing could participate in the battle between Xia and 11. It's been too long. Inside the command deck. 11 sat on the steps below the throne. The Primarch's pale, almost translucent skin was exposed. His armor, featuring 4 colors to signify the convergence of the 4 gods' power, stood beside the throne. 11 held no weapons and wore no armor, a stark contrast to Qin Xia, who appeared before him. The latter was dressed for the occasion. You specifically sat here waiting for me, so how could you not feel it's been long? What were you doing earlier, watching a show? Qin Xia took the long spear from his back into his right hand, and with an empty grasp of his left, the serious sword appeared in his left hand. The ancient artifact, Irrational Lament, embedded in the blade, absorbed all surrounding psyker energy. However, using psyker anti-psyker methods was meaningless to 11 now, it couldn't even cause a hint of discomfort. The Primarch could nullify the effects of Irrational Lament with a single thought. I could have gone down myself before you arrived, killed that orc, killed your consciousness replica, and then taken Horus. 11 slowly stood up, his posture relaxed, not as if preparing for a fight, but rather like meeting a trusted old friend. But I didn't. Because. Hearing this, Qin Xia glanced at the planet outside the flagship, interrupting 11's calm, slow voice. Because you couldn't. We weren't just going to start fighting when we met face to face. What Qin Xia said left 11 with no room to retort. The psyker standoff between them had already begun. 11 had been constantly drawing on the power of the gods to counter the psyker energy Qin Xia projected into the star system. He had little spare capacity to eliminate the planetary defense forces and seize Horus. But then again, weren't they both restraining each other? Kill me. 11 spread his hands and puffed out his chest. When you appeared here, I knew I had no chance of winning. Even if I could draw on the power of the gods, it would be futile. After completing the Wrathful Incarnation trial, you are already the second strongest psyker in the reality universe. Qin Xia scrutinized 11. The Horus contention had progressed to this point, with 11 personally leading the charge to seize Horus and sending Eidolon to attack Sutha. Yet, having reached this stage, he suddenly asked for death? You want to seek death? Qin Xia relaxed his posture, put away the serious sword, and leaned on his long spear. Do the 4 fellows behind you agree? 11 looked at the darkness behind him. In that profound darkness, the Primarch saw the 4 gods glaring at him. I'm not like the Horus who fell in the original timeline. 11 turned his gaze back, raising his hand to gently touch his smooth scalp. I wasn't the first Primarch to die in the Great Heresy. I still have self-awareness, and my essence allows me to be immune to the warp's negative mental influences. Qin Xia was silent for a few seconds, sensing 11. The Primarch indeed had no intention of using psyker powers, remaining completely passive. Even the constantly maintained latent psyker confrontation was withdrawn. With a single thought, 11 could be annihilated. I'm curious about one thing, Qin Xia said. Why would I seek death at this moment? No. You're not normal, any decision you make is sufficiently strange. But I still want to know the reason behind that decision you made, not seeking death, but rather obeying the warp. Because the warp will inevitably triumph. 11 replied. Qin Xia frowned. The Primarch pointed to the ground, take us to the warp, please. After pondering, a thought arose in Qin Xia's mind, and he pulled the entire flagship into the warp. 11 began to manipulate psyker energy at this point, but because Qin Xia could sense the flow of psyker energy and how it was being used, he guessed 11's intentions and did not act. 11 manipulated psyker energy with the mindset of a warp entity, instantly able to transport the flagship to any part of the warp that had a location concept. In an instant, the flagship arrived at the battleground of the 4 gods. The most core parts of the gods were entangled in a struggle within the warp, with countless demons fighting for their deities on the battlefield. The great game, 11 said. 99% of the gods' power and energy are used in their internal struggles and games. I cannot even determine whether the 4 gods who chose to support me are the 4 gods themselves or merely some of their evil thoughts. I knew that long ago, Qin Xia said. 11 began to manipulate psyker energy again. The environment around them began to turn illusory and transparent. Countless bubbles flowed rapidly past them. Each bubble represented a reality universe. The reality universes flowing from all directions were innumerable. Both Qin Xia and 11 could sense the power of the 4 gods. Within countless reality universes, countless minions and pawns of the 4 gods were active. The warp simultaneously erodes all the reality universes we see. 11 raised his head, looking around at the flowing bubbles. And our reality universe is merely one of these countless bubbles. In countless reality universes, there are countless emperors, primarchs, and human species. Every time a decision and a possibility are born in one reality universe, the next reality universe appears, like endless threads on the web of fate. But you are unique. 11 extended his index finger and pointed at Qin Xia. But even if you are unique, think about it, countless reality universes are being eroded. One primarch, one emperor, one empire in your reality universe, even if you can change their fate, what meaning does that hold? Changing their fate, changing the fate of one reality universe. You've been doing this. What will you do after you succeed? Save countless reality universes. Therefore, the warp will inevitably triumph. Countless reality universes are enveloped by the warp, and the largest part of the warp is the warp. 11 paused, waiting for Qin Xia's response. Qin Xia didn't even think, directly replying, don't try to instill nihilistic thoughts in me. Qin Xia had once contemplated the multiverse. He had also asked himself these very questions that 11 was now raising. After much thought, Qin Xia categorized all reality universes into different types, with the most unique being the main universe, the one he had descended into. Because the trajectory of everything in that universe, before his arrival, perfectly aligned with everything he had known previously. More crucially, reality beings could influence the warp, no matter how vast the warp was or how powerful the gods were, it did not mean they were immune to the influence of reality beings. All things in the warp are derived products of the mental projections of reality beings. When I complete the fourfold trial in one reality universe, I can draw a portion of power from the dark gods themselves. It won't be just a tiny bit because I only completed the trial in one reality universe. Eventually, I will still be able to seize the authority of the gods and ensure their destruction. Qin Xia stated his views. After a second's pause, he uttered his final sentence. Therefore, our reality universe is the most important. Everything that happens there will affect the warp. Acting in that reality universe is even more meaningful than acting directly in the warp. After hearing these words, 11 fell into contemplation. Qin Xia couldn't tell if he already understood these principles or if he only understood them after Qin Xia explained them. Ultimately, 11 merely nodded. Indeed. I could have simply annihilated you, rather than engaging in a philosophical debate, Qin Xia said. I think since your mind hasn't been corrupted by the warp, you can still come back and do something. If I rejoin your side, will all my crimes be forgiven? A sarcastic smile appeared on 11's face, similar to Conrad Kerr's smile during one of his psychotic episodes. No, of course not, but you can at least do something. For example, tell me everything you saw in the Eternal Well, Qin Xia said. After all, you joined the warp to ensure the survival of humanity, so individual fate is not important in your eyes. So, make a sacrifice. How did you know I went to the Eternal Well? You started with I wasn't the first Primarch to die in the Great Heresy, plus all the information contained in your words to me I could guess you'd been to the Eternal Well with my toes. Understood. 11 gestured for Qin Xia to return the flagship to the reality universe. After returning to the reality universe, Qin Xia raised his right hand towards the Primarch. Make your choice. I will still stand with the warp, because this is another path for our species, 11 replied coldly. 1 nanosecond later, the Primarch's skin, flesh, and bones exploded from within, scattering in all directions. The pawns of the four gods were kicked off the chessboard. The Primarch's physical body in the reality universe vanished, leaving only his essence. If 11 could control his essence and chose to have the four gods elevate him to daemonhood, even an ordinary white knight could banish 11 if the right method was found. What exactly is this bastard planning? Qin Xia sat on a piece of equipment, lost in thought. Chapter 590, Ascension. The battle in the void was nearing its end. On the ground, Varus led the White Knight with the assistance of the contracted demons and Watcher Kong in a large ritual, preparing to banish Nurgle's army to the warp. Gusa was deep beneath the planet, guarding Horus. By now, Horus's condition had greatly improved, the Primarch only felt tired but had recovered his normal cognitive abilities and was even capable of fighting. Before Qin Xia's arrival, Nurgle's army had breached the fortress several times, and each time it was Horus fighting alongside Gusa who repelled the demons. The Primarch's recovery ability exceeds my expectations, Squeaky Fart said, removing the monitoring device's probes from Horus's chest. At that moment, snow fell heavily, and Qin Xia emerged, treading through it. Horus looked up. Qin Xia quickly walked to Horus, sensed his physical condition with his psychic power, and breathed a sigh of relief after confirming he was not in serious danger. Thank you, Horus said, his eyes a little unfocused and extremely tired. Saving me wasn't easy, was it? Indeed, Qin Xia nodded, confirming it. Horus knew what had happened without Qin Xia needing to explain much. While being tortured in Xianzhe's realm, Horus had vaguely sensed Qin Xia's presence. Then, in the following days, he had heard some things indirectly from Gusa. And witnessed this war. So he was able to piece together some complete information. That Horus could piece together this information proved he was out of danger. Xianzhe's torture was certainly terrifying, but Xianzhe himself had no intention of corrupting Horus, and a Primarch's mental will was extraordinary. For Horus, it was a blessing to have died completely. Not dying completely, but also not falling, was the greatest blessing of all. Did you kill 11? Horus suddenly asked. Qin Xia then recounted everything about his arrival in the star system to participate in the war and finding 11. I don't understand. If he knew early on that he couldn't defeat you after you completed the trial, why would he choose to wage this war, and even come to lead it himself? Horus pondered before asking, it's as if he deliberately sought death, rather than trying to corrupt me. Elusive, isn't it? Qin Xia nodded. Abstract behavior is a characteristic of chaos forces. Until the next crisis emerges, we will never understand why 11 did these things. Horus fell silent, still analyzing. But then he remembered that when Qin Xia had spoken of chaos, he had mentioned that chaos was influenced by certain concepts, leading chaos forces to act in ways that utterly puzzled beings of reality. For example, Xianzhe's choice to throw himself back into the reality universe. Although 11 was ruthless, how could he remain completely rational once he touched chaos? Dwelling on these things is pointless, Horus stopped pondering. Thank you, Horus said, for everything. The Primarch turned to look at Super Xiao Qin, the Iron Man. Before Qin Xia's arrival, Super Xiao Qin had told Horus many things. Horus now understood his own importance. But I hope some things won't affect your judgment, for example, when you should use a psychic bomb to eliminate me, then you should. Horus paused for a second, his mouth opening and closing several times, before continuing, Don't let me become that kind of deranged madman. I now have the ability to protect you, Horus. Qin Xia extended his right hand. And eliminating you was merely a reluctant decision I had to make when my power was insufficient. You will not be eliminated, and besides Fulgrim and 11, all your other brothers will also survive. We will fundamentally change this reality universe. Horus clasped Qin Xia's right hand and stood up from the ground. After a moment of silence, the War Master said thank you again. Qin Xia nodded, looking at Gusa. I have completed the task you gave me, now it's time for me to collect my reward. Gusa walked up to Qin Xia, looking down at the butcher. What did I promise you? Ascension. Gusa said patiently. Qin Xia did not play tricks or delay, but directly fulfilled his promise. He closed his eyes. When his eyes opened again, he said, it's done. Nothing seemed to have happened, but Gusa and Squeaky Fart could sense that the change did not occur in the reality universe. Some concept, causality, destiny, connection, was extracted from Gusa's soul projection generated in the warp. After closing his eyes and sensing for a moment, Gusa spoke in great shock, you severed the destiny between us. Yes, if we fight again, you will no longer be destined to only lose. I have severed the connection between us, those abstract concepts or other bonds, Qin Xia said. You are free, Gusa. Gusa gazed at Qin Xia. Now, looking at the green-tide butcher again, that inexplicable, raw fear was gone. 1 second later. The giant beast suddenly roared, swinging its battle axe horizontally at Qin Xia. The axe blade stopped 1 centimeter from Qin Xia's neck, and Gusa's entire body also froze. But the moment the axe blade stopped, the impact it generated swept up the dust on the ground, and Qin Xia's cape, along with the air throughout the entire room, whistled. That was proof of Gusa's strength. Now, when he swung his axe at the green-tide butcher, Gusa no longer felt as if he were still a fragile green-skin kid. You actually really removed the shackles from my neck. This is what you meant by ascension. Gusa felt the pressure restraining him dissipate, so he lowered his battle axe, and complex emotions showed in his intelligent eyes, unlike other green-tide butcher, the result. You've taken the right path, Qin Xia scrutinized Gusa from head to toe. This giant beast was now 16 meters tall. Horus seemed like a mortal before him. The old ones did indeed use your species as biological weapons, so they designed a decommissioning program for you, which means you would degenerate in low-intensity warfare. But they probably also thought you could survive and, if necessary, provide assistance to younger species in the universe, so as long as you fight chaos, you can truly revert to your ancient form. You are already 16 meters tall. How far are you from being an old orc? Qin Xia analyzed. But what I pursue is not my individual ascension, Gusa said. This isn't the first time I've fought demons. In previous battles, I would find myself gradually growing stronger. But I am reverting to my ancient form, while the other blood acts are not, they are merely bigger and stronger, but show no true signs of reversion. Not more orderly, not smarter, Squeaky Fart added. As the two beasts were about to continue discussing the matter of reversion with Qin Xia laughed heartily, I only promise to let you ascend. For you as an individual, removing your shackles of destiny is ascension. What do I care about the other beasts? Gusa remained silent. What are your plans for the future? Qin Xia asked. To continue exploring the path to ascend the entire species, Gusa put down his battle axe, until one day I can avenge the creators of the entire orc race. Against the star gods and their slaves. Qin Xia nodded. Gusa signaled Squeaky Fart to pack up, preparing to build a battleship to take the green-tide butcher away. Now Squeaky Fart was also different from usual, Gusa's ascension seemed to also bring Squeaky Fart's ascension. This Gretchen was now about 2 meters tall, with an exceptionally slender body and an unusually large head. His use of the I think so power was also more refined, he could pick up some scrap metal, and even if he didn't believe it could form a technological creation, he could forcefully turn the scrap into treasure with his I think so power. Qin Xia, meanwhile, opened a portal and communicated with Super Xiao Qin. What do you think 11 really wanted? Perhaps he abandoned his reality body, no longer wanting to be a useful pawn on the chessboard, and directly became a warp creature, just like Fulgrim is now. But everything he did until meeting me seemed to be about clashing with Horus, determined to take Horus no matter what, and the result? It doesn't matter. His reality body is gone. He'll be easier to deal with after ascending to daemonhood. Didn't the Watchers give us a book of demons? Even if 11 becomes more powerful after ascending to daemonhood, we can banish him by chanting, which is much better than him running around the universe causing trouble. I think so too. After discussing 11's matter, Qin Xia was silent for 2 seconds, then extended his hand, come with me. No, Qin Xia, I'm a problem, Super Xiao Qin said. Most people won't know I'm a copy of your consciousness, they'll only know I'm an Iron Man. Even the Emperor would want to eliminate me if he knew of my existence. Besides. Super Xiao Qin turned to look aside. Squeaky Fart attached the equipment he was taking to Gusa's back, then Gusa scooped the little fellow onto his shoulder. As the two beasts left, they looked at the Iron Man. Like them, I'm a wanderer, unwanted in my own species. Unloved and uncared for, it's good to stick together, Super Xiao Qin said. Gusa is a very interesting beast, we get along very well. Alright, Qin Xia nodded. If you need me, I'll be there, the Iron Man bumped fists with Qin Xia, then walked towards Gusa. As Squeaky Fart pressed the teleport button, he lightly tipped his hat. Gusa hammered his chest 3 times with his battle axe. The two beasts and the Iron Man teleported to the surface to build a battleship. Qin Xia looked at Horus. The Primarch nodded, then turned and entered the portal. Let me out. Just give me a sword. I want to fight for my Primarch. Abaddon roared in the White Knight's lower deck brig. Now he could no longer hear the roar of the White Knight's gun deck firing, which was the most tormenting part, because it meant the war was over, and whether the Primarch was saved or what happened, there would be a result. Abaddon grabbed the bars and roared for a long time, then suddenly heard footsteps in the corridor. The frequency and sound of the footsteps made Abaddon a moment of daze, then he felt a trembling ecstasy. Horus soon appeared in Abaddon's sight, accompanied by Qin Xia. Father, Abaddon slid down, kneeling on the ground. Horus said nothing, his expression complex. After a long moment, the Primarch slowly spoke, You have shamed me. A look of pain appeared on Abaddon's face, but quickly eased, At least you are safe, that is enough. I have heard everything about you from the White Knight Lord. Horus turned to look at Qin Xia, then continued, I have decided to permanently banish you from the Shadow Wolves. Upon hearing this, Abaddon's face visibly paled. He had thought the Primarch would at most execute him. Take your top knot and get out. Qin Xia raised his hand to open the cell door, then teleport the top knot from the next cell onto Abaddon's head. You certainly won't do anything foolish again, and I won't come looking for you. Don't appear in my sight. A transport ship will arrive in the star system in a couple of days. Board the transport and leave, go wherever you wish. Horus turned around. Abaddon remained seated on the ground long after Qin Xia and Horus had left together. Chapter 591, The Firefighter. The transport fleet, guided by the Pharos lighthouse, entered the star system to provide supplies to the White Knight's think tank fleet, which had not been resupplied for a long time. The heavy cruiser White Knight docked alongside the largest supply ship in the transport fleet, and a transfer passage was established between the two vessels. The supply ship wasn't just delivering things to the White Knight. The White Knight also had something to deliver to the supply ship. That something was Abaddon. The War Master is still soft on you, isn't he? Varus walked in front of Abaddon. The two entered the connecting bridge. Abaddon said nothing, merely surveying his surroundings. The connecting bridge was enveloped in transparent energy, isolating it from the harsh environment of the void. The energy was not solid, it could be penetrated. Some transport craft from the supply ship would fly from the void, land on the connecting bridge, and after loading cargo, directly deliver it to other parts of the White Knight, which was more convenient and faster. Heavier cargo, however, had to be carried by giant traction vehicles, driven across the connecting bridge, and into the White Knight. I thought he would order your head to be chopped off. Instead, he just exiled you. As Varus said this, Abaddon finally couldn't suppress his temper. He tried to rush over in 2 strides to punch Varus in the back of the head, but found that no matter how far he ran, he couldn't get close to Varus, who was slowly walking. I'd rather be executed. Abaddon roared. To be exiled, you're a space marine, you understand that this punishment is more terrifying than execution. Varus continued to speak, completely ignoring the debate of whether exile or execution was worse. Oh, and your Terminator armor and weapons have been stripped. Someone in the Luna Wolves will inherit your equipment later. After a few steps, Varus stopped and turned to look at Abaddon. Abaddon was now standing at the edge of the connecting bridge, looking at the dizzying, endless void below. My mission is to deliver you to the supply ship. Varus's eyes lit up with psychic energy. If you jump down, I'll have failed my mission, and then I'll have to carve a mark of shame on my back. So, can you wait until you're on the transport ship to try to die? There are also places with huge drops there, even a space marine could fall to his death. Go to hell. Abaddon raised his middle finger. The psychic light in Varus's eyes faded, realizing that the man in front of him did not intend to jump. I can feel it, the Primarch still has expectations for me. Abaddon gazed into the void. Even though my current situation is like falling into the void, without reliance. But this situation is because the Primarch still has expectations for me. Expectations for what? Expectations for you two. Next time the War Master gets caught again, you'll go catch another Primarch to trade for him. Give it up. If he truly has any expectations for you, it's just that he wants you to go to Ultramar and find a place to live in seclusion until you die. Varus said coldly. Very good, Varus, the skill of your foul mouth is just one step away from the White Knight Lord. Thank you for the compliment, Abaddon. Abaddon was too lazy to say anything more to Varus, just pondering to himself. The Primarch expects me to atone. Abaddon thought so. Although this idea seemed absurd even to Abaddon himself, recalling the complex expression on the Primarch's face when he looked at him earlier, Abaddon felt that the Primarch did indeed have such expectations. Has the rebel faction been completely annihilated by now? Varus saw Abaddon suddenly turn his head and ask him. From Abaddon's personal perspective, in the previous battles on the northern imperial frontier, the Emperor's children and Death Guard had been wiped out. This information was told to him by the soulless ones who brought him food daily. Then, just now, the White Knight Lord arrived in the star system, the 11th Legion fleet was annihilated, with only one Gloriana-class battleship remaining, and that battleship had been captured. A portion of the supplies delivered by the supply ship was for the captured Gloriana-class battleship. No. Just as Abaddon thought the rebel faction was annihilated, Varus shook his head, the 500 worlds are currently fighting the rebel faction. Excellent. Abaddon smiled. What do you intend to do? Varus asked. Atone. Abaddon jumped down from the edge of the connecting bridge, returned to Varus's front, and then strode towards the supply ship. Varus was silent for a moment, then followed. Inside the giant gate of the supply ship's entrance, the Imperial Navy captain and naval officers were all lined up on the cargo deck, ready to welcome the high-ranking personnel from the Luna Wolves. They knew very well that Abaddon was no longer a member of the Luna Wolves' Four Kings Council, and in fact, was no longer even a member of the Luna Wolves Legion. But for these small figures, Abaddon was still a space marine, and one with illustrious military achievements, not to be treated lightly. Is your supply fleet's next destination Ultramar? Varus asked the captain. The White Knight Lord also needs to go to Ultramar. If necessary, the think tank fleet will escort you. No need, sir. The captain saluted and replied, we will conduct resupply operations far from the war zone, while the think tank fleet will certainly go to the war zone. We don't want to hold you back. Varus nodded and teleported away. Resupply work finished. The connecting bridge retracted. The transport fleet headed for Ultramar, guided by the Pharos lighthouse. Gale's Ultramarines reinforcement fleet also needed to return to Ultramar. The think tank fleet, meanwhile, entered a pocket universe, led by the White Knight Lord to the next place that needed firefighting. Some time later. Sosa. Tens of thousands of Nuceria main battle tanks, Lemon Rust tanks, Bane Blade tanks, these combined armored forces of Nuceria and Ultramar auxiliary armies sped across the plains. The God Emperor class prototype tank, as the spearhead of the armored forces, was at the very front of the armored array. Ahead of the armored forces was the attacking side, with fewer tanks than the defenders, but supported by an entire Titan legion. The battle officially began after dozens of tanks in the defending armored formation were vaporized by volcano cannons. As the two sides lines drew closer, and various weapons were unleashed upon each other, snowflakes suddenly began to fall on the battlefield. Even more dense snow and wind suddenly appeared in front of the foremost God Emperor class prototype tank. Qinxia walked out from the snow and raised his hand towards the armored forces spread across the entire plain ahead. The next second, the plain was covered in snow. Strong winds howled, scattering the snowflakes on the plain, and the entire Titan Legion and rebel armored forces that had been enveloped within it earlier had completely vanished, as if they had never existed. Beyond the planet's orbit, the outline of the White Knight was faintly visible. Lances of light struck the planet's surface, bombarding the remaining rebel armored forces in the areas around the Pharos Mountains. At the same time, within Pharos Fortress, the Thinkers began to clear out enemy infantry throughout the fortress. At this point, the Battle of Sosa was as good as over. Gangelo. Qinxia turned and walked towards the God Emperor class prototype tank. He still remembered this tank, and he still remembered the crew inside it. But when Qinxia arrived in front of the tank and called out, it wasn't a familiar face that emerged from the open hatch, but an unfamiliar young girl. God Emperor. The girl emerged from the vehicle, saluting with a hand to her chest. The crew also emerged, standing on the armor and saluting. Qinxia didn't recognize any of these people. Gangelo was my father, sir, the girl explained. He sacrificed himself, and then my crew and I took over his duties. Upon hearing this news, Qinxia was somewhat dazed. A second later, he nodded, keep up the good work. The girl saluted again. At this moment, Varus, along with several individuals responsible for the Battle of Sosa, teleported from the fortress to Qinxia's front. As timely as ever, Sword Edge. Kleist stepped forward and embraced Qinxia. When have I ever disappointed you? Qinxia smiled. After their embrace, they looked at the other individuals Varus had brought. Danxiok, Avita, Erebus. The three saluted Qinxia. Then Danxiok described the battle situation. Although the sacrifices were great, and there were only mortal forces on the planet, Sosa still held out. Eidolon left on his battleship some time ago, and the landing forces deployed on the planet continued to fight us. Eidolon is quite clever, otherwise I would have pulled his battleship down to smash his troops. Qinxia said, what are our casualties? Danxiok looked at Kleist. The latter stated the figures, total casualties, 300,000. It's certainly not easy for mortals to fight space marines. Qinxia thought. Regardless, the Battle of Sosa is over. Qinxia began, continue to garrison here. Until the Webway project is completed, the Pharos Lighthouse remains of paramount importance. I will leave the Night Legions here. At this time, the White Knight was already deploying Night Legions to Sosa. Thousands of Night Titans were airdropped to various locations on Sosa. Danxiok realized he still had to stay on Sosa, feeling a little uncomfortable. He still wanted the White Knight Lord to help him contact the Primarch to see when he could return to the Legion, otherwise he was pretty much like Avita and Erebus, the two exiles, right now. But considering the rampant warp storms and the absolute certainty that no ships would head to the Eye of Terror at present, Danxiok ultimately suppressed the longing in his heart and said nothing. Has Erebody appeared recently? Qinxia then looked at Erebus. No. Erebus replied. Even if he appears, I will kill him, as easily as crushing an ant. Avita said. Be extra careful. Qinxia unfastened a square object from his waist and handed it to Erebus. This is a device with soulless one effects. From now on, you carry it. If Erebody appears, it can help you eliminate him more easily. Erebus reached out and took it, hanging the soulless one device on his waist. Qinxia then raised his hand to Erebus. I can now help you reconstruct your body, allowing you to regain your original sensory abilities and emotions. Erebus was silent for a moment, then shook his head. This current state allows me to think a lot, to repeatedly engage in philosophical introspection about whether my good deeds and firm faith are for my own satisfaction or for the faith itself. Even though it's painful, I don't want to return to my original state. Qin Xia lowered his hand, wanting to say something, but in the end, he just nodded. Chapter 592, Webway Project Success. Night. Qin Xia did not take his fleet to pursue Eidolon, but instead stayed on Setha for a night. Led by Danxiok, Qin Xia entered the Pharos Lighthouse's main control room. Several mortal operators were working there. Upon seeing the White Knight Lord, they merely glanced at him before continuing to navigate various ships. These people have been working tirelessly for a long time, Danxiok whispered. I suspect they were sent by the owner of this Xenos facility. Some wanted to interrogate them, but Kleist and I stopped them, because these people are as important as the Pharos Lighthouse itself. Qin Xia merely nodded, indicating he understood. He was not here for these people, nor even for the Pharos Lighthouse. After a faint green light emerged, and everyone in the control room except Qin Xia was frozen, the person Qin Xia truly wanted to see appeared. Humans can really hold Setha. A silver skeleton emerged from the rippling wall, pacing with his staff in front of Qin Xia. The skeleton suddenly disappeared. Then reappeared again. This elusive style was precisely that of the Space Necron's overlord, Trazyn the Infinite. What an interesting creature. Qin Xia looked at Trazyn the Infinite, then had a thought. All of Trazyn the Infinite's bodies, located between several dimensions and spatial rifts, were dragged before Qin Xia, then these bodies all decomposed into atoms, leaving only one body. At the same time, Trazyn the Infinite was anchored in one position, unable to perform dimensional travel. Thank you. Qin Xia hesitated, then slowly spoke, I know you activated the Pharos Lighthouse. I sensed your presence as soon as I arrived on Setha. Regardless, the Pharos Lighthouse is extremely important to humanity, so thank you. Is that all? Trazyn the Infinite cupped the dust from his other bodies, letting it flow between his fingers. I just want you to realize that it's not advisable to treat me as a backup collection. Qin Xia raised his hand, transforming the dust back into living metal bodies, and sending them back to other dimensions. Trazyn the Infinite chuckled inexplicably, his eyes and mouth flashing with green light as he laughed. Qin Xia reached out, grabbing something from thin air, and presented a chaos artifact to Trazyn the Infinite. Trazyn the Infinite took it, seeing the warp's landscape reflected in the mirror-like chaos artifact. I found this with 11. I don't know what this damn thing does, but I can feel a very powerful chaos force from it, Qin Xia said. This is a gift. Good item. Trazyn the Infinite threw the mirror into a suddenly appearing faint green light. In Trazyn the Infinite's museum, the mirror appeared on the display stand specifically for chaos artifacts. I thought you would give Gusa to me. Don't you have an ancient orc in your museum? That's true, but you can never have too many good things. Trazyn the Infinite continued to pace. After a moment, he stopped, opening his arms. This lighthouse will soon be useless, because your human webway project has succeeded. The webway project succeeded. Qin Xia was startled. He hadn't expected Trazyn the Infinite to be the first to know of the webway project's success. He knew before Qin Xia did. This is news I learned from an Eldar friend, Trazyn the Infinite said. But don't think that just because the webway project succeeded, everything is fine. Then this overlord with a collecting habit began to describe the current state of the webway. Qin Xia listened very carefully, not doubting whether the space Necrons had the ability to know about the webway. Because the Necrons could enter the webway through a construct called a tomb gate. Essentially, your human tyrant's webway project only built a webway entrance, connecting to the webway network created by the old ones. The Eldar, and the dark kin of the Eldar, they occupy and control most of the webway. Additionally, some webways have had their entrances and exits destroyed, or the webway has been breached from the inside out, allowing warp creatures to enter, and in terms of environment, these parts of the webway are no different from the warp. After relaying this information, Trazyn the Infinite stopped pacing and suddenly chuckled again. Qin Xia now knew what Trazyn the Infinite was laughing at. He was laughing at the Emperor. The Emperor staked everything on the webway project, as if its completion would solve all problems, but in reality, it was not so, and perhaps not. However, after his chuckle, Trazyn the Infinite did not sharply criticize the Emperor's person or actions, merely offering some advice. You humans will likely blow up the Pharos lighthouse after it loses its necessity, but be careful not to release bad things. This lighthouse is powered by a Cetan shard. The Pharos lighthouse was indeed ordered to be destroyed by Guilliman after the Great Heresy. One last thing. Be careful of 11, Trazyn the Infinite said. Why? Qin Xia asked. Because, your Emperor's proud bioalchemy is no longer something only he can wield, Trazyn the Infinite said, then chuckled again. Qin Xia pondered for a moment and understood Trazyn the Infinite's meaning. The Emperor's proud bioalchemy was the technology that shaped the Primarchs. Perhaps 11 had mastered this technology. But the key to creating Primarchs isn't the technology, the key is that the Emperor used his own genes to create the Primarchs. Technology alone is useless, Qin Xia judged. I don't think 11 has the ability to create Primarchs. But he can create something else. Trazyn the Infinite didn't elaborate. Qin Xia guessed that Trazyn the Infinite was sent to convey some information, but was also instructed to hold back, and pressing him wouldn't yield anything. Also, regarding the trials, know when to stop, Trazyn the Infinite pointed to the eightfold trial at Qin Xia's waist. Your power has begun to permeate reality, beginning to affect some people and events, the 333-star system is proof. Qin Xia was not surprised. After some thought, he nodded and opened a portal. Trazyn the Infinite stepped back a few paces and vanished into the faint green light. White Knight's Great Library. Qin Xia sat cross-legged, attempting to contact the Emperor. This was not the first attempt, every previous attempt had failed before it even began. It wasn't that Qin Xia couldn't penetrate the four gods' interference, nor that the Emperor would be interfered with by the four gods, causing him not to receive Qin Xia's psychic messages. It was because the Emperor simply couldn't be found. This situation could only have one explanation: the Emperor was in the webway. However, Qin Xia now had an unexpected gain: he could accurately sense the Emperor's location in the warp the Imperial Palace on Terra. The four gods still tried to interfere with this contact, but the Emperor's own psychic power was too immense. Qin Xia eventually made contact with the Emperor. As the Emperor's outline gradually emerged from the darkness before Qin Xia, the Emperor's words also entered Qin Xia's mind. "Where are you?" What was transmitted to Qin Xia was not words, but a mass of information, which was summarized after being received in Qin Xia's mind. Qin Xia recounted all of his experiences since the start of the heresy. This information was also projected into the Emperor's mind, allowing the Emperor to perceive it in an instant. "Why are you running around putting out fires?" The emotionally charged, even angry, questioning voice startled Qin Xia, making him wonder if the Emperor was truly angry with him, or if his attitude remained cold and his reception and parsing end had simply made an error, misunderstanding the presence of emotion in the Emperor's psychic message. "I was waiting for you in the webway to return to Terra, so I stopped working for a while, and you were running around putting out fires on the front lines. You should have returned to Terra the first time you came back to the reality universe after being missing for 7 months. I needed you to sit on the Golden Throne during the final step of the webway project, using your psychic power to resist the erosion of warp creatures until the webway was fully activated. Instead, you were running around on the front lines, thinking you were accomplishing so much." A series of information was parsed by Qin Xia. At the same time, the information also contained why the Emperor needed him to return to Terra. During the final phase of the webway project, which was linking the webway entrance to the old one's webway, there was a high probability of accidents, allowing warp creatures to enter the webway, and even pass through the webway into Terra. This required someone to sit on the Golden Throne and use psychic power to repel warp creatures. But fortunately, even though Qin Xia didn't return to Terra, the Emperor himself sat on the throne and resolved the matter. The webway project was completed, and there was no longer a need to use psychic power to resist warp creatures. The Emperor had no reason to be forced to sit on the throne, so he was now off the throne and free to move around. "Then why didn't you contact me before you sat on the throne and tell me to return to Terra?" Qin Xia said, "If I hadn't been running around putting out fires, Horus would surely have been captured and ultimately fallen into Eleven's hands, then he would have become a puppet of the four gods, eventually going to Terra to fight you. What are a few primarchs rebelling? As long as the webway project succeeds, nothing is a problem," the Emperor responded. "I thought you would realize you should return to Terra, but you still overly focus on those so-called prophecies and futures, getting bogged down by one or two people and events." Qin Xia and the Emperor began to argue. One believed that even without going to Terra, the webway project could still be completed, and the Golden Throne didn't necessarily need anyone to sit on it. The other believed that the rebellious primarchs were completely unimportant, and that Qin Xia should hurry back to Terra, even if he didn't sit on the Golden Throne or manage the webway project. There were still many things to do, and he shouldn't waste time on the front lines no matter what. After another sentence or two of debate, both realized it was a matter of differing philosophies that was difficult to reconcile, so they stopped arguing. "Return to Terra. Let the quadrant return with you." The Emperor's psychic message no longer contained any emotions, as cold as it usually was. Finally, the Emperor added another sentence. "Regardless, you indeed have great merit, whether it was rescuing Horus or reorganizing the legions on the northern border of the Imperium." Qin Xia didn't take the Emperor's praise to heart, only wondering whether he should return to Terra or follow his original plan to sort out matters here in Ultramar, then return to Nuceria to meet Angron. Now that the webway project had succeeded, Qin Xia genuinely didn't think he still had to go to Terra, but to be on the safe side, he still planned to ask the Emperor. But Qin Xia could no longer sense the Emperor. Clearly, the Emperor was in the webway again. After careful consideration, Qin Xia still decided to return to Terra, just in case the old riddle-teller truly had a major urgent matter that required his help. Chapter 593, The Webway for Humanity. 2 months later. Solar System. As the absolute center of the Imperium of Man, the solar system was unaffected by the rebellion. Now that the rebellion was gradually being quelled, it presented a scene of prosperity. Countless transport ships gathered in the solar system. Only a very small number of ships were responsible for providing supplies to other planets during the storm's rampage, while the vast majority of ships carried resources conscripted from all over the Imperium, providing material guarantees for the Terra Webway project. The solar system, which had seen no ships enter or exit since the storm's rampage, finally had guests. Qin Xia, who had traversed the warp to reach the solar system, released the White Knight and the 11th Legion's new flagship from his pocket universe. The two gigantic ships did not dock at the solar system spaceport, instead, one headed for Terra and the other for Mars. Warships directly descending upon Terra and Mars was against regulations, but those who couldn't enforce it didn't care, and those who could, didn't. White Knight's hangar deck. Behind the transport plane piloted by ace pilot Kova, Qin Xia and Quadrant stood face to face. The Olina sisters in brown, Quadrant's 3 colleagues, stood behind Qin Xia. Behind Quadrant, who was about to board the plane, stood a squad of Holy Guard. The atmosphere was quite solemn, so the few of them remained silent. This was the time for farewells. The Emperor hadn't said what Quadrant was to do back in the solar system, but just now the Holy Guard had arrived on the White Knight, stating that they would escort Quadrant to Mars. This parting might be a permanent one. Quadrant vaguely felt this. Don't go to Mars yet, Qin Xia broke the silence. The Holy Guard behind Quadrant frowned, intending to speak, when Qin Xia added, first, go to that Glory Queen battleship I took from the 11th Legion. Why? Quadrant asked. That's my gift to you, it will become your Mechanicum arc, Qin Xia smiled, you're also returning home in glory. Kyle Boer, that old geezer, always said we treated you poorly. Mechanicum arc. Quadrant began to ponder. A Mechanicus sage would possess a Mechanicum arc, a type of ship equivalent to a large mobile laboratory, a residence, and even a Mechanicus world. And as Qin Xia gifted a Glory Queen battleship to be his Mechanicum arc, Quadrant was touched, but also wondered if Qin Xia thought he would be promoted and become a high-ranking member of the Adeptus Mechanicus, never to return to the White Knight and the 12th Legion. Looking at Qin Xia's expression, Quadrant knew he thought so. Furthermore, Qin Xia became serious, find that old geezer Kyle Boer and ask him if he recognizes this Glory Queen battleship. Qin Xia suspected that this new flagship of the 11th Legion came from the Adeptus Mechanicus. Quadrant nodded. Go, Qin Xia waved, signaling Quadrant and the Holy Guard to board the transport plane. The Holy Guard saluted with their shields, escorting Quadrant onto the plane. As he entered the cabin, Quadrant stopped and looked back at Qin Xia. The hatch slowly rose. Quadrant watched Qin Xia until the last sliver of the gap closed. Can our good friend still come back? Brown asked. I'm not too sure, Qin Xia shook his head. The Emperor might be dealing with Kyle Boer's faction of the Mars Adeptus Mechanicus. Quadrant might become his pawn, or perhaps a candidate to succeed Kyle Boer as Forge Master General. Then you'll have a friend who's a Forge Master General, Brown said. Now you don't just have connections in the Imperial High Command, but on Mars too. Qin Xia watched the transport plane. The transport plane took off, leaving the White Knight's hangar and flying towards the Glory Queen battleship suspended above Mars. Before handing this battleship over to Quadrant, Qin Xia personally led the Thinkers to clean it inside and out. I hope he doesn't become the Forge Master General, Qin Xia said. The transport plane flew away. Qin Xia turned to Brown and the Olina sisters and said, I'm going to Terra now, you all can go back. A moment later. Qin Xia and Horus teleport together to the Terra Imperial Palace. Qin Xia didn't have time to send Horus back to the Shadow Wolves, so he could only bring him back to Terra first. After entrusting Horus to the Holy Guard and settling him in the Imperial Palace, Qin Xia then teleported to the dungeon. Outside the dungeon entrance, he saw Magnus. Magnus was dressed in a long robe, wearing a heavy collar around his neck, and pushing a wheelchair with both hands. Malkador was sitting in the wheelchair. Qin Xia didn't recognize Malkador at first glance, he only recognized him after carefully observing his sinister eyes. Malkador looked as if he had aged several millennia, completely emaciated, his body shriveled as if only bones remained beneath his skin. Guess who took your place on the Golden Throne? Malkador asked with a sneer. The Emperor, Qin Xia replied. He said that in the Webway project, I was supposed to sit on the Golden Throne, and then he sat on it himself. He didn't tell you that when connecting to the Old One's Webway, a massive number of warp creatures poured into reality, and I sat on the throne first to block the Webway exit. He went to clear the warp creatures in the Webway city, and only returned to take over from me, Malkador asked. The Emperor didn't say, Qin Xia gazed at the seal bearer. It seemed the Webway project was not smooth, and humanity still paid some price to get it done. Fortunately, it was still successful. Why didn't Magnus sit on the throne? Qin Xia looked at the Primarch pushing the seal bearer's wheelchair. We wouldn't dare let him sit, Malkador said. Upon hearing this, Magnus looked helpless. But as to why they dared not let Magnus sit on the Golden Throne, Malkador didn't elaborate, only motioning for Magnus to push the wheelchair into the dungeon. Qin Xia also followed into the dungeon. After moving forward for a while, Qin Xia once again saw the cell reserved for 11. I deeply regret not capturing 11 and locking him in here back then. Malkador didn't even glance at the cell, but suddenly heard Qin Xia expressing his feelings as they passed by. Why dwell on this? The seal bearer consoled Qin Xia. When I sat on the Golden Throne, I felt that ghastly thing was like a wheelchair carrying me around, and in a trance, I seemed to see the will of the reality universe. It informed me of everything that would originally happen in this reality universe. You brought Magnus to Terra, preventing him from destroying the Webway. You raised Angron, preventing him from falling to chaos. You also had him discipline Perturabo, preventing Perturabo from going astray. You rescued Horus, and you did so much more. Among the rebels, there are only 11 in Fulgrim. Even if you chose to return to Terra instead of putting out fires, how much trouble could they cause? Earlier, the Emperor and I discussed, and he said you rendered great service. At this point, Malkador looked at Qin Xia's reaction. Qin Xia's expression was calm, but a hint of regret and longing appeared in his eyes. You'll have plenty of opportunities to see Angron in the future. Once everything settles, you and those gladiators can stay in one place, forever and ever. Malkador saw what Qin Xia was regretting. The Emperor and I considered transforming Kleist and those female gladiators who couldn't become Space Marines into Holy Guard, so they too would have extremely long lives. Transform them into Holy Guard. Qin Xia was greatly astonished. Yes, yes, Malkador nodded repeatedly. This is the Emperor's gift to Angron. The three talked as they delved deeper into the dungeon. The entrance to the artificial webway was connected to the Imperial Palace dungeon. The three boarded a flying vehicle and entered the artificial webway section. Inside the cabin, Qin Xia saw that the webway created by the Emperor was indeed, as Vulcan had said, extremely rudimentary. Tens of thousands of scientists, all at the pinnacle of various scientific fields, were dispersed throughout the webway, directing servitors to maintain various gigantic devices. The webway structure was made of an unknown solid material, with psychic energy acting like glue, bonding the solid materials together. The webway built by the old ones was not like this, but for the Emperor to achieve this much under limited conditions was already extremely difficult. The artificial webway was only a small section, connected to the old one's webway. The flying vehicle shuttled through the webway, eventually arriving at an Eldar webway city. The visual appearance of this webway city reminded Qin Xia of the Black Library. It presented as 360 degrees from all angles. The impossible city, Karista, Malkador introduced. It's a webway hub, and it will be the future center of the Imperium of Man. The flying vehicle passed through a rift located within the city. See this rift? We can't measure its depth. A person who falls in would die of old age before hitting the bottom, Malkador said, pointing at the bottomless abyss beneath the flying vehicle. Qin Xia understood the structure of these webway cities without Malkador's introduction. Originally, this webway city would have been the endpoint of the Emperor's dreamlike endeavor. Demons would battle the Emperor in Karista. There would also be a place in the city called Magnus' Folly, named because Magnus, in his attempt to contact the Emperor, was inadvertently used by Xianj to break the webway. However, there would no longer be a place called Magnus' Folly now. Karista would also become the true starting point of the Emperor's dreamlike endeavor. The flying vehicle entered the tallest spire within the webway city, stopping on an outward extending platform built by humans on this Eldar structure. The entire spire had been repurposed by humans as a hub, with various commands concerning the webway being issued from within. The Emperor himself was located within the spire. As Qin Xia, Malkador, and Magnus stepped into the spire, the Emperor was listening to a report from Holy Guard Commander Valder. After Valder finished his report, the Emperor looked at the newcomers. Valder had been with the Emperor for too long, a mere glance or gesture was enough for him to understand the Emperor's meaning. Therefore, he immediately re-explained the reported matters to Qin Xia. A month ago, we dispatched an exploration fleet of over 1,000 warships deep into the webway. This fleet also included a large number of Holy Guard, Solar Auxilia, and 100 Holy Guard members. As of today, the exploration fleet has lost contact with us, vanishing without a trace. Having finished his report, Valder stepped aside. The Emperor gazed at Qin Xia. We must explore the webway routes leading to all directions of the Imperium, but before that, we must first find the exploration fleet. Qin Xia pondered for a moment, realizing that the exploration fleet was most likely still being held by the Eldar. Although some webway routes might also be occupied by demons, the Eldar would find ways to isolate those broken webways. The possibility of the fleet being destroyed by demons or other warp creatures was extremely low. The Emperor also believed the fleet was most likely in Eldar hands, so he said, if we can retrieve the fleet through diplomatic means, that would be best. If not, I don't mind having a webway war with the Eldar. Chapter 594, A Rich Battle. 1 solar hour later. The massive fleet set sail from the webway city of Karista. The total number of warships was around 1,500. All the warships of the think tank fleet, except for the White Knight, moved on the outermost flank of the fleet, like a foot soldier marching on the edge of a formation in an army. At the very center of the fleet was the Emperor's other flagship, the Bucephalus battleship. The Emperor himself was not within the fleet, but this colossal vessel was enough to represent the Emperor's authority and boost the morale of the entire fleet. The White Knight guarded the Bucephalus battleship, forming the close guard fleet along with 50 other heavy cruisers. The Imperial Navy Solar System fleet, the Adeptus Mechanicus Mars fleet, the most advanced and powerful warships from these ace fleets representing the two wings of the Imperial double-headed eagle, were detached from their original fleets and joined the fleet led by the battleship. This was the naval power. The ground forces were also the cream of the Empire. 120,000 Solar Auxilia, 5,000 custodians personally commanded by Valder, the entire Thousand Suns Legion, 2,000 Silent Sisters of the Silent Sisterhood, and the Titan Legion of the Omen Sisterhood. 5 million elite Adeptus Mechanicus Holy Guard, and 26 Titan Legions. These fleets and army units were neatly displayed on the holographic projection of the battleship's command deck. Qin Xia was looking at the information displayed on this tactical table. And surrounding Qin Xia around the holographic projection were Malkador, the Seal Bearer and Imperial Regent, Valder, the Commander of the Custodians, the Solar Lord, Commander of the Solar Auxilia, Yenja Caller, Commander of the Silent Sisterhood, and the Adeptus Mechanicus Holy Guard Marshal, Magnus, Primarch of the Thousand Suns Legion. Other high-ranking officials from the participating forces, such as Ahriman of the Thousand Suns Legion, the High Stewards of the Titan Legions, and the Tribune Centurions of the Custodians, stood clustered together. The Emperor is truly going all out. Qin Xia looked at the troop information on the holographic projection, a smile hidden beneath his heavy helmet. After a while, Qin Xia let out a snicker that only Malkador and Magnus could hear. Heh heh heh. I've never fought such a rich battle. If I had these troops under my command before the rebellion began, I could have annihilated the 11th Legion and the Emperor's children at the start of the war. Heh 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 heh. Malkador was expressionless, but he could understand Qin Xia's joy at this moment. The Seal Bearer also did not remind Qin Xia, the command of these fleets and armies was indeed not in the hands of the Emperor, who was in Karista, but in Qin Xia's hands. However, the Emperor had also instructed that Qin Xia's various orders should be executed with consultation. But then again, if Qin Xia did not issue muddled orders, the entire fleet and army would undoubtedly obey his commands. We must complete the Emperor's orders as quickly as possible. Malkador said, seeing that Qinxia was no longer snickering, I hope you can see his urgency. The entire fleet and army had assembled and set off within 1 solar hour. The Emperor had accelerated the timeline with psychic power, and his urgency did not need Malkador to say it, Qinxia could see it too. Urgent? I don't see it. If he's so urgent, why doesn't he come to command the army himself? Qinxia calmly removed his helmet and handed it to Magnus. Magnus smiled helplessly, reaching out to take the helmet and holding it in his hands, awaiting your command. Then Qinxia picked up a water cup, took a sip of the rare fresh water from Terra, and then pondered carefully. Valder looked at Malkador. The seal-bearer returned a reassuring look to the commander of the custodians. The idea of letting Qinxia lead the search for the lost fleet, and even the webway exploration work, was precisely the suggestion the seal-bearer first proposed to the Emperor. Except for the Emperor, who had to remain on Terra to guard against unforeseen circumstances, Qinxia was the one who understood the Ildari the most. This understanding was not about knowing how much general information about the Ildari, but a deep understanding of the various Ark worlds, the Ildari's dark kin, and the Harlequins, these subdivided factions. We don't need to disperse the fleet to explore various webway branch routes to find traces of the lost fleet. Qinxia spoke to everyone after pondering. Because the Harlequins will definitely be waiting for us somewhere, and then tell us where the lost fleet is. Regardless of whether this fleet will ultimately participate in combat, before I issue the combat readiness order, we must exercise restraint. No warship in the fleet, not even a single auxiliary soldier in the army, shall fire upon any Xenos race before receiving my command. As soon as his voice fell, everyone on the command deck nodded. The fleet continues to advance, everyone else can disperse. Qinxia waved his hand. Everyone dispersed, leaving only Malkador and Magnus. Assuming we have to face all Xenos hostile to humanity, even with an army of this size, we still have to be prepared to suffer huge casualties. Qinxia suddenly became extremely serious. The three of us alone are enough to annihilate an Ark world, a webway city. Magnus' eyes flickered with psychic glow, but it was quickly suppressed by his collar, using psychic power. Malkador showed a look of it's hard to explain, you see, that's why he wasn't allowed to sit on the golden throne. The webway can isolate all threats from the warp, but it is still very fragile when facing damage from within. Qinxia patiently watched Magnus and explained. So it's not that we can't use it, it's just that we need to be as careful as possible. Magnus said. Qinxia smiled and nodded twice vigorously. Whatever the cost, we must retrieve the exploration fleet. Malkador brought the conversation back to the cost issue, even if we wanted to, the Empire could organize a dozen exploration fleets at any time. I understand. Qinxia nodded. The exploration fleet was not particularly precious, but it was the first fleet sent out by the human species to explore the webway, and thus it was worth the sacrifice of the fleet Qinxia now commanded, even at the risk of total annihilation. If the exploration fleet was not retrieved, or if the fleet was destroyed and those who destroyed it did not pay the price, the human species would not be able to gain a foothold in the webway in the future. 1 solar day later. As the fleet followed the trajectory of the exploration fleet before its disappearance, an Ildari warship came straight towards the human fleet from ahead. Due to Qinxia's previous orders, the Solar Navy commanders did not issue an attack command. After the Ildari vessel approached, contact was established, and some of the Xenos were teleported by Qinxia to the battleship's command deck. The arrivals were none other than the Harlequins. The humans surrounded these colorfully dressed Xenos tightly. Seeing a dozen Harlequins standing silently and solemnly, Malkador, who knew the Ildari quite well, immediately frowned, worried that these Xenos would start singing and dancing at the slightest provocation. But the Harlequins surprisingly did not sing. The leading Harlequin directly explained their purpose to Qinxia in standard High Gothic. The Veil Walker has investigated where your human lost fleet is now. An Ark world named Karista intercepted and detained them. Karista are webway guardians. They consider your human exploration fleet invaders and are planning an attack on Karista. This is the revelation the Laughing God wishes to give you. The Harlequin bowed, and after delivering the message, waited for Qinxia to make a decision. After hearing these words and observing Qinxia's reaction, Malkador pondered further and became even more convinced that letting Qinxia handle the exploration fleet matter was indeed a wise decision. The Harlequins had already, in fact, sided with Qinxia, and the reason was simple, the Laughing God had found someone who could help it complete its ultimate joke, which was to severely damage chaos with chaos power. Malkador and the Emperor could deduce this point. It was only a pity that the Harlequins' sphere of influence was small, content to stay in their corner, otherwise humans could temporarily use them to build a webway navigation system. Since you haven't left after saying all this, it means you have a way for us to find the Karista Ark world. Qinxia said. The Laughing God once bestowed upon them some gifts and aid, so we can act as intermediaries to help you negotiate with the Karista Ark world's council. The Harlequin said, scanning the surroundings, but only you can go. Valder stepped forward, I trust you Ildari won't mind if he brings some guards. Guards? Are you joking, him? The Harlequin's eyes were strange, every Ark world seer knows what he did before. Precisely because they don't think he would worry about his own safety, they requested him to go alone. Qinxia understood that the Harlequin meant that any Ark world with a seer knew that Qinxia was undergoing trials, and had completed more than one trial. For such a person, bringing guards was meaningless. I'll go by myself. Qinxia opened a portal to the Harlequin's warship. No one worried about Qinxia's safety, nor did anyone try to dissuade him. Because everyone knew that Qin Xia's journey was not even considered putting himself in danger, it was merely a visit that was absolutely safe due to his individual might. After Qin Xia stepped into the portal, Malkador took over command of the fleet. The entire fleet remained in the webway. Qin Xia took the Harlequin ship, traversing the webway by taking shortcuts, and quickly covered a great distance. In a narrow webway fork, he saw the Karista Ark world. Like all other Ildari Ark worlds, the Karista Ark world was immensely vast. Even a Gloriana-class battleship paled in comparison to its sheer size. And near the Ark world, a large number of Ildari vessels were stationed, their ship markings indicating they belonged to various different Ark worlds. Witnessing this, Qin Xia realized that over a dozen Ark worlds would participate in the upcoming negotiations, and also that other Ark worlds would decide how their respective Ark worlds would face humanity's involvement in the webway, based on Karista's attitude and the outcome of the negotiations. Please open a portal to the interior of the Ark world. The Harlequin bowed to Qin Xia. You should be able to see where my people are waiting to receive you. One of Qin Xia's eyes glowed with psychic light as he looked towards the center of the Ark world, then opened a portal and stepped through. The Harlequin who had brought Qin Xia did not follow, but quietly waited in the ship for Qin Xia to return. After stepping out of the portal, Qin Xia arrived at a harbor at the rear of the Ark world. More Ildari vessels were docked there. On the pure white energy-formed quay of the harbor, Qin Xia saw two familiar faces. One was the Veil Walker, and the other was Eldrat Ulthran. The Laughing God has entrusted me to act as your translator. Also, I must remind you, you are not just here to discuss the exploration fleet, but also the webway. This will determine whether humanity can successfully gain a foothold in the webway. The Veil Walker stepped closer and bowed. Qin Xia returned the Aquila sign, then looked at Ulthran. Ulthran still held his helmet, a mysterious smile on his handsome face, an air of refined elegance. The old seer gestured for Qin Xia to look behind him. Looking past Ulthran's shoulder, over 1,000 Ildari were gathered on the quay. They were likely the seers of each Ark world, dressed in extremely opulent attire, with the symbols of their respective Ark worlds printed on their lavish robes, including the seers of the Ulthwi craft world. These seers also watched Qin Xia, communicating psychically, their gazes and demeanor conveying a hint of hostility to Qin Xia. Before I saw you, I imagined I wouldn't see you here. Qin Xia took a deep breath, sighing helplessly. The Harlequin troop were eccentrics, and Ulthran was a madman. With these two helping him, Qin Xia felt that the outcome of the negotiations would probably not be very good. When you needed us, we were like help in a blizzard. Now that you don't need us, we've become a nuisance. Ulthran smiled, his voice soft, calm, and incredibly pleasant. It's our own overeagerness, thinking you needed our help here so much. That's not it. Qin Xia extended his hand. I'm still very happy to see you in a strange place. My previous remark was purely for strategic consideration. I sincerely hope that the Lord of Mankind's cause will be realized, and that the human species will no longer be sustenance for chaos. Ulthran gripped Qin Xia's hand. This is the key reason for my presence here. Leaving the harbor and embarking on the road to the Kerntar Council, the ceremony prepared by the Ark world for the talks officially began. When Qin Xia walked out of the harbor facilities, he saw a straight and vast road. The road was made of a pure white material, shimmering with a moonlight-like glow under the light. White light spots, like falling leaves, continuously drifted down from the sky, resembling the confetti humans would use in ceremonies. On both sides of the road, the Ark world's populace was separated by a formation of Wraith Guard, which are dreadnought-like war machines. Ark world infantry were fully armed, forming a human wall between the Wraith Guard and the sides of the road, with their muzzles pointed upwards and their stances upright. And Wraith Knights, war machines similar to Night Titans but with sleek and graceful lines, stood on the road, staying to the side, their long swords pointing towards the Ark world's dome. After Qin Xia stepped onto the road, the Wraith Knights on both sides turned in unison and accompanied Qin Xia at a slow pace. Those Ark world seers and accompanying personnel who had previously been in the harbor walked behind Qin Xia in a queue after leaving the harbor facilities. Suspended in the sky were numerous warships adorned with ribbons and decorations. From the starting point of the road at the harbor facility entrance to the Kerntar Ark Council entrance over 100 kilometers away, the arrangements were meticulously grand. However, the Eldar are, after all, sparsely populated, and war machines like Wraith Knights and Wraith Guard are not numerous, so they used tanks and similar war machines to form a line for the reception. Qin Xia could tell that the Eldar's arrangement was not to show off. These Eldar would not believe that a person who can now destroy an entire Ark world with psychic power would be intimidated by a display of pomp. Rather, as a race born as war instruments, the Eldar have a long-standing martial tradition. In addition, the Eldar, after all, pride themselves on being a noble species in the galaxy, and they will always strive for dignity. Although Qin Xia was human and visiting at a time of severe circumstances, as long as he did not come with the intention of destroying the Ark world, then he was a guest. Showing the younger races of the galaxy what aesthetics, rituals, and pomp are, could also satisfy the Eldar's sense of superiority. After walking all the way to the end of the road, before a magnificent building that words could not describe, 10 members of the Kerntar Ark World Seer Council stood at the entrance with their accompanying personnel. When the distance between the two parties shortened to 10 meters, the Eldar at the entrance nodded in greeting. Qin Xia also nodded. Then all war machines stopped at the entrance, forming a compact queue. Qin Xia and the other Ark World Seers followed the Kerntar Seers into the council. The entire council building was full of people. The seats here seemed to be able to be added, removed, and adjusted in position out of thin air. There was not an empty seat, nor would anyone stand because there was no seat. Qin Xia, Uslan, and Veil Walker were seated side by side. The Kerntar Arc World Seers sat 20 meters away from the three, their seats arranged in a semicircle around them. Behind the Seers' seats were the Observer seats, where thousands of Eldar sat. Guests from various Arc Worlds who entered the council building with Qin Xia also sat in the Observer seats. The talks begin, a Seer announced. All Eldar fell silent at the same moment. There was absolutely no clamor within the council like there was during meetings of the Imperial Parliament on Terra. Human, I greet you on behalf of the Kerntar Arc World, a Seer began. Previously, we intercepted your human exploration fleet. In a non-warring state, we generally do not detain alien fleets, but your ships fired upon ours. In self-defense, we had no choice but to use force to compel your fleet to surrender and detain them. But please do not worry, the human crew members are properly accommodated in the Arc World, and we will ensure that no one will be injured or die due to inadequate care when they leave here. The Seer spoke in High Gothic. Qin Xia was quite surprised. Veil Walker, who was supposed to translate, was now useless, it also disliked speaking, so it remained silent. Then the Seers exchanged views and discussed some matters. They also used High Gothic, the current common language of humanity, when communicating and discussing. Only the whispers Qin Xia heard with his psychic power from the observer seats were spoken in the Eldar language. I will take the exploration fleet and all crew members with me when I leave, Qin Xia said. Additionally, thank you for your care for them. I do not question their firing upon you either. Thank you for your understanding, another Seer said. Then let us begin discussing your human involvement in the webway. As soon as the words fell, Uslan spoke, the human species should gain a foothold in the webway. The webway was not shaped by our race, but by our creators. If other orderly and rational intelligent species wish to use the webway, then we should allow it. I believe the creator race, if they still existed today, would also make the same choice. Eldrat Ulthran, another member of the Seer Council took over from the previous one, to my knowledge, the Ulthwi Craft World stance is, absolutely no human use of the webway. In the observer seats, several Eldar in black robes rose and bowed to the Kerntar Arc World Seers. They were indeed the Seers of the Ulthwi Craft World, and at this moment, as the true representatives of Ulthwi, they stepped forward to express their stance. A bow signifies agreement, an agreement signifies a stance. Furthermore, Uslan, you speak from a human perspective, but still, to my knowledge. The Kerntar Seer gazed at Uslan, speaking slowly and almost syllable by syllable. 2 solar months ago, you led an operation in the Eye of Terror. This Seer used human time units, and also used the human term Eye of Terror for the massive warp rift. In order to divert a Daemon army pursuing an Ulthwi allied Arc World, you led the Daemon army towards the human defense line established near the Eye of Terror. Several human worlds were massacred by demons, and billions of human souls became the spoils of war for the demons. Looking at this action alone, Seer Uslan, you do not seem like a loyal ally of humanity at all. The Seer finished speaking and smiled, watching Uslan's reaction. Qin Xia was expressionless, but that was because he was restraining himself. At this moment, he absolutely could not be divided by that Kerntar Seer. And Uslan was not anxious at all at this moment, he still smiled gracefully. Yes, yes. Uslan first bowed slightly to Qin Xia, and then bowed again to the Kerntar Seers before him. I have done this, and more than once. But please allow me to provide a brief statement of my motivation here. Uslan raised an index finger. The Arc World that was saved by human sacrifice is an Arc World that has fought demons in the Eye of Terror for many years. Compared to a few worlds and groups of people on the human defense line, they have more value and strength in the cause of fighting chaos, so I made a wise choice. So the focus is on fighting chaos, not on which race's side I am speaking from now. Uslan turned his head and scanned the observer seats. If I must state my position, then fellow Seers of the Kerntar Arc World. My compatriots and I stand together. And the position of our race, and all other races in reality universe that tend towards order. The position of reality universe, the position of the cause of fighting chaos. Uslan finished speaking and bowed, I have finished. Thank you for giving me the time to speak. Thank you. Qin Xia felt that Uslan's words were quite eloquent. Compared to the silent Veil Walker, who was sitting with his legs crossed, Uslan seemed more convincing. Veil Walker also couldn't say such words. Because the Harlequin stance is with the Laughing God, we help humans because humans can complete the Laughing God's pranks. This reason really couldn't be stated in the current setting. However, Qin Xia also thought that for most Eldar, it would be better to let Veil Walker state the Harlequin's position. The Eldar were but a flickering candle in the wind after the Great Fall, most Eldar were just ordinary people who only wanted to survive. Uslan's grand strategy theory was not very convincing, it was not as good as the Harlequin's reason, at least the Laughing God's pranks could provide some entertainment. As Qin Xia expected. The Eldar reacted indifferently to Uslan's words, only a very few Eldar nodded. But Uslan actually had no intention of convincing his compatriots, he just wanted to explain to Qin Xia. The reason that humans using the webway would no longer provide negative emotional sustenance for the gods is not sufficient, another Kerntar Seer spoke. Our race is already a flickering candle in the wind, after the demise of our creators, we abandoned many responsibilities, and now we have no more responsibility or obligation to do anything for the living beings you speak of in reality universe. Moreover, the human race is extremely warlike. No matter how powerful chaos is, it cannot easily break through the webway. But if humans enter the webway, they will grow stronger and stronger, until they are eventually powerful enough to exterminate our race. To date, during the Great Crusade alone, humans have exterminated thousands of Xenos races, and our race is also one of the Xenos in their words. At this point, the seer took a deep breath, a look of profound sorrow on his face. Therefore, the Kerntar Ark world, which has always guarded the webway, is no longer guarding the webway, but is guarding the last survivors of our race, our last continuation. These words resonated. The Eldar suddenly responded strongly to these words. Some Eldar even started to cry. As a species with extremely high emotional sensitivity, the emotional resonance generated by the Eldar at this moment made the council noisy. It took them a while to quiet down. Human, it is your turn to speak, the seer looked at Xia. Xia remained silent, thinking. The logic of most Eldar present was this: humans are extremely warlike, their extermination of thousands of Xenos races is proof, and if humans truly gain a foothold in the webway, it will bring catastrophic disaster to the Eldar, so any action must be taken to stop humans, even if it means dying in battle. Even if the Eldar agree to humans having a foothold in the webway, humans will still exterminate the Eldar once they develop, because humans are warlike. In short, humans must not be allowed to gain a foothold in the webway. Xia also wanted to resolve the matter by talking it out. But the problem was, humans did exterminate thousands of Xenos races during the Great Crusade, and humans are indeed not benevolent. With such an ironclad fact before them, no matter how eloquent a human was, it would be useless. Xia just wanted to take the exploration fleet and leave now. From the very beginning, he came for the exploration fleet and had no expectations for anything else. But at this moment, being regarded as the representative of the entire human race by another race, rather than being seen as a specific person named Xia had to say something for humanity at this time. Humans exterminated more Xenos races during the Great Crusade than you know, but they were either incompatible like the orcs, or they were simply a race that worshipped chaos, or they had committed heinous acts against humans in distress. The Imperium of Man, as a ruling entity of the human race, rose from Terra. The Master of Mankind eliminated warlords one by one on Terra, gaining reverence and loyalty through blood and fire. The Imperium of Man, led by him, must settle the blood feuds of world after world. For humanity. This is the Imperium of Man's philosophy and foundation of rule. Xia said. The seer thought for a moment and then spoke, so, if you humans encounter civilized races, you will also try to coexist with them, like us Eldar. But to my knowledge, even you, Xia, even you. The seer's tone shifted. You also once exterminated an Ark world. That was the Tuantar Ark world. Among your human species, even the most benevolent and kind individual, His Highness Angron, he personally massacred the beings of the Tuantar Ark world. His Highness Angron is also your adopted son. The seer waited quietly for Xia's response. It was our Ark world that first forged the chains of hatred. A voice echoed through the council. A Wraithguard entered the council. It was unlike any Wraithguard Xia had seen before, extremely ornate in appearance, holding a scepter. The members of the Kerntar Seer Council rose and bowed. Xia turned to look at the Wraithguard. I am a guest of the Kerntar Ark world, and also a Fate Seer of the Tuantar Ark world. The Wraithguard said. I can prove two things. First, the Seer Council of the Tuantar Ark world attacked Angron due to a prophecy, and more than once. The human action was revenge. Second, the prophecy I saw proves that Xia came for the future of our two races. Chapter 596, A Turning Point. What the Farser of Tuantar Ark world said was far more effective than any words Xia had used or not used to defend himself just now. Xia looked at the Wraithguard, at the soul within that construct of spirit bones, and recognized that it was the Great Seer who had been imprisoned in the Tuantar Ark world back then. At that time, the orcs had invaded the Ark world, and afterwards, this Great Seer, along with his rekindled supporters among his people, wished to commit suicide, but requested that Xia ensure their souls were placed into the infinite circuit to be preserved. Xia had agreed then, because the Tuantar Ark world's repeated attacks on Angron were, in fact, the fault of another radical prophet within the Ark world. As I said, that matter was the fault of the Tuantar Ark world, the Farser emphasized again. The Ark world was not destroyed by Xia or by humans, but by the radical prophet who dispatched almost the entire fleet to kill Angron, leaving the Ark world's defenses empty and utterly defenseless against the orc horde. It was truly a self-inflicted wound. Hearing what the Farser said, everyone began to discuss. From their reactions during the discussion, Xia could tell that the Farser held an unusually high level of authority in the Karista Ark world. It also made sense. Such a person, capable of foreseeing the distant future, must have saved the Ark world from countless disasters, especially a warmongering Ark world like Karista. The Farser's contributions were significant in its survival. What kind of future have you seen? Asked the Karista seer who had just questioned Xia. That is not a future I have only recently seen, the Farser replied. From the moment of my birth until now, I have always seen the reality universe returning to nothingness, swallowed by the warp. When that happens, the entire reality universe will cease to exist, and how can the webway, which is attached between reality and the warp, possibly remain unscathed? Another round of discussion ensued within the council. Finally, the Karista Ark world seers exchanged opinions, and the person who had just questioned Xia spoke again. If we allow humanity to have a place in the webway, how will you ensure that both the human species and we Eldar have a future? Facing this question, Xia pondered carefully. I will fight for both of our races. I will fight for our entire reality. Xia's words silenced the entire council for a moment. At long last, the seer spoke, we need some time to discuss. In the Eldar Ranged Lounge, Qin Xia, the Veil Walker, and Uslan sat together, reviewing the recent meeting. They value you, Uslan said. They know you are completing the fourfold trial step by step, and they also value the Laughing God's opinion. Even if these non-believers of the Laughing God seem out of place with the Harlequin troop, the Laughing God is, after all, an Eldar God, and the only one remaining. Don't think they're not interested in my theories. As a long-lived species, it's hard not to consider the extremely distant future. One day, my people will understand the necessity of fighting chaos, and awaken from their decline. Qin Xia listened silently, nodding. Uslan looked at the Veil Walker. The latter still remained silent. Qin Xia spoke, this meeting will not yield immediate results, no decisions will be made at once, but that's fine, I can still gain much. Because you expressed an attitude, a stance. Regardless of the meeting's outcome, those who support you will rally around you, Uslan agreed wholeheartedly. The Veil Walker suddenly spoke at this moment, humans will ally with the Eldar. If that can counter chaos, then we should indeed do so, Uslan nodded. That will be incredibly difficult, the Veil Walker mused. We would have to do several earth-shattering deeds beneficial to our race to dispel the prejudice on our side, and our race would also have to do similar things for humanity. Only then can there be a basis for alliance. Therefore, I believe it is impossible. It's enough for humans to have a place in the webway. Chaos always takes advantage of vulnerabilities within human territories, and the webway matter is indeed urgent, Uslan said. Can the Emperor of Mankind agree? The Veil Walker looked at Qin Xia. No offense, but I don't think your attitude can represent the Emperor of Mankind's attitude. Qin Xia suddenly fell into deep thought. He thought it unlikely, but in fact, it was not so. Qin Xia recalled something. In the original timeline, the age of the Primarchs ended, and then didn't entirely end because of Guilliman's resurrection. At that time, Uslan would meet with Guilliman and discuss the Fate Weaver armor. Uslan had said something like this. You must know, the destinies of humanity and the Eldar are closely intertwined. Either both species survive, or neither survives. Your Emperor understands this. The key was the latter half of that sentence, your Emperor understands this. Believe me, he's not as mad or extreme as you think. Uslan's gaze suddenly deepened, his voice low, at least, he wasn't, once. As if recalling some past events. The Veil Walker frowned, realizing that Uslan knew the Emperor of Mankind quite well. Qin Xia saw the Veil Walker's reaction, his gaze meaningful. The Veil Walker definitely knew about Uslan's relationship with the Emperor of Mankind, because in the original Horus Heresy, when the Veil Walker infiltrated the Imperial Palace, he mentioned that the Emperor of Mankind and Uslan knew each other, but by that time, they were no longer friends. But there was more than one Veil Walker. I still have some things to do. Uslan stood up to take his leave. Farewell. Qin Xia nodded. Uslan turned and left. The Veil Walker's gaze shifted from Uslan to Qin Xia after he left. Are you friends with him? Comrades in the same trench, nothing more, Qin Xia said. Qin Xia believed Uslan could definitely not be considered a friend. This person was always thinking about grand schemes, and what he did was only to fight chaos. If someone felt goodwill from him, it was because Uslan's goals happened to align with theirs. He was entirely the Eldar version of the Emperor of Mankind. I must also take my leave, Qin Xia stood up. The meeting will not yield results, so I won't wait. I'll go find the Farser to reclaim the exploration fleet and then depart. The exploration fleet set sail from the Karista Ark World Harbor. All human crew members returned to their respective warships. The Harlequin troop ship that had previously brought Qin Xia to the Ark World also joined the fleet, serving as navigators. On the command deck of the exploration fleet's flagship, a heavy cruiser, Qin Xia directed the fleet's high command in planning the voyage. At this point, Qin Xia discovered that the fleet crew were all handpicked by the Emperor of Mankind. Each of them was a skilled professional, capable of operating not only the various functions of their original warships but also experimental devices used for navigation within the webway. This meant Qin Xia didn't need to expend much effort guiding the navigation. Just before the fleet was about to set sail, the communications officer on the flagship's command deck suddenly reported, receiving Zeno's communication request. Connect. An Eldar face appeared on the communication panel. In the council, the Ark World that Uslan mentioned diverting the demons to rescue is the Ark World to which I belong. The Eldar stated his identity simply and directly with a single sentence. Qin Xia recognized the individual as a seer who had been whispering with colleagues in the council's observation gallery, expressing support for humanity. If it were me, I would also rescue you, but I would try my best to ensure my kin also survived, Qin Xia said. I can provide a webway route to the Eye of Terror. The Eldar turned and gave an order to someone behind him, and then the flagship received a navigation map. The webway navigation device invented by the Emperor of Mankind for the exploration fleet could record every route, and the Eldar's information technology automatically transcoded their webway information upon import, displaying the route map on the holographic projection. Our Ark World usually operates in the Eye of Terror, collecting soul stones. That's what we use to contain souls, the Eldar said. Our other route maps lead to the webways where other Ark Worlds are located. I cannot provide those to you. I understand. Thank you, Qin Xia bowed. The Eldar smiled, nodded, and ended the communication. Qin Xia went to the holographic projection to examine the route map. This route map indicated a lot of information, such as what was in the webway forks near the route. Some characters, transcoded into the Imperium of Man's language, floated over those branched webways. Damaged, infested with demons. Dangerous ancient weapon. These forbidden areas would have otherwise required the human exploration fleet to test with their lives. In addition to the forbidden areas, the route also clearly marked that it would pass through a webway city controlled by the Dark Eldar. That was not Kumarak, merely a city occupied by a Dark Eldar cabal, serving as a gateway to the Eye of Terror. These Dark Eldar might allow their kin to pass for money, but they would absolutely not permit humans to pass unharmed. What are the Emperor of Mankind's orders to you? Qin Xia asked, staring at the holographic projection. To explore the webway routes near Karista, sir, the person in charge of the exploration fleet came to report. Qin Xia briefly considered, then issued new orders. Sail under the guidance of that Eldar vessel. At the end of the route, there is a fleet, and you will be incorporated into it. Then you will participate in the attack on this Dark Eldar webway city as part of the combat fleet. The person in charge glanced at the holographic projection, bowed, and accepted the order. Chapter 597, Dark Eldar. The exploration fleet and battle fleet converged and sailed together towards the Dark Eldar webway city marked on the road map. On the command deck of the Bucephalus battle carrier, Qin Xia was recounting his experiences on the Eldar Ark world to Malkador. The seal-bearer was not interested in the details of those meetings, as he knew that such meetings would likely not yield anything substantial in the first session. It was the Eldar's attitude, as mentioned by Qin Xia, that interested the seal-bearer more. As an arrogant race, their willingness to communicate in human language during the meeting is a sign of their respect for you. I understand that. In their eyes, you are a demigod, not a mortal. Malkador's gaze was scrutinizing, his sharp eyes seeming to want to unearth something from Qin Xia. After sitting on the golden throne, Malkador had learned about Qin Xia in the fourfold trial, and now he wanted to know if seizing the warp concept would change Qin Xia's disposition. But from his current observation, it hadn't. If the Eldar could allow humanity a place in the webway, perhaps through an alliance or something similar, Qin Xia looked at Malkador solemnly. What do you think is the probability of the Emperor agreeing to an alliance? Humanity already had a foothold in the webway city of Karista was proof. But what Qin Xia was referring to at this moment was not merely whether humans could enter and establish themselves in the webway, but rather utilizing the webway to become a more powerful interstellar civilization. Malkador thought so. In my opinion, if the Eldar can provide assistance, that would be ideal. Because during the process of exploring webway routes, we will pay immeasurable sacrifices and spend a long time. You can imagine, what if the exploration fleet you brought back wasn't captured, but instead entered a webway filled with demons? Malkador considered all aspects, analyzing as he spoke. The Emperor now only wants humanity to use the webway quickly, so he will 100% agree to an alliance, whether it's a joint cooperation for a period before going to war, or simply occupying separate areas in the webway and coexisting peacefully, he can accept it. In the face of his cause, all ideals and persistence must compromise and yield. He can sacrifice and abandon everything, and his personal dignity and life are, in his view, the most insignificant of the things that can be discarded. After listening to the seal-bearer, Qin Xia confirmed that their thoughts were similar. So, should we form an alliance? Malkador asked. It depends on the situation, Qin Xia said. The seal-bearer nodded meaningfully. Qin Xia also nodded. In the eyes of others on the command deck, the two did nothing, not even looking at each other, let alone talking. The battle fleet and exploration fleet were still navigating the webway. Several solar hours later, a report reached Qin Xia's ears. We have arrived near the Dark Eldar webway city marked on the road map. As the report sounded, various data scanned by the detection device were processed and transmitted to the holographic imaging equipment, then projected. A webway city similar to Karista appeared before the humans. Outside the city, which was 360 degrees from all angles, hundreds of Dark Eldar ships were docked. When do we prepare to attack? Valder, the Custodes commander, strode into the command deck and stood behind Qin Xia. Now Valder was not only the commander of the Custodes but also responsible for the command and deployment of other ground forces. Let me take a look. Psychic light flickered in Qin Xia's eyes. This webway city was a checkpoint established by the Dark Eldar on the route to the Eye of Terror. Although the Dark Eldar and Craftworld Eldar were of the same species, they had conflicts and grudges against each other. However, the relationship between a minor faction within a larger power and the Craftworld Eldar still needed consideration, because if that webway city allowed Craftworld Eldar to pass through, the Dark Eldar there might also be allies with some Ark worlds. Qin Xia observed cautiously and eventually saw some Craftworld Eldar within the webway city. Those individuals, along with various other races including humans, were being tormented by the Dark Eldar in the central area of the webway city. First, destroy the fleet, then dispatch a few warships specifically for orbital bombardment to precisely strike the outer areas of the webway city, where only garrisons are present. Qin Xia issued a general order. The naval officers and staff on the command deck were responsible for detailing this order and assigning it to specific fleets for execution. After a brief preparation, the human fleet launched an attack on the Dark Eldar fleet. The enemy numbers were not large, so only the Bucephalus battle carrier was responsible for the combat. This colossal vessel did not sail towards the webway city, nor did it approach the enemy. The various ancient weapons mounted on the ship aimed at the numerous Dark Eldar vessels from an extreme distance. The ancient weapons, capable of firing energy beams, opened fire and hundreds of fine light rays instantly struck the enemy ships. These energy beams did not cause the enemy ships to explode, instead, upon impact, they caused the enemy ships to disintegrate. In Qin Xia's eyes, the hundreds of Dark Eldar ships seemed to suddenly turn to sand, their entire hulls disintegrating into scattered dust from the point of impact. With just one attack, the enemy fleet's strength was annihilated. At the same time, hundreds of ancient-style fighter jets, clearly different from modern ones, were released from the Bucephalus. These ancient fighters, about a kilometer long, were clearly designed specifically for bombing missions. This squadron of hundreds of fighters began to bomb the edge of the Webway city. However, Qin Xia could not ascertain the power of these fighters, because after the bombing began, it was discovered that whether it was solid projectiles or energy attacks, they would eventually create ripples near the Webway city and then disappear. Qin Xia was not surprised by this encounter. These Webway cities were genuine relics of the ancient Spirit Clan Empire. If the Dark Eldar within the Webway city were replaced by humans, it would be equivalent to modern humans being in a city built during humanity's peak. Deploy the ground forces. Qin Xia looked at Valder. The order was once again detailed and executed. Valder gave the enemy the highest treatment all-out effort. The Holy Guard, Solar Auxilia, Custodes, and Space Marines were teleported into the Webway city in sequential order. As the ground forces engaged the enemy, various pieces of information about this new enemy, the Dark Eldar, were collected and summarized on the Bucephalus. The holographic image projected a wide variety of mutated creatures. These creatures were bizarre and diverse, but frontline combat personnel discovered a common characteristic: they were all controlled by individuals among the alien enemies. These are the Blood Witches mutated monsters. Qin Xia walked over to the personnel on the command deck specifically responsible for record keeping and information gathering, providing them with more details. These creatures are products of bioengineering, controlled by Blood Witches. Blood Witches are individuals within the Dark Eldar who are extremely skilled in biotechnology. The best way to deal with these mutated monsters is a decapitation strike, killing their controllers. The information Qin Xia provided was recorded. If the Imperium encountered such enemies again in the future, frontline combat units would not be caught off guard. At the same time, within the Webway city, the Solar Auxilia were fighting against a large number of Blood Witch modified monsters. One of Qin Xia's eyes glowed, and he quickly observed the frontline combat situation. The Solar Auxilia were the most elite mortal troops within the Imperium of Man. This unit was not large, numbering only 120,000, and even the most ordinary soldier in the Auxilia was equipped with the expensive power armor. On the front lines, the Solar Auxilia and the Adeptus Mechanicus Holy Guard operated together. When they encountered an unknown enemy, they were able to stabilize the front line, organize effective defenses, and even counterattack using only their own capabilities. Some officers in the Auxilia quickly perceived the characteristics of the hostile creatures, dispatched small units to scout out the controllers of the mutated monsters, and then eliminated the controllers with concentrated firepower. The Custodes and Space Marines were dealing with another type of enemy, so they did not assist, nor did the Solar Auxilia need their help. The combat capability of the Auxilia met Qin Xia's expectations. Seeing that the battle situation on the mortal side was quite stable, Qin Xia then looked at the superhuman warriors. The Custodes and Thousand Suns Space Marines were fighting Dark Eldar warriors. The Dark Eldar warriors wore black armor, often adorned with spikes. These warriors did not fight like an army, but rather like assassins, killers, or bandits. The Custodes and the psychically capable Thousand Suns fought side by side. They were already not evenly matched with their opponents, so the battle was a completely one-sided slaughter. After several failed assassination attempts, the Dark Eldar retreated and fled deeper into the Webway city. During their escape, they even tripped each other up, trying to cause trouble for their comrades, and this behavior was completely unnecessary. They were simply taking the opportunity to murder each other. I thought the enemy would be much stronger. The Solar Lord commanding the Solar Auxilia smiled as he handed over command duties to the staff, casting a disdainful glance at the red dots gradually disappearing on the holographic image. That's how the Dark Eldar are. If the Webway city were occupied by Craft World Eldar, we might not have fought so smoothly, Qin Xia said. The end of the battle was only a matter of time, so Qin Xia no longer paid attention to the holographic image, focusing instead on providing more information to the record keepers. The Dark Eldar army is not essentially an army, but rather a raiding group composed of assassins, bandits, and scoundrels. At least, most of them are. Such raiding groups are called cabals. Brutal cultures such as survival of the fittest and winner takes all are prevalent in Dark Eldar society, which leads to mutual distrust among them. Therefore, after a decline in battle, their morale inevitably plummets, leading to a rout. However, individual Dark Eldar are relatively powerful, and ordinary troops must not take them lightly when encountering them. Furthermore, in every previous battle between humans and Eldar aliens, the psychic abilities used by the aliens often caused us heavy casualties, but against the Dark Eldar, there's no need to worry about psychic abilities, they don't use them. After Qin Xia finished providing this information, he watched the recording officer close his data slate and then asked him, "How do you distinguish between Craft World Eldar and Dark Eldar?" "By their appearance, sir," the officer replied. "Their armor is black, usually adorned with spikes, and their skin might be paler. This is my conclusion based on the information you provided in my own observations." "Very correct." Qin Xia smiled and lightly patted the officer's shoulder in encouragement. The battle within the Webway city was completely one-sided, but this war was still extremely crucial because it was humanity's first formal battle with the Dark Eldar. This alien race had previously clashed with humans, but only by raiding some border worlds. The garrison forces on those border worlds had not received systematic training and could not investigate further information, and due to unstable warp travel, information could not be transmitted to the Imperial High Command. The information humanity could collect in this battle was of paramount importance. Chapter 598, Wandering Olympia. After a period of fighting, Qin Xia decided to personally intervene. The battle was still ongoing when Qin Xia descended. The Dark Eldar Kabbalite warriors were besieged within a large facility at the very center of the Webway city. However, the Eldar are few in number to begin with, and a pirate group like a cabal is even less likely to have as many people as an army. 100 warriors couldn't even defend a single facility. Not to mention, an internal conflict had broken out among them. The most powerful figure in the cabal, the ruling officer, had been stabbed in the back by his own subordinates. The usurper seized power, believing he had used humans to achieve his goal, and was smugly preparing to use a portal to leave the Webway city when Qin Xiao arrived. All the Dark Eldar were enveloped by snow and wind. When they reappeared, they were already lined up outside the facility, facing the muzzles of human guns. The usurper instantly assessed the situation around him and swallowed hard. Then the humans opened fire, and all the Dark Eldar were shot dead in a hail of bullets. Disperse and search the city, Qin Xiao commanded, his voice echoing in everyone's mind, and you will see some people, but do not kill them. The Solar Auxilia soldiers fanned out to execute the order. The Thousand Suns assisted the mortals. The Custodian Guard, however, remained standing in place. Utterly garbage species. Custodian Guard Commander Valder raised his right hand, clutching the head of a Kabbalite warrior in his palm. Valder released his grip, and the head fell to the ground, rolling aside. They were still vying for power when we attacked them. Valder walked towards Qin Xiao. I had thought this would be a brutal battle. Or, at least, as intense as the humans' previous fight against the Craft World Eldar. So you feel like you are playing a sheriff hunting bandits? Qin Xiao asked. Valder nodded in agreement. The Custodian Guard Commander indeed felt like he was hunting bandits. It seemed even the gangs in the Terra Hive cities had more order than these Xenos. At least they had some sense of loyalty and wouldn't betray their companions during a battle just to see them die. The cabal we encountered wasn't strong to begin with, Qin Xiao said, but even a large cabal would surely meet its end against us. Valder thought so too. The Custodian Guard Commander walked to the center of the Dark Eldar corpses, surveying everything. What right do they have to occupy the Webway? A bunch of survivors in a group of bandits just because they are war machines created by the old ones means they can occupy the Webway? There's no logic to it. Indeed. Qin Xiao found it hard not to agree. The two waited for a moment. The Solar Auxilia and the Thousand Suns brought back the people they had found. These people were either Craft World Eldar or humans, and had previously been tormented by the cabal. Among the Eldar, there were more females. Among the humans, there were both males and females. The former could be identified by their clothing. They had been used as slaves by the Kabbalite warriors. The latter's numerous horrific scars indicated they had become objects of the cabal's sadism. Valder's face was like frost, his cold gaze sweeping over the humans. When the Custodian Guard Commander's eyes fell upon a woman, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. The woman had been tormented beyond recognition. She was a mother, and her child had been implanted into her chest, with the umbilical cord connecting the child sewn into her mouth. Valder gripped his long sword tightly. Qin Xiao, meanwhile, was looking at another 100 or so people among the humans, who had been sewn together, head to toe. Xenos scum. A Thousand Sun angrily raised his hand, using psychic energy to turn all the Dark Eldar corpses into dust. Some Thousand Suns began discussing the meaning behind the Dark Eldar's actions. For the Dark Eldar, the meaning of tormenting others was not just for pleasure. A larger part of the reason was that the pain generated by others being tormented protected their souls, preventing their souls from being gradually devoured by Slaanesh. However, this was not pain emotions transforming into protective energy. In reality, it was merely offering tribute to Slaanesh, so that Slaanesh would not consume them but consume others instead. This was the most heinous aspect of the Dark Eldar acting as Slaanesh's ghostly servants. Every Eldar had a spiritual connection with Slaanesh, but Craft World Eldar would try their best to restrain their emotions and feelings, choosing to focus on a certain path, and then use soul stones or similar items to avoid being devoured by Slaanesh. The Dark Eldar did not want to practice asceticism, yet still wanted to live, so they devised this method of acting as Slaanesh's ghostly servants. Send these people to the battlecruiser for treatment. Qin Xiao opened a portal, then looked at the Eldar. Although these Craft World Eldar had also suffered some torment, their psychological resilience was stronger than that of humans, so they did not go mad or collapse. Which arc worlds are you from? Qin Xiao asked psychically. The psychic energy conveyed the meaning behind his words to the Eldar. The Eldar also tried to respond psychically. They were from the Biltan arc world. Stay here until your kin arrive to take you away. Qin Xiao finished speaking, then looked at Valder. Station troops here, then do whatever needs to be done. Explore Webway routes, or do something else, and wait for my return. Where are you going? Valder's face was expressionless, but Qin Xiao could sense that he seemed to have become alert. The 4th Legion is near the Eye of Terror. I need to check on their situation, Qin Xiao said. But, Lord, Valder persuaded, the Emperor commanded the entire fleet to obey your orders to explore the Webway. Qin Xiao opened a portal to the White Knight. If I am indispensable, what is the seal bearer sent here to do? Valder fell silent, watching Qin Xiao step into the portal and return to the White Knight. After Qin Xiao left, a Custodian Guard shield captain stepped forward. Arrogant man. He completely disregards my lord's grand vision, fixated on the fate of a few individuals. Valder was silent for 2 seconds, then shook his head. Quite the opposite. Near the Eye of Terror. Within a rebel-fortified star system on the edge of the 11th Legion subsector. A dark purple rift suddenly opened near Mandeville Point in the southern part of the star system. Because storms were raging at this time, those who could still perform warp travel were generally rebels, so the defending forces in the star system assumed that the long-missing 11th Primarch and the 11th Legion had returned. This was not the case. The thousands of warships that emerged from the warp were not 11th Legion warships, the insignia on the warships indicated their affiliation, the Blood Angels Legion. The defenders believed them to be friendly forces. The Blood Angels had also defected from the Imperium. However, new guests then emerged from the rift. That was not a fleet, but a planet. In the defenders' long-range observation devices, giant architectural complexes could be seen standing on the planet's surface. These structures themselves, along with their distribution, were extremely aesthetically pleasing. Beyond the planet's surface, near its orbit, was a golden energy barrier enveloping the entire planet. The Blood Angels fleet immediately attacked the defenders. Various giant land-based weapons on the planet's surface, ahead of the fleet, destroyed the vast majority of the defending ships and void facilities. The entire star system's defenses were quickly dismantled. The attacking forces arrived outside the three worlds in the star system. The planet then entered a stellar orbit, began to rotate, and at the same time, large quantities of war material ascended into the void via orbital elevators on the planet's surface. The Blood Angels Legion fleet, having finished the battle, was located near the planet's orbit, resupplying using the materiel deployed by the orbital elevators. Within the Blood Angels Legion flagship, Perturabo gazed out at the planet through the viewport. Even after fighting alongside you for so long, I still feel a sense of unreality when I see that planet. Sanguinius walked up from behind him. That planet was Perturabo's homeworld Olympia. As Sanguinius spoke, Olympia launched several probe devices, which were projected along the stellar orbit towards the three worlds, beginning to investigate what was on those three worlds. It is merely one of my many masterpieces. Perturabo turned to look at his Primarch brother. Sanguinius smiled and nodded. Perturabo walked towards the holographic projection, looking at the three hostile worlds in the star system. Various information scanned by the probe devices was also projected. Next to each of the three worlds was a data indicator, corruption level. The corruption level data for each world was above 70%. This was a standard set by Perturabo to assess the extent to which a world was influenced by chaos, and above 70% meant that these worlds were already teeming with chaos cultists, and the planet itself had even undergone mutations due to the cultists' psychic power. For example, land turning into flesh, blood rain beginning to fall from the sky, and so on. These worlds are beyond saving. Perturabo raised his hand and pointed at the holographic projection. Sending ground forces to occupy them is meaningless. Sanguinius, having fought alongside Perturabo until now, also understood the corruption data, and thus felt the same way. Issue the Exterminatus order. Sanguinius glanced out the viewport. Olympia has a planet cracker cannon. Perturabo stared at the holographic projection without blinking, only a slight frown on his brow. He did not want to issue the Exterminatus order himself. There might still be normal people living on those three worlds, and the planet cracker cannon on Olympia would kill them all. But Perturabo also believed that issuing the Exterminatus order was necessary, he just didn't want to be the one to issue it. What do you think Angron would choose if he were here? Sanguinius asked. Perturabo did not know why his brother asked such a question. Sanguinius gestured for an officer to come over, then signed the Exterminatus order on a data slate. Only then did Perturabo order Olympia over the comms channel, destroy the three worlds. On Olympia's surface, in the wilderness, giant land-based weapons, decorated as magnificent mountains, slowly activated. The front half of the mountains lifted high, pointing directly at the sky. A beam of light that tore through the void struck a planet. A dazzling flash illuminated the entire star system. Then the world disintegrated, turning into dust. Followed by the next one. After a brief back and forth between the two Primarches, with Sanguinius signing the Exterminatus order and Perturabo ordering Olympia to execute it, the three worlds were gradually destroyed. Then, snow suddenly began to fall within the command deck. Where did this snow come from? Sanguinius suddenly asked. A prelude to a certain bastard's arrival. Perturabo was very calm. No sooner had he spoken than Qinxia teleported onto the command deck. My brother's good foster father. Perturabo looked at Qinxia, who had emerged from the snow. I have been looking forward to you for a long time. I heard you just called me a bastard. Qinxia rolled his eyes at Perturabo, then nodded to Sanguinius. The angel smiled and nodded in greeting. Chapter 599, Genius Among Geniuses. Qinxia first recounted his experiences after the warp storm. Then, he inquired about the experiences of Perturabo and Sanguinius. Why wasn't Olympia near the Eye of Terror? Why were the Blood Angels, who were originally led by Horus, not around the Eye of Terror, and how were they now operating with Perturabo? And most importantly, what methods did Perturabo use to enable warp travel at this time? All these questions were answered once Perturabo began to speak. After the warp storm, an army of human chaos worshippers burst out from the Eye of Terror. The Emperor had already ordered the establishment of a defensive line around the Eye of Terror, so that army didn't cause too much trouble. Afterward, they attacked Olympia, and many demons followed them. I couldn't hold the line, so I left with Olympia. Perturabo then explained how Olympia was able to move. He explained it almost like he was showing off. Perturabo had invented a giant warp engine, installed deep beneath the planet's surface, which allowed the planet to undertake warp travel. He had also improved the Geller field. The golden barrier now covering Olympia was the upgraded version of the Geller field. Furthermore, the planet's volcanoes had been converted into propulsion devices, capable of pushing the planet forward. As for the countless other devices used to ensure the planet didn't disintegrate during propulsion and maintained its rotation, all of these were researched and built by Perturabo himself. Damn. You really are a genius. Qin Xia praised him from the bottom of his heart. Among the Primarchs, Perturabo wasn't the only one skilled in invention and creation. Ferrus Manus was also proficient, but no one else reached the pinnacle of invention and creation like Perturabo. Perturabo could even help Magnus develop a psychic device for deep warp navigation while resisting psychic powers. For the Iron Lord, the Wandering Olympia project was clearly not very difficult. As for warp travel, Perturabo explained how he enabled the planet and fleet to travel. While in the Eye of Terror, fighting human chaos worshippers, Perturabo discovered that people's emotions could have a significant impact. He first created a device that could detect emotional energy to verify his idea, then broadened his thinking and created a new warp engine technology. Firstly, people on the planet would enter a stasis pod before warp travel began. The stasis pod would help users recall the best moments of their lives and create various illusions to induce positive emotions such as perseverance and courage. These positive emotions would then be collected and utilized, projected to the warp engine. The resonance generated by massive positive emotions would open a passage through the warp storm. Genius. Genius among geniuses. After hearing all this, Qin Xia couldn't help but applaud. Het. Perturabo merely smiled indifferently. After that, I took Olympia and the fleet to support various positions along the Eye of Terror defensive line, stabilizing the situation. Qin Xia nodded after hearing this, then looked at Sanguinius, and the Blood Angels. When the storm raged, we were in the warp. Perturabo, Olympia, and the Iron Warriors fleet happened to be traveling in the warp, so he brought me and the Legion fleet back to the reality universe. After the situation in the Eye of Terror stabilized, we learned of Eleven's betrayal, so we decided to attack Eleven's sphere of influence. The Blood Angels are the combat force, while my brother's 4th Legion and fleet remain on guard at the Eye of Terror defensive line. Sanguinius explained. And when Qin Xia had just explained his own experiences, he had already mentioned the current status of 11 and the 11th Legion. Now, Qin Xia only felt sincere admiration for Perturabo. This man was undoubtedly a capable general, whether among the rebel faction or his own side. He stabilized the situation in the Eye of Terror and attacked the star system controlled by 11. If the Pharos Lighthouse were destroyed and the Imperium of Man's Webway project failed, then it would probably be up to Perturabo to lead the Wandering Olympia around, popularizing his improved new warp engine to organize an effective offense against the rebels. The Webway project has succeeded, and the 11th Legion cannot reinforce their star system, so you don't need to attack here. Qin Xia raised his hand towards the holographic image, using his psychic power to modify the star map, adding a coordinate. There's a webway entrance here. Where do we go along the webway? Perturabo asked. To the Eye of Terror. Qin Xia replied, you just need to continue guarding the Eye of Terror until everything settles down. Perturabo pondered for a moment, then nodded. Now that the webway project was successful, Olympia wouldn't need to risk warp travel. A more effective defense could also be established on the Eye of Terror defensive line by relying on the webway. Then let's do that. Perturabo ordered over the comms channel, proceed to the end of the new route. Qin Xia didn't use his pocket universe and warp crossing method to assist everyone in travel this time, he was quite curious to see how Perturabo's invention system would operate. After a brief preparation, the Blood Angels Legion fleet and Olympia sailed towards the Mandeville Point. Within the magnificent city on the planet's surface, the Olympians entered the underground facility in the city center amidst alarms. People entered the stasis pods within the facility and lay down. Neural interfaces connected to the stasis pods, and in an instant, people re-experienced the most beautiful phases of their lives. The birth of a child, meeting a partner, success at work, the wonderful life of New Olympia. Countless beautiful positive emotions ascended from Olympia, this ideal world meticulously shaped by Perturabo, and resonated. The reality structure was greatly weakened, and warp energy surged into reality. Olympia moved faster, and after entering the warp at the Mandeville Point, the new Geller field invented by Perturabo did not take effect. Instead, it was the people's positive emotions that served to repel warp entities. Innumerable warp entities were drawn by the positive emotions. These entities were not demons, nor were they malevolent entities from the supreme heaven, but rather souls attracted by people's positive emotions. There were Iron Warriors who had sacrificed themselves during the Great Crusade, human auxiliary forces, and people who had died on Olympia. These souls, originally torn apart in the warp, were reshaped due to the positive emotional resonance generated by those connected to them. They appeared as shimmering points of light, revolving around Olympia. Demons attempting to approach Olympia were scorched. Then, an entity shaped by the positive emotions of reality beings appeared, opening a passage through the warp storm. Olympia and the Blood Angels Legion fleet rapidly advanced along the passage, finally emerging into reality in the star system at the end of the route, which contained a webway entrance, and then entered the webway. The Bucephalus battlecruiser. Malkador was directing the exploration fleet to explore routes near the Eye of Terror webway. 1 cruiser and 3 frigates, these warships formed an exploration team, proceeding along the many branching routes near the previously captured webway city. The reason for exploring here, rather than returning to Karista for exploration, was because the Ildari who had been rescued earlier said there was a webway leading to Ultramar nearby, but they didn't know which specific webway it was. Even the Ildari, without equipment, would get lost in the webway. Malkador verified the truth through mind reading, then ordered the exploration to commence. Sir. An officer came to report, a planet and the Blood Angels fleet have appeared in the webway. What? Malkador was stunned. It's Olympia. Qin Xia suddenly teleported onto the command deck, bringing Perturabo and Sanguinius with him. Malkador turned to look at the three. Qin Xia looked up at the holographic image. It displayed the warships currently engaged in exploration. Green dots moved along numerous branching paths. After a moment, a dozen of these dots suddenly vanished, signifying the destruction of an exploration team. The webway route where the exploration team perished was then marked in crimson, indicating extreme danger. There are many ancient lost creations of Xenos races in the webway. Malkador said. Although webways containing demons are sealed by Xenos, some webways they can traverse are extremely dangerous for us. For example, automated defense systems. They don't attack Yildari Xenos, they only attack us. They can vaporize a warship in an instant. The seal bearer was more concerned about the webway, so he didn't even ask how Perturabo and Sanguinius appeared there, nor did he care. As long as these two primarchs could appear here, it meant they hadn't betrayed, and that was enough. So we can only sacrifice lives and warships. Perturabo walked to the large route map displayed on the holographic image. What's the damage probability? An exploration team consists of 1 cruiser and 3 frigates. Out of 10 teams, only 1 can return safely. Malkador replied, I mean safely return, not discover a route. Perturabo frowned, I thought the webway project the Emperor was working on back on Terra was so powerful, but it turns out we still have to explore webway routes ourselves? The webway project already drained most of the Imperium's resources, and the resources consumed in exploration will only be more. How can this continue? Get your brain working, Steel Lord. Qin Xia tapped his helmet. We need your unparalleled talent. Perturabo furrowed his brow, thinking. A moment later, he came up with an idea. Create a device for psyker use. The effect would be to allow psykers to enter a psychic vision, exploring webway routes, instead of having to send fleets to their deaths. Malkador considered the feasibility. A few seconds later, the seal bearer shook his head, it's not that we didn't think of using psykers to explore the webway, but the problem is that psychic vision is extremely unstable. All I see are chaotic images, let alone other psykers. Let the psyker use his psychic power. Perturabo looked at Qin Xia, I remember your battered ship has a type of crystal that you world eaters use as standard equipment energy. Use that stuff. However, while my psychic power is stable, it won't make a psyker's psychic vision clear and organized, Qin Xia said, because the use of psychic power still requires training. Then create brainwashing training devices, and after brainwashing, instill the training knowledge from your think tank, turning a large number of psykers into human pathfinders. Perturabo thought of another idea, the White Knight think tank people probably won't be enough, and besides, they can't stay in exploration operations for long. Malkador, how many psykers can you give me? The seal bearer pondered for a moment, then replied, the navigators of the solar system are at your disposal. Upon hearing Malkador mention navigators, Perturabo immediately thought of something. The Iron Lord had long anticipated this. Once the webway project succeeded, navigators would become a burden to the Imperium, no longer a relied upon treasure. But what the Imperium decided to do with navigators was not something Perturabo wanted to consider. Using navigators, Perturabo felt it was not entirely secure. This was because he was now thinking from the Imperium's perspective. I know what you are worried about, you're afraid they'll get angry and act irrationally. Don't worry. Malkador's eyes were grim. I have 10,000 ways to make some of them disappear without a trace. Qin Xia had no doubt Malkador possessed that capability. No one else doubted it either. As the head of numerous special agencies in the Imperium of Man, the most terrifying schemer in history, Malkador saying he had 10,000 ways might not be literally true, but he could certainly do it silently and flawlessly. Then let's do that. Chapter 600, Those Who Give Their All. The second week after the seal bearer made his promise. 700 navigators were transported to the fleet by transport ships. Before the navigators arrived, Perturabo had already completed a series of inventions, just waiting for the wetware to arrive. The transport ships entered Olympia's orbit and were then ferried by transport aircraft formations to the planet's south pole. There was a cluster of spires at Olympia's south pole, which would be used to house the navigators. As soon as the navigators disembarked from the transport aircraft, they were escorted by a small number of iron warriors stationed on the planet to a spire. These navigators had already been pre-processed, their expressions vacant, anti-psyker collars around their necks, and external neural devices attached to their spines, a device used by evil biotechnological warlords during the Age of Strife on Terra to completely control a person's actions and regulate their psychological state by adjusting hormone secretions. Even with such complete control methods, Silent Sisters were still assigned to guard these navigators. Malkador might not be particular about how he did things, but he was always thorough. A moment later, a portal opened near Olympia's south pole, and Qin Xia, Perturabo and Malkador emerged from the snow, gazing at the spires ahead amidst the swirling snow. Every spire you see will house a psyker wetware. The spires will conduct psychic energy, allowing the psyker wetware within to see further. I tried to miniaturize these devices, but there wasn't enough time. The navigators arrived too quickly. Perturabo stood on a rock, pointing at the distant spires and introducing another one of his masterpieces. Qin Xia sensed that these spires themselves could form a psychic network. Perturabo's research into psychic energy was already profoundly deep, and this cluster of spires, capable of enhancing a psyker's power through communion, was proof. Fortunately, Perturabo was not like Magnus. His attitude towards psychic energy was one of skepticism and utilization. What effect will your masterpiece have once it's operational? The seal bearer, wrapped in his robe, huddled in his wheelchair, looking like a frail old man in his twilight years amidst the howling snowstorm. It can simultaneously explore about 300 webway routes, part8 said. The farthest exploration distance is roughly 1 light year. 1 light year within the webway. Malkador closed his eyes, made a calculation, and then nodded, indicating it was sufficient. The Iron Lord turned to Qinxia. Actually, I think if you could stay in the webway and explore it, one person could accomplish dozens of times the exploration tasks they can. Not even the rebellion could tie me down to one place, and the webway project certainly won't. Qinxia shook his head. The navigators moved among the spires. The Iron Warriors, following the Primarch's orders, led these navigators to the base of different spires. Integrated beneath the spires were brainwashing devices, used to erase all memories of the navigators once they were placed inside. Among those taken for brainwashing were old people, teenagers, and even children. How did you gather so many navigators in 2 weeks? The Iron Lord suddenly became curious. It definitely wouldn't have been enough to gather them on short notice, Malkador said. Before, I found some excuses and captured some people. These people originally had other uses, but now they're all for you, all prioritized for the webway project. Cunning old bastard, part8 sneered. The Iron Lord had no fondness for Malkador, so he naturally wouldn't miss an opportunity to mock the old man. Cunning, despicable, hateful, Malkador added a few more words. It doesn't matter. When everything settles, I'll take the dirty deeds behind these words with me into the grave. The seal-bearer finished speaking and huddled tightly in his wheelchair. The old man no longer looked so somber, nor were his eyes so sinister, he increasingly resembled an old man in his declining years. He just wanted to sit in his chair, wrapped in a blanket, lost in memories, and do nothing else. Malkador, at this moment, revealed a laziness he would never normally let others see. Qinxia realized that sitting on the golden throne had caused Malkador immense trauma, not on a physical level but on a soul level. Perhaps part of the reason the Emperor had previously blamed him for not returning to Terra immediately was because Malkador had sat on the golden throne during the webway's operation and was severely injured as a result. But even if he had to do it again, Qinxia would not abandon fighting the rebels for Malkador, nor would he rush back to Terra to sit on the throne during the webway's operation. Malkador, part8 walked behind the wheelchair, placing his hands on the armrests. The seal-bearer's eyes were hazy, and he hummed like an old man hearing a child's call. When are you going to die? I can't die yet. I'll only die when I've erased all the glorious achievements established by the Emperor and you, my lords, along with the information of your existence, from the human race. Old immortal, then you're basically eternal. How could the Emperors and our deeds be erased? What Malkador said was not a joke. Qinxia, who was looking at Malkador with complex eyes, thought of this. Malkador truly had a plan to erase the Emperor's past deeds and achievements, and of course, the Primarchs couldn't be left out. This was clearly at the Emperor's behest. The two of them were going to reshape humanity's collective memory together, that in humanity's darkest and most desperate age, it was the countless individuals of the human species who sacrificed everything, one after another, to lead the entire race out of depravity and ignorance, rather than 1 or 2 superhumans. Even if the facts were not so, the new collective memory would make the human race more enterprising and self-confident. Qinxia looked at Malkador with very complex eyes, because he found it difficult to evaluate such a person. A cold-blooded schemer, but he treated everyone, including himself, as pawns. He would use various means to make people sacrifice for his monarch's great cause, and when it was his turn to sacrifice, he would not hesitate. And the Emperor, who treated himself as a pawn in a game with the gods. They cared about no one, they cared about everyone. They loved no one, they loved everyone. You should consider a successor, Qinxia. As part8 pushed the wheelchair towards the portal, Malkador suddenly said. I don't know what you'll do when everything settles, but I expect you probably won't continue to be the commander of a think tank unit. You urgently need someone to release you from the minor responsibilities you currently hold. Malkador's words made Qinxia fall into deep thought. He had to admit that what the seal-bearer said was entirely correct. It was time to train a successor. Don't celebrate prematurely, Qinxia said, using a phrase Malkador would understand. Last time, during the ultra-long-range meeting, everyone was discussing what to do after everything settled, and then 11 rebelled, warp storms raged, and the galaxy was a mess. Celebrating prematurely. Malkador extended his withered right hand, stroking his chin and pondering for a moment. It took the seal-bearer a few seconds to recall the origin of the phrase celebrating prematurely from the long river of time and memory. Let's make a deal. Malkador said. I won't celebrate prematurely anymore, and you stop using the Metamoron fusion dance from Dragon Ball to train thinkers in the communion technique. When we found out you were using that move to train thinkers, I don't know what the Emperor thought, but I couldn't keep a straight face. With that, Malkador let out a dry, withered laugh. Qinxia nodded silently, watching Malkador being pushed into the portal by part8. And he still had to go to charge the spires. When Qinxia later learned of Malkador's demise, he would recall this last meeting with Malkador on Olympia. Giving the navigators to part8 as wetware was not the last thing the devoted Malkador did in his life, but it was definitely this act and its anticipated subsequent effects that released the tension in his heart. Part8's masterpiece began to operate. The Emperor personally designed a recording and navigation device for all ships that would sail in the webway, and the White Knight also installed this. When the spires, using navigators as wetware, began to operate, a vast amount of information instantly flooded into the recording and navigation device. This device projected a webway image on the command deck. The image continuously expanded, a route rapidly extending, eventually turning either red or green, indicating whether a webway branching route was usable or not. The navigators, in their psychic vision, traversed the webway, seeing endless dangers like ancient defensive weapons, relics from the war in heaven, terrifying alien creatures. These would have caused immeasurable damage to human fleets, and would have required ship after ship to conduct exploration and investigation with a 90% mortality rate, but now they were all solved by Perturabo's invention. However, the device's range was limited. But when Olympia began to operate, and ships sailed through the webway routes that were found to be passable and large enough to accommodate a planet, longer webway routes extended on the image. Message from Olympia, the White Knight's captain walked towards Qinxia. They say there's a webway route that most likely leads to Ultramar. Prepare to set sail. We will head to Ultramar. Qinxia turned from the navigation recording device. The dust hasn't settled yet, I still have things to do. The captain relayed the order. The think tank fleet began to detach from the vast Imperial fleet. Command was temporarily handed over to Malkador. The Imperial fleet, composed of various elite units, did not return to Terra, because Qinxia was certain he would need to lead them in battle again in the future, and against opponents who were almost equally matched. Where's Osiris? As the fleet detached from the Imperial fleet, Qinxia suddenly asked about the captain's adopted son. Osiris. The infant Qinxia had taken in during his trip to Caliban, whom he had entrusted to the captain and his wife to raise. Now, the child was old enough to run errands. I'll have my wife take Osiris to the Great Library right away. The captain picked up his communicator. Qinxia nodded. After the captain finished communicating with his wife, Qinxia suddenly spoke in a psychic voice audible only to the two of them. I once told you and your wife that I had arranged a path for Osiris, and that is to become the next librarian. The captain realized something, and his eyes gradually deepened. I see a destiny path for him unlike others. I see him, in the most likely thread among the complex threads of fate, becoming a person with the characteristics of both Kamas and Varus. Coupled with his outstanding and transcendent psychic talent, if I were to choose a successor for the think tank, he would be the best candidate. Qinxia's words became a buzzing sound in the captain's ears. It wasn't until Qinxia finished speaking and asked for the captain's opinion, what do you think? That the captain paused, then saluted, and replied, anyone on the White Knight should unconditionally obey your orders and arrangements. Qinxia looked at the captain, and after a second of silence, said, I didn't ask anyone else, I'm asking you and your wife. You are Osiris's father and mother. The captain first smiled, preparing to brush it off and say something casual, but quickly realized that this might be his only chance to speak for Osiris's destiny in life. So the captain said, my wife and I hope for Osiris to grow up happily and survive, but he himself isn't keen on that arrangement. He admires the think tank, he admires you, so. I understand, Qinxia nodded. The White Knight's great library. Osiris was surrounded by the think tank's high-ranking members. His parents weren't present, yet he showed no fear, but this was because Osiris had long been familiar with the thinkers. The child's eyes were full of curiosity, shining brightly, occasionally surveying the interior of the library and the thinker's armor, even going forward to touch and feel the surface of the armor. Even touching the armor was allowed. Because the child knew how to read expressions, he would choose Kamas, who seemed the most approachable among everyone, walk over to touch his armor, and wouldn't go to Varus, who looked very difficult to deal with. Kamas looked at Osiris. The think tank Supreme Grand Master remembered something. There was once a time when he was leading a team assembly, and Osiris, dressed in a cardboard think tank armor and holding a wooden stick, waited with his mother halfway. When the thinkers passed by, Osiris stepped out and took a photo with them. This left a deep impression on Kamas. White Knight Lord. Suddenly, all the thinkers stood together, their focus no longer on Osiris. They saluted the snowflakes that suddenly drifted down within the great library. The White Knight Lord emerged from the snow, nodding to signal them not to be so formal, then looked at Osiris. The boy looked only 5 years old, but due to his precocity, his demeanor made him seem like a child of about 10. He was skinny, dark, and a bit homely. Osiris also looked at Qinxia, his eyes filled with fervent light. He had grown up listening to the thinker's deeds, longing to join the think tank and fight for the White Knight Lord, so he greatly admired Qinxia. In the captain's wife's description of Osiris, Qinxia was a handsome, elegant, and grand person, not at all like mortal rulers who would become red-faced over certain interests, nor like ordinary rulers who would pinch fleet expenses. How is his psychic talent? Qinxia first asked Kamas. Extremely stable psychic talent. Perhaps not that powerful, but very stable. Kamas had already examined his talent when Osiris touched his armor earlier and summarized it. Stability is the most important thing, Qinxia reiterated the think tank's selection philosophy. All the thinkers nodded in agreement. Osiris, Qinxia rubbed Osiris's head as he did Watcher Kang's, from now on, you will learn to be independent, and then you will grow up and join the think tank unit. Yes, sir, Osiris nodded vigorously and repeatedly. Qinxia then walked over to Kamas to discuss matters. Assign a mentor to educate Osiris, and then have him and his mentor stay on Olympia for the webway exploration operation. I want Osiris to quickly learn how to efficiently use his psychic abilities during this time. When I return, I will perform a modification surgery on Osiris. Kamas listened carefully to the instructions. After the White Knight Lord finished his instructions, Kamas suddenly asked, are you going to use that special gene seed for him? Kamas once knew, during a private conversation with Qinxia, that the gene seed used by the White Knight Lord was different from others. It was an extremely stable gene seed specialized for psychic purposes. A Space Marine can produce about 2 gene seeds in his lifetime, one can be extracted after maturity, and the other can be extracted after death. As far as Kama's knew, the White Knight Lord's gene seed had been extracted by the Quadrant and stored in the Great Library before the Quadrant returned to Mars. Qin Xia tacitly agreed. He was indeed planning to leave his gene seed for Osiris to use. But before that, Osiris still needed to experience some things and endure some trials. Only then could he potentially become the future White Knight Lord. Osiris was a candidate, but not the only one. If his destiny did not unfold as Qin Xia saw it on the web of fate, Osiris would ultimately only become a capable officer within the think tank, rather than the next librarian. Take him to select someone, Qin Xia commanded. Then send him and his mentor to Olympia. The fleet will then leave, following the newly explored webway to Ultramar to do some things. Yes, my lord, Kama saluted again. Chapter 601, Unexpected Reinforcements. Ultramar. Macragge, the central world of the 500 worlds. Gale, warlord of the Ultramarines' first battle company, stood in the Macragge command center with several high-ranking officers, including those from the Mortal Auxiliary Forces, their gazes fixed on the holographic strategic projection. Outside the fortress housing the command center, several crimson beams occasionally descended from the sky, causing ripples across the void shield. Fighter jets plunged through the atmosphere, piercing the void shield. On the ground, the anti-air positions of the fortress and city poured artillery fire into the sky. Macragge, the central world of the 500 worlds and the home planet of Guilliman, Primarch of the 13th Legion, was engulfed in war. It wasn't just Macragge that was caught in the conflict. Next to the holographic projection Gale was observing, the strategic star map of the 500 worlds was marked with over a dozen red dots, each representing a star system under attack. The rebel fleet has begun to concentrate its bombardment on our void shield here. Frontline soldiers reported seeing Space Marines in purple armor in front of their positions 10 minutes ago. There are also a series of other reports indicating traces of unknown Space Marines conducting killing sprees in every city on Macragge. A flurry of reports about the battle situation reached Gale's ears. Gale immediately responded, issuing orders and deploying numerous reserve units to various combat locations. Then, the warlord of the first battle company fell into a brief daze. Gale had previously supported Sosa with Qin Xia's think tank fleet, where they annihilated the Emperor's Children's landing forces. Danjiok said Eidolon had escaped, but Gale didn't pay much attention to it at the time because, according to the order of command, he had to leave Sosa and return to Macragge. Soon after his return, Macragge was attacked. The attack on Macragge was led by Eidolon, a lord of the Emperor's Children, along with those Emperor's Children and other Space Marines who had not been fully deployed to Sosa and had fled midway. How did these bastards get to Macragge? It was hard for Gale not to wonder. Macragge's surrounding defense fleet showed no activity. Even the void shield defense line at the edge of the star system remained silent. Buzz. A piercing hum pulled Gale's thoughts back to the war at hand. What's that sound? The warhorn of the Titan Legion? Did they deploy a Titan Legion? Idiot. What Titan Legion do they have left to use? Then I'm relieved. At least it's not Titans. But that's the sound of the void shield about to overload. There's a problem with the energy device. Too many warships are bombarding us here. Gale heard the arguments of the Mortal Auxiliary Army officers. As the entire command center fell into a deathly silence upon hearing the news that the void shield was about to overload, Gale spoke, breaking the quiet. The void shield wouldn't overload just from orbital bombardment, there must be landing forces that have airdropped to the void shield facility. Mobilize the Macragge 49th Imperial Guard Auxiliary Army Regiment, the 98th Armored Regiment, and the Ultramarines 1st Battle Company's 4th Company to go there. The warlord of the 1st Battle Company remained utterly composed, making proper arrangements. The attack on Macragge had happened too suddenly. Moreover, after the Battle of Sosa, the Primarch had led the assembled fleet to support other planets attacked by Eidolon. Gale had only his 1st Battle Company and 1,000,000 mortal auxiliary troops at his disposal. As for the naval fleet, after the Battle of Sosa, Gale had ordered the fleet to resupply at Macragge and then proceed to other parts of the 500 worlds to put out fires. This was, in his eyes, the most erroneous order he had ever given in his life. Report, an officer came forward. The 4th Company was deployed by you to the eastern part of the fortress, they went to support the attacked area when the Midnight Lords airdropped there and are now unable to disengage. Gale's face still showed no anxiety, but there was a hint of worry in his heart. The mortal auxiliary forces alone could not eliminate the landing forces at the Void Shield facility, and once the Void Shield was destroyed, the warships beyond orbit would only need one land strike to vaporize the entire area. It seems you will have to go personally, Warlord Gale. An elderly woman walked through the automatically opening gate and approached Gale. When this lady appeared, everyone present, whether Space Marines or mortals, performed the Aquila salute. This lady was named Talisar Uden. She was the adoptive mother of Rabut Guilliman, Primarch of the Ultramarines. You should be in the underground shelter, Lady Uden. Gale was a little nervous. The command center could be attacked by drop pods at any moment, it was not safe here at all. The entire Macragge is under attack, there is no safe place, Warlord Gale. Uden turned around and looked at the gate. A strong man, 2 meters too tall, walked in and saluted Gale. Gale could tell at a glance that this man was a failed Space Marine, and from the lack of obvious disabilities, he was likely an unfortunate individual who had reached the Black Carapace stage but simply couldn't bond with it. The Space Marine legions did not consist solely of successfully augmented Space Marines, some of the strong among the failed augmentees served as scouts. The man before him was wearing scout armor. I have just mobilized all those like him for you, totaling about 1500 men, Yuden said. You can lead them into battle, the command duties can be temporarily left to me and the officers present. Gale quickly thought it over and saluted Lady Yuden, thank you. In an attack or defense of a planet, void shield facilities are always of paramount importance. Gale personally led 1500 warriors and auxiliary troops to defend the void shield facility. They joined forces with the mortal auxiliary army, rushing through the fortress city towards the location of the void shield facility. They advanced until they were outside the void shield facility, where they were forced to stop. As Gale had predicted, the void shield was not about to overload, but had been breached by enemy landing forces, and one of its power facilities was crippled. The drop pods carrying the Emperor's children served as cover, some fought from behind the pods, while others penetrated the facility to disable the void shield. Gale saw 2 Contemptor dreadnoughts standing among the drop pods ahead. The Ultramar auxiliary armored units charged the facility, then were easily routed by the 2 dreadnoughts and Emperor's children wielding anti-tank weapons. Mortal infantry, even more so, had no chance of breaking through the hail of fire, falling in droves during several probing attacks. Gale calmly observed the battlefield, identifying several buildings closer to the facility, if they could use those buildings as cover. As he was pondering, a Diridio dreadnought slowly emerged from within the facility, joining the 2 Contemptor dreadnoughts. When this heavily armed dreadnought appeared in Gale's sight, the 1st Battle Company Warlord's attack plan vanished like smoke. The Diridio dreadnought opened fire on the nearby streets, its shoulder-mounted rocket launcher array reducing the cluster of buildings to ruins in an instant. However, the dreadnought was not Gale's biggest problem. Suddenly, a series of reports rang out on the COMM channel. A failed augmented warrior reported seeing Midnight Lords. This was followed by a series of screams that echoed through the COMM channel. Even a squad of Midnight Lords burst directly from the building behind Gale, heading straight for the warlord of the 1st Battle Company. They had clearly been waiting there for a long time. Have the Midnight Lords betrayed us? The commander of the failed augmented warriors beside Gale drew his chainsword, exclaiming in surprise. No, Conrad Kurz has not betrayed us, these Midnight Lords were manufactured. Gale, who knew more, drew his power sword and charged towards the Midnight Lords attacking him. These Midnight Lords were not powerful in combat, they were products of force-fed augmentation, thrown into battle on the planet right out of their amniotic tanks, with no real combat experience. Gale cleaved the first Midnight Lord who charged him, then parried the next Midnight Lord's attack with his sword, kicked him away, and shattered his head with a bolt pistol shot. The failed augmented warrior commander beside him also defeated a Midnight Lord. From his superb swordsmanship, it was clear that after his failed augmentation, he had always yearned for a combat mission one day and had been preparing for that hope. More Midnight Lords emerged from all directions, some mixed with Blood Angels. Only one Midnight Lord remained from the squad in front of Gale. The 1st Battle Company warlord charged with his sword raised. The first clash of their weapons struck the opponent's long sword aside. But just as Gale thought the opponent was still just a mass-produced Midnight Lord, the opponent suddenly adjusted his stance, deftly dodged the power sword slash at an unexpected angle, and then smoothly turned, severing Gale's right arm with a single sword stroke. The arm holding the power sword spun twice in the air before falling to the ground. Aha! Fooled you, didn't I? The Midnight Lord took off his helmet and casually tossed it aside. Beneath the helmet was a distorted face with no nose and extremely wrinkled skin. It took Gale some time to recognize that the opponent was Lucius of the Emperor's Children. The failed Space Marine charged at Lucius, only to be cut in half at the waist by a single sword stroke. Lucius approached Gale, holding his sword with both hands. The White Knight Lord said you were killed by him on Chemos. Gale drew his bolt pistol with his left hand and fired. Lucius, with impossible reaction speed, quickly brought his sword to block in front of his eyes, deflecting the bolt. There are always some things he can't foresee, buddy. Lucius stood before Gale, raising his longsword. Suddenly, a golden light descended from the sky, tearing open a rift in the space before Gale. Lucius looked back at the rift, his face showing confusion. A Primarch, wielding a Warhammer, emerged from the rift. Behind the Primarch was a group of Space Marines in grey armor. They were word-bearers. Upon seeing Lorgar appear, Gale immediately tensed up. Before leaving Macragge, Primarch Guilliman had speculated with Gale about which of the legions might betray them. Lorgar was considered by Guilliman to be a Primarch who would betray them. When Gale asked why, Guilliman simply replied, "My 12th brother said so." At this moment, the outlines of some word-bearers' legion warships were faintly visible in the sky. Lucius looked up at the sky, then lowered his gaze to Lorgar, a sinister smile appearing on his twisted face. "Your legion can conduct warp travel, which means you are with us." Before he could finish speaking, Lucius's head exploded. Fragments of shattered skull rattled against Gale's armor. Lorgar had, in the blink of an eye, appeared before Lucius and shattered his head with an upward hammer blow. Thud. The headless corpse knelt on the ground, then toppled at Lorgar's feet. Word-bearers. Lorgar, with his right foot on Lucius's corpse, raised his Warhammer, fight alongside the Ultramarines. Defend Macragge. Chapter 602, Lorgar, the Emperor's Emissary. The Word-bearers' Legion fleet sailed from Mandeville Point towards the Emperor's Children Legion fleet. Inside the heavy cruiser provided by 11, Eidolon stood by the viewport, watching the Word-bearers' fleet. How did they show up? Seeing that they could travel through the warp, I thought they were our reinforcements. Kill them all. Kill, 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 kill. Yahoo! Eidolon frowned, listening to the strange shouts of the others, and quickly thought, then ordered, evacuate. Silence fell for a moment on the command deck, followed by countless objections. Eidolon drew his bolt pistol and shot one person, and the objections instantly ceased. We must retreat. Eidolon turned to face the officers. We will pull out as soon as the ground forces return. Everyone silently walked out of the command deck. Eidolon came before the holographic display, sighing helplessly. The Legion, which once followed orders strictly, now had such poor discipline. Eidolon had long heard of the concepts represented by chaos, the most important of which was disorder. However, only now did he realize that the disorder of chaos was not just a concept, but truly affected all aspects of the chaos faction. Where are we retreating to? The 11th Legion warship commander, who managed the heavy cruiser, came over and asked. Retreat to any place in Ultramar. Eidolon swiped his hand, adjusting the star map display to cover the entire 500 worlds. We can go anywhere we want now. The entire 500 worlds is our playground. No one can catch us. The 11th commander listened to these words, then turned and issued orders. Have the Xeno at the bow of the ship open the webway entrance. The fleet retreated. But it was not retreating towards Mandeville Point, but rather towards a moon in the star system. As the fleet approached the moon, Eidolon's esteemed guest used some kind of artifact to activate the moon's webway entrance. Golden light flashed, illuminating the passage ahead of the fleet. But at this moment, another fleet emerged from the slowly opening webway entrance. Eidolon watched the fleet entrenched within the webway entrance, sailing outwards, and frowned. That was the White Knight's think tank fleet. Snow fell upon the heavy cruiser's command deck. Eidolon was propelled by some force, moving forward in the snow, eventually arriving in an unfamiliar command deck, where before him stood the World Eater's thinkers, clad in think tank Terminator armor. Watch your back. The shout made Eidolon look behind him, and when he saw the White Knight Lord standing behind him, his first reaction was to prepare for a psychic attack. However, Qin Xia accelerated and ran, leaping into the air when he was 1 meter away from Eidolon, his legs together. Immediately, with a loud thud, Eidolon, man, and armor, flew backward like a cannonball for more than 10 meters, crashing heavily against the wall. Qin Xia stood up from the ground, lightly brushing off the dust, then looked at Eidolon, realizing that the man had been killed by his kick, with no trace of life left in him. I wondered how these guys managed to get to Macragge, so they used the webway. Qin Xia walked to the viewport, looking at Eidolon's fleet, psychic energy flickering in his eyes. At this moment, the White Knight opened fire on Eidolon's heavy cruiser. Eidolon's fleet, intercepted by the think tank fleet at the webway entrance, could no longer retreat and was caught by the Word-Bearer's Legion fleet from behind. After being caught in a pincer attack for a moment, the entire fleet was completely annihilated. The Word-Bearers seemed to harbor immense hatred for traitors, leaving not even a single large piece of ship debris, bombing all the warships into fragments. The battle ended. Qin Xia came to the communication panel, stood with his hands behind his back, narrowed his eyes, and slightly raised his head. Communications officer, connect me to Macragge. The communication signal was sent, and several faces appeared on the panel. Lorgar, Primarch of the Word-Bearer's Legion. Gale, Warlord of the Ultramarines 1st Battle Company, defending Macragge. And Immortal Talisa Yuden. Madam Yuden. Qin Xia raised one hand to his heart. I have heard much about you. White Knight Lord. On behalf of all Macragge, I thank you for your support. Yuden performed the Aquila salute. Qin Xia looked at Lorgar. The think tank fleet actually did not play a significant role in this war, the ones who truly supported Macragge were Lorgar and his sons. How did these word-bearers appear here? Lorgar also had doubts about the think tank fleet's presence. How did you emerge from the moon? Eidolon's fleet also appeared from the moon, Gale added. The webway project is complete. After the Imperium of Man exploration fleet discovered a webway route to Ultramar, I immediately followed it to the 500 worlds. Firstly, to see if there was anyone I could support, and secondly, to tell you that from now on, you can use the webway to travel to and from the Imperial Core. Qin Xia's news greatly surprised Gale, Lorgar, and Yuden. The webway project succeeded. Lorgar exclaimed. I thought it would take at least hundreds or thousands of years to succeed. After all, it's the webway. Entering the webway is not difficult at all. Compared to the difficulty of exploring the webway, Qin Xia shook his head. While answering, Qin Xia observed Lorgar's reaction. He found Lorgar unusually surprised by the webway matter. Presumably, he had arrived via the warp. He had thought Lorgar had also come via the webway, perhaps Uslan had even helped him, but it turned out he hadn't. There's one more thing, regarding Eidolon who attacked Macragge. Qin Xia spoke of what he had seen with his psychic vision. They came to Macragge via the webway. Gale was not very surprised by this, because when the White Knight Lord said he had come here via the webway, Gale realized that Eidolon, who had also emerged from the light of the moon, must have come to Macragge via the webway. I saw Dark Eldar on his ship. These are the Dark Kin of the Eldar. Qin Xia paused here, thinking, the Dark Eldar helping Eidolon use the webway. This behavior should not be due to a cabal hired by Eidolon, because the Dark Eldar are always extremely cautious about webway matters. This behavior itself contained more. For example, the Craft World Eldar's reaction to humans entering the webway was to detain an exploration fleet and hold talks with human representatives on a craft world. And the Dark Eldar's reaction should be to find ways to help the enemies of the Imperium. These wretched maggots, who act as pawns for Slaanesh, have never lacked the courage to make a deal with the devil. Those pale-skinned, pointy-eared, bastard Xenos. Gale opened the star map. They are also attacking Ultramar. My Primarch left Macragge with combined forces of World Eaters to annihilate the Xeno Bastards fleet. Good. Qin Xia nodded. If I can still make psychic contact later, I will tell your Primarch that the Dark Eldar helped the traitors attack Macragge, and his foster mother, Madame Mutin, faced danger several times. This would definitely give Guilliman a powerful buff. Please allow the World Eaters think tank and Word Bearers fleets to resupply at Macragge. We will prioritize providing you with supplies, Yuden said. No need. Qin Xia shook his head. The Imperial supply fleet will arrive at Macragge, they will assist in Macragge's post-war reconstruction, and incidentally resupply my fleet and the Word Bearers. Upon hearing this news, Yuden instinctively smiled and nodded, falling into thought at the same moment. This is the power of the webway, Yuden thought. A supply fleet from the Imperial core, the solar system, could actually reach Macragge in a short period. Your Highness Lorgar. Qin Xia looked at Lorgar, who hadn't spoken much. I hope to go to your Legion's flagship and speak with you. Of course. Lorgar agreed. A moment later. The Word Bearers Legion flagship. Qin Xia teleported out in front of the Emperor's statue in the warship's chapel. Lorgar, dressed in coarse sackcloth, had just risen from before the statue. The webway project actually succeeded. Eidolon was also annihilated by us. Aside from a few scattered Death Guard warbands, there are no other traitors. The situation is excellent, Lorgar said. Qin Xia did not reply. After 2 seconds of silence, he finally said, seeing you here in Macragge is very surprising to me. I thought you would at least be trapped somewhere by a warp storm, or simply destroyed in the warp by the storm, or else, fall, betray, is that it? Yes. 11 fell because he was trapped in the warp. The moment I killed him, I sensed his past experiences, and that was the only thing I could sense at the time. I actually, was truly trapped in the warp. Mentioning the past, Lorgar couldn't help but hiss as he took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled, his expression solemn and sorrowful. But then pride appeared on his face. But our faith helped us break through the storm. We knew the Imperium was engulfed in war, so we could not simply wait somewhere after leaving the warp. We had to pass through the storm, we had to contact other legions, we had to fight. Faith helped us break through the storm, navigating the warp even faster and more stably than before the storm erupted, shuttling between realms to reach where we wanted to go. Faith draws upon the Emperor's power. Lorgar's expression was resolute and excited. As if a devotee had seen a true god. I am now the Emperor's emissary, Lorgar said. After hearing the last sentence, Qin Xia pursed his lips and deliberately said, meaning you weren't the Emperor's emissary before. Don't joke at a time like this. Lorgar frowned. You don't understand what I mean in my words, you don't understand who I mean by the Emperor. Why don't you come closer and directly perceive what I've experienced? Qin Xia walked over. Lorgar closed his eyes. The past unfolded before Qin Xia like a scroll. Chapter 603 The so-called God Emperor. Sir. The Geller field of all the fleet's warships is paralyzed. Warp creatures are pouring into every warship. Lorgar stood on the command deck, listening to the reports. The flagship's Geller field was the first to fail, and the reality bubble formed by the field was gradually disintegrating. The strangeness of the warp was infiltrating the warships, causing all sorts of bizarre phenomena to appear within the Primarch's sight. The reason for the paralysis of all the fleet's warships' Geller fields had already been found. It was a group of deceived believers. Those believers thought they were worshipping the God Emperor, but that was not the case. An evil person used their obsession with faith to lead them astray. That evil person was Erebadi. Did this prove that Erebadi could only appear around Erebus? That wasn't it either. Erebadi appeared near the corresponding structure of Suthi in the warp. The deluded believers found a way to paralyze the Geller field. Some people with faith, when faced with temptation, were not even as resolute as the stubborn traditionalists within the Word Bearers Legion who still adhered to the imperial truth. At least the latter were truly unaffected by any evil spirits. What do we do? A son asked. I don't know. Lorgar shook his head. There was nothing that could be done now. The navigators had long since gone mad. The ships were being invaded by warp creatures. Apart from Erebadi, who had just jumped out and, like a great villain, expounded his evil plan and declared that they were doomed, no enemies had been seen so far. Not even knowing where the enemies were, there was naturally no way to counterattack. Even if Lorgar was unwilling to accept it, he would eventually have to admit that there was nothing to do now but wait for death. A word-bearer on the command deck suddenly spoke, pray. He then suddenly raised his voice, pray to the God Emperor. When facing those supernatural forces, we can only do this. The great power of the God Emperor will guide us out of this predicament. These words immediately resonated. Everyone on the command deck, whether they were word-bearers, Space Marines officers, mortal naval officers, or attendants, all began to pray. Lorgar also began to pray. Everyone knelt on the ground, praying to the symbol of the Imperial Aquila hanging high on the command deck. Starting from the first page of the Lectitio Divinitatis. Everyone mumbled, and eventually, these murmurs gradually became consistent, with everyone speaking in unison. The same was true for the people on the ship and in other parts of the fleet. Supernatural phenomena occurred uncontrollably within various ships. Faced with the invasion of fear, people did not know what to do to solve it, so they prayed. This behavior was actually effective. Thoughts, emotions, these intangible things stirred up waves in the warp. Light gradually enveloped the fleet. The evil spirits that had invaded the ships were expelled. Those who had gone mad due to the erosion of warp power gradually regained their sanity and joined in the prayers. The entire fleet was bathed in light. Until the light became increasingly dazzling, Lorgar couldn't help but be curious and opened his eyes. The Primarch would never forget what he saw at this moment. A sun floated in front of the fleet. It was an extremely dazzling, but utterly cold sun. Visually, it was intensely hot, yet it felt extremely cold, chilling to the bone. The light shone brighter and brighter, until Lorgar's entire vision turned white. Then the light dimmed slightly. Lorgar found himself not on the command deck, but in a realm of pure white light. A hand extended from the Primarch's chest. The Primarch lowered his head and saw a child pass through him. He looked around. There were countless humans nearby. These humans all appeared to be faintly shimmering and translucent, indicating that they were souls rather than physical entities. Countless human souls walked in one direction, towards a center, where their faint lights converged, forming an unbearable radiance. Suddenly, the Primarch instinctively took a few steps back, raising his hand in front of him, as if something was rushing towards him. But in reality, what surged was only information. Just a piece of information subjected the Primarch's will to torment and shock. At this moment, the Primarch felt himself being eroded by storms and fierce fire, every cell in his body burning or being torn apart. And that information was mixed with the painful torment, giving Lorgar great spiritual encouragement. 17. One of my 22 tools. Backup plan. Ignorant 1. These 4 appellations let Lorgar know the identity of the cold sun. It was indeed the Emperor. Being called a tool and an ignorant one by his father would only make Lorgar happier, as this was proof of divinity. My God. Lorgar gritted his teeth, enduring the torment, forcefully gathering his will, and communicating with the God Emperor. Under the psychic shock of the divine, Lorgar was unable to speak complete sentences, only asking questions intermittently in his will. This question was, what happened? Information surged in again. Lorgar learned everything that was happening now. The warp storm was stirred up by the chaos gods themselves. They were trying to turn a reality universe into their delicious meal. At the same time, Lorgar learned more things. Namely, the 4 gods are not 4 specific god-level entities, but rather a collection of many concepts in the warp. In essence, they are merely puppets of chaos. The 4 gods were shaped by chaos with an instinct to corrupt the reality universe. The purpose is to completely dismantle the veil of the reality universe, causing the universe to revert to its primordial substance before the Big Bang, the ether. Then this primordial substance would merge into the warp, or rather, be devoured by the warp, becoming the substance that forms the foundation of the warp. Developing more followers in the reality universe, spreading their faith, manipulating pawns in the reality universe, bringing the great game to the reality universe, these are actually not the fundamental goals of the 4 gods. Their goals are consistent with the goals of chaos, which is to ultimately make the entire reality universe merge into the warp. And in many reality universes, they succeeded. All this information made Lorgar feel despair. He had thought that the chaos gods were the most terrifying beings, but in reality, they were merely beings influenced by chaos, just like those demons Qin Xia spoke of who were sometimes extremely incompetent due to conceptual influence. They were just pawns of even more terrifying beings. Return to reality. Stop, Ascension. Don't go back, find a place, to survive. Go save, me. Lorgar heard countless voices giving him commands. The voices seemed to come from countless wills, rather than a single entity. Within the cold sun, which truly proved the God Emperor was a god, there seemed to be countless emperors. Those powerful wills, one after another, converged into an entity of will that was terrifyingly vast, but absolutely not unified. Speaking contradictory, conflicting commands or words. Lorgar asked again, my God, are you the Black King now? The cold sun responded again. This time, countless wills gave a consistent answer, no. Information also flooded into Lorgar's mind. The Primarch knew what the Black King was. That was a chaos god about to be born, representing primordial destruction. It only wished to destroy everything. The great game of the chaos gods gained another new player. And the person most likely to become the Black King was the Emperor. The gods wanted the Black King to be born. At the same time, Lorgar also learned something else: the Eightfold Path, the Eightfold Path of Chaos. Each trial represented a chaos god. And the current god Emperor was not a chaos god like the Black King at all, but a psychic entity of the warp shaped and twisted by human faith. The countless human souls Lorgar had seen earlier were the faith power that shaped and twisted the Emperor. After imparting a series of things about the chaos gods of the warp, the god Emperor then gave Lorgar an incredibly shocking piece of information. That was the origin of the cold sun. In the multiple reality universes mentioned earlier, there was one reality universe whose veil was weakened at the time of the universe's birth. That universe also gave birth to an emperor. That emperor, realizing he would become the Black King, chose to find an old one artifact that could bind souls. That was not the Golden Throne, it was more powerful and more terrifying than the Golden Throne. Afterward, the emperor sat on it, binding his own soul. Humans, grateful for his sacrifice, worshipped him and believed in him. Faith twisted him into an entity in the warp, and then it began to search for more of itself, with the aim of preventing its own ascension and truly adding another chaos god to the warp. In those reality universes on the brink of destruction, it would influence everyone in that reality universe, select its pawns, and then prevent another version of itself in another reality universe from becoming the Black King. Even if a reality universe had no crisis at all, it would find ways to create one, forcing the emperor to make a choice that would definitely not lead to becoming the Black King. Ascension. From an objective perspective, for an individual in a reality universe, this event is apotheosis. But more and more emperors became part of the sun, preventing the birth of the Black King was the only thing they could agree on. They were like crabs in a bucket, rushing at their kin who were about to climb out of the bucket and ascend, trying every means to drag them back into the bucket. This was the origin of the cold sun, and its purpose. And the reason that drove the cold sun, that drove the countless wills of the Emperor within the sun to agree, was this: ascension to become the Black King would cause the human species to experience a catastrophe like that of the Eldar. And the Eldar were able to escape with their lives through the webway, leaving behind a few survivors. Humans, without the webway, would be utterly annihilated after the birth of the Black King, who is strongly connected to their species. Are we, just one of countless selves in countless reality universes? Lorgar found it difficult to accept this fact that shattered uniqueness. Information once again flooded into Lorgar's mind. The cold sun informed the Primarch that what happened in the reality universe he belonged to would have a huge impact on the warp, so that universe, of course, also had its uniqueness. For example, if the Emperor of other reality universes chose to embrace the Black King's power, he would eventually ascend, but only become a part of the Black King. However, if the Emperor of Lorgar's reality chose to ascend, that would directly shape the entire Black King. Now, the cold sun needed Lorgar to return to his own universe, find a way to make the Emperor sit on the golden throne, or use any similar method to trap him, and then be pulled into this sun-like entity by the countless other versions of him within the cold sun. There was no middle ground, such as choosing not to ascend and surviving in a mortal body. This was not allowed. The corruption of the reality universe by chaos would never end, unless chaos was destroyed, which was simply impossible. Any trouble that the Emperor, in his mortal form, could not solve, might tempt him to embrace the Black King's power, and once the Black King was born, he would exist forever. Son, we don't want to do this, but, the God Emperor. Or the Black King. Become the God Emperor or the Black King. This is the choice I must make. We can only choose one of these two fates. Go back to your reality universe, you just need to tell me these things, and then he will make a wise choice. Let him sacrifice. Make the sacrifice after completing the Webway project and saving the human species of that universe. Countless wills roared or whimpered at Lorgar. At this moment, Lorgar suddenly felt a trace of fear. The interior of the cold sun was actually not cold at all. The Emperor, twisted by the faith of countless humans, had indeed become a true god, but not an utterly cold god. Lorgar still had one question: if there was more than one reality universe, what were the versions of himself in those other reality universes doing? The God Emperor also explained to him. Most versions of Lorgar had rebelled. At the same time, the Emperor informed Lorgar of what was most likely to happen on the veil of his reality universe, the Horus Heresy. In that Horus Heresy, Lorgar was a worshipper of the Chaos Gods. The God Emperor decided to give Lorgar some enlightenment. This was why Lorgar, years ago on a chaos-corrupted planet, defeated his adoptive father, Kor Phaeron, who had lured him there to use him as a sacrifice to chaos. Lorgar pondered for a moment. Indeed. It was during that battle with his adoptive father that he felt the power of the God Emperor, and thus, in his confusion, he became certain that he was on the right path. But the God Emperor, but this cold sun, its reason for casting its gaze upon that important reality and working on Lorgar was not because Lorgar was unique or indispensable. There was only one reason. In that reality universe, because many things had changed, the Emperor might make an unwise choice, which is to say, after all the dust settled, he would withdraw and retreat, thus becoming a super ticking time bomb that could ascend to the Black King at any moment, capable of exploding at any second and destroying everything that would usher in beauty and prosperity in that reality universe. Lorgar was the only one in that universe willing to listen to the God Emperor and follow his guidance. There was simply no one else available. Everything Lorgar had experienced in the past ended in Qin Xiao's perception. The great game has gained another player, which is the cold sun you saw. Qin Xiao said. He recalled the future he had learned from commas of another future timeline when he destroyed the Plague Heart, which was that the Emperor would sit on the Golden Throne, and even if the Webway project succeeded, humanity would still worship the God Emperor. He had thought that future had been completely changed. But now, not being the Black King, God Emperor version, he joined the fray. Chapter 604, Erebus. I'm going to the solar system. Lorgar knelt once more before the idol. The navigation order had been given even before Qin Xiao arrived, and all ships at this moment uniformly lowered their armored plating to obscure the portholes, cutting off people's view of the outside. Your Geller field isn't working, Qin Xiao said. I'll have the Red Robe Covenant fix them for you. No need. Lorgar clasped his hands together. The Primarch's head, covered in holy scripture, slowly bowed, facing the resplendent chandeliers in the prayer chamber. Qin Xiao looked at the top of Lorgar's skull, narrowed his eyes, and then was startled. Why was this guy's head glowing? The runes drawn on the Primarch's skull lit up with a golden light. The Emperor's will, a torch that purges all evil. Lorgar slowly opened his eyes, and a golden light flickered in his pupils. Those with unwavering faith fear no storm. The ships roared and trembled. As the warp engines activated and the entire fleet headed towards Mandeville Point, a rift to the warp opened. Chanting echoed throughout the fleet, throughout the void. Golden light surged from the warp rift, enveloping the entire fleet like tendrils reaching into reality. Qin Xiao sensed that it was indeed the Emperor's psychic power. When he was taken by the Grey Knights and conscripted as a Grey Knight, he had once traveled from Titan to Terra and established a psychic connection with the Emperor in the throne room. At that time, he had sensed the Emperor's psychic power. But the Emperor's psychic power then was different from the Emperor's psychic power in 30K. The God Emperor's psychic power, scorching like fire, cold like ice, filled with anger, unwillingness, and a surging sense of ambition. You won't stop me from going to Terra? Lorgar asked. Stop you from going to Terra to tell the Emperor about the God Emperor? Qin Xia shook his head. He's not an idiot. How could a few words from you make him sit on the golden throne? Lorgar was silent. Besides, I also have a way that makes it absolutely impossible for the Emperor to become the Black King, Qin Xia said. Lorgar glanced sideways at the book-like artifact on Qin Xia's waist. The Fourfold Trial. Lorgar closed his eyes to ponder, then suddenly nodded silently. The Word-Bearer's Legion fleet entered the warp. Into that cold sun. Let the storm rage even more fiercely. Lorgar suddenly stood up, raising his golden glowing warmer. Qin Xia opened a psychic portal, deciding to stay far away from these fanatics. Come with us. Lorgar reached out to Qin Xia's figure, which was gradually disappearing into the snowstorm. We'll go back to Terra together. If your method is suitable, we can also persuade that true God together. You want to persuade it? Qin Xia pointed at the cold sun in the warp, a look of "Are you crazy?" on his face. Then, as Lorgar withdrew his hand, Qin Xia turned and left. To hell with Terra, to hell with the Dark Eldar, and to hell with the Webway. I'm already in Ultramar, and I just want to go back to Nuceria to see Angron. Everything else can wait. Lorgar thought for a moment. I will rescue some star systems on my way to Terra, which will also take some time. When you are able to go to Terra, we will together inform the Emperor of what I have experienced, and then we will await the Emperor's own decision. The Primarch looked back at the cold sun. He will not rush, he will not be hostile to us, he is our aid, the Eternal Lord. Qin Xia had already entered the warp, and he didn't hear a single word of what Lorgar said next. There is no webway from Ultramar to Nuceria, and we don't even know if there's a webway that goes from Ultramar to Nuceria. So we need to use the pocket universe for navigation. The captain reported to Qin Xia. And even before reporting, this White Knight captain and fleet commander had already ordered the fleet to prepare to enter the pocket universe. Qin Xia silently opened the pocket universe, his gaze fixed on the strategic image the entire time. The image showed the situation of the entire 500 worlds. The equipment had just shared information with Macragge, so it accurately displayed the strategic intelligence that had previously been brought to Macragge by the Pharos Lighthouse. No, you stay here. Qin Xia made a new decision after thinking. Stay and help the Ultramarians finish the war. The captain subconsciously looked at the adjutant, and the White Knight Lord's order was relayed. Then he looked puzzled, but sir, if you need my opinion, then I believe Lord Guillimon can completely deal with the Dark Eldar Xenos invading Ultramar. Yes. Qin Xia didn't deny it. Even if those Dark Eldar Xenos come out in full force, the threat they pose is not as great as a joint force of several Ark worlds, but I have a vague premonition that the Dark Eldar's current actions against Ultramar are just the beginning. They are helping humanity's opponents, which is the rebellion. They are also actively attacking. This is extremely rare. The captain, hearing this, slowly saluted. So stay here and assist the Ultramarians. Qin Xia teleported out of the bridge. Remember, when the think tank assists the fleet in void combat, you have command over the think tank. I will fight the Xenos to the end, the captain said. The White Knight Lord teleported away. The captain immediately began to deploy, having the navigator use the Pharos Lighthouse for navigation, setting the target course for Guilliman's location, and ensuring that more than one star system of Dark Eldar Xenos lay on the necessary route. Qin Xia, after leaving, entered the warp, heading straight for Ultramar. Outside the storm, a giant eye watched Qin Xia. The person whose essence was this giant eye observed his foster father's route, and then made a decision. Qin Xia continued to travel through the warp, but where he was going now was not Nuceria, but Sosa. He wanted to take Erebus away from there to prevent Erebody, who seemed silent on the surface, from actually causing trouble near the warp's corresponding structure at Erebus's location. Lorgar was almost tricked by him into becoming a traitor Primarch. As for whether Erebody would cause him trouble, Qin Xia had plenty of ways to kill Erebody like an ant, or even directly find a way to sever Erebus's soul-level connection with him. Sosa. Erebus was at the southern edge of the Pharos Mountains fortress. A brutal battle had taken place here a week ago, and there were bodies, blood, and plants everywhere. Erebus was stunned when he arrived here. He couldn't believe he would see such a vibrant scene in such a place. Trees and colorful flowers rooted and grew from the bodies, and the entire shattered tunnel of the fortress was filled with this sight. Insects and animals moved through the jungle-like environment. If it weren't for the bodies everywhere on the ground, this scene would be like the garden worlds recently established by high-ranking Imperium of Man officials. Corrosion, defiling the bodies of my comrades. A voice came from under Erebus's helmet. The mortal warriors who came with the space marines to clear the battlefield all looked strange, because Erebus's words were very odd, not cold, but emotionless numbness. Yet, a hint of emotion was revealed within those words. Erebus snatched the Prometheum flamethrower from the soldier behind him and fired at everything in front of him. The dense jungle was burned to ashes. Birds and beasts screamed and died. Along with the bodies, they were all burned to dust. Erebus and the hundreds of mortal warriors behind him held flamethrowers, burning as they advanced. From time to time, they would pass by the bodies of superhumans. They were not Emperor's children, but Death Guard rebel warriors. The presence of these evil warriors who had pledged themselves to the god Nurgle was enough to reveal to anyone aware of chaos where the strange sight of the fortress ruins came from. Sir. A soldier suddenly stepped forward and grabbed Erebus's right arm. Erebus turned his head, and the numb yet pained eyes under his shattered tactical visor startled the soldier, but the fact that this superhuman warrior could be pulled by a mortal's arm already indicated that he had no hostility. My officer's body is up ahead, so. Of course. Erebus put down his flamethrower and walked forward with the mortals, arriving at a corner of the tunnel. Amidst 7 Death Guard bodies lay a mortal body, seemingly young, only 16 or 17 years old. Superhuman Butcher. The soldier knelt on one knee, pointing at the metal and dog tag on the Tsiange mortal's body. I once had the honor of following this officer to assassinate superhuman commanders. That was the glory of my life. Erebus looked at the body. Because he couldn't perceive anything, he couldn't be driven by emotion to form any attitude, only looking on numbly. But vaguely in his mind, there were some emotions called wistfulness and pity. If he were still normal, if he had accepted the White Knight Lord's biopsychic healing spell before, then he would be able to feel such emotions. Erebus thought. May you be bathed in the glory of the God Emperor, child. Erebus reached out and gently closed the eyes of the one dubbed Superhuman Butcher. The Emperor's children attacked first, then the White Knight Lord came, and after he left, the Death Guard came again. Maybe soon there will be Eldar Xenos, complained a low-ranking soulless one from Ultramar in the group. I heard Sosa used to be a good place to seclude oneself. Now it seems, whoever chooses this place to seclude themselves is a complete unlucky person. Who says it isn't? Erebus silently listened to the mortal's conversation, then Danchiok's voice came through the comms channel. The White Knight Lord has arrived on Sosa, again. He requests to see you. Understood. Erebus replied, then looked at the mortals behind him. The battlefield ruins in the southern part of the fortress might still have hidden enemies, and these mortals probably couldn't carry out the clearing mission alone. However, Avita teleported out, dispelling Erebus's doubts. Go see the person you need to see. Leave this to me. A moment later. Pharos Fortress Command Center. Erebus saw the White Knight Lord when he entered the command center. Many people were clustered around him, so Erebus decided it was best not to go over immediately and found a corner to sit down. He saw Danchiok explain to the White Knight Lord what had happened since the White Knight Lord's last visit. Eidolon had abandoned his troops and fled, then Sosa had a period of calm, but not long after, those damned Death Guard traitors came again. The Death Guard traitors were broken up into warbands. Some hoped to earn merit and gain the Primarch's forgiveness, others were haphazardly dragged into the conflict by Typhon and simply gave up, doing nothing, and still others became fanatical followers of chaos, suicidally rushing into Sosa to spread corruption. Then the White Knight Lord praised 3 Space Marines, including Danchiok, and then praised the courage of the mortals. After they talked for a while, the command center gate next to Erebus opened, and a dark-skinned but extremely muscular mortal, carrying a great sword on his back, entered the command center. Qin Xia. The mortal spread his arms, grinning, and shouted at the White Knight Lord, who was surrounded by people. Qin Xia heard the familiar voice, turned to look, and was stunned for a second. On a mouse. Wait, you, how are you on Sosa? Qin Xia was extremely excited and walked forward to embrace on a mouse, this old bear. The Noose Ryans responded to Angron's call, and many veterans who weren't reconscripted formed a rebellion to support Ultramar. Onamouse's expression was firm, with a slight smile. I also answered the call and came to support the people of Ultramar. Cromarch had the Crow Bio Group sponsor me a Retribution-class cruiser, so I brought a portion of the rebellion to support Ultramar. On the way, I received a letter from my student's entrusted transport fleet. He mentioned Sosa, this star system full of mortal courage, so I immediately rushed to Sosa. Although I couldn't arrive in time to deal with the Emperor's children, at least I made it for the fight against the Death Guard. A Noose Ryan regular army staff officer, hearing his teacher mention him, stepped forward and saluted his teacher and his teacher's former rebellion comrades. Qin Xia never dreamed that Onamaus would appear here. After the Nukria Uprising War ended that year, Onamaus engaged in education. He was a person with a soul so pure that he could dispel demons. 2 days ago, I encountered a Death Guard. Onamaus rubbed his right cheek. He almost cut off half my head with his sword. If it weren't for this ancient longsword in my hand and the amulet you gave me back then, I really couldn't have killed him. You solo killed a Space Marines? How to put it? I'm not surprised you could do it. Qin Xia greatly admired Onamaus. Onamaus laughed heartily, then turned to look at the gate. A friend who fought alongside me said he absolutely had to see you, so I brought him over. A middle-aged man walked into the command center. Qin Xia scrutinized the other person, slightly surprised. Erebus. The immortal older than the Emperor. A man born in an era before even the Lord was born, yet who believed in the Lord. Compared to immortals like the Emperor and Malkador, Erebus didn't have many unique skills, but he was still extremely important. Once upon a time, Qin Xia wanted to find Erebus as a backup plan, and even had a plan to have the Human Historical Research Institute help him search, but it eventually fell through. The reason it fell through was that Erebus's greatest role was to persuade the Emperor not to embrace the Black King's power during the Horus Heresy, but Horus failed to rebel, and now, the rebel faction is like a candle in the wind, ready to be extinguished at any moment. Erebus naturally would no longer take on the mission of persuading the Emperor. Chapter 605 Angron's Scheme. An old friend, an Eldar, he asked me to tell you something. Erebus neither bowed nor showed much respect in his words. Those who knew of his status as an Eternal would consider this a display of arrogance, as in, I am more senior than you, White Knight Lord, also an Eternal. But Qin Xia understood Erebus. This man opposed authority figures simply because of some past events with the Emperor. He is going to Kumarak to find a helper who can change the fate of the reality universe. A route map from the webway city of Karista directly to Kumarak will be handed over to you by the Harlequins in the future. It's that simple. After hearing what Erebus said, Qin Xia immediately thought of Uslan. The helper who can change the fate of the reality universe that Uslan spoke of is too broad. Even Erebus could change the fate of the reality universe, and the will of the reality universe would even specifically arrange for Erebus to find the Emperor. But Kumarak. That leaves only one answer: Ivrain. This person is the prophet of the god of death, Inyad. In the ancient legends of the Eldar, the death of the Eldar would give birth to a god of death named Inyad. This god of death would wield a sword, imbued with the anger and unwillingness of all Eldar consumed by Slaanesh, and slay Slaanesh. Qin Xia also thought of his last meeting with Uslan. That was during the Ark World talks. Presumably, Uslan began preparing to find Ivrain after leaving then. Thank you. Regardless of whether the information was important, Qin Xia thanked Erebus. Just delivering a message. No, I have nothing to be grateful for in this matter, as it's merely a small effort for you. I express my gratitude because you fought alongside Onamaus and the mortals here on Sutha. When Qin Xia mentioned you on Sutha, Erebus looked helpless. I'm not some warm-hearted warmonger, I'm fighting here because my home is here, Erebus said. My Eldar friend suggested I settle on Sutha instead of Thas. Believing his advice was the biggest mistake of my life, even more so than when I once believed a certain tyrant. The certain tyrant in Erebus's words clearly referred to the Emperor. Qin Xia didn't want to listen to the Eternal's complaints, so he prepared to leave Sutha with Erebus and head to Nusaria. But suddenly thinking of something, Qin Xia's gaze fell on Erebus again. A psychic projection was cast towards the ancient Eternal. Erebus instantly learned what Qin Xia had learned from Lorgar. The flood of information into his mind did not make the well-informed Eternal uncomfortable or cause violent emotional fluctuations. After a few seconds of silence, he asked, "What's the point of telling me this?" "I just wanted to tell you this. If you can be a messenger once more and go to Terra, that would be even better," Qin Xia replied. Erebus tilted his head slightly to the right, frowned, and narrowed his eyes in thought. Although Erebus was not powerful, he was an extremely ancient Eternal, and having acquired a lot of information, he immediately understood Qin Xia's intention. "You're in a hurry to return to Nusaria and don't want to go to Terra now, so you're having someone else relay the message for you," Erebus said, clearly displeased. "And then you want me to go to Terra to tell the Emperor that you have a way for him not to make any choice between two evils. Why should I?" Qin Xia really did think that way. Although he directly told Lorgar, to hell with his Terra. But sometimes, getting things done with a bit of cursing is unavoidable. Even if I tell the Emperor myself, it might not have the same effect as a word or two from you. Qin Xia walked past Erebus, came before Erebody, and gestured for the word-bearer to follow him. "But it doesn't matter, what I've told you won't happen in the short term. It will happen after everything has settled. I can tell him myself." Erebus narrowed his eyes, pondered for a moment, then turned and left the command center. Qin Xia could not determine what choice Erebus had made. However, if Erebus decided to go to Terra, after Lorgar told the Emperor everything, persuading the Emperor not to make a choice for the future in advance, that would certainly be a good thing. If Erebus really went, he would once again embark on a journey for the Emperor, though this time not to stop the Emperor from becoming the Black King, but to stop the Emperor from becoming another kind of god after everything settled. And after Qin Xia left, Erebus stood on the fortress lookout, lost in thought for a long time. Finally, the Eternal made a choice, to go to Terra. Not for old friendship, nor simply to run an errand, to tell the Emperor before Qin Xia returned to Terra that he didn't have to make a choice for things that would only happen decades or even centuries later, as Lorgar suggested. But because of two sentences Qin Xia had said when imbuing him with information. "The path I am exploring shows me hope for annihilating the four gods, and perhaps I can also annihilate the Black King in the same way. As a prospective ascendant of the Black King, I would like to ask you to consider for me whether the fourfold trial can become a fivefold trial. Help me relay this message to the Emperor. The choice between becoming the God Emperor or the Black King is too distant to consider immediately, but the trial is very much worth considering right now." These two sentences still echoed in Erebus's mind. Did he think Qin Xia definitely needed him to run errands? Obviously not. The two most powerful psychers in the reality universe could project psychic energy in both directions, conducting psychic communication undisturbed by the four gods. So Erebus could guess the reason Qin Xia asked him to relay the message. Qin Xia hoped that he, the most ancient Eternal, after learning about the trial, might have some methods or find something helpful. This was by no means an extravagant demand. Erebus actually had some ideas. After leaving Sutha, Qin Xia returned to New Star, the governing center of Great Nukria, in just one solar week. However, before returning to reality from Nusaria's corresponding structure in the warp, Qin Xia was in a bad mood. The reason was that he saw many things that weighed heavily on his mind while traveling through the warp. The Space Marines governor who was now ruling Nostramo with an iron fist, his original planet, Pompeii, was now completely empty. And there was more than one star system without people. Furthermore, these star systems had clearly not experienced war, yet despite this, at least trillions of people had vanished into thin air. If there was anything that could slightly ease Qin Xia's mind after seeing these situations, it was that only 3 star systems had vanished populations, and all were on the Nusaria border, garrisoned by the Nusaria fleet. Within Great Nukria, Qin Xia found no other star systems where populations had mysteriously vanished. And now Qin Xia arrived at New Star. Before entering the reality universe, Qin Xia used his psychic vision to scan the entire planet, but did not find his adopted son's figure. He'd better be like Guilliman, leading troops out of Nuceria to support operations. The moment he entered the reality universe, Qin Xia thought this. He directly teleported into an office on the top floor of the tallest building in Dizia City's administrative district. This was Angron's office. The place where the Primarch once worked was now filled with Space Marines, all World Eaters civil servants. From the double axe insignia on the shoulder pads of these civil servants, it could be seen that they belonged to the Primarch's secretarial team. After mastering more powerful psychic abilities, traversing between the reality universe and the warp, moving from one location to another hundreds or thousands of light years away, all became as easy as eating and drinking for Qin Xia. So when he appeared before these sons of Angron, because his appearance was so sudden, with no other signs besides the snowflakes that appeared with Qin Xia, these civil servant secretaries were stunned for a few seconds. Guide. After reacting, the Primarch's secretaries saluted Qin Xia by placing a hand on their chest. At this moment, Qin Xia already had an ominous premonition, but he still tried to appear calm and composed, asking softly, "Where is your Primarch?" When asked about the Primarch, the superhuman secretaries exchanged glances. The Dark Eldar Xenos launched an invasion when we had nearly dispatched all of Great Nucrea's military might. You must have seen some star systems on your way here, where the populations completely vanished. The highest ranking among the Primarch's secretaries, personally trained by Angron, slowly began, first laying out a lot of groundwork. Qin Xia walked to the desk, examining the documents on it. All were reports and summaries concerning the Dark Eldar Xenos' attacks across Great Nucrea. One document was placed on top. Qin Xia took a deep breath, picked it up and flipped through it, his expression growing darker. 2 Nuceria weeks ago, the Primarch took only the Blood Drinkers, and a newly built Gloriana-class battleship, to the front lines. And then, attacked by Xenos, his fate unknown. Suddenly, everything on the desk was swept to the floor by Qin Xia. The secretaries immediately fell silent. Qin Xia raised a hand and pinched his nose, taking a deep breath to calm himself, then walked to the window and looked at the Dizia City Gladiator Arena. The secretaries watched the guide's back. Your Primarch was captured alive, definitely. Qin Xia's voice was calm. He also deliberately did this. But he didn't need to do this. With that, Qin Xia frowned and fell into deep thought. Uslan went to Kamarak. Angron deliberately got captured, and he also went to Kamarak. Qin Xia now had a longing, wishing that among the trials he had completed, some involved the concept of time and space. Only when he appeared in a certain place would time flow there, while other places would be in a state of stagnation. This way, he could deal with one thing after another. Instead of being like now, where everyone has what they want to do, what they are doing, and he is like a person putting out fires everywhere, running here and there, and if he's not careful, some people go and do things that he considers less important, but which are extremely important to the individuals concerned. Arabadi was killed by me. Erebus also suddenly emerged from the portal, tucking his dripping longsword into his waist. During his time following Qin Xia, Erebus had been honing his combat skills by engaging in countless confrontations with Arabadi. He was now able to sense Arabadi's presence and kill him. Very good. Qin Xia nodded. Erebus looked at the mess in the office and the cowering World Eaters' civil servants, unsure what had happened. And the World Eaters also looked at Erebus, their eyes complex. They knew about this pure-hearted person and his evil counterpart, and thus, like the word-bearers who did not accept Erebus, they believed Erebus's very existence was ominous. But Erebus had no opinion on such gazes, for he could not even feel emotions of discomfort. Come with me to Kamarak. Qin Xia turned to Erebus. If Arabadi appears again, don't kill him, I need him. Erebus was surprised but offered no opinion, remaining silent. I will use this pawn of the 4 gods to throw all those ghastly spirits in Kamarak into hell. Chapter 606, The Gladiators and the Cave. Small vessels, spiked like seafaring ships, weaved through Kamarak, the dark city. When moving between cities or functional zones, the vessels traveled at twice the speed of light. Only by doing so could they reach the heart of Kamarak within the expected time. Black, spiky spires were the predominant architectural form in Kamarak. But the webway city of Kamarak was so vast that the Dark Eldar were only active in a small portion of it. So, as those on the ships gazed out, they could still see many ancient spirit clan-style buildings at the edge of their vision. For the Eldar themselves, trying to comprehend the true size of Kamarak was a pipe dream. As the central hub of the entire webway, Kamarak once served as a transportation and transit point during the ancient spirit clan empire era. Countless fleets needed to dock and resupply there, and innumerable populations resided within it. Kamarak expanded from its inception until the fall of the ancient spirit clan empire, with the passage of time transforming into the city's sheer volume. Even the special material used by the Eldar, wraith bone, would truly grow like biological bone, making Kamarak ever larger. The small vessel traveled at light speed for 1 solar hour, arriving at the most bustling central area of Kamarak and stopping beside a spire whose height was equivalent to the length of a celestial body's equator. The spire projected a label, Gladiator Arena Cargo Center. All the cargo within the vessel was loaded into the spire and instantly teleported to the very bottom of the spire via an ancient logistics system. The Gladiator Arena security guard stood waiting at the base of the tower. The cargo transported by the vessel appeared as flowing particles in the vast space ahead, and then these flowing particles reaggregated, forming a large group of people. All of these individuals lay on the ground, enveloped by an energy membrane that served to bind them. The captain of the security guard removed his spiky helmet and walked among the cargo, inspecting the new merchandise purchased by the Gladiator Arena. Humans, orcs, Vrud, individuals from powerful races that had left their names in galactic history were all present. And those countless alien races in the galaxy that couldn't even leave their names, but possessed some innate combat advantages, would also be sold as cargo to the Kamarak Gladiator Arena. Even Craftworld Eldar and Dark Eldar were among them. The former were snatched from certain Lost Ark worlds, while the latter were individuals who either voluntarily entered the Gladiator Arena to escape pursuing enemies or were tricked and sold by others due to their foolishness. This barbarian is quite different from other human barbarians. The security guard captain stopped in front of one person, looking at the sleeping individual within. After observing for a moment, he said with slight surprise, "This is a Primarch." What were the merchants thinking, daring to sell a Primarch to the Gladiator Arena? And the higher UPS actually dared to buy him. What's a Primarch? Just a bioengineered product from a low-level race. Even the emperor of a low-level race would have to be our toy if he entered the Gladiator Arena. The security guard captain's colleague spoke with disdain. Regardless, these security personnel, as low-ranking individuals within a so-called higher race, had no authority to decide anything. They still had to do their job. The cargo was loaded onto speedboats and transported away, evenly distributed among the various resting areas of the Gladiator Arena. These so-called resting areas were actually cells, and next to the cell complexes were high-end residential areas. The cell area was for the employees forced to stay in the Gladiator Arena, while the high-end residential area was for the employees the Gladiator Arena hired at great expense. 1 solar hour passed. Angron woke up, climbed off the ground, and looked around to find himself in a cave within the Dizia Arena. It was exactly the same, with no differences whatsoever. Even Caesar's name was written on the wall, along with words of remembrance for Caesar, the first victim. Angron even thought he had time-traveled until he saw the gladiators still sleeping nearby, and saw that his brothers' bodies were still the strong, modified physiques of space marines. Only then did he feel relieved. The Primarch looked elsewhere. This cave in the Dizia Arena must have been shaped by Xenos and utilized some peculiar spatial technology. The cave didn't look large, but it could accommodate thousands of beings. The cave didn't just contain humans, there were also various other strange and diverse Xenos, and even greenskins. Most of the Xenos ignored the Primarch's gaze, only a few individuals returned Angron's stare. Among them was a greenskin. 10 meters tall, it sat like a small green mountain in the corner of the cave. Its face did not have the rough, simple contours of a typical orc, and its tusks were not as long. When it saw the Primarch observing him, the orc nodded. A blood axe-type greenskin. Angron immediately judged its greenskin faction from its appearance and behavior. However, this giant beast was definitely not Gusa. "We fought side by side in the Ulaner campaign, Primarch," the giant beast spoke. "I am a warlord under the Blood Axe Warlord, captain of the Death Strike Squad. I remember you died." Angron was very surprised. "But my gene spores were left behind, allowing me to resurrect by implanting them into another beast," the warlord explained. Angron realized that this warlord-level greenskin was employing a diplomatic tactic. By explaining his resurrection, he expressed friendliness, and then sought cooperation. Knowing the importance of cooperation was also a characteristic of the Blood Axe greenskins. Angron returned to his brothers, waking the blood drinkers from the ground. When the blood drinkers saw their surroundings, they thought they had returned to Nusaria, not the Dark Eldar's webway city of Kamarak. "We are in Kamarak," Angron said. "We successfully made it in." The blood drinkers exchanged glances, nodding silently. The Primarch and the blood drinker guard had deliberately allowed themselves to be captured to enter Kamarak. Hundreds of billions of people in Great Nukria had vanished into thin air. Angron could not ignore it. He had to find out if these people were dead or what had happened to them after being taken by the Dark Eldar. If these people were not dead, he would find a way to take them away. But Angron's risky venture was not solely to rescue his people, he had many other things he wanted and needed to do. "Come." Angron extended his hand. The blood drinkers and Angron held hands, just as they had during the Uprising War. Before every major battle, they would connect in this way, encouraging each other. Everyone's thoughts were clearly presented in the perception of others. Angron at this moment not only perceived others but was also perceived by others. At this moment, the blood drinkers and the Primarch achieved transparency of soul and mind. They understood what kind of people others were and what experiences they had, just as clearly as they understood themselves and their own experiences. This resonance of soul and mind was enough to forge strong friendships among strangers upon first meeting. But for the blood drinkers and Angron, who had helped each other and fought together until today, the greatest function of this resonance was to enable the simplest and most efficient communication. "First, we need to investigate where those missing people went. Then we need to find out if my brother Kogaris and the entire White Scars Legion are still in Kamarak after their disappearance." The White Scars Legion and their Primarch were currently missing. During the warp storm, Angron had used his essence to observe each of his brothers. He saw Kogaris and his legion trapped in the storm, and a craft world Eldar came to bring them back to the reality universe. Then, this Eldar took Kogaris through the webway, transporting supplies to star systems besieged by the storm but lacking independent production capabilities. Even before rescuing Kogaris, this Eldar had continuously used his ship to rescue human ships. However, this was merely a deception targeting Kogaris. Finally, the Eldar used the trust built during this period to trick Kogaris into the webway, and before Kogaris and his legion entered the webway, he used a soul-targeting weapon to render them unconscious. As for what happened after Kogaris and his legion entered the webway, Angron could not see, his essence could not penetrate the webway barrier to observe what was inside. But he observed the Eldar who had tricked Kogaris for a while and discovered that this Eldar had repeatedly contacted Dark Eldar cabals. He even sold several of his own Craft World Eldar compatriots. Angron also saw that Craft World Eldar go to Vulcan, using the same method to save Vulcan and the entire Salamander's Legion, preventing them from being trapped and dying in a lifeless star system. But Vulcan did not trust the Eldar at all. As soon as he noticed something amiss, he directly smashed the Eldar to death, so he did not suffer the same fate as Kogaris. Angron guessed that Kogaris was most likely in Kamarak. There's one last, and most crucial, objective. Destroy Kamarak. I saw all the Dark Eldar currently attacking Ultramar coming from the Great Nukria border. They must have a webway that goes directly to Nuceria, or can only use that webway to reach Nuceria's vicinity. The human webway project has made those Xenos nervous. If we go to war, Nuceria will definitely be the first place attacked, and Nuceria will become a battlefield. I cannot accept Nuceria being burned to ruins in the war between two races. Even if we cannot destroy Kamarak, we must find a way to destroy the webway leading to Nuceria. Angron reiterated the objective. As for how to destroy Kamarak, Angron had a plan that the Dark Eldar would certainly find malicious. That was to have his adoptive father enter Kamarak and blast through the webway from the inside out using psychic powers. However, this would only happen after all objectives other than the destruction of Kamarak were achieved, otherwise, the people Angron wanted to save would also die along with the Eldar. No army. No fleet. A group of people entering Kamarak to save others. One person coming to Kamarak to break through the webway. This was the least costly method Angron could think of. It was a bit risky, but risk was not a cost for Angron. Chapter 607, Lilith. 2 solar hours passed in the cave. The gate suddenly opened, and a squad of Dark Eldar security personnel pushed a female Eldar into the cave. Angron looked at the Eldar. This person seemed very poor, as she only had a few pieces of cloth covering 3 areas of her body. Angron closed his eyes and sensed, and the thoughts of the Dark Eldar were laid bare before him. The woman with very little clothing was named Lilith. She was a newcomer to the gladiator arena, having previously served as a warrior in a cabal. Her skills were decent, but she wasn't very cunning. The clothes she wore were provided by the gladiator arena. The reason, which surfaced in the minds of the security personnel, was the sight of beautiful, naked flesh being torn apart and bleeding on the gladiator arena floor, only to be twisted by a brutal opponent, neck snapped, limbs ripped off. This was a scene sure to excite the audience. Lilith. Angron recalled, his thoughts drifting back to the days after the Emperor's arrival on Nuceria, before he joined the Great Crusade, when his father had imparted much knowledge to him. During that time, his father had mentioned the Eldar as an important Xenos race, and among them, the god of the dead, Iniad, and his chosen, Eve-Rain. Naturally, he also mentioned the person who indirectly led to Eve-Rain becoming the god of the dead's chosen. That was Lilith. A crazy, scantily clad warrior. Recalling this, Angron scrutinized Lilith until the security personnel closed the gate. Do you like this specially arranged accommodation for you, your highness? A security guard sneered as he closed the gate. Angron had already sensed that this cave was prepared for him, so he paid no mind, continuing to observe Lilith. Lilith, full of hatred, silently sat in a corner under the Primarch's gaze. Her expression was cold, her eyes closed, seemingly resting, exuding an approach at your own risk aura. However, her mind was filled with incessant grumbling. Damn you, Halgonth. When I get out of here, I'll chop off your limbs and hang you on the wall. And that bitch Chris, those 2 dogs, I'll nail them together with a barbarian's head in between. What kind of garbage people are in this place? Do the bastards who run the gladiator arena not even screen their personnel? Why is this barbarian staring at me? Do their kind of barbarians also appreciate lingerie? Angron averted his gaze. He also noticed that while the Dark Eldar generally knew of the Primarch's existence, not all of them knew of the Primarch's capabilities. The cave fell silent. A hole in the gate suddenly opened, and the deep, dark pupils of an Eldar peered through, observing everyone. In 3 hours, you will face your first battle. Prepare yourselves. The person finished speaking and closed the hole. The cave immediately became chaotic. Various races gathered here. Those who were alone and without kin sat nervously, contemplating how terrifying the upcoming battle would be. Those with kin gathered in groups of 3 or 5, discussing the battle with extreme fear and unease. Angron sensed that among all the creatures here, no more than 20 had combat experience. The vast majority lacked fighting ability, and their purpose was obvious, to be slaughtered in the gladiator arena for the audience's pleasure. Primarch. Goose's warlord proactively approached and sat beside Angron. His profound gaze fixed on the Primarch, seemingly asking for a plan for the upcoming battle. This giant beast, over 10 meters tall, was very proactive in seeking cooperation. Angron nodded, signaling the warlord not to rush, then stood up and looked at everyone in the cave. Whether they were humans or Xenos, Angron's gaze swept over each of them. Then the Primarch closed his eyes and took a deep breath. A moment later, all several thousand creatures in the cave cast aside negative emotions like fear and worry, becoming calm. And they, too, looked towards the source of this miraculous power that dispelled their negative emotions. Angron. We need to be calm and cooperative, Angron paced before the creatures. The gladiator arena's arrangement is to filter out some of us newcomers. The vast majority of us will die, and those who are lucky enough to survive will also be killed in endless gladiatorial combat. So we must cooperate, but before that, we must first calm down. In dangerous situations, people rely on those who offer a helping hand. The cave was not exclusively populated by humans, but any social species would exhibit this psychological reaction. However, in every species, there would always be a few troublemakers. A dark Eldar stepped forward. You're a barbarian, why should I listen to? Before he could finish, the Eldar's head, along with his entire spine, was pulled out. It was Goose's warlord who had done this. Its massive body did not hinder its speed in the slightest. By the time it had thrown the skull and spine aside, most of the creatures in the cave had only just realized that this colossal beast had killed someone. Slaves sold by their own kind have no right to object. The warlord crushed the remaining body of the Dark Eldar with its foot. Angron nodded, agreeing with the warlord's words. At the same time, he could sense why this warlord was so cooperative. It had been sent by Goose, not captured, with only one objective, to find a way to act as an inside agent for the Blood Axe clan's fleet in Kamarak. With the current storms raging, even the greenskins were gradually unable to perform normal faster-than-light travel, and Goose also needed the webway. This warlord hadn't expected to see Angron in the cave, and upon seeing Angron, it understood what Angron intended to do. Their goals were temporarily aligned, so they could cooperate, just as they had during the Olaner War. What's your plan? Lilith asked from the corner. She had no objections and was willing to cooperate. Cabal requiring group raids were already the most cooperative group in the jungle society of Kamarak. My plan is for everyone to unite, fight one battle, and all survive. It's that simple, Angron replied. Lilith's expression showed displeasure at his words, as it was obvious to anyone that the Primarch wasn't being truthful. I need you and your kin to form the core of a team. Angron walked towards a group of Xenos. These Xenos were mechanical life forms, but their body shapes indicated that their ancestors were certainly not the same life form as humans. These mechanical life forms were tall and heavy, perfectly suited for roles like shield bearers. Angron then approached another group of Xenos. These Xenos were member species of the Randan Alliance during the Randan War, a species of assassination weapon that could freely travel between different dimensions of the reality universe. Their assigned task was to assassinate the powerful among their opponents. Angron thus assigned roles to every creature in the cave, one by one. Hold your positions in the gladiator arena, and then we will survive, Angron said. Unite, no matter what species we belong to, we are now in this together. The creatures nodded. But Angron could sense not only conviction in their hearts, but also doubt and disagreement, which many simply did not express. Angron ignored these things, signaling the creatures to rest for a while and conserve their energy. Are these people your warriors? After Angron returned to his corner and sat down, Lilith suddenly approached and asked. The blood drinkers looked at this Xenos who was questioning Angron. They are my brothers, Angron said. Lilith's expression became strange. After 2 seconds of thought, she shook her head. That's not important. What's important is that they are your people. Don't you find it strange that the gladiator arena put you all together? And they didn't even leave any guards in this cave. Angron nodded, his expression seemingly asking, so? He had already sensed this so from Lilith. Lilith felt that the gladiator arena was too good to Angron. Either they never intended to throw this prince of the Imperium of Man into the gladiator arena, or Angron possessed some psychic power, using it to bewilder the gladiator arena's higher UPS, allowing these people who knew each other and could form a powerful fighting force when united to stay together. Kamarak is not a monolith, Angron glanced at the gate. These courtesies are all because someone wants to use me to do something, perhaps to gain power, or perhaps to kill with a borrowed knife. It's a very typical conspiracy. Perhaps there's a conspiracy, but it's unlikely they'd use a barbarian like you, Lilith said. Angron looked at her with some surprise, thinking, no wonder you eventually become friends with the people you've killed. The Primarch no longer paid attention to Lilith, and held hands with the blood drinkers, beginning a secret conversation. When the gladiatorial combat begins, we will take the opportunity to carve a bloody path. These people in the cave will be our aid, and in return, I will release them from Kamarak. We don't need to slowly gather information. I only need to meet some of Kamarak's higher UPS to know what I want to know. And then my father will come and destroy this cursed place. Angron spoke of things that could not be said to outsiders at present. The blood drinkers smiled. It seems we haven't just returned to the eve of the uprising in terms of our environment. Fighting our way out of a place, that's what we do best. At the same time, somewhere in Kamarak, Uslan and Qinxia walked side by side. Only Qinxia was disguised as a Dark Eldar Cabal warrior, while Uslan maintained his original appearance. Several days ago, when Qinxia decided to go to Kamarak and entered the webway, the Veil Walker provided him with assistance, bringing him to Kamarak to meet Uslan. Uslan, who made no attempt to hide his identity, met him, and the two discussed what to do together. Angron is in the gladiator arena. I've found his location. I've picked you up today, we'll split up later. I'll distract the enemies, and you go find and rescue him. I'll do the dangerous part, after all, from the source, I indirectly caused you to come to Kamarak. Uslan spoke as they walked. As the two walked to a footbridge, Qinxia suddenly stepped onto the edge of the footbridge, looking down. Are you going to jump? Uslan stopped. If you jump from this cursed place, you might not even hit the bottom by the time your superhuman lifespan is exhausted. No, Qinxia shook his head, then looked up, seeing the golden barrier of the webway in the infinitely distant space beyond Kamarak. I have a simpler way. That is to blast a hole directly in the webway, and then Kamarak will be destroyed. You're not rescuing anyone anymore. Uslan was somewhat surprised. After I rescue them, Qinxia stepped off the edge of the footbridge and continued forward. I swear, I will definitely destroy Kamarak, annihilating your dark kin along with their dog's nest. That's not advisable. Kamarak is a webway hub, with roots in all directions. If a hole is broken in the webway here, demons could enter any other webway route from this point, Aslan advised. Qin Xia stopped again. Are you telling me not to blast the webway because this is a webway hub, or because the Deathseer hasn't been rescued yet, and I have no plan to save her, and you're afraid she'll die with everyone else? Aslan also stopped again. I have to awaken Aniad. Didn't I send someone to tell you about this before? You're also going to awaken a god, your Eldar god. What if it can't kill Slaanesh and only makes things worse? Qin Xia asked. How could it get worse? For example, awakening Aniad requires the Crone Swords, and one of the Crone Swords is in Slaanesh's realm. You need to trick someone into helping you retrieve the Crone Sword, and then offend that person as a result. Wouldn't that make things worse? Qin Xia had many negative conjectures about the god of the dead, Aniad. Furthermore, taking the Crone Swords and adding another god to the Eldar were both quite dangerous matters. Aniad doesn't necessarily have to awaken, but the Eldar must form a united army specifically to fight chaos. Aslan turned around, striding forward. And Aniad will be the consensus of this army, the spiritual totem, the glue that binds everyone together. Don't bomb the webway, this is for the sake of both our races. And don't dwell on Aniad. The spiritual totem doesn't have to awaken, but it must exist. For the sake of our cooperation, don't stop me either. I sold the whereabouts of a weak Ark world to Kumarak to gain my freedom of movement in this place. Hearing the seer say this, Qin Xia, as an alien, felt a surge of anger. You sold the whereabouts of an Ark world to Kumarak? I can guarantee that this cursed place now has a large number of Craft World Eldar slaves, Qin Xia said. It's fine. We can rescue them together, along with those who disappeared from Nusaria, Aslan said with a light tone. Qin Xia frowned, remained silent for a moment, and walked alongside Aslan. Finally, at a fork in the road, the two parted ways. Aslan went to carry out destructive actions against Kumarak, tying up most of Kumaraka's defenses. Qin Xia, on the other hand, was going to the gladiator arena to get Angron out and find the people who needed to be taken away. If you die, I will tell your ideals to the other Eldar. Maybe someone will inherit your ideals, but not your methods, Qin Xia said to Aslan after stepping onto the diverging path. I have many who agree with me. My sacrifice will inspire them. Aslan put on his war helmet and instantly disappeared down the fork. A moment later, a white light illuminated a distant area, and a violent psychic shock destroyed many buildings. Numerous airships ascended, heading straight for the place where Aslan had caused great destruction. Qin Xia, meanwhile, stepped into the snowstorm, heading towards his target. Chapter 608, Bloody Battle. Inside the arena, all competitors entered the vast, circular battleground through passages on both sides. On one side were about 100 Dark Eldar warriors, armed with a variety of weapons. On the other side was a huge, sprawling group of creatures of all races, carrying crudely made weapons. However, to prevent them from dying in the arena before they even understood their weapons, the arena had specially arranged weapons for them by race. For example, the Hrud received Hrud flintlocks. But their entropic fields were suppressed by collars around their necks. From this method of handling, it was clear that the arena had not invited Hrud to fight for the first time. Angron, on the other hand, held two chainsword axes. His weapons, known as Widowmakers, were already on the weapon rack when he emerged from the cave. The Blood Drinkers did not receive the weapons they had used since the rebellion. Those various ancient weapons were likely still in the hands of the Dark Eldar. They were using weapons such as chainswords, power swords, and bolt guns. The Primarch stood at the very front of the formation. The Blood Drinkers habitually guarded the Primarch's surroundings. Lilith and Goose's warlord stood within the Blood Drinkers formation. They were designated as blades in Angron's plan. The two sides stood 200 meters apart. The Blood Axe clan warlord disassembled his crude weapon into parts, laid them on the ground, and reassembled them into a battle axe with jet nozzles on its blade. Can you use this ability on my two weapons? Lilith handed two simple daggers to the warlord. She actually thought it impossible, but because the greenskin in front of her was so unique, she still wanted to try her luck. Other races found it difficult to use greenskin weapons because they generally functioned due to the power of I think therefore it works. Creatures without this power weren't entirely unable to use them, but it was a matter of luck. The warlord took the daggers, easily crushed them into a ball of metal with his hand, and then stretched the metal like modeling clay, shaping them into two daggers with disassembling fields. His I think therefore it works power was clearly much stronger. The weapons he created were not only advanced but also conformed to the scientific principles of the reality universe to a certain extent, so even if used by other races, there would be no problems. Angron, Yuechola nudged the Primarch's waist with his elbow. Look at the arena's surrounding defenses. The arena was surrounded by numerous cannon-like devices, and security personnel armed with spirit bone rifles stood guard. Yuechola believed the likelihood of them fighting their way out by force was low. Angron merely glanced at the defenses, then closed his eyes. I only care about what emotions this arena holds. The emotions and thoughts of every living creature were perceived by Angron. The audience's bloodlust, their joy. The competitors' anger, their fear. After perceiving these, the Primarch smiled. The weapons in the hands of those security personnel are singularity rifles, capable of firing singularities. Yuechola was stunned. He's not joking, Lilith said. Singularity rifles are just the most common weapons among those defensive deployments. You are currently in the webway hub of the ancient spirit clan empire. Don't assume it's as backward and barren as our weak Kinscraft world Eldar. Yes, the defenses here could kill all of us and turn me into a sieve in 2 seconds, Angron said. But it's useless. The defenses here are as good as nothing. Lilith frowned in thought, then gave a speechless, wry smile, shaking her head helplessly. As the three conversed, the arena's host introduced the combatants. After the introductions, he announced the official start of the competition. The audience's accumulated anticipation surged into Angron's perception, and upon seeing the 100 Dark Eldar warriors on the opposite side begin to advance, the vast majority of the thousands of creatures on their side felt despair. The Eldar sold into this place, whether Craft World Eldar or Dark Eldar, felt emotions of resentment and hatred. Those Craft World Eldar wished they could immediately blast all their opponents with psychic power. Under normal circumstances, they could. Dark Eldar, forbidden from using psychic powers, even 100 battle-hardened warriors encountering a psyker far below the level of a farser on the battlefield, would instantly vanish due to psychic spells. But the Craft World Eldar had collars on, and the leashes attached to those collars had the effect of suppressing psychic power. They're coming! Someone shouted, and the creatures Angron had arranged to stand in the front row to engage charged forward. The trinkets on the Dark Eldar warriors on the opposite side flashed, and everyone dimensionally phased, instantly appearing among the people they were about to slaughter. This miraculous little device alone rendered Angron's arrangements moot. A female Dark Eldar warrior wielding twin swords went on a rampage among the creatures. In a single breath, dozens of Thrud were cut down by her. The others could only recall the agile movements of the female warriors after slowly reacting. Witches. Angron perceived the identity of those female warriors from Lilith's mind beside him. They were members of an organization called the Witch Cult in Dark Eldar society, living by combat. They would often voluntarily enter the arena to slaughter, offering the most cruel and thrilling visual feast to the bloodthirsty audience. More than a dozen witches charged towards the blood drinkers. In their initial engagement, the blood drinkers were able to withstand the witches' assault, and then, after familiarizing themselves with the opponent's fighting style, they dealt with the witches in the way they were most skilled at and used most often in battle unity. Uechula, wielding a power sword, focused solely on blocking, while the surrounding blood drinkers looked for opportunities to ambush the witches. Seizing an opening, a blood drinker stepped forward and kicked a witch's right leg, then retreated into the formation when other witches targeted him. The witch whose leg he had broken was then hacked to death when she fell to the ground. In Nuceria, this kind of ganging up combat would often be met with boos from the audience. But in Kumarak, this more underhanded fighting style actually earned strong applause from the audience, who clapped and cheered while mocking the witches who were ganged up on and killed. The blood drinkers withstood the witches' assault, then counterattacked, forming a dense battle formation, sweeping across the arena like a reaper. In less than 2 minutes, they had completely wiped out all the witches. Angron looked at the other Dark Eldar warriors who were slaughtering other combatants. The blood drinkers, who regularly observed Angron's reactions, understood his intentions from his gaze, and then moved as a whole towards those enemies. After re-engaging, Lilith would occasionally jump out, stepping on a blood drinker's shoulder, kill someone, and then nimbly flip back into the formation. Goose's warlord did not fight alone but followed behind the battle formation, responsible for dealing with enemies trying to outflank them. The Kabbalite warriors participating in the competition received the best armor, which was also their reward. If they won the battle used to select new combat slaves for the arena, they could take the armor with them after the battle. This armor looked no different from the armor commonly used by Kabbalite warriors, but due to different materials, it could withstand a battle axe swung with full force by a 10-meter-tall beast. The warlord chopped his axe into the armor of the enemy in front of him, but instead of engaging in a struggle, he pulled the trigger on the axe handle. Energy blasts erupted from the nozzles on the axe blade, shattering the enemy inside the armor into pieces. This weapon, which had a targeted effect, was not specifically designed. The warlord also didn't know what equipment or capabilities the enemy had. He just had a thought while crafting the weapon: I think therefore I must create a weapon that will have a miraculous effect in the upcoming battle. The battle proceeded in an orderly fashion. From beginning to end, Angron was surrounded. As the strongest person present, he had no kills. But that was because the Primarch was brewing something. Within his perception, every living being around the battleground was linked. When the Primarch felt it was time, he suddenly walked up to Lilith, reached out, and pulled her back as she was about to flip out of the battle formation, then activated his ability. Lilith suddenly fell into a hallucination, finding herself in the warp, with a giant eye hovering nearby, its pupil gazing at her. Everything from her past was reflected in the giant eye's pupil. All the negative emotions she had ever felt surged within Lilith's heart, making her cry, scream, and grit her teeth. But a few seconds later, all these negative emotions suddenly vanished, along with the gloom that had weighed on her mind, disappearing without a trace. An unprecedented feeling of lightness surged through her heart. Lilith was the only Dark Eldar Angron could touch. He had insight into a Dark Eldar's growth experience in Kumarak and some of their most terrifying negative emotions. This so-called fear was not about being scared, but about emotions they desperately suppressed to avoid being unable to survive due to provoking others, similar to anger rising from the heart and wickedness growing in courage. Through his insight into Lilith, Angron knew what methods to use. The negative emotions lingering in the hearts of all combatants on the battleground were instantly drained, and everyone's minds fell into tranquility, leaving only positive emotions like fighting spirit. And those extracted negative emotions were transformed and transmitted to the audience and security personnel, whom Angron had taken some time to link together. Kill them. Kill. Do it. Waik. Brutal slaughter was still unfolding on the battleground. Everyone in the audience still felt joy and satisfaction. But negative influences had already permeated everything. The security personnel, who were aiming at the battleground while enjoying the fight, suddenly grew increasingly angry, hatred surging into their hearts. How could these audience members come to watch the competition? How could they have such leisure? Didn't they have to face the competition of deceit and the strong preying on the weak? The security captain was truly a bastard. How many people had he humiliated? None of the management in the arena were any good either. Our treatment is worse than the alien slaves chained by their side. Damn it. This kind of resentment was usually easy to suppress, but not now, because these negative emotions were amplified hundreds or thousands of times. For the extremely sensitive Eldar, this was fatal. Like watching competitions. A security guard suddenly unlocked a fixed turret, turned its barrel to aim at the audience. I'll let you watch. He pulled the trigger. A singularity appeared in the audience stands, tearing apart all nearby spectators. Even the security personnel began to aim at their colleagues. The humiliation of superiors towards subordinates. Now was the time for revenge and settling grievances. A security guard holding a rifle raised his weapon, but was first stabbed through the head by a subordinate beside him with a dagger. The safest place in the arena suddenly became the most chaotic and dangerous. Even the Dark Eldar warriors fighting on the battleground began to slaughter each other due to their hatred being amplified 100-fold, completely disregarding the blood drinkers who were eyeing them menacingly. So that's it. Lilith looked startled, scanning the utterly chaotic scene. Only now did she understand why Angron said the defenses were as good as nothing. Because they didn't have to face those defenses at all, didn't have to push through firepower that could kill everyone. The operators of those terrifying weapons, capable of killing a Primarch, would kill each other. Get out of here. Angron pointed towards the path they had used to enter the battleground. All the creatures, who had not suffered many casualties in the battle, rushed into the entrance path and moved along it, transferring out of the arena. Along the way, they encountered many security personnel, but these arena security guards were all fighting each other. Angron had deliberately amplified their mutual hatred. And as they passed the cave that the arena had specially built for Angron, a Dark Eldar stood in front of a pile of weapon crates, waiting. What took you so long? The person said, stepping aside to clear a path. The creatures stepped forward and opened the equipment crates. The blood drinkers found the ancient weapons they had plundered during the rebellion. Other creatures also found suitable weapons and equipment for themselves. Lilith took out a short sword from a box and looked at her kin, who had been standing near the equipment crates, with some confusion, thinking this person was an inside man Angron had found. In reality, it was not so. The person was merely someone sent to the arena, belonging to the second largest cabal in Kamarak, instructed by his master to provide as much help as possible here, ensuring that these individuals, who posed a great destructive force to Kamarak, could fight their way out of the arena. Angron and the blood drinkers being grouped together, and him not being fitted with a psychic suppressing device like the Craft World Eldar, as well as the equipment now delivered to them, were all the work of that cabal. The Primarch had never contacted or conspired with any Dark Eldar, but one side clearly wanted to do something big in Kamarak, while the other wanted to use this event, achieving an extremely tacit, unintentional collaboration. Hey, Kilvect. You should be able to read from my mind where he is, the person delivering the equipment suddenly said. Vect is the ruler of Kamarak. We will, Angron nodded. And then we'll go kill your masters too, and destroy this dark city, letting you burn yourselves with fire. You can't do that, the person merely smiled, gradually retreating into the shadows and disappearing. Wouldn't it be more realistic for you and my masters to get what you need? Isn't that good? Everyone charged to the edge of the gladiator arena, stopping at a passage that was just one step away from the exit. Every person knew that as long as they left this passage, they could go outside the gladiator arena, but they also clearly understood that what awaited them outside was by no means freedom, but an even greater trial. The blood drinkers couldn't help but recall the beginning of the Nukria Uprising War, when they fought their way out of the gladiator arena. They felt the same way. Compared to the hell outside, the gladiator arena was still a relatively less hellish corner within hell. The joy of winning the battle and the beautiful anticipation of breaking out of the gladiator arena were all worn away by the remaining rationality of the intelligent beings. Negative emotions began to spread. How are we supposed to survive in Kamarak after we leave the gladiator arena? An alien, one Angron had never seen before, spoke up, asking everyone. This alien looked like a mechanical jellyfish. When it spoke, those around it seemed to hear the electrical current sound of its logic chips operating. We were too impulsive. Outside, there must be Eldar armies and ships everywhere, we are too few to stand alone. Everywhere is hell, this damned place is hell everywhere. We are already doomed. Since we're going to die anyway, why not just kill a few Eldar bastards? When an alien from a belligerent race spoke and drew everyone's attention, the Craft World Eldar stepped forward to emphasize. They are the fallen among the Eldar, the Dark Eldar, not Eldar bastards. No difference. Are you saying you don't do evil? Humans, you are all the same, doing evil everywhere, slaughtering one race after another. Don't forget you are in Kamarak, you idiot. This place wasn't built by us humans. Besides, you should be blaming the Empire, not us other human factions. The conversation gradually devolved into an argument. Even those without Angron's ability could see that the group was falling apart. They were, after all, forcibly brought together, less than a day had passed since they met, and they hadn't formed a strong bond like Angron and the blood drinkers, nor did they have shared experiences as a foundation. Do you want to live? Angron activated his ability again, draining everyone's negative emotions. Then follow me. You can only follow me. It was I who helped you survive until now. Make your choice. The Primarch finished speaking and turned to leave. He did not necessarily need to rely on these people to operate in Kamarak. When he had sensed everyone's minds on the battlefield earlier, Angron had already known everything he wanted to know. He didn't even need to interrogate anyone for information, nor did he need to investigate, he just needed to travel from one place to another. And the other beings indeed had no other choice, they eventually came to a consensus and followed him. Where are Kogaris and the people from the star system? A blood drinker stepped forward and asked Angron. Lilith, hearing this from behind, curiously observed the Primarch. Billions of people from the star system are scattered throughout Kamarak, serving as slaves for the cabals and nobles. Kogaris and his legion haven't been awakened, they are still in what appears to be a warehouse, Angron replied. The blood drinkers listened expressionlessly. Lilith realized that the Primarch had come to rescue people. At the same time, she could also observe that the blood drinkers clearly didn't care whether anyone other than those close to them lived or died. But the truth was, it wasn't that they didn't care, but rather that they couldn't care enough to become overly anxious. Nothing could stir their hearts except for each other. You came to save people. Lilith quickened her steps to reach the Primarch's side. Then you might be disappointed. Except for those you mentioned stored in the stasis warehouse, most of the people enslaved by others must already be dead. Angron's nostrils flared slightly, then I will take away those who are still alive. As for the dead, according to Nusuria's customs, they will be buried where they fell, and then the bodies of your compatriots will be used to line the mass grave beneath them, to avenge and bury them. Lilith merely nodded after hearing this, without further reaction. But Angron could sense that, in Lilith's view, his actions were utterly meaningless, almost as if he were insane. To come to this damned place, Kamarak, just to save people, was either madness or foolishness, or both mad and foolish. You pride yourselves as a superior race, as civilized, and even as the inheritors of the ancient spirit clan empire, but in reality, you are just a bunch of bugs living in the gutters, Angron said as he walked. Most of you Dark Eldar are as lowly as dust, and as twisted as maggots. Lilith just nodded silently after hearing this, feeling that the Primarch's words made a lot of sense. Even the Dark Eldar who had been sold into the gladiator arena behind them couldn't help but nod in agreement. In a group that preys on the weak and constantly clashes, it is difficult for individuals to develop a shared sense of collective honor or shame. How many of us will die? Lilith suddenly asked. How many will die for your cause to earn a chance at survival from you? Angron merely remained silent. Everyone left the gladiator arena. As he walked out of the gate, Angron suddenly trembled and stood still. The blood drinkers thought an alien psychic weapon had hit Angron and immediately raised their weapons. Don't be nervous. Angron took a deep breath. It's my father, he's here. Your father? The Emperor of Mankind has arrived with a fleet. Lilith noticed the Primarch suddenly relaxed completely, as if a great weight had been lifted. No, that's not my father. Could it be the one currently attempting to complete the fourfold trial? Precisely. Then it seems we will definitely survive. You go find a way to save the common people, I'll go find Kogaris and his legion. Uslan is attracting the city's army alone. Qinxia and Angron were communicating telepathically. Now that they were in the same place, he could directly contact Angron by generating a voice in his ear. This was also the first time he had contacted his adopted son since leaving Nusuria until today. As he spoke, Qinxia looked into the distance. Uslan's psychic power was shining brightly, illuminating an entire urban area. This Eldar Old Seer was extremely powerful and indeed had courage. After receiving Angron's response, Qinxia teleported to where Kogaris and the White Scars Legion were located, which was the warehouse with completely static internal space. Qinxia didn't know why the Dark Eldar had imprisoned Kogaris and his legion here, nor did he need to dwell on it. He only needed to kill the obstacles here and then lead an entire legion out. It was simple. A squad of Dark Eldar warriors was standing guard in a corner of the warehouse. Only when the whimpering sound of the person at the very end of the squad reached their ears did they quickly turn their heads to look behind them. Qinxia stood in the shadows 10 meters away from them, one eye glowing with psychic energy, his right hand grasping a warrior's head, extracting memories from it. The Dark Eldar pulled their triggers. But as the ammunition left the barrels, time was static in Qinxia's perception. All defensive forces in the entire warehouse were laid bare. 1,500 Dark Eldar warriors, countless blood drinkers, modified monsters, and some witches. These individuals were all hired to work for Vect, wearing a special device that allowed them not to be affected by the stasis technology within the warehouse. The interior of the warehouse was divided into different levels, spaces, with spaces nested within each other, not different areas, but different spaces, or rather, dimensions. Kogaris and his legion were in the deepest dimension. After browsing the information, time in Qinxia's subjective perception began to flow again. With just a thought, all enemy defensive forces in the entire warehouse died. The Dark Eldar died from headshots. The modified monsters were twisted into flesh balls and then exploded from the middle. These warriors, mobilized at considerable cost, all perished within the warehouse. The only result of their efforts was a few rounds fired, making the psychic barrier crackle. Qinxia raised his hand and, with a gentle pull, the innermost part of the stacked dimensions was brought before him. Kogaris, and all the White Scars Legion Space Marines, remained in a completely static state, standing upright. Qinxia then used his psychic powers to interfere with the stasis device, and the Primarch and Space Marines immediately awoke. Kogaris paused for a moment, then, seeing Qinxia, understood what had happened. Qinxia silently pulled the warships from another dimension before them. An entire legion fleet could be contained within the warehouse without gravity damaging the surroundings. Ancient Spirit Clan technology was indeed quite astonishing. The alien who tricked you was indeed quite deceptive, Qin Xia said, looking at Kogaris, recalling the information Angron had relayed during their psychic communication earlier. Kogaris sighed helplessly, at least I wasn't trapped to death in some star system, or died directly in a warp storm. Another Qin Xia and the high-ranking officers of various legions gathered the legion warriors. Transport ships from the warships also began flying to the ground, transporting the legion back to the fleet. Have the fleet prepare to attack Kamarak, Kogaris ordered over the comms channel. Then, the Primarch turned to Qin Xia, giving him a meaningful look, and asked in a deep voice, is Horus alive or dead now? It's a long story, but he's alive, and doing quite well, Qin Xia said. Kogaris let out a long breath, then the remaining few traitor Primarches, like Mordarian and them, are nothing to fear. Then the Primarch felt Qin Xia's surprised gaze and explained, yes, Oge can see the future, he told me there would be a great rebellion, and Horus would be its leader. That was how it was supposed to be, Qin Xia nodded. But now, only 2 Primarches have rebelled, Fulgrim and 11. Kogaris sighed again, quite pleased, then after we finish with Kamarak, we can go suppress the rebellion. The rebel forces legion structure has been shattered, and the 2 traitor Primarches have been expelled from the reality universe, there are no rebels to fight. That's even better. Now the only challenge is the Webway project. The Webway project succeeded. Now Malkador is leading a fleet to explore Webway routes everywhere. Hiss. Kogaris patted the back of his head. Things are looking up now. Chapter 610, The Conquest of Kamarak. The fleet ascended and waited above Kamarak. The Dark Eldar fleet quickly attacked, but the White Scars were adept at naval warfare, and only a small portion of the entire Legion's fleet was needed to deal with the enemy ships. While waiting, the White Scars Legion flagship also fired whirlwind torpedoes at the satellites above the city of Kamarak, shattering the satellites that were heavily armed with defensive weapons. Qin Xia led the White Scars think tanks to use psychic powers to locate every human in Kamarak. The results of the psychic scan were then transmitted to Angron and displayed on the strategic holographic projections on the command decks of various warships. During the wait, all Legion warriors poured into drop pods, awaiting the order to execute the aerial assault mission. Kogaris walked to the tactical projection, quickly assessed the situation, and formulated a series of strategies. Orders were issued, and the entire fleet began launching drop pods towards Kamarak. On the ground, those who had already been rescued by Angron and joined the fight would receive support, while those waiting to be rescued by Angron would be rescued by the White Scars Space Marines first. The enemy's resistance was not as strong as Kogaris had anticipated. Even though he knew Angron had the ability to widely influence the minds of a group of creatures, instilling fear in the Dark Eldar through this ability and disintegrating their morale and lines, the enemy's collapse was still too quick. This is normal, Qin Xia teleported to the command deck. The Dark Eldar's will to fight isn't that strong to begin with. Attacking Kamarak isn't some monumental task. Qin Xia was by no means misleading Kogaris into attacking Kamarak with the Legion, nor was he underestimating the enemy, the facts were precisely as he stated. Kamarak had been attacked and defeated by the Imperium more than once in 40K. At that time, the Astartes were still at chapter strength, and the number of people in a chapter was not equivalent to a chapter in the current Legion organization, roughly around 1,000. The Dark City. What was truly terrifying about this place was not the twisted vermin of the Dark Eldar, but the excessively massive city itself, and the remnants of the ancient Spirit Clan Empire. If you think we can win, then we most likely can, Kogaris stopped speculating and focused on commanding the battle. Report. A naval officer stood up. Detecting signals from a large number of friendly ships. Upon hearing this, Qin Xia looked out the viewport. A massive fleet appeared outside Kamarak, sailing towards the Dark City and the White Scars Legion fleet above it. It was the Imperium of Man's exploration fleet, along with the main fleet previously assembled to search for the exploration fleet. This fleet, both naval and ground forces, represented the elite of the entire Imperium's elite forces. The battleship Bucephalus, one of the Emperor's flagships, sailed at the forefront, emitting white energy waves in all directions as it advanced, encompassing the entire fleet, thereby leading the fleet forward rapidly. That was a superluminal engine researched by humanity during the Golden Age. It could only exceed the speed of light by about a dozen times. This level of superluminal technology was of little use in the galaxy, but it could work wonders in the Webway, where a single step was equivalent to several kilometers in the reality universe. The battleship advanced while unleashing attacks. Countless carrier-based aircraft took off from the mothership, and after sharing information with the White Scars Legion fleet, they bombed the locations designated for bombardment in Kogaris' strategy. The seal-bearer ordered us to come and assist. Magnus' face appeared on the White Scars Legion flagship's communication panel. He didn't keep you to explore the Webway? Qin Xia asked. The seal-bearer instructed us to participate in the battle here in Kamarak before returning to Terra, Magnus said while browsing battle information, finally looking at the faces of Kogaris and Qin Xia on the communication panel. He told us to do our best, and if necessary, we could temporarily retreat and await the Emperor's personal assistance. Seeing Kogaris look somewhat surprised when he heard that the Emperor might personally come to assist, Magnus added, Kamarak is a Webway hub, after all. Kogaris slowly nodded, then refocused his attention on the battle. There were still some words Magnus needed to relay to Qin Xia on behalf of Malkador. Additionally, the seal-bearer has some other matters to instruct. After this war, the craft world Eldar will most likely be provoked by our actions. He suggests that you return to the Webway fleet immediately after the battle ends. The human race's top priority now is the Webway, everything else can be set aside. Having said that, Magnus observed Qin Xia's reaction. Qin Xia nodded seriously, all right. Meanwhile, on the other side, Aslan stayed at the top of a spire, healing his injured body with biomorphic psychic spells, while observing everything in the dark city with his psychic vision. The armies that had previously besieged him were now drawn away and tied up by the humans, no longer able to bother with the craft world Eldar prophet wreaking havoc in the city. The human offensive was unstoppable. Even if they were attacking a craft world, it wouldn't be this easy. Yet, the vast Kamarak was now like a public restroom, free to enter and exit. Aslan was not surprised by this, he had never harbored any unrealistic illusions about the organization and fighting will of his dark Eldar kin. After a brief observation of the battle, Aslan began to focus on what he most wanted to see. The first he saw was Lilith. Lilith, who in fate would kill Yvraine and indirectly cause Yvraine to become Iniad's chosen, was now following those who had burst out of the arena, fighting in the city as well, seeking revenge for being sold into the arena. Logically, this was going smoothly, but Aslan frowned with dissatisfaction, clicking his tongue in annoyance. Lilith should have continued fighting in the arena, where she would gradually grow into a terrifying executioner. Her attire, that extremely revealing outfit, was designed by the arena to make her death more visually impactful. But it would later become Lilith's iconic feature and a display of her prowess to her enemies that even without armor, no one could harm her. Ultimately, Lilith would kill Yvraine, fulfilling the mission she was born for. But now. Fortunately, I made preparations, Aslan murmured to himself, strategizing in his mind. Yvraine, of course, couldn't appear in Kamarak right now, but under Aslan's arrangements, she would still enter Kamarak, die at Lilith's hands, and then be resurrected. Dying at Lilith's hands was easy to arrange, Aslan had 100 ways to make it happen. But Yvraine was not a Dark Eldar, she wasn't born in Kamarak. How would she get in? The old seer's wisdom was evident here. Some craft world Eldar kin he had previously sold into Kamarak to gain free access were from the Biltan craft world, and Yvraine was born in the Biltan craft world, she had also been sold in. Aslan's psychic gaze fell upon Yvraine. The future chosen of the god of death had just killed her owner, rushed into the streets amidst the chaos, joined Angron's forces, and had also caught Angron's attention. Now is the time, Aslan closed his eyes and took a deep breath. The old seer temporarily ignored Yvraine and focused his power on Lilith. Lilith swung her sword, beheading her enemy, then kicked the head 10 meters away. A Blood Axe clan warrior nearby sensed something flying towards him, mistook it for ammunition, and instinctively turned and punched. The head was smashed to pieces. Lilith, having personally avenged herself on the enemy who sold her, was overjoyed. She stood in the chaotic street, gazing up at the sky. However, the smile vanished the next second, and a cold gaze fell on a collared craft world Eldar kin to her right. That was Yvraine. Having no grudge, Yvraine ignored Lilith, but just as she turned to follow the allied forces of humans and various Xenos, Lilith suddenly closed in. A cold flash of a short sword, and Yvraine's head was separated from her neck. After killing, Lilith herself was momentarily stunned, looking down at the short sword in her hand, feeling puzzled. What are you doing? Angron, sensing the surge of killing intent in Lilith's heart, rushed over with the blood drinkers, but he was still a step too late. But then the Primarch sensed something was wrong, the killing intent Lilith had just shown didn't seem to be her own desire to kill. Yvraine's head lay in a pool of blood, her long, flowing braid soaked in it, undoubtedly dead. But a surge of psychic power seeped into her body, and a moment later, Yvraine's eyes snapped open, and her body began to reconstruct. Lilith looked at the resurrected person with extreme astonishment. A psychic glow flickered beside Angron, and Aslan teleported out. He raised his hand towards Lilith, releasing psychic lightning that struck Lilith, sending her flying into the ruins beside the street. The old seer then used psychic power to help Yvraine up from the ground, gradually healing the chosen's wounds, and even asked with concern, "Are you all right?" Yvraine looked at the pool of blood. Her head had just been lying there, it hardly looked like she was all right. But because Aslan had offered help and asked with concern, Yvraine still felt quite fond of the old seer. After sensing, Angron confirmed that Yvraine had seen the avatar of the Eldar god of death, Iniad, immediately after her death, and had been granted the power of the god of death. Sensing Aslan nearby, he understood the whole situation. "You're really forcing her into this?" Angron whispered. "And why did it have to be Lilith who killed her?" Aslan still wore a gentle smile, his eyes warm with concern, responding to the Primarch's inquiry with psychic power. Lilith's ability to wreak havoc in the arena later is also due to the assistance of the god of death. She must kill Yvraine, no matter what her current level or what she is doing, this is fate's arrangement. After hearing this, Angron was silent for a few seconds, looking at the innocent-faced Yvraine with pity. "Are you sure this isn't your arrangement?" "I am merely an agent. Fate has its own arrangements, how can you say it's my arrangement?" "No wonder, Aslan. No wonder you'll be universally hated later." Chapter 611, Schemes. "Please help me see what she just experienced." Aslan conveyed the message to the Primarch beside him using his psychic powers. Angron placed his hand on Aslan's shoulder, transmitting everything he perceived to Aslan. Yvraine's death and resurrection only took a minute or two, but for Yvraine, it was an extremely long journey. Traversing star rivers, traversing past and future. Wandering and drifting in the river of time. Scenes from the ancient spirit clan empire era left Yvraine incredibly amazed. She saw how prosperous and powerful her ancestors' civilization was. The ancient spirit clan empire occupied the center and most of the galaxy's territory. Even the Imperium of Man at its peak only established a scattered force in a corner of the galaxy at that time, though its area was vast and it was quite threatening. But the ancient spirit clan empire ignored the growth of humanity, not because they still believed ancient humans were not a threat, but because they simply didn't want to bother with such matters anymore. The ancient spirit clan empire was like a massive chimerac. Hedonism was the main theme of society, with various acts of indulgence exaggerated to the extreme behaviors that low-sensory beings like humans could never invent, no matter how much they pushed their limits. And on the fringes of the empire, some dissidents, who believed the Eldar were destined for decline and that limitless indulgence would inevitably lead to destruction, left the empire and created mobile worlds called Ark Worlds, beginning their wanderings. The Great Fall erupted. Slaanesh was born, and its immense power destroyed an empire that had a generational lead over most species in the galaxy. Countless Eldar died at that time, their souls devoured by Slaanesh. Then came the fall of the gods. The Eldar gods were easily eliminated, imprisoned, or forced to flee by the Chaos gods. Only the reclusive, clear-headed ones, the Craft World Eldar, and the Dark Eldar who were lucky enough to be in the webway, survived. As an Eldar individual, Yvraine didn't even know these past events of the ancient spirit clan empire, nor did she know why she saw them. And everything she saw was what Ennead wanted her to see, the most detailed parts of the Eldar's past that could explain Ennead's source of power, the concept of death brought by countless deceased, and the rage and unwillingness felt when devoured by Slaanesh. At this moment, the god of death, Ennead, appeared before Yvraine. When the last Eldar dies, I shall be born into the physical world. With the power generated by the extinction of an entire race, I shall slay Slaanesh. Ennead was corporeal, with a human form. Completely ice blue, flickering with flames, emanating an aura of deathly silence. Everything about it showcased the concept of death. When Ennead spoke, Yvraine knew what kind of deity it was. You were not meant to have this fate. Yvraine saw her original fate. She wouldn't have been so hastily cut down by someone named Lilith. Of course, she would still be killed by Lilith, but it would involve a sacrificial ritual, death, arena combat, and then rebirth. Can you only descend if our entire species goes extinct? Yvraine felt the power of death seeping into her, fearing that Ennead's birth would lead to the complete extinction of the Eldar. The Crone Swords. When Ennead spoke, all information flooded into Yvraine's soul. The Crone Swords were swords made from the finger bones of an Eldar god, and there were 5 of them. The Eldar god of forging, Val, created them. These swords possessed great power and were connected to Ennead. But Yvraine also sensed that the god of death was not explicitly stating that simply finding the 5 Crone Swords would allow the Eldar to welcome the god of death, Ennead, without facing extinction. This was merely a method of attempt, one that even the god of death itself was not entirely certain about. Executor. Ennead raised its hand and pointed at Yvraine. Then a strong light flashed, and Yvraine was resurrected. Uslan saw all of this with the help of Angron's power, muttering, "The Crone Swords." Hearing the old seer's murmur, Yvraine curiously observed the Primarch and her fellow Eldar. From Uslan's attire and color scheme, she could tell he belonged to the Ulthwi craft world and held a high position. Furthermore, the Primarch beside him clearly possessed telepathic abilities. Seeing Yvraine observing him, Angron, who had heard everything about Yvraine from his adoptive father, smiled kindly. Yvraine's expression was strange, but she also smiled. Then the Primarch's face suddenly tensed. Before the 2 Eldar beside him could react, he reached out and grabbed Uslan's throat, lifting him to eye level. Yvraine didn't know what had happened. Uslan didn't struggle or retaliate, he just stared seriously into the Primarch's eyes, showing no fear. "You're setting your sights on my father," Angron said sharply. After muttering about the Crone Swords, Uslan suddenly had an idea. First, through his shared perception with Angron during Yvraine's experience, he learned that one of the Crone Swords was possessed by Slaanesh. And obtaining the Crone Sword seemed impossible, but in reality, there was a sliver of a chance. To have someone who could enter the warp's demonic realms without corruption, and also had the ability to seize the Crone Sword, go and take it. This was the reason for Angron's sudden outburst. "I merely thought about it," Uslan said calmly. "Thought is not a crime, Your Highness. Thinking is also wrong." "Thinking is also wrong? No wonder you decided to make certain people disappear during the uprising because of their ideas. Don't argue with me, your thoughts are unilaterally transparent to me." Uslan's very thought of trying to use sophistry to quell the Primarch's anger was detected by Angron. Uslan then said nothing more. He merely thought to himself, his idea just now was not advisable, because Qinxia was not as easily fooled as Yvraine or most other creatures, and it would be difficult to find a reason to trick him into doing something suicidal. He had indeed gone to Xianxia's realm for Horus. Uslan felt this was not much different from seeking death, but that was risking it for a Primarch of the Imperium of Man, a key figure in the Great Heresy. The Crone Swords, gathering all 5 Crone Swords to awaken the God of Death, this wasn't even a necessary condition for the Eldar God of Death to awaken. It was merely a win-win strategy to allow the god to awaken without the Eldar going extinct. Considering Qinxia also had humanistic tendencies, Uslan truly didn't think Qinxia would risk his life for the future of the Eldar. This line of thought was perceived by Angron. The Primarch confirmed this was a thought process, and not a sophistical thought of "I want you to perceive that I don't think this way, so I'm thinking this way." Angron released his grip. Uslan fell to the ground, his black and gold robe covered in dust. "We are still on the battlefield," Uslan said, slowly rising gracefully. With a thought, a shockwave emanated from his body, dispelling the dust from his clothes. After saying this, Uslan thought for a moment. Angron perceived that this fellow was plotting to go to Slaanesh's realm to seize the Crone Sword with only himself and some Eldar, and Uslan believed that, besides himself, no one else had the qualifications or ability to lead the team. Then Aslan actually intended to go. Placing his perspective at an extremely high vantage point, overlooking everything, treating everyone as pawns, including himself. Angron detected a familiar feeling from Aslan. Evacuate your people. Aslan gently waved his hand, opening a psychic portal 300 meters wide. Through the pure white light of the portal, one could see the deck of the Bucephalus mothership on the other side. Magnus, who was preparing to use his psychic powers to resist an unknown psychic force, immediately stopped when he saw Angron. Angron stared at Aslan for 3 seconds as a warning, then turned and left. Aslan looked helplessly at Eve Rain. The latter looked bewildered. Bewildered from receiving too much information in a short time, not bewildered from knowing nothing. Lilith, who had previously been controlled by Aslan to kill Eve Rain, followed Angron. In the ruins of Camaraka's urban area, Angron closed his eyes and sensed everything. Space Marines of the White Scars Legion had already searched out many abducted people from the Nuceria sector, roughly 3 million, but this was still a drop in the bucket compared to the sector's total missing population of tens of billions. But in fact, there weren't tens of billions of humans in Camarak. 99% of the people, after being taken away by the Dark Eldar using some mysterious technology, died unnatural deaths for various reasons. Earlier, when sensing the thoughts of the Dark Eldar in the arena, Angron knew that in the part of Camarak where the Blood Witch cult was located, there were mountains of human corpses, and those who died there were still only a fraction of the remaining 1%. No need to search further, there are no more survivors, Angron told all the thinkers in Camaraka's urban area who were on rescue missions. The White Knight and the thinkers of the White Scars Legion heard the Primarch's words simultaneously. Angron then ordered them to retreat, establish defenses around his location, and cover the evacuation of the rescued people. But this order did not mean the Battle of Camarak was over. In the sky, the main fleet of the Imperium of Man approached the urban area. The motherships deployed large numbers of ground forces to join the battle using ancient teleportation devices. The Psychic Titan Legion of the Omens Convent, which had appeared in the Alanar campaign, and 10 Adeptus Mechanicus Titan legions were deployed first. Then came the Mortal Soldiers, the Solar Auxilia. The Custodes and the Silent Sisters, who always fought alongside the Custodes. Angron perceived something from Valder, who commanded these landing forces. The Emperor had communicated with Valder psychically. The Emperor, upon learning of the situation in Camarak, immediately reacted by concluding that the people who disappeared from the Great Nukria sector absolutely could not have survived. But there was nothing to be done, Angron had already gone, and taking down Camarak, this central hub of the webway, was a good outcome by going with the flow. However, the Emperor instructed Valder on one thing: retaliate against the Xenos with military force. The landing forces came with the goal of annihilating all visible Dark Eldar in the area. The Titan legions advanced, surrounded by ground forces, unleashing a barrage of firepower on the urban areas where Dark Eldar still remained. Small vessels flew over the ground forces, launching hundreds of missiles toward extreme distances. Each of these missiles carried weapons of mass extinction, such as virus bombs. However, Camarak was too vast and impenetrable. Even after the extinction weapons bombed places, large numbers of remnants still remained underground. Camarak was too big, despairingly big. The Dark Eldar parasitic to this place, however, were not that frightening. Chapter 612, The Most Terrifying Punishment. The safest corner of Camarak. The master of the Dark City, the pinnacle of Dark Eldar society, Vect, was here. Layers of spatial dimensions condensed into a tiny speck of dust, less than a nanometer in diameter, drifting in the most secluded and secret corner of Camarak. Humans couldn't even dream that a speck of dust floating in the air could contain a dimension, much less imagine that Vect and hundreds of individuals who could determine Camaraka's fate were inside it. Angron definitely knows where we are. I'm more curious. Who put him and his guard members together? It shouldn't have even happened that he was put with others. Are the people managing the arena really that stupid? I can't believe it. Vect was surrounded by his kin. There's only one explanation. Vect raised his right index finger. It's not stupidity, but malice, extreme malice. To think of using a barbarian to seize power, playing schemes and tricks, it's truly insane. Upon hearing the master of Camaraka's curses, none of the Dark Eldar present expressed dissent, all wore expressions of resentment. However, acting was easy for those who could climb to high positions in Camarak. Those who wanted to use outsiders to seize power might be hidden among these very people. There was also another possibility. That was, everyone wanted to use outsiders to seize power, some directly tried to collude with the barbarians, while others were happy for the world to fall into chaos, either passively cooperating with defenses or even sending people to assist the barbarians outside. Based on his understanding of his compatriot's nature, Vect believed the second possibility was the truth. Kill the management of the Arena Merchant Guild. Vect ordered. They've already been slaughtered. A leader of a cabal, a person known as a ruling officer in Camarak society, stepped forward. The ruling officer snapped his fingers, and 10 people were brought into the dimension by his subordinates. The 10 were all high-ranking members of the merchant guild that managed the arena, all disemboweled, their limbs twisted, lifeless. Vect was silent. He suspected that this ruling officer, who had killed the arena management, might be the one trying to seize power, and his actions were merely to silence them. Vect nodded silently after a moment, his gaze shifting slightly. The master of Camarak caught sight of another ruling officer out of the corner of his eye, whose eager gaze revealed a hint of venom that could not be hidden from Vect. So, this ruling officer might also be the one who orchestrated the entire barbarian invasion. Or it could be that, seeing how things had developed, he wanted to take the opportunity to cooperate. Vect temporarily suppressed his doubts and anger, emphasizing, with a great enemy before us, we must cooperate. Everyone responded to Vect with nods or bows. However, no one did as Vex said. Some were plotting how to kill Vect, some were plotting how to leave Kamarak with all their treasures, and still others were plotting. Even with Vex suppressing his anger and trying his best not to settle scores, the highest echelons of Kamarak society were still brewing conspiracies against each other, engaged in a werewolf-like meeting. No one considered what would happen if the humans came and annihilated them all, because Kamarak was vast, with plenty of places to hide. Have those ancient weapon platforms been activated? Vect broke the silence, forcing the meeting back on track. They were supposed to be activated, but couldn't be, because they were destroyed. A ruling officer, who had been assigned to arrange for the activation of the ancient weapon platforms, spoke. As for why, I don't know. Even many weapon and equipment depots on the front lines have been destroyed, and as for why, I still don't know. Don't ask, if you ask, I don't know. His passive attitude was evident. A trace of doubt appeared in Vex's eyes, unsure why this hawkish ruling officer would be so uncooperative. But that ruling officer knew very well in his heart he had a blood feud with Vect, only Vect himself had forgotten, and it was just right. It's probably the powerful psyker among the enemies. Vex speculated, only he could destroy so many things in such a short time. Using psychic powers so recklessly, isn't he afraid of piercing the webway? This person is a bit different. Besides, even Aslan didn't pierce the webway before, how could he? What if he comes after us? Wait for death. Unlikely, the place we are in was, after all, created by our ancestors. To decipher this thing requires immense psychic energy, and he wouldn't have that much psychic energy to draw upon in the webway. The Dark Eldar's understanding of Qinxia was limited to knowing that there was such a powerful psyker currently completing the fourfold trial. All information about Qinxia came from the Biltan Craft World Eldar who were sold into Kamarak, and the Dark Eldar extracted this information using mind-reading devices. However, Aslan had modified the memories of the people he sold to the Craft World, providing the Dark Eldar with information that was 100% true but absolutely incomplete. The webway isolates the warp. While the psychic energy within the webway space is certainly not as abundant as in the warp, nor as much as in the reality universe which can be permeated by the warp, the problem is that Qinxia can use stored psychic energy even if he is in a place without a single trace of psychic energy. The fact that Vect and others hid in the portable refuge space created by the ancient spirit clan empire had already been anticipated by the old seer. And when Qinxia turned his gaze towards Vect, incomplete information would create a huge advantage. Psychic energy is permeating here. A person responsible for operating the ancient spirit clan empire's creation rushed to report to the master of Kamarak. That psyker knows where we are. Vect said in a deep voice, no surprise, some bastard must have leaked our location to Angron, but it doesn't matter, even if he knows about this place. Massive psychic energy surged into the ancient spirit clan empire's creation. The many restrictions its creators had placed upon it, along with its very structure, were permeated and broken. Amidst flashing strong light, the hidden space shattered. Vect and the others, recovering from the psychic energy torrent, had already been forced out of the refuge space. Good evening. Qinxia, holding his helmet, stood ramrod straight, smiling at the Xenos. The Dark Eldar had no reaction, time seemed to stand still for a few seconds. Then, tensions rose, and various weapons were aimed at Qinxia. Vect casually pulled out an artifact capable of suppressing psychic energy. Once activated, the artifact created a zone that blocked psychic energy, making it impossible for any psychic energy to penetrate this area and be used by a psyker. However, the ground was still freezing, and the readings transmitted by the anti-psyker artifact to Vex still showed psychic energy within its range. This psychic energy appeared out of nowhere, and the readings climbed steadily. You actually don't know how my psychic talent is. Qinxia was initially surprised that the other party clearly knew information about him, yet didn't know he could release stored psychic energy instead of directly drawing it from the surrounding environment or the warp. But before he finished speaking, Qinxia realized why these people understood him to some extent, but not completely. The latter half of the sentence was swallowed back. Qinxia put on his helmet and lightly tapped his finger. Psychic energy surged from his body, causing a cooling phenomenon within the area isolated from external psychic energy, and creating pressure that forced all the Dark Eldar before him to kneel. At this moment, Qinxia felt like he was using psychic energy within the range of a soulless one and irrational lament, but fortunately, although his psychic energy was continuously being drained, it was inexhaustible. You. Qinxia approached the nearest Dark Eldar, flipped his right hand to produce a shimmering gem, and at the same time, extended his left hand to press on the other's skull, starting with you. As soon as his voice fell, the Dark Eldar's soul was pulled from its body, sticking to Qinxia's hand like a sticky black substance. This massive soul did not dissipate or annihilate, but flowed along Qinxia's arm, entering the gem held in his right hand. That was a soul stone. Craft World Eldar use soul stones to store souls, preventing their own or their kin's souls from falling into Slaanish's hands. When you die in the webway, your souls will wander within the webway. I will collect all the souls of your deceased kin and put them into the soul stone. Qinxia said, then moved to the next person, still extracting the soul as before and placing it into the soul stone. Everyone, including Vect, could only kneel on the ground and watch silently, without even a sound of breathing, because Qinxia had sealed their mouths with psychic energy, preventing them from even screaming to express their fear. But don't misunderstand, I won't put your souls into a soul stone container, which is the infinite circuit. Collecting your souls into soul stones. Now it was Vex's turn. Then I will take the soul stones out of the webway and throw them into Slaanish's realm. Qin Xiao's pronunciation of Slaanish became heavier. Although Vect and the others were silenced by Qin Xiao's psychic energy, they could still make expressions. Not a single person at the pinnacle of Kamarak society at this moment had a ashen face or a look of facing death bravely, all their features were twisted together due to extreme fear. Death? The Dark Eldar didn't fear that, the homunculized technology could resurrect the dead. Torment? Even less so, some Dark Eldar might even enjoy being tormented. These maggots living in Kamarak feared only one thing: Slaanish. Their souls falling into Slaanish's hands meant eternal agony and torment from which there would be no escape. Their torture tricks, which humans found appalling and terrifying, seemed like child's play to Slaanish's demons. Because the prospect of their souls being thrown to Slaanish was so horrifying to the Dark Eldar, every word Qin Xia spoke now became the most terrifying torment in their eyes. You enjoy tormenting living beings. From the perspective of Slaanish's demons, your methods are utterly crude and inferior. I'm sending you to Slaanish's realm for some advanced training. Qin Xia stuffed Vex's soul into the soul stone. The next Dark Eldar also had his soul extracted. One after another, until the last Dark Eldar had his soul extracted amidst silent screams and wails. This simple revenge was only a small step completed. Chapter 613, Internal Strife. They are all here. Qin Xia gently held the soul stone above his head, observing it in the light. There were illumination devices in the dark city, emitting light identical to a star. As the light passed through the soul stone, countless specks of light, formed from souls, shimmered within it. Tens of thousands of Dark Eldar souls resided within, awaiting their fate at the hands of the soul stone's owner. An ordinary soul stone could never contain so many souls, but this one was a gift from Aslan. The old seer had given this special soul stone to his comrade on their way to Kamarak through the webway. Considering the origin of this soul stone and the character of its giver, Qin Xia couldn't help but suspect that Aslan's soul stone might have a backdoor, for instance, allowing Aslan to easily steal the souls within. But no matter how many times Qin Xia investigated with his senses, both then and now, he could only confirm that it was merely a soul stone capable of holding many souls. This item was a gift I prepared long ago, originally intended for you to house the souls of those you cherish. No need to worry about me having tampered with it. Aslan suddenly teleported behind Qin Xia. The old seer held a pocket universe device, identical in appearance to the ancient Spirit Clan Empire artifact hanging at Qin Xia's waist. Qin Xia only needed a glance to know that Aslan must have found many good things in Kamarak. In reality, it was not so. The pocket universe in Aslan's hand contained only Eve Rain, and some like-minded individuals he had gathered in Kamarak after teleporting Eve Rain away from Angron. There were truly no ancient Eldar Empire relics or similar treasures among them. I wouldn't tamper with that soul stone, Aslan said, holding up the pocket universe device. There are also some of my dark kin here, as long as you don't take them too, it's fine. Some people in Kamarak will join the Death God's army, Qin Xia said, averting his gaze from the pocket universe. I know these things, so if you choose to take some of your dark kin, I won't stop you. This is in consideration of your merits, Qin Xia added. Aslan put away the pocket universe device, smiled, and his gaze fell upon the soul stone in Qin Xia's hand, but regarding their souls, I still want to talk to you. You want to take the souls from inside. Qin Xia's expression was not good as he asked this. At least to prevent them from falling into the hands of the Prince of Pleasure. The Prince of Pleasure was another name for Slaanish. The Eldar dared not call Slaanish or Shalish directly, so they used terms like Prince of Pleasure to refer to Slaanish. Aslan saw Qin Xia's expression worsen but continued, your desire for revenge is too strong, so strong that you would give a gift to the Prince of Pleasure just to spite these degenerates. I am indeed very vengeful. Qin Xia put away the soul stone, and with a flick of his right hand, he conjured the spear forged by the Primarch. Aslan placed his staff back behind him and removed his helmet, indicating he had no intention of fighting, only talking. When the fleet attacked Kamarak, I observed this cursed place with my psychic vision, and I saw many things that even Angron couldn't see or sense. The humans killed by your dark kin were actually lucky, compared to those captured. The captives either became slaves, entertainment in the arenas, or experimental fodder for the blood drinkers. Among them, there were also some children. Qin Xia paced in front of Aslan, his tone not impassioned, but allowing the latter to feel the resentment in his words. These children were made into living decorations. Mid-sentence, Qin Xia paused for a few seconds before continuing. With self-awareness, with senses. Aslan closed his eyes, bowing his head in silent mourning. But in Qin Xia's eyes, the old seer's actions were nothing more than a show. I'm going to throw their souls into Slaanish's realm, and even if it makes Slaanish happy, I'm willing. They deserve this fate, they deserve to fall into purgatory. Now you tell me my desire for revenge is too strong. How can you say that? You might as well just try to snatch them. You can say that because you are Eldar, a noble and superior species. In your eyes, we humans are nothing more than a lower race. If we die, what else can happen? Not only do you think this way, but even those remnants of your kind, running around in a broken ship, think the same. Aslan listened silently, shaking his head to dismiss Qin Xia's conjecture about him. He truly didn't think humans were an inferior race and thus didn't care, he just didn't care, so he didn't care. I'm only considering some future matters, which is why I spoke up to persuade you. If you disagree, then we won't discuss it, Aslan said, no longer eyeing the soul stone. Qin Xia also stopped pacing, leaning on his spear and staring into Aslan's eyes, suddenly calm and composed. Stop trying to bring Iniad into this. I'd rather go to Slaanish's realm to retrieve the sword of the crone for you than complete a few trials, Qin Xia said. Besides, how can you be so sure that Iniad, once born, can slay Slaanish with a single sword? Your Eldar war god, Kain, and chief god, Asurian, were both toyed with by chaos. What power could a god of death possess? If he were to answer the question directly, Aslan could explain, concept. As a race with strong psychic abilities, major events in Eldar history would cause ripples in the warp. It was not impossible for Iniad, wielding the resentment and death energy from the great Eldar fall, to slay Slaanish. But Aslan knew Qin Xia was aware of these things, so Qin Xia simply didn't want Iniad to be born. The Eldar were already a threat. An Eldar race with a god more reliable and proactive than the Laughing God would be an even greater threat. Whether the god of death can be born is not the key, forming an armed force that transcends the boundaries of the Ark worlds is the key, Aslan said. Centered around the faith in the god of death, a large group of people will be united, able to cooperate regardless of which Ark world they come from. When facing certain things, my race will no longer be a scattered mess, each with its own opinion. Even, this armed force will not only include Craft World Eldar, but also Eldar from feral worlds, and even Kamarak, such as the kin I took with me. I will use this to complete the integration of a species, just as your human emperor established an empire, enabling the entire human race to sacrifice and dedicate themselves to a common goal. As Aslan spoke, he gradually fell silent, because he felt that Qin Xia was surely thinking, it would be better to let Iniad be born. When I found Vect and them, I discovered they were fighting amongst themselves, Qin Xia suddenly said. And are we not also? Aslan sighed helplessly. Don't say it, Qin Xia couldn't help but agree. But at least, they would temporarily set aside their differences. Are you planning to leave now or stay and do something? Qin Xia asked. I will stay and temporarily serve as your war advisor, Aslan had already planned. After the armed force centered on the faith in the god of death that I spoke of is established, I will become the bridge of communication between our two races, and everything I do is to build my own credibility. Qin Xia did not refute. On such a macroscopic level between the two races, Aslan had indeed built credibility, he had done far more than what was done in the original Horus heresy. Regardless, thank you, Qin Xia said. Aslan nodded silently, then turned and disappeared into the light emitted by the teleportation gate. Emperor's battleship, Bucephalus. Kogaris met Angron on the hangar deck. The Custodes and Adeptus Mechanicus Holy Guard immediately stepped forward to take the civilians behind the Primarch for resettlement, and some priests began to inspect the weapons of the Blood Drinkers and switch them to Terminator power armor. Seeing only a few million people left out of 100 billion who went missing, Kogaris sighed. Only humans were brought to the battleship. The Xenos warriors who had fought alongside Angron had already been settled by him, the method being to find a ship for them and let them leave the webway through a teleportation gate at the very center of Kamarak. Damn Xenos, Angron cursed, entering the corridor leading out of the hangar deck. We have no chance of occupying Kamarak, let alone destroying it. Moreover, this is a webway hub city, with connections in all directions. Given that we must use the webway for faster-than-light travel, even if we had the ability to destroy Kamarak, we couldn't do it. Kogaris mentioned the current situation as they walked. It doesn't matter, as long as Kamarak can no longer send out fleets to raid the outside world via the webway from now on, Angron said, taking it in stride. He had already sensed how vast Kamarak was during the recent battle. The Dark Eldar even believed that even if they completely lost all their fleets and ground forces, the remaining people could survive in the corners of Kamarak until the heat death of the universe. Not to mention that Kamarak was full of webway gates. But Angron could fully accept this outcome. Without a sizable fleet, a single cabal would at best gather 1,000 people, which would be a dead end against a planet's garrison. I didn't expect the webway project to succeed, Kogaris suddenly exclaimed. Angron had already sensed what his brother was thinking before Kogaris spoke. When the Emperor first mentioned the webway project, Kogaris didn't believe it could succeed because he knew some information about the webway and understood what a legendary undertaking it was. Angron also nodded, agreeing that it was indeed unexpected. Especially after Vulcan returned from Terra and described what the webway project was like, it became even more inconceivable. The Terra webway entrance is being forcibly maintained by the Emperor's psychic power, Kogaris continued. He said that after everything settles, he will retire, and unless that webway entrance can function normally without him, otherwise. Angron followed Kogaris's line of thought. Kogaris didn't know what his brother was thinking, only hearing Angron let out a faint sigh. The two Primarchs stopped discussing anything further, and Kogaris quickened his pace toward the command deck. Angron, however, stopped and looked around. When the Primarch's gaze fell upon the shadows in the side path to his left, a smile appeared on his face. Chapter 614, Old Friends. From the shadows, Qin Xia emerged slowly, hands in his pockets, dressed in casual clothes. A smile he could barely suppress was on his face. After stepping out of the shadows, Qin Xia slowly stopped under the Primarch's gaze, leaning against the wall. Angron still wore a joyful smile, but he didn't rush forward to embrace his adoptive father, instead, his expression shifted. Facing his adoptive father, the Primarch thought of many things and felt many emotions. There was longing, joy, and also sadness or heavy matters he wished to confide. When the warp storm raged, the planets and star systems of Great Nukria were cut off from each other, and star speakers on various planets died in large numbers, causing a psychic disaster. At that time, Angron thought of the Horus heresy his adoptive father had mentioned, and he was extremely worried. Fortunately, he had prepared early for that day, during the period when the storm-ravaged warp travel was interrupted until the Pharos lighthouse was activated, no industrial world suffered famine due to inability to be self-sufficient. The World Eater's civil officials deployed to various star systems and planets were also reliable enough, stabilizing the situation and calming the people. This was worry and fear. Afterward, to learn about his adoptive father's situation, Angron tried to use the power of his essence, only then discerning the status of his Primarch brothers and his adoptive father, and his hanging heart finally settled. This was a narrow escape. Then came the alliance between Nuceria and Ultramar, achieving an alliance in defense and governance management. During that time, there were a massive number of matters to handle. These were heavy matters. There were many other things later, including the recent incident where the damned Dark Eldar aliens plundered tens of billions of people. Angron had so much to confide that for a moment he didn't know where to start to be concise, so his face showed both joy and sorrow, and his mouth opened and closed several times without any sound escaping. The Primarch had long been accustomed to being calm and unperturbed, because in chaotic times, people needed an absolutely calm, rational, and wise leader. But facing his adoptive father, at this moment, Angron could no longer remain unperturbed. He needed guidance and comfort. And Qin Xia, because he understood his adopted son too well, even without his adopted son's abilities, even without placing his hand on his adopted son's head, he could know what his adopted son wanted to say, and then, by matching the various things he knew with his adopted son's reactions, he could piece together Angron's entire experience from the beginning of the heresy until now. I know it all, Qin Xia repeatedly said, I know it all. The Primarch nodded silently, waiting until the mess in Comorak was resolved to have a detailed, all-night talk with his father about every specific detail. They still had a mission, after all. Father, Angron steadied himself and carefully scrutinized his adoptive father from head to toe. After Guilliman and I sent troops to Sutha, some Harlequin troop members came to me, talking about trials, and the ultimate goal of the Laughing God. The ultimate goal of the Laughing God is to use the power of chaos to fight chaos. It's a kind of dramatic strategy, Qin Xia explained. The trials are the fourfold trial paths to godhood. The Primarch saw his adoptive father pick up the book hanging at his waist. The pages opened, revealing the fourfold trial paths. I am the answer, so what is the question? Brutal executioner, only slaughter. Foolish compassion, a compassionate person walks through a plague-ridden world, with only the desire to save, but the outcome is merely to painfully watch others die, and to perish in the plague himself. Harsh self-discipline, seeking nothing but perfection. Angron could tell at a glance the relationship between these fourfold trial and the chaos gods. Isn't this clearly the path to the powers of the four gods, Tsianch, Kern, Nurgle, and Slaanesh? Angron recalled observing his adoptive father performing rituals in different locations using his essence. Combining that with what he observed and the information provided by the Harlequins, he could piece together the full picture of the situation. So the Primarch actually wanted to ask, will the power brought by these four trials make you? Will it make me twisted, right? Qin Xia put down the book. No. Seeing his adoptive father so certain, Angron nodded silently. I've found a path that might completely eliminate the four gods, and that is to take away their powers. Qin Xia raised his hand, and two colors of power appeared in a swirling form in his hand. But the four gods are only a part of chaos, Angron said. The Primarch had considered more long-term matters, which was if the fourfold trial could be completed, the four gods stripped of their powers, and his adoptive father became a transcendent being with the combined power of the four gods, would that mean chaos would also be eliminated? The Primarch believed not. Because his adoptive father had said that there were more than just four chaos gods, and the warp had become extremely hostile and could no longer return to peace. Fighting chaos, this would be a seemingly endless path at present, and the fourfold trial was merely a segment of this path. The road is long and arduous. Qin Xia and Angron shared the same view. He paused briefly before speaking again. But if you walk, you will arrive. As Angron pondered, Qin Xia added, let's go assist the entire fleet in continuing to strike Comorak, eliminate the enemies we can find and kill, and avenge the fallen. The Comorak War continued for some time. There was no decent resistance left in the Dark City. The Primarches no longer participated in battle command but instead worked with Uslan to try and map Comorak. As a webway hub, Comorak had to be controlled by humans, or at least a part of it, and so the map was extremely important. Days passed until, 2 solar weeks later, the Emperor arrived. The Emperor's Dream flagship led the fleet, flanked by the Word-Bearer's Legion flagship, with the entire solar system fleet trailing behind. Those already involved in the Comorak War prepared a grand welcoming ceremony for the Emperor. However, as the focus of the welcoming ceremony, the Emperor did not participate at all. While the army and navy were conducting a proper parade, the Emperor directly teleported with his retinue to the Bucephalus command deck. Golden light shimmered. Those waiting on the command deck saw Lorgar emerge first. Lorgar nodded to Qin Xia, then looked at his brothers, and stood silently to the side. Then came some Terra bureaucrats. Finally, the Emperor. When the Emperor descended in golden light, the first person reflected in his golden eyes was Uslan, Lord of Mankind. The old seer, clad in splendid robes, walked before the Emperor, knelt on one knee, and saluted. The Emperor merely nodded silently. Qin Xia, watching the two from the side, was somewhat puzzled, because the two seemed unusually distant, not at all like they knew each other. Uslan knows the Emperor. Angron spoke to Qin Xia telepathically. The Primarch's words also answered Qin Xia's confusion. The Emperor entered the webway to study it, and after some experiences, he met the little-known Uslan. The two conversed happily and gradually became close friends. The Emperor once entered the Eye of Terror himself to dig for soul stones, to help the Ulthwi craft world solve its shortage of soul stones. Uslan, in turn, helped the Emperor steal webway technical data. After the craft world Eldar lost most of their webway technology, the two even ventured into Comorak together, experiencing a series of thrilling events to acquire more webway technical data. Angron recounted Uslan's past memories. But in the end, the two still went their separate ways. Because Uslan cared more about fighting chaos, while the Emperor was more concerned with humanity, eventually, the contradictions accumulated due to their conflicting ideologies grew, and after the conflict erupted, they became strangers. If Uslan didn't care more about fighting chaos, he wouldn't have offered any help to the Emperor. After speaking, Angron looked at the Emperor with a particularly complex and helpless expression. Now, with the webway project successful, and humanity finally having hope of securing a foothold in the webway. Uslan, an Eldar who had helped humanity, and an old friend of the Emperor, yet the Emperor treated him like a stranger. The Emperor didn't even bother to feign friendliness. During the storm, I once spoke with Robot about the Emperor. Robot had many positive evaluations of the Emperor, he always spoke from the Emperor's perspective. Angron said. I asked Robot, from the perspective of a subject, a son, how would you evaluate the Emperor as a monarch and a father? And then, what did Guilliman say? Robot was silent for a long time before saying, the Emperor is an outstanding scientist, a powerful warrior, a great psyker. Angron finished, shaking his head. Qin Xia deeply agreed. However, in this meeting, the Emperor wasn't even too lazy to feign a hint of friendliness towards Uslan. He thought, Uslan will help no matter what anyway, his way of thinking determines his actions, so what's the point of those useless pleasantries? Just get on with what needs to be done. Erebus arrived on Terra a week ago, the Emperor suddenly said, looking at Qin Xia. In the eyes of others, the Emperor began to speak with the Primarchs, not Qin Xia, uttering ceremonial words of commendation. Lorgar told me about that cold sun, and Erebus conveyed your message to me, asking me not to make a choice. The Emperor said, Erebus has left Terra to search for things that can help you complete your trials faster. What are you thinking? Qin Xia asked, what choice will you make? First, I'm sure you won't ascend to become the Black King, then will you merge with that cold sun or make another decision? Let's talk about it later, it's not an urgent matter. The Emperor turned and walked to the holographic projection, examining the webway routes displayed on it. The Emperor believed the webway was still the most urgent matter. We shouldn't have come to conquer Comorak. The Comorak War will make more Eldar aliens connected to Comorak hostile towards us, supporting the arguments you heard in the Ark World meeting, that if we gain a foothold in the webway, we will inevitably exterminate the Eldar after we develop. This will be detrimental to the advancement of the webway exploration project. The Emperor withdrew his gaze and looked at Qin Xia again. Whether by coaxing, compromise, or whatever means, we must obtain all webway routes known to the Eldar, as well as a period of development, to prepare our species for migration into the webway. As for whether future events will unfold as predicted by those Eldar who oppose humanity, that we will exterminate them, that is the fate of their species, if they are destined to perish, they cannot remain. Unlike them, we humans have not yet reached the end of our road. After the Emperor finished speaking and fell silent, Qin Xia pondered for a moment, feeling that the reasoning was sound, but sometimes, when circumstances led to this point, things simply had to be done, such as the Comorak War. Find a way to make a deal with the Eldar to exchange for webway routes, the Emperor spoke again, let's go together and bring the Eldar Mother Goddess out of Nurgle's domain, and use her to threaten them. The Emperor mentioned the Eldar Mother Goddess, Isha. Rumor had it that Isha was imprisoned in Nurgle's domain. Qin Xia smiled, then his expression returned to serious, how about we rescue Isha, and then you marry her? The Emperor pondered for a moment, then slowly shook his head, this is not feasible. We rush into Nurgle's domain just to save an Eldar god, and then use this god to exchange for information, is that feasible? Or similar things could work. The key is to dangle a bait in front of them, to extract everything we want from them until they lose their value. Qin Xia was silent, deep in thought. He felt it would be more reliable for humanity to explore the webway themselves, because an imprisoned Eldar god would have no rallying power. Even the Laughing God, who has always been active, is not well regarded by most Eldar, let alone a missing god. As for going to Nurgle's domain, Qin Xia felt it wouldn't be difficult. Chapter 615, Overgrown. Think calmly, judge rationally. Don't let the human weakness of emotion hold you back and make you do irrational things like charging into Comorak this time. The Emperor's tone was extremely calm. Qin Xia took a deep breath, gradually calmed down, and asked, if we don't focus on the Eldar, is there any way for humanity to successfully secure a foothold in the webway? Having a foothold didn't mean occupying a territory in the webway, but rather becoming an interstellar civilization with stable faster-than-light capabilities by relying on the webway. Developing within the extremely complex webway network required a thorough understanding of its routes, at least knowing where one could go and where one couldn't, to avoid entering a webway route with ancient weapons and being completely annihilated. Webway routes were the most crucial. Relying solely on us to explore the webway, this path isn't impassable, but it will require a lot of time and resources. The Emperor analyzed calmly. The warp storms are still raging, many star systems are still isolated and helpless, and we don't have time to wait. Moreover, most of the webway routes are not in our hands. Even if we find an old one day and it gives us the routes, we can only seize control of the webway by force. As a race new to the webway, seizing control would also consume a massive amount of manpower and resources. So, considering all factors, you should know what to do. Hearing this, Qin Xia nodded in agreement. Finding a way to obtain webway routes from the Eldar is the optimal solution. The Emperor paused for a second, then emphasized, whether by deception or other means, we should be as unscrupulous as Uslan in achieving our goals. Qin Xia didn't refute the latter half of the Emperor's statement, only contemplating in silence. So, we still have to form an alliance? Qin Xia asked. The Emperor remained silent. Qin Xia felt that the Emperor was trying to persuade him. After all was said and done, it always came back to the Eldar mother goddess, Isha. Isha was, after all, special. Although, from the perspective of identity, relationship, and many other aspects, even if she were rescued by humans, the Eldar would not actively ally with humanity because of it, and everyone would not hold hands and walk towards a bright future. But everything would have an impact. Just like the Kamarak incident, although the dark kin of the Craft World Eldar suffered, the Craft World Eldar would still form a negative opinion of humanity's attack on Kamarak due to the principle of when the lips are gone, the teeth feel cold and pity for one's own kind, thereby inclining towards hostility in their overall attitude towards humanity. The matter of Isha was similar. Considering it more pessimistically, if most Eldar were completely indifferent to Isha's return, then utilizing the soul connection between this god and the Eldar could still achieve something. Do we really have to go to Nurgle's domain? Qin Xia took another deep breath, a look of revulsion on his face. It's not that I'm scared, but Nurgle's domain is truly disgusting. I'd even be happy to go to Xianx's realm. You'd be even happier if I sent you to Slaanish's realm, the Emperor said. When Qin Xia heard this, he glanced at the Emperor, who had an expressionless face and an icy voice. He couldn't tell if he was joking or truly believed it. Are we both going together? Qin Xia asked. If you don't feel secure enough with me going with you, then bring Uslan as well, the Emperor said. I meant that one of us must remain in the reality universe. If something happens to one of us in the domain, the one who stays in the reality universe can continue to act, Qin Xia frowned. The two were silent for a moment. Qin Xia spoke again, I'll go alone. You stay in the reality universe. The Emperor first started to shake his head, then seemed to recall his earlier words about not letting emotion influence judgment, and nodded in silence. This matter is dangerous. Prepare thoroughly before you go, the Emperor instructed. Qin Xia pondered for a bit and felt there was nothing much to prepare, just some things he needed to explain. Although he wasn't pessimistic enough to believe he would die or that something would happen to him in the domain, it was better to be safe than sorry. Considering everything thoroughly before acting was the wise course. I want to go tell Angron about this. No. No. Qin Xia muttered to himself, there's nothing to say anyway, it's not like I'm risking death. The Emperor strongly agreed. Qin Xia ultimately decided to just resolve a matter concerning the think tank unit. Some time later, Olympia arrived at Kamarak. The entire planet had set sail for Kamarak ahead of the main fleet. Although it arrived quite late, it still played a significant role after the war, which was to explore the webway near the webway hub city of Kamarak. A new batch of navigators and illegal psychers, brought in by Malkador, were stationed in the Spire district to increase the efficiency of webway exploration. The teleportation gate opened by Qin Xia appeared in the central Spire district of Olympia, in a building specifically used by the bureaucrats and security personnel who managed the Spire district. Although the White Knight Lord's arrival was too sudden and urgent, an Iron Warriors assigned by Perturabo to manage the Spire district still received him properly. I want to see Osiris, Qin Xia told the Iron Warriors. Bring him here. The Iron Warriors immediately turned and left. The captain and his wife of the White Knight, along with Varus, the supreme mentor of the think tank unit, watched the warrior leave, accompanying Qin Xia in silent wait for Osiris to be brought. Osiris, one of the think tank candidates, had been ordered by Qin Xia to remain on Olympia. A think tank mentor guided him, teaching him how to properly use Psyker during the process of exploring the webway with Psyker. This practical experience combined with theoretical learning from a mentor would allow Osiris to grow faster. I'm quite looking forward to it, Qin Xia said, sitting on the office sofa. Let's see how much that boy has grown. Sir, the captain's wife walked over and saluted. There's one thing I don't quite understand, why did you make Osiris a candidate? The captain's face tightened, feeling that this question shouldn't have been asked, but he also wanted to know why this was the case. Qin Xia didn't mind it, as the captain and his wife were old acquaintances. Osiris's psychic talent is very stable, nothing can influence his will and soul, Qin Xia said. And the most essential quality for becoming a librarian is being uninfluenced, because there are too many things that can influence him. The White Knight Lord's words were vague, and among the couple, only the captain understood. As the captain of the White Knight, he would always come into contact with some secrets, knowing that some things were extremely dangerous and captivating. Let alone using those things, even approaching them or just glancing at them was dangerous. How could the next librarian not come into contact with those things? I know you're not too keen on him becoming a think tank, but each of us has our own destiny, Qin Xia said. I understand, sir, the captain's wife nodded. Footsteps came from outside the door. Qin Xia looked at the heavy office door, let's see how much this candidate has grown. The large door was pushed open. Qin Xia first saw the think tank mentor he had appointed to be in charge of education. This mentor had remained on Olympia since the day the White Knight Lord left, caring for and educating Osiris. The mentor first saluted with a hand to his chest, then stepped aside, revealing the person standing behind him. A thin, dark-skinned young man appeared in Qin Xia's sight. When this young man saluted Qin Xia, and then immediately called the captain's wife and husband mom and dad, those who saw him realized he was Osiris. What's going on? Qin Xia stood up and looked at the mentor. How long has it been since Perturabo created the exploration device? How did this kid grow by over a decade and become a young man? The seal bearer accelerated the time flow of this planet to speed up webway exploration, the mentor replied calmly. Everyone on Olympia has aged 13 years during this period. Qin Xia could only accept this outcome. Malkador also knew the trick of accelerating a planet's time flow, he even used this trick to train the Grey Knights. Osiris is responsible for handling psyker control incidents in the Spire district, becoming the manager and guide for the children of those navigator families, the mentor said, looking at his apprentice. Osiris was held in the captain's wife's arms, his eyes showing a sense of vicissitude. The captain's wife was in tears, softly asking about his life and experiences. More than Osiris's sudden growth, she cared more about how Osiris had been doing during this time, and it clearly wasn't very well. It's good, the captain looked at his adopted son. You can now undergo the modification surgery. Didn't you always want to be a think tank? Now you can have your wish. But father, I have people I cannot abandon, Osiris turned to look at the door. A thin, dark-skinned woman with 3 eyes, holding a baby, walked into the office. She didn't even dare to look at what the White Knight Lord looked like, bowing her head in salute, then walked with the child to stand before the captain and his wife. Qin Xia felt like he heard a loud boom. Without Osiris saying anything, everyone else knew what had happened. The woman was from a navigator family, surely captured by Malkador's people. Then, when she was helpless and alone, she met Osiris, and the two began a relationship. Finally, they had consummated their relationship and even had a child. Are you indifferent to this? Qin Xia scrutinized the mentor he had assigned to Osiris. The mentor knelt on one knee. I once did some extreme things to stop him. When I had absolutely no other choice and was about to end this girl's life, Osiris chose to commit suicide without hesitation. If the Steel Lord hadn't also been on Olympia, he would have died. Qin Xia took a deep breath, holding it in his reinforced lungs. My wife is not long for this world. She lost half her life in the Spire when she was young, and even psyker spells cannot save her, Osiris said, taking the baby from his wife's arms. The Olympia doctors say my daughter has autism, so I must stay by her side to care for her. Osiris then looked at Qin Xia, Uncle, White Knight Lord. I really want to become a think tank, but please allow me to do so in a few decades. Qin Xia said nothing, merely observing Osiris, showing no reaction. Chapter 616, Journey to Nurgle's Domain. Useless, utterly useless. When the office fell into complete silence because Qin Xia didn't speak, the captain suddenly broke it with a reprimand. After the reprimand, the captain saw Qin Xia staring at Osiris instead of him, and turned to his wife, subtly raising the corner of his mouth. The captain was indeed loyal to Qin Xia, but as a person, not a machine puppet or an Astartes, he had his own views and ideas about things. For example, this matter with Osiris. The captain really didn't want Osiris to become a candidate for librarian, becoming an ordinary think tank would be fine. The reason was very simple: the responsibility of librarian was too terrifying. The captain had witnessed what the White Knight Lord had gone through, from initially putting out fires for a legion to now putting out fires for an entire race, constantly running back and forth, even having to cross the warp, so sometimes, his feelings for Qin Xia were not just respect and reverence, but also sympathy. Did your mentor tell you about your background? Qin Xia asked Osiris, glancing at his mentor. Osiris nodded. He already knew that he was once the grandson of the Star Wolf Knights Lord of Caliban, and he was even aware of what his parents and grandfather had experienced during the White Knight Lord's journey to Caliban. You bear a striking resemblance to your birth father. Osiris's birth father had put aside all hatred, only wanting to live a quiet life with his wife, and then committed suicide the day his wife died. He had no desire to participate in his father-in-law's past grudges, from the time he was alive to his death. It's hard to say that all of Osiris's decisions on Olympia didn't have a genetic component. The same lack of ambition, Qin Xia said, his voice cold. If you have anything more than your birth father, it's that you have more to waste. Osiris felt pained hearing his idol's evaluation of him, but he had expected it, having considered it every night when making his choices. Qin Xia turned and opened a teleportation gate, stepping into the White Knight. Varus followed behind him. If, by some chance, I cannot return from Nurgle's domain, then rely on the leaders of your various organizations and units to make decisions together, Qin Xia said. Varus saluted. However, the chief librarian, the Seeker of Secrets Lord, could not remain with the think tank unit for most of the time, but instead went to search for knowledge or ancient secret treasures, only returning once or twice occasionally, just like now. I will permanently seal away things with immense negative impact, never allowing others to access them, instead of finding a unique person to manage them. Simply relying on the stability of psychic talent to select candidates is ultimately unreliable, isn't it? Qin Xia stopped and earnestly asked Varus. Varus thought for a moment before answering. Before I became Angron's son, I was a person similar to Osiris. You? Yes, my lord. Then some things happened. A troubled expression appeared on Varus's standard expressionless face. No one is born to bear a certain responsibility, or is capable of bearing a certain responsibility. Qin Xia looked away after hearing this, pondered for a second, then turned and left. A moment later, Qin Xia and Watcher Kong were making preparations inside the White Knight's great library. Kong carried a large backpack to hold the items being taken into the warp, while his hands held the book of demons that the Watchers had given to Qin Xia during his journey to Caliban. You're not notifying Angron, or the Alina sisters in brown. Kong suddenly asked. It's not like I'm not coming back, Qin Xia shook his head. The only thing I had to give instructions about was the think tank unit, and then you know what happened. Kong had actually been silently observing everything that happened around Qin Xia. Recalling Osiris, the Watcher's voice carried a hint of a smile. The Watchers all knew Osiris had powerful psychic talent, but we didn't kill him because he was a descendant of the Star Wolf Knights and might seek revenge on Luther. The reason was, ha 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 ha. Hearing Kang's chuckle, Qin Xia smoothed his hair and put on his helmet. I also didn't expect personality to be hereditary, and Osiris didn't even grow up with his birth parents. If you ask me, the think tank unit should just be disbanded. Kang's tone became serious. The game of chess the Chaos Gods were playing in this universe has clearly failed. Qin Xia didn't respond, opening a teleportation gate. Snow fell within the library, and on the other side of the teleportation gate was the warp. Kong became serious, stepping aside to look up at Qin Xia. Qin Xia held a gun in one hand and a sword in the other, stepping into the snow. Then the Watchers suddenly leaped up, their head aiming for Qin Xia's lower back. However, this time Qin Xia was not pushed several steps by the Watchers. Instead, he dodged the impact sideways while simultaneously delivering a flying kick, sending Kong into the warp. Can't you be a bit more profound and mysterious, like your kin? Qin Xia entered the warp, and the snow behind him dissipated. Kong said nothing. Upon entering the warp, it truly became serious and focused, contemplating the various actions to take next. And as Kong pondered, its incredibly precise control over psychic energy caused the surrounding environment to change, transforming into a lush green planet, rather than the chaotic mess of the warp. The Watchers were very familiar with the warp and could alter it using the thoughts of warp creatures, which was one of the reasons Qin Xia brought Kong along. What exactly was your species created for by the old ones? Qin Xia strode forward through the forest, observing the surroundings, and found that it looked no different from Caliban in the reality universe. The most basic component of the warp, which is the ether, was forcibly shaped visually into whatever the Watchers desired. My kind once assisted the old ones in managing the warp, Kong replied. Back then, everything in the warp was orderly, not as chaotic as it is now. What a pity, Qin Xia sighed. The two followed a path, eventually arriving at a cliff. The cliff was so high that it overlooked the entire landmass of the planet's surface. Qin Xia could see the flat landmass divided into 4 regions. Judging by the terrain of those regions, each area was a domain, and in the center of the landmass, between the 4 domains of Kern, Xianch, Slaanesh, and Nurgle, there was a large open area where a war was being fought. A war between demons, a war between the gods. Distance, space, and time did not exist in the warp, and the domains could not have fixed forms. Everything Qin Xia had seen of the Daemon realms when he first arrived in the warp had been shaped by the Watchers into a form that reality's living beings could better understand. From a certain perspective, this was also akin to burying one's head in the sand. They're fighting amongst themselves, Qin Xia said, looking at the battlefield in the center of the land. The great game, Kong said, completely unsurprised. It's only when chaos isn't fighting amongst itself that it's worth our attention. Qin Xia said nothing, merely raising his hand and pointing to the center of the landmass. The great game was indeed commonplace, but this time was different. The gods themselves were personally involved in the game. Nurgle, Xianch, Slaanesh, Kern. The 4 chaos gods led their respective daemon armies, battling fiercely in the center of the battlefield. Concepts and authorities transformed into weapons and bodies, but the direct combat between the gods still seemed abstract. Only flashes of light could be seen flying between them, and the destructive effects of these flashes were not discernible. It seems something big has also happened in the warp, Qin Xia said. Although the gods usually use 99% of their power for civil war, it's very rare for them to be 100% personally involved now. Kong also looked at the gods, but inwardly, it only felt that this was perfect. While Nurgle and Xianch were fighting fiercely, they could snatch Isha away. From here to Nurgle's domain, Kong pointed to the path leading down the cliff. Qin Xia stepped forward. Although everything was more intuitive, the warp was still the warp, and thought played a huge role here. As the thought of reaching their destination emerged, Qin Xia and Kong quickly traversed the forest path, arriving in Nurgle's domain in the western part of the landmass. In the very center of the domain was a magnificent giant city. The city looked like a fortress, a stronghold, built of stone, covered in mold and plants, with various plump crawling insects wriggling up and down its high walls. Qin Xia observed it with his psychic vision and found that if viewed from above, the city as a whole resembled a gigantic city like a royal capital in a fantasy game, with a medieval style, yet the grandeur and immense scale emanating from every part of the city suggested that it could not have been built by ancient productivity. The Eternal City, Kong said. I haven't materialized it on a visual level, there's a concept of this city within Nurgle's domain, and when that concept materializes, it's what we see. Qin Xia said nothing, walking towards the Eternal City. Countless Nurgle demons were battling the daemon armies personally led by the gods, but countless Nurgle demons still remained in Nurgle's domain. Qin Xia had once heard a rumor. The Chaos Gods had countless demons, and the greater demons, as powerful beings among them, existed in a number equal to the sacred number raised to the power of the sacred number. For example, if Nurgle's sacred number was 7, then there would be 7 to the power of 7 greater demons. Regardless of the veracity of this rumor, and the pointlessness of dwelling on numbers related to the warp, Qin Xia only knew that the Eternal City still held a massive number of greater demons leading endless demons to guard Nurgle's domain. A greater daemon squatted under a large tree on the road outside the Eternal City. Seeing Qin Xia, the greater daemon's 7-part mouth split open, revealing worm-like teeth inside. Play with me, the greater daemon strode towards Qin Xia. Qin Xia stopped, swung his sword with his right hand, and split the greater daemon in two. The daemon army stationed on the walls of the Eternal City, upon seeing this, not only did not immediately attack Qin Xia but instead applauded, as if they had watched a good show. Qin Xia continued walking towards the Eternal City. The daemon armies were scattered along the miles-long city walls, in all sorts of postures and actions, but all exuded a sense of languor. Qin Xia stopped, and in the curious gaze of the demons, raised his hand. A torrent of psychic energy shattered the city walls, also destroying more than half of the Eternal City. If Kong hadn't come along, Qin Xia would have only seen a large green mass dispersed by his psychic energy, no longer obstructing his path forward. Chapter 617, The Grudge of Xianch and Nurgle. Get up and get to work. A shriek echoed from the Eternal City. In the sky, the great unclean one Kyugas descended, his corpulent body piled upon a platform carried by Nurgle's demons. A massive number of Nurgle's demons poured out of the Eternal City, loosely and lazily gathering together. Work. Work. Kyugas waved his thick arms, each swing unleashing a green storm that swept through every part of the Eternal City, pushing and hurting the lazy Nurgle's demons. Those demons, who had just managed to gather but were now lying on the ground, endured the torment, unwilling to move. Regarding Qin Xia's invasion, Nurgle's demons had a different attitude than Kyugas. Aside from Kyugas, both greater demons and common demons alike watched on with a spectator's attitude. Even when Kyugas shrieked and unleashed a plague storm, many demons still lay motionless on the ground. From the perspective of reality universe beings, how could these demons dare not guard their master's domain? Yet Nurgle's demons were simply too lazy to work. Nurgle would not punish them for it either. Eternity is unchanging, even causality is not pushed. Nurgle's authority influences its demons, and even Nurgle itself would say nothing upon seeing this scene. But Kyugas was a unique overachiever. I told you to work. Kyugas moved his body to the cauldron on the platform, scooped out a handful of venom, and sprayed it out. A virus that compels life to work ceaselessly spread through the Eternal City. Even unwillingly, the demons were forced to move. More demons were still gathering, while those who had already gathered rose from the ground and charged towards Qin Xia. These ant-like demons, even if compelled by Kyugas, were worthless. Qin Xia could instantly kill them with a raise of his hand. Kong, however, chose a more effective method than direct confrontation. The Watchers began to precisely manipulate psychic power, and the effect of the virus spread by Kyugas was reversed. His innate, extremely fine control over psychic energy transformed the virus into a laziness virus. So all the demons who had just started moving lay back down. As the virus spread by Kyugas traveled further and further, all the demons in Nurgle's domain lay down. Except for Kyugas. I killed you, Qin Xia walked towards the Great Daemon, in the reality universe. You didn't. Because you weren't trying to kill me, but rather trying to kill the power and ideas Father used to shape me. Kyugas laughed. As for now, this is the supreme heaven, little worm. Kyugas was in the warp, his power in its complete state, unsuppressed by the reality structure and veil. This was not the Kyugas who had been hacked to death by Mortarion and Qin Xia, but the Kyugas who traversed countless universes searching for decay and snatched beings from countless timelines. Man and daemon closed the distance. Kyugas jumped down from the platform, lifted the cauldron, and stirred the green soup within with a pestle formed from Nurgle's great power. He didn't even dare to put his hand inside. Kong silently observed the coming battle between man and daemon. Qin Xia charged towards Kyugas, throwing his spear during the charge. Weapons crafted by a Primarch already possessed special power in the warp due to their origin, and having accompanied their master in altering the fate of the reality universe, Kyugas's cauldron was easily shattered. Qin Xia rushed in front of Kyugas, wrapped one arm around Kyugas's neck, and with the other hand, plunged the serious sword into Kyugas's abdomen. Ah! Kyugas shrieked. A part of Qin Xia's power, some of the authorities and concepts that once belonged to Kern, surged into the great daemon's body. With another shriek from Kyugas, his body was torn to pieces in a flash of blood light. The invincible, powerful Kyugas, who could traverse countless universes and from countless timelines, in short, the very formidable Kyugas in the warp, was annihilated in the warp. This is the supreme heaven, little worm. Ha ha ha, Kong repeated Kyugas's earlier words, chuckling twice, humorous. Nurgle's demons all have a bit of a comedic streak. Qin Xia raised his hand, and the spear fell back into his grasp. Between the demons lying haphazardly on the ground, the two walked towards the interior of the Eternal City. The virus created by Kyugas had already spread throughout the entire domain, leaving no further obstacles ahead. At the very center of the Eternal City, Qin Xia and Kong entered a manor house. This was Nurgle's dwelling place. Of course, it was also a non-physical entity composed of concepts and mental projections, but Kong made it visually concrete. See, I told you this wasn't difficult. Qin Xia's lips curved into a slight smile as he strode down the manor's corridor. Kong glanced at Qin Xia, recalling how Qin Xia had earlier seemed to be making final arrangements, yet also looked solemn. He then remembered a trait of Qin Xia's: when he was absolutely certain about something, he would appear less serious. The gods themselves are fighting, otherwise it would be very difficult for us to get in here. Kong said. Qin Xia turned to face Kong, walking backward as he did. Excuse me, I'll still fight Nurgle even if he's here. Do you think I did the fourfold trial for nothing? You only gain all of Kern's concepts and authorities after completing the Kern path of the fourfold trial. Kong shook his head, and just now, all the authorities and concepts behind the word Kern didn't seem to do much to Nurgle. Somewhat true, but not entirely. Qin Xia turned back and walked forward, with no intention of opening any of the surrounding rooms to look inside. Isha is just ahead. The two entered the manor's basement together. In the dungeon, they found the person they were looking for. And even before they entered the dungeon, they heard psychic words emanating from within. I won't try to escape again. I'll stay with you forever. Don't hurt me. Please. Qin Xia followed the sound to its source and saw Isha. Legend has it that Isha was the most beautiful and benevolent among the Ildari gods. She was the goddess of life, her tears would turn into spirit stones, and all her actions were compassionate. When Slaanesh awakened and the Ildari fell, Nurgle claimed Isha for himself. Now, only Isha and the laughing god remained alive, though she was effectively half dead. Qin Xia observed her for a moment, then, instead of stepping forward to offer the goddess aid, he drew his sword and stood solemnly. As a human, he truly couldn't appreciate the beautiful goddess Isha's appearance. The Ildari's characteristic long, narrow face was particularly pronounced on Isha. But merely being extremely unappealing to human aesthetics wasn't enough for Qin Xia to draw his sword. Qin Xia sensed a different aura from her. Hey, you're not Nurgle. Isha suddenly froze, then got up from the ground, scanning Qin Xia's entire body with her hands behind her back. Aren't you the favored one of the Lord of Change? What are you doing here? As Isha questioned him, her body began to change. After a blue ripple distorted, Isha transformed into a blue, ethereal being, hidden beneath dark blue robes. A daemon of change. This was also a daemon of Xianch, but with a particular characteristic, a love for deception and mischief. It would even do things that harmed others without benefiting itself, as long as there was fun to be had. For example, defrauding an imperial governor, luring him into Slaanesh's embrace, and then, when the Space Marines came to quell the rebellion, having the governor sacrifice his daughter for an artifact, only for the artifact to be a beacon used to teleport the Space Marines away. Watchers, the daemon of change floated up, looking at Kong, mortal enemy. In the eyes of the daemon of change, the Watchers were extremely terrifying. Where is Isha? How are you here? Kong held the Book of Demons, but did not use the artifact, though he was confident he could get the information he wanted from the daemon of change. The daemon of change's body trembled, and it replied, the Lord of Change's power is unprecedentedly strong. It attacked Nurgle's domain and took Isha, and I was branded by the Lord of Change in Nurgle's domain, tasked with mocking Nurgle every time it returned to its domain. Isha is over there. The daemon of change then pointed south. After 99% of causalities occur, Isha will be sent to the center of the warp, becoming the spoils of the Great Game's victor. Hearing this, Kong looked at Qin Xia. Qin Xia raised his hand, ready to slay this accursed daemon of Xianch. But Kong was a step ahead of him, the deep darkness beneath his hood aimed at the daemon of change. The daemon of change twisted ceaselessly, changing into countless forms, never able to maintain a single appearance. This was an outrageously cruel punishment for a daemon of change. Constantly changing and disguising its appearance without fixing it was tantamount to proclaiming to others, I am a daemon of change, and from now on, it could no longer play any tricks. What now? Kong asked. Qin Xia pondered carefully, I think Xianch will most likely give Isha to Slaanesh. Kong thought for a moment and understood why Qin Xia said this. The two contradictory and irreconcilable concepts of change and eternity belong to Xianch and Nurgle respectively, which means Nurgle and Xianch are always mortal enemies, constantly trying to vex each other. Handing over something that originally belonged to Nurgle to Slaanesh, there was nothing that could vex Nurgle more. But Xianch will act as we predict. No, you're right. Kong slowly nodded, the god of change is not the god of rebellion and doing the opposite, it doesn't not do something just because someone predicts it. Let's do something before we go to Slaanesh's realm. Qin Xia concentrated his psychic energy. The omnipresent psychic energy in the warp gathered around Qin Xia into a storm, tearing at the entire eternal city. The abstract concepts and powers behind the concrete objects Qin Xia saw were torn into fragments, scattered throughout the warp. When Nurgle and Xianch finished their fight and returned to their domains, weary, they would find everything that once existed in their domain scattered everywhere, and they would have to collect those things again. Having done this, Qin Xia took Kong directly to Slaanesh's realm, awaiting the joyful return of Slaanesh. The great game of the four gods would still have no victor. As always. Chapter 618, Slaanesh's realm. Slaanesh's domain has 6 layers. I know, you don't need to tell me these basic warp facts. Qin Xia and Kong advanced along a small path. Behind them was Nurgle's decaying domain, covered in viruses and cysts. Ahead was Slaanesh's realm, resplendent and gleaming. Putting everything else aside, purely from a visual experience, Qin Xia, having just traversed Nurgle's domain, felt a sense of relief and renewed hope. I'm concerned whether you can pass through Slaanesh's realm, Kong stated directly. After all, you are a reality universe being with emotions and desires. Not to mention your stubborn nature, which means even after your transformation, you still possess the emotions and desires of a mortal. What do you mean, even after my transformation, I still possess the emotions and desires of a mortal? As Qin Xia walked, he leaned to his left, pushing Kong half a meter away. Loken of the Shadow Wolves, a warrior like him liked a bald female recorder. Astartes are mass-produced super soldiers, and even the Primarches, the source of the gene seed, have emotions and desires, let alone an Astartes. Hearing Qin Xia mention Loken, Kong looked up, and in the darkness beneath his hood, a look of disbelief seemed to flicker. Loken. Loken of the Four Kings Council? Him. I met Loken during the INTELS incident and even spoke with him. I don't believe such a person could possess mortal emotions. The watcher's tone was surprised. Qin Xia pursed his lips. I was quite surprised too. Are there any other similar incidents? As Kong walked, he leaned to his right, bumping into Qin Xia. You're not Watcher Kong now, you're Gossip Kong. Qin Xia didn't brush him off. There really are, but let's talk about them later. Before he finished speaking, the two arrived at a place just a stone's throw from Slaanish's realm. Qin Xia became serious, and Kong stopped gossiping. Are you ready to face the trial, Qin Xia? We're about to. Just make sure you don't get taken by the circle of gluttony. Qin Xia stepped into Slaanish's realm before Kong. The outermost layer of Slaanish's realm was a place of dazzling splendor, appearing as a golden city, with golden statues standing at every intersection, and golden bricks embedded in the ground for all to tread upon. Jade and jewels were piled up everywhere in Qin Xia's sight, like unwanted trash and dirt. Some severely twisted and mutated figures writhed on the mountains of jewels. The Circle of Greed. The outermost ring of Slaanish's six-ring domain. Whether in the reality universe or the warp, anyone with avarice would be drawn here and then lost. The entire Circle of Greed looked like an ostentatious display, not beautiful at all. Gold crowded the view, making one dizzy. But this was not, after all, the Ring of Beauty. Gold is perceived by most reality universe beings as the most expensive thing, representing wealth in the cultures of countless races. The gold, symbolizing wealth, had to be abundant, so abundant that it caused dizziness and even nausea. Some adamantium metals are thousands of times more expensive than gold, but not a single speck of adamantium would appear in the Circle of Greed. I don't pursue wealth. Qin Xia ignored everything before him. Having known about Slaanish's six-ring domain long ago, before entering the Circle of Greed, Qin Xia was more concerned with how many greater demons would be used to intercept him than whether he could withstand the trials here. Before coming to this universe, vast amounts of money were something Qin Xia once possessed. But that was merely a byproduct of achieving his ideals. No demons are intercepting us. Kong was even less interested in wealth and not worried about Qin Xia being overcome by the Circle of Greed. He merely looked around, wary of the demon armies he expected to appear at any moment. However, the entire Circle of Greed was undefended. Whether it was an oversight, a coincidence, or an intentional act by the master of Slaanish's realm, he did not know. In any case, Qin Xia and Kong encountered no resistance in the Circle of Greed, strolling through the outermost ring of the domain and entering the next ring. The Circle of Gluttony. This domain was filled with delicacies. The air was permeated with a sweet scent, and the river that traversed the entire Circle of Gluttony from south to north was a fine wine that reality universe beings could never brew. Countless creatures fed in this ring, eating until their stomachs exploded. This ring still posed no difficulty for Qin Xia. Regarding eating, Qin Xia's attitude had always been, as long as there's food, as long as he doesn't starve to death, that's enough. However, Kong noticed that Qin Xia was not strolling leisurely when passing through this Circle of Gluttony. A subtle tension emanated from beneath his heavy armor. The watchers quickly realized why Qin Xia was tense and serious. Because after the two rings of greed and gluttony, which posed no difficulty for Qin Xia, came the ring of vainglory. The next ring might be difficult for you, Kong said. Qin Xia said nothing, just walked on in silence. Kong thought he had hit the mark, but in reality, Qin Xia was not nervous about the next ring. The real threats to Qin Xia, which even Qin Xia himself had to admit, were the two rings after the ring of vainglory, namely the ring of authority and the ring of vainglory. Actually, there's no need to worry, Kong suddenly said. You are not affected by the inherent power of these domains, you won't be incited to your most extreme desires and then fall into depravity like a deluded worshipper. What else can they do? They can only tempt you with illusions. Like this. What appeared before the two was a ridiculous scene. Countless men and women were expressing their desires in various ways. Qin Xia merely watched them coldly. Because in the eyes of someone whose mind is not directly influenced by Slaanish's power, it was not countless beautiful people entwined, but a large group of people with mutated limbs, a large group of Slaanish demons with pincers for hands and female curves with male features. These things entwined would only make Qin Xia feel disgusted. But if a mortal came here, what they saw would definitely be different from what Qin Xia saw. Everything they perceived would be a heavenly indulgence. That's true, Qin Xia frowned and nodded. He thought, even if he reached the ring of authority, or the ring of vainglory, what would those places contain? A bunch of ugly Slaanish demons squeezed together, bowing and kneeling to the people they wanted to delude, loudly praising, "Ah! Great Lord Qin Xia! You are our sovereign! You are our god!" Such words would only make Qin Xia feel disgusted. As long as Slaanish's power did not directly affect his mind, and the corruption of this domain did not directly affect Qin Xia's soul, then there was nothing to fear. Wait. As Qin Xia continued to step forward, Kong suddenly stopped, turning to stare at Qin Xia. Some things. Before he could finish the word wrong, the surrounding environment rapidly changed. Purple light descended. A feeling of extreme danger flooded Qin Xia's senses. Watcher Kong instantly disappeared. But he was not taken away by the impending presence. Instead, Qin Xia instinctively transferred him to the safe zone where Sarum currently resided. And after Kong left and was safe, Slaanish descended. Qin Xia was directly separated from the domain containing the six rings. All subsequent trials of the six rings were no longer relevant to him. However, what lay before him was not a smooth path to Isha, but a much more terrifying path of trial. That Watchers was right. A mass of purple shadow condensed before Qin Xia, and a voice emanated directly from within the shadow. The trials of the six rings are meaningless to you. The shadow vanished, then recondensed to Qin Xia's left. Without the influence of the domain's inherent power, how could you fall into depravity here like those foolish mortals? Everything here, in your eyes, is merely the absurdity performed by a group of demons. The shadow reappeared behind Qin Xia. I have prepared a unique. The shadow vanished again, and this time, what appeared before Qin Xia was Slaanesh in its true form, a unique gift. Slaanesh's physical form possessed exquisitely beautiful curves, but its primary external characteristic was its androgynous appearance. Furthermore, its body bore countless marks or decorations symbolizing extreme acts, such as piercings, wounds. This indicated that Slaanesh's key characteristic was not lust, but desire pushed to a twisted extreme. Qin Xia stood ready, gripping his long sword and spear, prepared to fight Slaanesh at any moment. As soon as he decided to enter Slaanesh's realm to rescue Isha, Qin Xia had already mentally prepared himself for a bloody battle with Slaanesh, but not a fight to the death. Dying for an Eldar god was truly not worth it. Don't worry, Slaanesh circled and flew in the air. I won't kill you, that fellow who craves change won't stand by and watch me kill you either. Slaanesh suddenly stopped, its face infinitely magnified and brought infinitely close to Qin Xia, so close that every pore was as vast as a cave. Its purple eyelids opened, and its perfectly round pupils stared at Qin Xia, but tormenting you is still an option. Qin Xia swung his sword and slashed. Slaanesh suddenly dissipated. Everything in the surroundings also dissipated, replaced by Nusaria. Qin Xia saw the Dizia arena, and many familiar buildings on Nusaria, but his senses still clearly told him that he was still in the warp and not in reality. Everything before him made Qin Xia hesitate, a desire for exploration compelled him to stop concentrating his conceptual power and explore everything with his gaze. This was Nusaria. Slaanesh's Nusaria. Chapter 619, Prince of Pleasure. Reality and illusion intertwined. A part of the entire universe was preserved within Slaanesh's realm, like a miniature landscape. Nusaria was located in this miniature universe. There were no stars, no celestial bodies other than New Guard 1, yet the planet maintained its form and did not disintegrate. Even when within the warp, there were no signs of severe corruption. Even the sky was a clear blue, not the characteristic purple of Slaanesh's realm. Lord. Qin Xia heard the call and instinctively turned his head. A man in a rebellion uniform stood behind Qin Xia, his eyes fervent and his voice excited. You've returned. Qin Xia's face was expressionless, his eyes holding a hint of vigilance. He sensed the consciousness of the person in front of him and perceived no traces of Slaanesh's corruption within it. Do you remember me? The rebellion soldier eagerly stepped forward, but Qin Xia's cold gaze forced him back 2 steps, then he looked puzzled before introducing himself. I'm Sartre. Do you remember me? Before the rebellion war, my mother took me to the gladiator arena to watch the gladiators. It was my birthday present. On that day, I met my idol, which is you. The swords of the gladiators. At this point, the soldier saw that Qin Xia still had a cautious and cold expression, assuming Qin Xia hadn't recalled him, so he continued, in the gladiator arena, you even came to a place not far from me and nodded to me. Qin Xia, of course, remembered Sartre. Sartre, running through Mahe City. Qin Xia could never forget this person in his life, no one on Nusaria who had experienced the era of the rebellion and gone to school could forget this person. When the news of the High Knight slandering the rebellion spread throughout Mahe City, young Sartre ran through the city, shouting the news that the rebellion was going to reach the Mahe region, and he would stop and refute the adults' words when some of them believed the High Knight's propaganda. Then he was ordered by the High Knight to be hanged in the square by his guards. I remember you, Qin Xia said, but I also remember you died. Died? Sartre was very surprised. No. You. I didn't die. And I fought alongside you, against the High Knight, against the guards. Qin Xia stared at Sartre. At this moment, others also noticed the two of them, and people came out onto the streets, surrounding Qin Xia and Sartre. Their eyes were warm and sincere. Qin Xia heard people discussing events from the rebellion war era. This street should have been specifically for rebellion soldiers to live on. After the war, Angron would resettle disabled veterans or retirees from the war. These people would be arranged into the same factory, and thus would live on the streets or in residential areas near the factory. All of these people were rebellion soldiers. Qin Xia saw some of the fallen among them, but they were all alive now. You've finally returned. The other lord must miss you very much. This is my child, Lord, please bless him. This will be the honor of our entire family, just as I once had the privilege of following you to kill the High Knight and those sons of bitches from the guards. Lord. People genuinely revered Qin Xia. Qin Xia did not doubt the truth of their words or the sincerity of their attitudes, because if he and Angron returned to Nusaria now, standing on the street would still evoke the same scene. It's just that, there wouldn't be so many familiar faces who would have died in the war but didn't. This is false, Qin Xia took a deep breath, reminding himself in his heart. This is the ring of authority, the ring of vainglory. In Qin Xia's view, his current environment was merely a replica of the ring of authority and the ring of vainglory. After passing through the ring of debauchery, one would arrive at these two rings of the demon realm. In the ring of authority, countless sycophants would praise the intruder's abilities and ambitions. All the intruders will in this ring of the demon realm would possess supreme power, with billions of living beings at his command. In the ring of vainglory, the intruder would be reminded of how many heroic deeds he had done and how many achievements he had accomplished, and then when the intruder felt proud and complacent, he would be trapped there forever, forever immersed in arrogance and vanity. But Qin Xia found it hard not to be proud of what he had done, especially now. What have I done? Qin Xia once asked himself this. I came to this damned universe, I put a Primarch on the right track, I saved hundreds of thousands of people in a legion from falling into the blood god's hell. I changed Nuceria, reversing the fate of hundreds of millions of people on this planet. The Angron I raised is compassionate, steadfast, and kind. He brought Perturabo and Conrad Kurz back. I also avoided Horus's fall as much as possible, I saved him. The Shadow Wolves, those who would have fallen with their Primarch, managed to stay on the right path, unaffected by the prevailing current. Everything I have done, everything I have indirectly done, the impact and credit, if discussing merits on an individual level, I surpass any Primarch. Qin Xia forced himself to calm down. He teleported out of the crowd to a peaceful place. This was by the river in the Mahe City region. There were many people playing by the riverbank, and amidst this peaceful scene, a monument stood tall. The monument depicted rebellion warriors, with Qin Xia and Angron in the center raising the arms of the oppressed on both sides, while the shackles and chains of the oppressed were being broken by the rebellion warriors. The base of the monument was made of bones, clearly those of the High Knight and the guards. Undoubtedly, this depicted the event in the early stages of the Mahe City battle, when the High Knight's forces were completely annihilated and executed by the river. The monument was quite intimidating, but the people didn't care at all. Parents sat under the monument with their children, telling stories of Nuceria's past. Young couples sat by the river, dreaming of the past. For Qin Xia, this was a scene of peace and tranquility. After an era of blood and fire, Nuceria's old system of slavery was ended, and the High Knight and the guards, two classes that had accumulated immense blood feuds, were physically eliminated. The new era of Nuceria brought only peace and prosperity. People were thriving under the leadership of the two lords. Realm of Sloth, Qin Xia again discerned the hidden viciousness beneath the scene. The Realm of Sloth was the innermost of Slaanish's 6 rings, here there was only peace, tranquility, and beauty. Even a saint, completely pure and absolutely steadfast, would covet a moment of tranquility and then be forever immersed in the Ring of Sloth, never able to leave. Qin Xia found that although Slaanish hadn't made him experience the 3 rings after the Ring of Debauchery, in reality, the Nuceria environment in this miniature universe was a collection of the Ring of Authority, the Ring of Vainglory, and the Ring of Sloth. It just appeared in a way Qin Xia didn't detest, and it was even more deadly. Qin Xia could still chastise himself by constantly emphasizing that everything here was false, everything was Slaanish's malice. But his perception of the surroundings told Qin Xia that this was real, only it was a severed part, once belonging to a universe that had experienced beautiful events. I need to leave, Qin Xia opened the portal again. Slaanish might be able to arrange a miniature landscape like this for special guests, but he absolutely could not forcibly retain the current Qin Xia. However, Qin Xia thought of Angron and couldn't help but hesitate. A moment later, Qin Xia used psychic power to disguise himself as another person and consulted books in the Deshia library. While searching for records about Angron, Qin Xia quickly pondered. He could now determine the situation of this Nuceria. This clearly came from another reality universe that might have already been destroyed, and then a part of that universe was separated and preserved in Slaanish's realm like a miniature landscape. This universe also had an Angron. But Qin Xia couldn't figure out one thing: why did this universe also have him? Logically, he would only appear in one universe, so the people of this universe wouldn't know him. And all these questions were answered as Qin Xia opened a book titled Lord of Nucria. Angron sympathizes with each and every one of you, he wants to make you happy, so he decided to establish a new Nuceria. From then on, Nuceria would no longer be a name for a hell of slavery, but a name for paradise. Qin Xia, the Joyful Father. The first page of the book was an introduction left by Qin Xia. I love you all. Angron, the Prince of Pleasure. This was the next sentence. Qin Xia's face darkened, and he turned to the next page. With each page he turned and each content he read, Qin Xia's face grew darker, eventually his hands even trembled. This book recorded another story. Qin Xia entered the gladiator arena, met Angron, and then, with the gladiators, prepared to break out and overthrow the planet's entire slave system. During this time, Qin Xia taught Angron how to use his empathic talent to establish a psychic link with others. All the gladiators were united by Angron. They maintained empathy 24 hours a day, eating together, talking together, even going to the toilet together. This empathic ability also amplified their senses. Whether it was pain, joy, pleasure, happiness, everything was magnified countless times, becoming extreme. Anyone who experienced this feeling was willing to die for Angron, because they could not accept even a minute out of the empathic state. Even the High Knight was attracted by this ability. The most popular thing on Nuceria was no longer gladiator fights, but establishing empathy with Angron. In the Deshia arena, the spectators first established empathy with me, and then the High Knights also joined in. We did all sorts of crazy things, tasting all the pleasures of the human world. I conquered the women among the High Knights, and even the men, and then was conquered back by them. Men could experience what women were experiencing, and vice versa. We seemed to merge into one, forming a massive entity composed of pleasure. I have no doubt that if I refused to establish empathy with them, they would immediately commit suicide. This is how I fired the first shot of the rebellion war. And all of this was inspired by my most respected, most heroic, most intelligent, most handsome father, my joyful father, Qin Xia. Seeing the record on this page, Qin Xia slowly closed the book. He now wanted to go and chop up the Slaanish daemon who was impersonating him and raising Angron in a multiverse. Chapter 620, The Grand Chaos Plan. The place where Qin Xia was located was a part of the reality universe that had been peeled off. This part of the reality universe was located in the very center of Slaanish's realm, looking like a glass sphere the size of a human thumb. Tzeentch and Slaanish, these two chaos gods, revolved around the glass sphere like two colored storms. They were temporarily allies. The chaos gods did not always fight amongst themselves. Occasionally, they would engage in a brief and ultimately doomed cooperation. Once, Slaanish, Nurgle, and Kern, these three chaos gods, joined forces to strip Tzeentch of some of its powers. Now, Slaanish and Tzeentch were cooperating to simultaneously oppose the other two chaos gods. The reason that could make Tzeentch and Slaanish cooperate lay within the part of the reality universe encircled by the chaos gods. It's a landscape. Tzeentch screamed. I've already helped you peel it from a reality universe on the verge of destruction, and what have you done? Tzeentch seemed to be questioning. Me? I sent a capable subordinate to that reality universe to impersonate Xia and raise Angron, Slaanish said, as if explaining. Oh, yes. Tzeentch laughed. It's not good enough, but it doesn't matter, for you, this is already the best method you could imagine. Don't make me kick you out, Tzeentch. Slaanish called Tzeentch by its true name. Tzeentch ignored Slaanish and began to operate a certain power. Among the four gods of chaos, the strongest now was Tzeentch, capable of setting up a restriction, a spell, a magic array. Nothing could accurately describe what Tzeentch was doing at this moment, because its great power surpassed all classifications of how reality's living beings utilized psychic energy. Ultimately, this method of utilization had only one simple purpose: to draw Xia's thoughts and will. How could you draw his will? Even the power of the six-ring demonic realm itself cannot interfere with his mind, Slaanish asked. He is involuntarily permeating and influencing his surroundings, Tzeentch said, then suddenly let out a sharp, villainous laugh. The 333-star system, his recruitment ground, that is the result of his will beginning to penetrate reality. And me. I just need to utilize his will that has deeply penetrated the surroundings. Regarding salvation, change. His will gradually strengthen this reality universe to be unbreakable, because I will help him with my divine power. Tzeentch explained, then suddenly handed the bonsai universe to Slaanish. Slaanish held and played with the shattered reality, like a glass sphere, until blue energy began to spread, the ether poured into the glass sphere, and the veil seemed to draw power, beginning to grow and spread. It will be perfected, Tzeentch said, using its power to return the reality universe bonsai to its original place. It will become Xia's prison, a stage from which he can never leave. Slaanish poured power into reality. I prefer to call this place his exclusive six-ring demonic realm. The laughter of the two chaos gods echoed through the warp. But I also left him a back door. Tzeentch's laughter abruptly stopped. With change, with ripples, that's what makes it interesting. What back door? A path, just like a strong-willed person can break through the temptations of your six-ring demonic realm, a similar back door, a mechanism to escape the predicament. Tzeentch was looking forward to it. This is the grand plan. In the shattered reality universe, Xia closed the book after just finishing reading the history of Nuceria. After taking a deep breath, he teleported near the gladiator arena of Dizia City, the area chosen as the ruling center of Nuceria after the uprising war. Completely different from what he imagined, it was not filled with traces of Slaanish's faith. There were no Slaanish symbols to be seen, nor any of those purple, spiky buildings. However, as the entire world was already deeply influenced by Slaanish's power, this area still showed things or characteristics beyond direct Slaanish symbols. For example, the architectural decorations in this place were mostly purple, and statues of Angron and Xia made of a purple metal were common in the urban area. When Xia teleported to the top of the giant tower that once belonged to the Tark family, in the very center of this area, he immediately used his psychic vision to quickly survey the surroundings. An instant later, Xia saw himself. The Xia within this shattered reality universe. But it was not a Xia similar to another me in a parallel universe. Although his appearance was identical to Xia, anyone with the ability to discern Slaanish's disguise could see a Slaanish greater daemon hidden beneath that skin. Xia could even sense the identity of that Slaanish greater daemon Shou, the Scourge. The greater daemon disguised as Xia was more handsome, taller, and more dashing. He wore only a purple robe and some decorative chains on his wrists. Actually, this attire didn't bother Xia himself, it was just a bit flamboyant, wearing a little purple robe. What Xia truly found unacceptable was that the Shou greater daemon, disguised as himself, had his chest exposed, with golden nails hammered into 2 points. I will kill you 10,000 times over, Xia gritted his teeth. Such a powerful psyker could indeed kill a person with a gaze and psychic vision, and killing a demon would be no problem, but Xia still restrained himself and looked at what he cared about more. That is, Angron and his companions. Next to the Dizia City Gladiator Arena stood a palace, which was also where the greater daemon disguise version of Xia resided. Xia could not accept that the Shou disguised as himself was Xia, so he directly, on a visual level, stripped Shou's skin in his psychic vision, making him appear as a greater daemon. The greater daemon still appeared as Xia in the eyes of others. It strode through the palace's spacious corridor, walking to a massive purple gold gate. With a gentle push, the gate swung open with a rumble. The scene within the magnificent hall behind the gate caught Xia's breath in his throat. Angron was sitting on a throne. The armrests on both sides of the throne were covered with iron hooks. The hooks were attached to iron chains, and the chains, in turn, were connected to more hooks that gripped Angron's chest, pulling it open to both sides. And Yuchuka, Kleist, Uechula, these people, whom Angron considered his brothers and sisters, were tormenting their closest kin, their expressions cruel and blissful. However, as the tormented, it was Angron who appeared the happiest. Do you feel it? Ha 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 ha. This ultimate sensory experience. Angron's voice trembled, and his whole body shivered. He had established an empathic connection with his brothers and sisters. At this moment, the physical sensations were being infinitely amplified and echoed within the empathy, producing an even greater effect. The gladiators, at this moment, were both tormentors and could feel Angron's sensations with pleasure and pain alternating on their faces. Sharash entered the hall and stopped. The Primarch and his brothers and sisters suddenly sensed that familiar presence, turned back in disbelief, their gazes all falling on Sharash. But in their eyes, this was not Sharash, not a Slaanesh greater daemon, but Qinxia. Father. Angron leaped from the throne, ignoring the pulling hooks, and forcefully rushed to his adoptive father. The gladiators also gathered around, joining the Primarch in greeting Sharash with concern. Qinxia heard them discuss an event that had happened earlier. A cold and evil star in the warp had been harassing the reality universe, and Qinxia had left the reality universe to embark on a legendary journey to combat that cold star. Now he had finally returned. The joyful father of Nuceria had returned. Qinxia, observing this scene, fell into contemplation. He felt that the so-called cold and evil star referred to the God Emperor, and judging from what Lorgar had told him after accepting the enlightenment of the cold sun, the God Emperor, and returning to the reality universe, the Emperor in this shattered reality universe should have died and merged with that cold sun. Sharash certainly did not have the ability to fight against that cold sun, so the reason for leaving Nuceria was entirely a false pretense. Since I have returned, then. Sharash scanned the Primarch and the gladiators. Shouldn't we have some of that? Angron's empathic ability was indeed astonishing, even the greater daemon was captivated by it. Angron unhesitatingly grabbed Sharash's right hand, then closed his eyes, and entered the empathic connection with his brothers and sisters. No. The Primarch suddenly ended the empathic connection. Sharash looked displeased. What's wrong? Just because we haven't seen each other for a while, you've become estranged from me. No, father. Angron shook his head. I've prepared a new gift for you. During this time, I've been honing my talent, and now I can establish empathic connections with many, many people, and amplify sensations and emotions countless times. Oh, interesting. Sharash spread his arms, embracing his adopted son. Then what are we waiting for? Let's be happy, all right. Angron shouted. The gladiators also cheered with joy. Outside the palace, the World Eaters Legion fleet was dispatching transport aircraft formations to various parts of Nuceria, transporting all Nuceirians to Dizia City. Qinxia saw Chapter Master Karn of the World Eaters Legion, Karn, in short, a lot of familiar old faces. These people had also fallen to chaos, but they hadn't received the butcher's nails. However, they looked just like the rebellious Emperor's children in the main reality universe, their armor all turned purple. Oh, right. This version of the World Eaters was not called the World Eaters, they had a name that suited Angron and Sharash's preferences, the Legion of Pleasure. Don't delay tonight's events. Qinxia saw Karn giving orders from the command deck of a battleship beyond orbit. This incredibly calm, even ruthless, military aristocrat was now impatiently scratching his scalp, his words filled with irritation. Don't delay our fusion with father, Karn emphasized again. Karn, bring everyone over, not to the voluptuous, but to Dizia City, yes, Dizia City. Karn saluted. Orenst, the champion of pleasure, raised a rod-like object and shouted, for the Prince of Pleasure and the joyful father. Those in the World Eaters Legion who were brainless, or had brains but chose to be clearly foolish, both types were now members of the Legion of Pleasure. Let's get high. Karn suddenly jumped onto the tactical table and shouted. At this moment, the gate opened. Lorgar Saren, the captain, rode a collared space marine into the command deck. Everything will be ready in half an hour, she said. Chapter 621, The True Meaning of Slaanesh. All Nuceirians gathered in Dizia City half a Nuceria hour later. The entire city looked like a sardine can. Space marines maintained order, preventing stampedes or other malicious incidents. After waiting a while longer, Angron, the gladiators, and his adoptive father Sharash appeared. Prince of Pleasure, Prince of Pleasure. Prince of Pleasure, Prince of Pleasure. Everyone shouted in unison. Angron wasted no words and immediately used his empathic ability. His empathic ability, far surpassing that of Qinxia's reality universe Angron, was unleashed. Qinxia had thought that this universe's Angron truly possessed some powerful ability, but it turned out to be not an empathic ability honed through countless trials, but rather the blessing of Slaanesh's power. As a chaos god, Slaanesh directly poured his power into Angron at that moment. How could it not be powerful? The super empathic ability connected everyone on a spiritual and soulful level. Let's begin. The moment of ultimate pleasure. Angron sat on the ground. Billions of Nuceirians all sat on the ground in perfect unison. A security servitor, holding a Cromarch brass broadsword, came behind the Primarch and raised the broadsword. That was an ancient weapon, a family heirloom of the Cromarch. The servitor swung the sword, beheading the Primarch. Screams erupted from everyone's mouths. The billions of people gathered in Dizia City shrieked, stumbled, and nearly fainted in convulsions at the same moment. The intense pain and death were not only shared by Angron but also infinitely amplified through the empathic ability. One could feel what the Primarch felt at the moment of his death, and also feel the feeling of others feeling that feeling. In short, it was as if what one person felt at the same time was superimposed billions of times. Even Shou, disguised as Qin Xia, was convulsing, almost fainting. Just as people were on the verge of collapse and unconsciousness, the beheaded Angron suddenly recovered, his head rejoining his body, and then he withdrew all the pain everyone felt onto himself. The Primarch knelt on the ground, his screams tearing through the air. Everyone else, at that moment, felt salvation, that sense of happiness, of being saved from the brink, of being relieved of a heavy burden, suddenly freed from extreme pain. This step was about enjoying that final feeling of release. Angron alone fully absorbed all the pain, then proceeded to the next step. This step was sorrow. Shou rose and placed his hands on Angron's head, showing him a vision crafted by the Chaos Gods. In that vision, the uprising failed. The High Knights easily quelled the rebellion. Angron had intended to lead his gladiator brothers and sisters in a fierce struggle, fighting the High Knights to the death, but was teleported away by that damned corpse emperor. From then on, the gladiators died, and Angron was branded a traitor. While giving Angron the illusion, Shou also isolated some memories from Angron, making Angron's experience even more immersive. The grief produced by the emotionally charged Primarch far surpassed that of any mortal, and far surpassed that of any of his brothers. And this grief, amplified by the empathic ability, like the pain earlier, was perceived by billions of people, and then intensified billions of times within each individual's perception. Some were so sorrowful they committed suicide. Some began to rush towards the Dizia City Uprising Victory Monument, starting to pound with their hands on the metal statues of kneeling High Knights. This sorrow lasted for quite some time. Until Shou released Angron from the illusion, and then released the isolated memories. Angron, who had been utterly despairing, suddenly saw his adoptive father, saw his brothers and sisters, and then recalled the actual uprising he had experienced, immediately feeling a sense of relief and happiness from a false alarm. Happiness is born from contrast. When the illusory reality is extremely cruel, but the true reality is entirely opposite, joy and happiness arise from it. This feeling was also greatly amplified. People wept with joy, embracing each other, celebrating the victory of the uprising once again. In these two steps, Nuceria experienced great sorrow and great joy. Joy, happiness, pleasure, all these positive sensations, after experiencing the previous painful sensations, were contrasted and amplified. The pleasure people could derive from this far exceeded what could be derived on a physiological level. When sensations are amplified billions of times, the inherent physiological constraints of humanity are broken, and the ultimate enjoyment brought about on the soul and spiritual level surpasses any enjoyment that physical acts can bring. Even the Ildari, a race with highly sensitive senses, seemed too dull and numb compared to humanity at this moment. And ultimate stimulation and enjoyment are the purview of Slaanesh. Pleasure does not mean only enjoyment without pain. When a sensation is too extreme, and ordinary physiological stimuli become bland for the experiencer, even the torment of soul-shattering pain can transform into pleasurable enjoyment. With the help of Angron's innate abilities, people did not need to resort to inefficient methods like drug abuse, slaughter, or sadism, as the Emperor's children who fell into Slaanesh's embrace in the reality universe did. To obtain extreme stimulation, they only needed Angron to use his empathic ability. Father, Angron, tears streaming down his face, grasped Sharish's hand. We have brought about a paradise. Ha. Sharash chuckled foolishly, also in tears, his expression like a cat that had smelled catnip. The enjoyment Angron brought was truly quite potent, even for a Slaanesh greater daemon. But the feeling of release after pain, the happiness after extreme sorrow, these were still merely foreplay. Angron's true specialty was yet to come. Qin Xia was still observing with his psychic vision, but not watching the pleasure ritual like a spectator, he was watching something else. Some people were stirring. Boom. A shockwave echoed through Dizia City. A tall building was severed in the middle, collapsing towards Angron on the ground. The Primarch, Sharash, and the surrounding people were all in an abnormal state from overstimulation, watching the building fall towards them without any reaction. For the Emperor. Shouts echoed through the streets. From the sewers, from the trash heaps, many uninvited guests suddenly emerged. These people were filthy, wearing tattered armor, and carrying ancient weapons that had been obsolete for many years. There were mortals. Space Marines. The Space Marines wore different colored armor, but the armor all looked very worn, though the symbols on their shoulder pads could still distinguish them as belonging to different legions. This army launched a sudden attack. The Space Marines charged into the plaza, slaughtering the people who couldn't react. Angron's sons were deployed in Dizia City. Logically, they should be moving now. However, Kill lay on the ground, still immersed in the exhaustion brought by the ultimate pleasure he had just experienced. Legion Commander Kill wailed, "Why are these bastards showing up now? I don't want to break the empathy to deal with them. I don't want to die." Angron emerged from the rubble, with the gladiators beside him, shielded by Sharish's wings. The Primarch closed his eyes and took a deep breath, resetting everyone's feelings. Kill then jumped up from the ground, began to enjoy the pleasure of battle. For the Prince of Pleasure. For our loved ones and dearest. Even the pleasure of combat falls within Slaanesh's purview. Both sides began a chaotic melee. Angron, wielding two axes, joined the battle, sweeping through Space Marines and mortals like a storm. Until another tall figure stood in front of him. Guilliman. The Lord of Ultramar reeked of the sewers, wielded the Emperor's sword, and wore tattered armor. And standing beside the Lord of Ultramar was a mortal, Anamouse. Anamouse, with a resolute expression, held an ancient longsword, staring at Angron and his former comrades with anger and pain. "Oh no." Angron stood still. "I don't want to kill you, come back." You have already destroyed the entire universe, what else do you want to destroy? Onamao stood firm with his sword, ready to fight alongside Guilliman. Shou charged forward before Angron. The Slaanesh Greater Daemon's close combat ability was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he forced Guilliman back 2 steps, then came before Onamao's, leaped up, and thrust his sharp claws towards the old gladiator's chest. Onamao's parried with his sword, but the sharp claws did not land on his sword. Looking ahead, an unseen space marine, clad in ornate armor, stood before Shou as if he had casually stopped during a walk, easily blocking Shou's sharp claws with a psychic barrier. The real Qin Xia looked at Shou. 2 crimson lights from his helmet fell upon the Greater Daemon. The next second, a psychic shockwave surged, and the Slaanesh Greater Daemon was flayed and deboned, his bones then shattered and scattered as particles in the air. For the Emperor. Guilliman charged at Angron from behind Qin Xia. Onamao's rushed towards his former comrades. Space Marines against Space Marines, mortals against mortals. The situation became extremely chaotic. The resonance of people's souls and spirits during the previous pleasure ritual had torn through the already tattered veil of this reality universe, and countless demons descended upon Dizia City. Mortal beings were powerless against demons in their prime. However, the tearing of the reality structure was not only beneficial to demons. A sun suddenly appeared beyond Nusuria's firmament. Roars, screams, agonizing cries from torment, these sounds echoed throughout the entire planet Nusuria. That cold sun in the sky slowly rotated, and the angry and sorrowful twisted face on the star's far side gradually appeared before everyone. Golden light descended. Slaanesh's divine power also surged in simultaneously. Finally, those uninvited guests who had emerged from underground, just as they were about to be entirely consumed by Slaanesh, were transferred in the golden light, arriving inside the cold sun. Inside the sun, a path to a safe space formed, people followed the path, heading to their hiding place. Qin Xia also entered the cold sun. Guilliman removed his helmet, which revealed his chin, and looked at the person in ornate armor before him, extending his hand. I don't know who you are, but you must also be one of the last remaining resistors in this universe. Qin Xia did not remove his helmet, shaking Guilliman's hand. Your universe is on the brink of destruction. Chapter 622 The Pure One. The passage within the cold sun connected to the underground of Nusuria. Qin Xia, Guilliman, and Onamao's walked side by side, passing through the golden path to the underground world. Guilliman and the others hadn't renovated this place much, so it remained just the core part of Nusuria's sewage network. However, this sewage system wasn't built by the High Knights, nor was it ordered by the current Angron. Instead, it was constructed by the ancient Nusuria Entertainment Company. But besides oxygen generators and liquid purification devices, there weren't many ancient black technology creations. You just said our universe is on the verge of destruction. Guilliman stopped in the pipe. Tables and chairs were placed nearby, one chair being very large, obviously custom-made for a Primarch, and the entire area should have been the Primarch's office. Yes. Qin Xia, still wearing his helmet, replied under Onamao's suspicious gaze, the universe you are in has only a very small part left. It has been extracted separately and placed within Slaanesh's realm, like a crystal ball, a bonsai. Qin Xia had subconsciously hesitated for a moment when he said the latter half of the sentence, but everything he saw and heard told him that the people here were fully aware of the 4 gods of chaos, even mortals. Additionally, perhaps because Slaanesh intended it, even if mortals knew about the chaos gods, they weren't corrupted, otherwise, there would definitely not be mortal soldiers among those who suddenly emerged from Dizia City to attack Angron. Bonsai Universe. Although Guilliman was surprised, he still thought and understood everything within a second, then asked, you shouldn't be from this universe, right? I come from a, not broken universe. Qin Xia said. Information about the multiverse was quite new to Guilliman, and the Primarch was also very curious, but now was really not the time to ask more questions. Qin Xia also had questions, but there was one crucial question of highest priority, why would you use Nusuria's sewage network as a dwelling place? As he spoke, Qin Xia looked at Onamao's again, as well as the space marines and mortals who were helping each other sit down to rest in the sewers. Are you rebels? Robot, you are an ultramarines. How did you and your sons come here? Guilliman did not explain, silently making a gesture to invite him forward. Qin Xia followed behind Guilliman. Onamao's, however, still looked at Qin Xia suspiciously, and the 3 of them advanced along the sewage pipe until they reached the end. The end of the pipe was separated by a gate. The Primarch personally pushed open the gate, entered, and stood to the side. Qin Xia passed through the gate and saw the answer to one of his questions. The golden throne was placed at the pipe connection point, right in the center of this vast space. Sitting on the golden throne was not the Emperor, but Magnus. Magnus was emaciated, no different from a skeleton, and was being drained of his psychic power by the throne. This is why, Guilliman said. In the entire universe, apart from where the golden throne, which can resist psychic erosion, is located, there is no place for us to live. Qin Xia's voice held a hint of surprise, what exactly happened in this universe? A moment later. Inside a pipe, Qin Xia and Guilliman sat opposite each other, discussing what had happened in this universe. Angron fell, and the Great Heresy began. We had no power to fight back. Angron only needed to go to a planet, establish a psychic link with its people, and then ignite and infinitely amplify their negative emotions. Starting from one planet, to a star system, a sector, a subsector, the storm of negative emotions tore apart the fabric of reality, allowing the power of the chaos gods and demons to seep into reality undiminished. That's why we had no power to fight back at all. When he said this, Guilliman's tone contained a hint of self-doubt. Clearly, the Primarch was not entirely sure if what he was saying was true or false, but merely a hypothesis. But Qin Xia could confirm that this hypothesis was 100% correct. In 40K, during the Battle of Baal, the emotional resonance generated by 10,000 blood angels summoned an entity similar to Sanguinius into reality. That warp entity, which was essentially no different from a daemon, was named Sanguiner. This is the effect of emotions. An emotional storm amplified billions of times, like the one generated by billions of people in the square just now, could indeed tear apart the fabric of reality within a sector. Demons would enter reality unimpeded, and their power would be almost at the level they possessed in the warp. Just like when he fought Nurgle's great daemon Kugas with Mortarion earlier, Qin Xia hadn't undergone the fourfold trial then. If Kugas had manifested under a completely shattered reality, 4 Mortarions combined wouldn't have been enough to delay it for even a few minutes. And then came the Battle of Terra. Horus, I, and Magnus, 3 unfallen and unlost Primarches, defended Terra. Angron arrived, destroyed the fabric of reality, and the Emperor faced the descending gods alone. When he went to battle, he told Horus and me that he would unleash a power with a price, yet, it never appeared, and the Emperor was killed. Malkador and Horus covered me as I took the Golden Throne and left Terra to return to the Second Empire. Guilliman paused when he mentioned the Second Empire. Sanguinius had gone missing earlier, and when I returned to Ultramar, I found that he and his fleet had been lost in the 500 worlds and had established a new empire there. However, it was meaningless. The Second Empire was destined to fall. I chose to take the Legion and launch a decapitation strike, pushing all the way to Nuceria, using the power of the Golden Throne to isolate the power of chaos, creating a battlefield where I could fight Angron fairly, relatively speaking. Onamaus is the leader of the Nuceria resistance. He accepted us, and he found this place. As for the places outside of here, they have probably been destroyed, including the people not on Nuceria. As Guilliman finished speaking, his grateful gaze fell upon Ono. Old Bear bowed slightly to Qin Xia and Guilliman, resentment surfacing on his dark, resolute face. Long before that damned Qin Xia entered the gladiator arena, a cold sun appeared in my dream. It told me that Angron would be led down a path of destruction, and I had to stop him. Qin Xia stood up and saluted Onamaus by placing his hand on his chest. He truly admired Ono. Whether it was the Ono from the main universe or the Ono from this universe. Onamaus was an extremely kind person, he could sympathize with the audience even when he was being used as entertainment in the gladiator arena. The soul of this old bear radiated a pure white light in the warp. Why have you come here? Ono returned the salute, then pointed at Qin Xia's helmet. There's an air purification device nearby, the air here isn't foul. You can take off your helmet and breathe. Ono stared intently at Qin Xia. Guilliman had noticed Ono's suspicious expression from the beginning, and now, knowing his comrade's intent, he also stared at Qin Xia. There's an air purification device here? Good then. Qin Xia took off his helmet, revealing a handsome face. Seeing this face, Guilliman and Ono exchanged glances for a second, their suspicions dispelled. However, what they saw was not Qin Xia's true appearance. The reason I appeared here is a long story. Qin Xia answered Ono's earlier question. I went to Slaanish's realm to find something, and then I was transferred here from the Six-Ring Demon realm. This could be a trap, an ambush, Guilliman said. Qin Xia looked up. He could sense that this bonsai universe was actually a trap built for him, a Six-Ring Demon realm built for him. Qin Xia could even sense that this universe was being eroded by the power of Xianzhe's magic. Xianzhe would draw on causality to transform the entire universe into a prison. When Qin Xia entered this universe, met Guilliman and Ono, and had the idea of saving them, his will also began to permeate this universe, gradually perfecting it. Xianzhe was also utilizing the power that Qin Xia's thoughts had permeated into the universe. What would be the ultimate consequence? Qin Xia thought. It's simple, this universe would generate a series of causalities, a series of problems he needed to solve, and ultimately, he would be unable to withdraw from this universe for a considerable period, unable to attend to other matters. It was as if this universe had been turned into a psychic prison. You will leave very soon. Guilliman leaned forward slightly, looking at Qin Xia imploringly, or will you, lend a hand? Of course I will lend a hand. Qin Xia did not hesitate. The decision to help Guilliman and the resistance was the result of Qin Xia's careful consideration, not a whim. There were 2 reasons. First, Guilliman had indeed asked for help, and he truly needed it. Even if he wasn't the Guilliman Qin Xia knew, reality was still reality, and Guilliman was still a Primarch from another reality. Second, the psychic and causal prison created by Xianzhe actually had a very obvious loophole, so obvious that it was as if Xianzhe was pointing to a certain spot. Quick, if you push hard here, you can solve things and then leave. Qin Xia also thought about Xianzhe's intentions. He estimated that Xianzhe helping Slaanish create this bonsai universe was merely part of its plan, and the ultimate goal after an infinite nesting of plans. Xianzhe must have wanted some fun. Having understood the situation, Qin Xia said seriously, this universe will eventually be swallowed by chaos and turn into ether, a substance that existed before the Big Bang. We cannot save this universe, the only option is to leave it. What do we need? Warships, weapons, and equipment, or some ancient artifact that can penetrate reality? Guilliman asked. Prepare for battle, then leave, it's that simple. Qin Xia lightly patted his pocket universe at his waist, and before leaving, I must eliminate Angron. Together. Guilliman stood up and ordered Ono, first, transfer the mortals. I will follow this Lilith to end the absurdity of this universe. Chapter 623, Part of the Plan. Nusaria's Surface. Angron held the dust that Sharash had become, and grief echoed through the psychic link he had established with all Nusarians. The father of pleasure was killed by an uninvited guest, leaving behind only the grieving prince of pleasure. The fire of vengeance filled Angron's chest. The Primarch's vow to avenge his adoptive father resonated deep within every soul. Similarly, everyone felt the same anger and sadness, and shared the same resolve and purpose as the Primarch. Vengeance! Vengeance! The cries for vengeance were silent, for sorrow and rage had filled every person's body, leaving no room for even a single word. These psychic resonances echoed in the warp, becoming nourishment for Slaanesh. Slaanesh greedily absorbed the negative emotions from the universe. Even in the Chaos God's perception, these emotions were incredibly sweet and stimulating, bringing more joy and pleasure than devouring most Ildari souls at the time of his birth. Xiange gazed at the shattered, glass-like universe. While Slaanesh devoured emotions nearby, Xiange merely watched silently. The Lord of Change's desire was not for direct emotional sustenance, but for change. Quite delicious, isn't it? Xiange's tone was laced with sarcasm. But a sarcastic tone was Xiange's usual manner of communication, so Slaanesh couldn't perceive anything from his words. Compared to Isha, this universe is my spoils of war, Slaanesh chewed, it's practically a circle of gluttony tailor-made for me. Xiange seemed to agree with Slaanesh, his laughter echoing in the warp. Just for you to present me with the plan to shape this universe, I am willing to help you reclaim the power you once lost. We will become allies in the great game. Slaanesh was exhilarated. Xiange merely released his power, sealing off the torrent of words and emotions Slaanesh was emitting. Don't interrupt my enjoyment of change. Xiange made a shushing gesture, looking like a blue storm converging into a straight line, horizontally placed at the crack in the center of a larger blue storm. This is just part of the plan. Slaanesh observed everything happening within the shattered universe in silence. In the Chaos God's vision, Qinxia's location was a blank white, inscrutable even to omniscience. It suddenly understood why Xiange liked the isolated one. If your spell succeeds, Qinxia will forge a cage that will seal him off. You said you left a back door for him, what is this back door? Slaanesh's voice came through. Xiange allowed him to ask at this moment, because at this moment Slaanesh was like a mortal, flustered in the face of change and the unknown. A grand drama, a father-son tragedy, that would not unfold in another universe. Xiange gave an answer only he could hear. In the eyes of the Chaos Gods, a good show was about to begin. Snow suddenly covered an area in the very center of Dizia City. The sound of heavy objects trudging through the snow rang out. People, caught in their anger and sorrow, turned their heads to see the unknown warrior who had previously killed Qinxia emerge from the snow. Guilliman followed beside the unknown warrior. After trudging out of the snow, the two stood still, surrounded but fearless, looking directly at Angron and the gladiators. You killed my father. My beloved. Angron roared, suddenly stuffing Sharish's ashes into his mouth and swallowing them, then drawing two chainsword axes and pointing them at the two uninvited guests. Qinxia silently took a step, placing both hands on the sides of his helmet. With a hiss, the helmet was removed, revealing Qinxia's true face to everyone. When this face appeared before his eyes, Angron immediately lowered his axe, his face filled with disbelief, his voice stammering, Father, you, how could you? Guilliman, standing behind Qinxia, heard this and immediately stepped forward 2 paces to examine Qinxia's face, feeling it was unexpected, yet not entirely unexpected. Qinxia held his helmet under his arm, smiling, I am Angron's father. Angron's father is a somewhat cruel person. He uses thunderous methods to deal with problems and always adheres to a set of values and causality from an ancient Terran civilization. He also has desires. But his greatest desire is not to enjoy through his adopted son's psychic abilities, but to save. He will naturally shoulder the burden of salvation. Qinxia described himself in the third person. However, Angron didn't hear a word of it. He merely stumbled forward, reaching out to Qinxia, immersed in the joy of reunion. Qinxia took the Primarch's hand, placed it on his own face, and smiled as he looked at the Primarch. Father, the Primarch called out. I am not your father, nor are you my adopted son. Qinxia still smiled. You are just an unlucky fellow raised by demons, and our two universes aren't even the same. You are not my Angron, my adopted son. You are just a Slaanesh daemon prince named Angron. These words left Angron quite stunned. Qinxia's words, spoken with completely opposite gestures, actions, and tone, were exceptionally cold. And even colder words followed. Angron's outstretched hand was grabbed by Qinxia, and psychic power flowed from the Primarch's arm throughout his entire body. Yuchuka saw what was happening and stepped forward to try and stop him, but was blinded by the strong light emitted from Angron's body. The Prince of Pleasure was disintegrated by Qinxia's psychic power, suffering the same fate as Sharash. Ash, like snowflakes, scattered in the air. Qinxia suddenly seemed a bit dazed, raising his hand to catch a few specks of ash. He remembered how the Primarch had shown no offensive moves right before he was killed. Although this Prince of Pleasure Angron was not the adopted son Angron, the Lord of Nukria Angron, who had experienced so much with Qinxia, because the two were identical, even their expressions were the same without the butcher's nails. Qinxia still felt a touch of sadness. You killed your adopted son. Yuchuka stood before the gladiators, roaring at Qinxia. Did you not hear a word I just said? Qinxia gently turned his right hand, all the ashes in his palm scattering. I didn't kill my adopted son, but someone raised by demons. You're just making excuses, like a high knight on trial for his evil deeds before a public execution. Yuchuka drew his sword. Qinxia was silent for a few seconds. His reaction was to retrieve his spear and the serious sword from the warp and grasp them in his left and right hands. I've seen Angron in worse states, for example, branded with the butcher's nails, turning into a super killer. Qinxia walked towards Yuchuka, so I have no love for an Angron not raised by me. Yuchuka charged at Qinxia. Yuchuka, who had been enhanced and transformed into a space marine, was impaled by the spear as soon as he got close to Qinxia. The gladiators rushed towards Qinxia one after another. Qinxia charged left and right, slashing, hacking, and stabbing. He used no psychic power, only his close-quarters combat skills, to slaughter the gladiators. The noose Ryans swarmed him. Qinxia still used no psychic abilities, relying solely on his physical body and weapons to kill groups of people charging at him. Guillemon only now reached Qinxia's side, fighting alongside him, using his weapon to cut down one charging person after another. The sound of a spear piercing flesh rang out. Qinxia was about to kick away the person impaled on his spear and then go kill the next group, but the impaled person suddenly spoke, "God Lord." The familiar voice made Qinxia turn his head sharply, only to see Sartre, who had met Qinxia in Dizia City earlier, holding the spear shaft, his face full of disbelief. In Qinxia's universe, he was hanged by a high knight. In this universe, he did not die, just like many others who would have died in the uprising war were still alive. But Sartre died under the spear of the God Lord he revered. You, why did you destroy our paradise, why did you slaughter us like a high knight? Sartre's questioning voice first became a weak murmur, then a hysterical cry mixed with disbelief and unwillingness. Your God Lord is a demon. Qinxia forcefully thrust the spear forward, its tip piercing Sartre's chest and pinning him to the ground, the entire spear supporting Sartre's body. You are too. Qinxia kicked Sartre away. The corpse was kicked away, tumbling a few times in the air before growing pincers and claws, then landing deftly and pouncing towards Qinxia. All the noose Ryans currently attacking Qinxia and Guillemon were also undergoing Slaanesh demonification. The entire universe was already in tatters, its reality structure so disintegrated as to be non-existent. The noose Ryans hadn't turned into demons only because Slaanesh wanted to preserve such a bonsai, but now that the bonsai was being destroyed by intruders, he no longer wished to keep such a toy. While the battle raged within the bonsai universe, Slaanesh and Xianch were also fighting. You went to all this trouble just to watch a play. And you tricked me into thinking it was to create a psychic cage for Qinxia, his exclusive six-ring daemon realm. Slaanesh finally understood. A purple storm and a blue storm, entwined and battling each other. I really did create a cage, but the way to break the cage is for him to personally kill the Angron in this universe. Xianch cackled while fighting Slaanesh, besides, this is just part of the plan. The bonsai universe suddenly changed. The entire universe, which looked like a glass sphere, began to grow feathers. Xianch's previously laid spell was being thwarted by Qinxia's method of killing Angron, but it also activated the spell, allowing it to take effect in another way. Endless Xianch daemon armies poured out of the bonsai universe, entering the center of Slaanesh's realm and wreaking havoc. I will reclaim my power. With a single flash and maneuver, Xianch repelled Slaanesh, annihilating countless greater demons in Slaanesh's realm. That includes the power of curiosity. And this is only part of the plan. Chapter 624, Old Friend. While Qinxia was fighting in Slaanesh's realm, in an unknown corner, something Qinxia would never have guessed was happening. Eldrad Ulthran, the seer of Ulthwi Craft World, was moving along the secret paths of Slaanesh's realm, formed by concepts of secrets and secrecy. The old seer carried all the good things he had collected since birth. A soul stealth device used by the old ones to manage the warp. A divine amulet crafted by Vol, the god of artisans among the Ildari pantheon, in ancient times, which incorporated the concept of non-existence. A creation made by the last old one, the creator and father of the Hrud, to isolate the influence of chaos before he left his nurtured race to fight chaos. These three were the most important items. Other various creations used to enhance power, protect the soul, ancient artifacts, and armor, there were so many that they couldn't be counted. At this moment, Uslan, empowered by these creations, looked like a nouveau riche who had even replaced his teeth with gold ones. Thanks to these creations, Uslan was able to move stealthily through Slaanesh's realm to carry out the mission of rescuing Isha. A divine artifact crafted by Asurion, the lord of the Ildari pantheon, floated before Uslan, guiding him to Isha's location. Otherwise, just finding her would have sent Uslan on a fruitless trip to Nurgle's domain instead of directly to Slaanesh's realm. The gods are in a chaotic battle, as always. A gem was embedded in Uslan's right eye, and the gem reflected the entire warp. This was also an old one's creation. Without this creation, Uslan would have been corrupted just by witnessing the aftermath of the Chaos God's Great War. After advancing a distance and nearing Slaanesh's palace where Isha was, Uslan suddenly stopped. The old seer witnessed a shocking scene. He saw a familiar figure suddenly burst out of the glass sphere suspended in the very center of Slaanesh's realm. Qinxia. Qinxia was covered in blood. After leaping out of the glass sphere, he was noticed by the Xianch and Slaanesh demon armies clashing around him. The greater demons immediately lunged at him. The two chaos gods were still fighting amongst themselves and hadn't noticed Qinxia, but Qinxia was within the battle range of the chaos gods. The aftermath swept through the center of the realm. Demons near the chaos gods wailed and were annihilated. Qinxia, however, raised a psychic barrier to withstand the aftermath of the two gods' battle, using his psychic powers to bombard the nearby demon armies and the two chaos gods. Although this was as ineffective as hitting a titan with a trebuchet, Qin Xia was extremely enraged. He pushed through with his psychic barrier and charged back into the gods' civil war. How is he here? Besides marveling at how exceptionally powerful Qin Xia had become after completing several trials, the old seer was even more puzzled as to why Qin Xia was here. He remembered what he had said when he met and conversed with the Lord of Mankind upon entering the warp and Slaanish's realm. Qin Xia would never agree to enter Nurgle's domain to save Isha. Aslan. If you are truly willing to sacrifice everything to fight chaos, then please go yourself. I promise you, if you do this, I will do my best to promote an alliance between humanity and the Ildari. The Emperor said this. So Aslan agreed, I will rescue Isha, and then attribute this merit to humanity, because only then can we promote the union of our two species. Aslan's recollection ended. In just an instant, the old seer understood why the Emperor had deceived him, making him come to the warp even though Qin Xia had already agreed to save Isha. Damn Neos! Aslan growled, he sees me as a threat and wants me to die here. However, now was not the time for reckoning. Aslan immediately calmed himself. Not only did he regain his composure, but he also decided to keep the Emperor's perceived threat and plot to kill him to himself, pretending not to know, lest the great endeavor that could have been smoothly promoted after Isha's rescue be ruined. Then Aslan quickly thought and observed. Qin Xia was still venting his anger at the two chaos gods, but he wasn't neglecting his main task. Although he didn't go to find Isha himself, he sent the Old One's creation, the Watcher, to rescue Isha. So Qin Xia was drawing the attention of the two chaos gods, creating an opportunity for the Watcher. By the time Slaanish realized that he had not only been tricked by Xianch but was also about to lose Isha, it was too late to turn back and attack Qin Xia or intercept the Watcher. Qin Xia teleport away. Aslan also prepared to teleport away, but he couldn't just open a portal in a demon realm brimming with chaos power. He could only return the way he came, to the edge of Slaanish's realm. The old seer advanced for a distance. It went relatively smoothly. Slaanish and Xianch's demon armies were fighting fiercely, and no demon noticed Aslan, who was covered in ancient artifacts. However, things quickly became complicated. Kern and Nurgle noticed the war between Xianch and Slaanish. The other two chaos gods suddenly descended into Slaanish's realm and joined the melee. Their respective demon armies also entered Slaanish's realm. Nurgle's demons were forcibly driven by their father god to spread plagues, destroying the beauty and joy within Slaanish's realm. Kern's demons, on the other hand, engaged in mad slaughter. Slaanish's demons, kill. Xianch's demons, kill. Nurgle's demons, kill. Kill, 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 kill. A bloodthirster named Cabanha happened to descend near Aslan and collided head-on with the old seer emerging from a secret passage. Initially, Cabanha didn't notice Aslan, because Aslan, under the protection of psychic creations, looked like a shadow. But the psychic shockwave generated by the four gods simultaneously clashing and fighting each other surged forth, temporarily paralyzing Aslan's artifacts for an instant. Man and demon looked at each other, a brief silence, then battle began. Aslan wielded an Old One's artifact, which glowed, scorching Cabanha. But more and more greater demons descended around them, bypassing the suppressed Cabanha and charging towards Aslan. Chaos existed in the past, present, and future since its birth, so the Old Ones also encountered chaos during the war in heaven. They created many things to fight chaos, but most of them did not survive, let alone be found and used by Aslan alone. Among Aslan's Old One's artifacts, only one could scorch demons, the others were for isolating corruption and hiding his identity. The latter was useless when Aslan and the Kern Greater Demon came face to face. Kern's demons quickly overwhelmed Aslan. The old seer fought desperately amidst the horde of demons, but it was still in vain. Until he was struck down by another greater demon named Skarbrand. Aslan unleashed a psychic shockwave, staring directly at the axe blade, glaring at the demon with hatred. However, no matter how powerful the seer's psychic abilities were, facing a greater demon in its full power within the warp was still futile. Kern's axe was about to fall. But a bolt of lightning fell before the axe. Powerful thunder descended from the sky, emitting a deafening blast that echoed throughout the realm. A large area of demons around Aslan was instantly cleared, turning into a milky white substance that surged and converged into a vortex. Kern's demons were still preparing to charge at Aslan, but then a figure descended from the sky, blocking Aslan's path. The old seer frowned as he looked. The person appeared to be just an ordinary human, not particularly strong in physique. He wore black armor. His left hand held a broken chainsword, and his right hand held a long sword clearly of Ildari make. Lightning crackled around him, and currents surged across the surface of his armor. Flames trillions of times hotter than a star burned on his body, yet they did not harm Aslan in the slightest. You are. Aslan scrutinized the person before him. The newcomer faced countless Kern demons, yet he actively walked forward, answering Aslan as he went. You don't need to know who I am, because this may be the only interaction we ever have. I just saw you, and instinctively wanted to save you, it's that simple. Because. The newcomer suddenly raised his chainsword, then thrust it into the ground. Flames and lightning surged outward, clearing the charging demon army. Countless demons turned into milky white souls, converging into a soul storm. And the newcomer was the eye of the storm. You are an alternate universe counterpart of an old friend of mine. The newcomer said. On the other side. Qin Xia had already returned to the reality universe, teleporting out from the White Knight's great library. The thinkers had been waiting there for a long time. Seeing the teleportation gate open, they immediately rushed forward, ready to control the Ildari mother goddess, Isha. Earlier, when Xia broke out of the bonsai universe and attacked Slaanesh, Isha was rescued by Watcher Kong. Seeing the alien warrior charging towards her, she stood frozen in fear. He came out of the demon realm. Isolate the great library, prevent corruption from being brought into reality. Suddenly, someone shouted loudly. They were 2 Grey Knights from the think tank unit who had returned from 10,000 years in the future. At this time, they were in a non-insane state, so they came to assist with some matters. The great library was sealed. But just as a think tank was about to seal the gate, Angron suddenly pushed the door open and walked into the library. Father. Kamas was reaching out to remove Xia's helmet, preparing to purify it. And Xia, hearing his adopted son's call, showed a look of surprise on his face, which had just emerged from beneath the helmet. That damn tyrant instigated you to save an alien god. Angron came before his adopted father, checked him over, and after confirming he was all right, his tone softened slightly. He told me about this himself, then instigated me to persuade Uslan to also enter the warp. Uslan also went to the warp. Xia was stunned. Angron nodded. Xia looked at his adopted son, not thinking about Uslan, but about the other Angron he had just seen in the bonsai universe, and then about what he had done to those people. However, before Angron could find it strange, Xia changed the subject. I saved some people. The pocket universe was opened. Some space marines and Nusryans rescued from the bonsai universe entered the reality universe. Anamaus and Gilliman were not released, they had to stay for a while. This was originally a small matter. But when those humans and space marines were released, they quickly became extremely disoriented, and then went mad. Their state of madness was exactly the same as the 2 Grey Knights. What's wrong with them? Kamas used psychic power to control the madmen. Xia's eyes widened as he looked at everyone, remaining silent for a long time. He suddenly realized something. The state of these madmen indicated one thing: the problem of intermittent soul-body separation did not only occur in those who traversed extremely long periods of time. There was another possibility for the 2 Grey Knights going mad due to intermittent soul separation. That was, they came here from another universe. Chapter 625, Cosmology. We might not have come here from 10,000 years in the future. The 2 Grey Knights transmitted their thoughts to Xia via psychic power. Xia had already guessed this possibility without their reminder. Angron and the thinkers began removing Xia's armor. Soon after, Erebus also arrived. After the Sutha campaign, the White Knight Lord had kept him by his side, and he remained on the White Knight as a religious advisor. He was perfectly suited to help cleanse the armor of the 2 warp energies it had accumulated. Take them to be settled, Tethys ordered a think tank. All the maddened individuals, bound by psychic power, were forced to gather again, queuing before the gate. Xia stood still, pondering the series of questions that had just arisen in his mind. There were 2 possibilities for the 2 Grey Knights' madness: first, ultra-long distance time travel, and second, like the other madmen, going mad because they came from another reality universe. Ultra-long distance time travel would cause intermittent soul separation. The Emperor and Malkador had mentioned this after learning of the 2 Grey Knights' existence, so it was definitely one of the reasons. The newly discovered reason, however, made Xia's imagination run wild. If the reason for the 2 Grey Knights' madness was that they came from another universe, Xia thought, then I must not have traveled through time either, but rather, after the Kern demons attacked the ship, I traveled through the warp into this current universe. The universe and timeline where he was adopted by the White Scars and then intercepted by the Grey Knights still existed and had not been altered by anything he had done in the current 30K universe. This is just one of 2 possibilities, a Grey Knight said telepathically. It doesn't mean we necessarily came from other universes. These individuals who went mad from crossing universes don't necessarily share our fate. Just speculation. Xia ended the discussion, temporarily pushing many doubts to the back of his mind. Thinking about the current situation, Xia suddenly remembered what Angron had just said: Uslan also went to the warp? So, where is he now? A rift suddenly opened in the great library. Uslan, holding the Old One's artifact, created a channel that pierced through the veil, entering the reality universe. The light of the Old One's artifact dissipated, and the old seer knelt to the ground, quickly removing his helmet and tossing it aside while spitting out a mouthful of blood. As he spat blood, Uslan used his hands to hold back his hairband and cuffs, trying his best to prevent blood from staining his elaborate attire and hair. Child. Isha, who had been silently observing the situation from the side, immediately stepped forward. Apart from the Ildari Mother Goddess, no one else stepped forward to help Uslan. As Isha, the goddess of life, approached her child, the internal injuries the Kern Greater Demon had inflicted on the old seer in Slaanesh's realm completely healed. His spirit and will, which had been constantly eroded in the realm, also recovered, and he looked as vibrant as ever. Goddess Isha. Uslan quickly got up and saluted his deity in the Ildari manner. The eyes of the humans present shifted between Isha and Uslan. Isha didn't look much different from an ordinary Ildari woman, just with more pronounced Ildari features, such as an elongated face and a sharp chin. It was only when Uslan had just called out the goddess's name that everyone was reminded, this person who entered reality with the White Knight Lord and Kong was a deity. An alien deity. I just saw you emerge from Slaanesh's realm, Isha inquired. Her voice was extremely melodious to human ears, and the power of the goddess of life also caused many miracles. After hearing Isha utter her first syllable, the scars left on the thinkers from years of campaigning disappeared. Erebus's brain nerves, damaged from his suicide attempt years ago, gradually began to recover. If Qinxia hadn't foreseen these conditions and used his psychic power to protect the triumph ropes on everyone's backs, then the triumph ropes, a symbol of honor, would also have been healed and erased by Isha. Nothing, my goddess. Aslan did not mention being tricked into Slaanish's realm. Nothing. Isha was not a strong-willed deity. Seeing that Aslan had no intention of answering, she stopped asking, simply stroking Aslan's forehead and healing him once more. My goddess, they saved you. Aslan turned to look at Qinxia. Isha bowed to Qinxia and the watchers beside him. Goddess of life, can you? Qinxia looked at the two grey knights. Isha could tell at a glance what was wrong with the two grey knights. Their souls are in a time and space that rejects them, but it doesn't matter, I can help them reshape a body that conforms to the current time and space. The goddess of life raised her hands. The two grey knights were immediately enveloped in green life energy. Before they could refuse help from the alien deity, the goddess of life had already reshaped their bodies. Their souls no longer intermittently separated from their bodies, and the two were finally able to act rationally at any moment. Isha then waved her hand, reshaping the bodies of the maddened mortals. The mortals gradually calmed down, and in the psychic vision, their souls no longer flickered within their bodies. Thank you. Qinxia bowed to the goddess, then held up the pocket universe. I would like to invite you to enter here. This is for your safety. Both Nurgle and Slaanish are very likely to try to snatch you back at all costs. Isha looked at Aslan. The latter nodded silently, I will be at ease with you there. Isha bowed again and stepped into the pocket universe. A moment later. Only Qinxia and Aslan remained in the great library. After everyone else had left, Aslan suddenly slammed his fist on the desk. Ildari flesh was naturally strong, and even without activating his psychic power, Aslan's punch cracked the platinum plating. Qinxia already knew what Aslan had experienced and could understand his feelings, so he remained silent. Wu. The old seer took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled. Qinxia had expected him to complain to him or blame the emperor, but he didn't. When Aslan exhaled that turbid breath, it was as if all the hatred and resentment had been exhaled, and a polite smile appeared on his handsome face. You went to Slaanish's realm yourself, Qinxia initiated. Of course. Aslan turned around, leaning back against the desk. Evrain hasn't grown up yet, and my followers are too weak. Besides me, who else could enter the realm to find the mother goddess? Qinxia stood with his hands behind his back, expressionless. Aslan thought Qinxia had a prejudice against him, so he spoke, perhaps in your eyes I am a schemer, but this schemer and all the other unfortunate souls stand on the edge of a cliff. When it's my turn to jump, I won't hesitate for a nanosecond. Without a doubt. Qinxia nodded. Aslan lowered his head and fell silent, his mind constantly replaying the person he had seen in the realm. I almost died there. A person descended from the sky and saved me. He held a broken chain sword in one hand and the sword of the crone in the other, Aslan said. He was filled with lightning and fire, looking no different from a mortal, yet possessing godlike power. It couldn't be a Citan, could it? Qinxia said. At the same time, he recalled something. He had once read a novel where a rogue trader merged with a void dragon shard. This rogue trader could use the power of the void dragon shard, and then this invincible rogue trader was stumped by a riddle during his adventures. I am the answer, what is the question? No, not entirely a Citan, Aslan said. Regarding his identity, the person didn't explain much. Only after saving Aslan did he explain many theoretical concepts about the reality universe. That person said that the warp envelopes countless reality universes. Before the Big Bang, the reality universe was a field of ether. This ether is the same basic substance as the warp. Chaos erodes the reality universe to return the universe to ether and merge it into the warp. Not only does the warp devour reality, but reality also devours the warp, using ether to proliferate more of itself. In the beginning, when the warp was calm, only one reality universe existed. Then, the war in heaven occurred in this reality universe. The war in heaven would affect the fate of countless realities to come. The will of the original universe created another universe, one where the war in heaven did not happen. Aslan's eyes held doubt as he spoke. He didn't believe that the reality universe had its own will. Will, soul, self-awareness, these were all things with a warp-like nature. The reality universe should be a stagnant pool, just as in environments where warp energy does not permeate reality's structure, objects have no souls, no supernatural events occur, and the will of living beings can never influence matter. However, Qinxia was certain that the reality universe did have its own will. The will of the universe might not be as miraculous as a warp deity, but it could influence certain things, such as connecting causality and arranging Erebus to prevent the emperor from ascending to godhood. Both the original universe and the other universe are original, they possess conceptual power that can, in turn, profoundly affect the warp. Then the gods were born, and they manipulated the first separated universe to unleash the war in heaven. And then, the reality universe began to split infinitely, constantly proliferating itself to prevent the destruction of all realities. Aslan took several deep breaths. These things were very new to him, as he had not known that many universes existed. The person who saved you, Qinxia said, did he come from the first original reality universe, or the first universe that was split off? I asked that question too. He said he was too lazy to investigate it, Aslan said. Qinxia nodded. Dwelling on that matter was indeed pointless. His goal is to slay the four gods, Aslan added. Every demon is a part of the Chaos God's essence. The four gods can create countless demons, but as long as one of them is completely annihilated once, it means a tiny shred of the four gods' essence is missing. Then by continuously killing demons to eliminate the four gods. Yes. He calls this method the path of God's laying, and he has just embarked on this seemingly endless path of God's laying. Path of God's laying, a good name. Qin Xia thought that if he were to come up with a name, he would probably call it, Super Pro Max plus Alpha Omega Ultron Operation. This universe we are in is very likely the original one, whether it was the first reality born or the first separated universe born, it is extremely important, Aslan said. Judging by how you can extract the power of the gods by performing certain rituals, it's as I expected. We must do more. Unite and prevent humanity from providing sustenance to the four gods. We have to do this. Aslan mumbled. Qin Xia nodded after hearing him, then said, the Emperor tricking you into the realm. Let's pretend it never happened, Aslan shook his head. Your rescue of Isha must be packaged as assistance from one race to another, a glorious and righteous act, without any blemish. Otherwise, Isha's appeal will diminish. Qin Xia thought the same. Chapter 626, Karma. The think tank fleet remained in Kamarak, alongside the main Imperial fleet. The news of humanity rescuing Isha was spread far and wide by Aslan, ensuring all Eldar would eventually learn of Isha's rescue. The Emperor and Aslan's judgment was not wrong, rescuing Isha would become a good cause, leading to good effects. The reciprocation arrived at the end of the first month after Isha returned to the reality universe. Kamaraka's central district. The estate that once belonged to the largest cabal was now the palace of the goddess of life. Treasures plundered from numerous races adorned the audience hall, making it resplendent. The Emperor stood in the audience hall, with the Eldar goddess of life, Isha, beside him. Custodes Captain Valder, the Primarchs who participated in the destruction of Kamarak, and Qin Xia, who rescued Isha, stood to the Emperor's left. Aslan stood beside Isha. Before them was the first Ark World envoy delegation to arrive in Kamarak with goodwill and reciprocation. Qin Xia observed these envoys. They were led by a farser, and their most distinctive attire feature was the green representing Isha, with the crimson heart engraved on their chests where their Ark World's emblem was usually displayed. Mother Goddess. The envoy delegation knelt before Isha. Isha gently raised her hand, allowing her children to stand. They come from the Isha's prayer Ark World, loyal followers who still believe in you, Aslan said, approaching the delegation and introducing the Lilith to Isha. Currently, among the many Eldar Ark Worlds, only one explicitly worships Isha, Isha's prayer. As for the Dark Eldar, the residents of Kamarak, they didn't believe in Isha before its destruction, but rather worshipped the war god Cain. Cain had humiliated Isha before the fall of the Eldar gods, and even if Kamarak hadn't been attacked by humans, the Dark Eldar wouldn't have given Isha any regard. Praise the warrior who saved the mother goddess. The farser looked at Qin Xia and bowed. Qin Xia slightly bowed in return. We will await the mother goddess's command. The farser then looked at Isha. Perhaps in this era, your faith has waned, but we still adhere to the beliefs of our ancestors. We will guard you. Aslan immediately interjected. The Isha's prayer Ark World took immense risks, sacrificing many to break through the webway routes guarded by our Dark Eldar kin, just to be the first to meet you. Isha was speechless, covering her face and sobbing with emotion. Seeing the goddess of life sob, Kogura squinted at Qin Xia, his left eyebrow slightly furrowed, as if to say, is this Xeno-god a crybaby? I thought she only had divinity, like the Emperor. Qin Xia shrugged, saying nothing. Angron, being able to perceive the emotions and feelings of the Isha's prayer Ark World envoys, could understand why Isha was crying. In an age where the faith in the goddess of life had long declined, an Ark World, merely hearing of Isha's return, paid a bloody price just to be the first to guard the goddess. This was Isha's rallying power over her followers. But unfortunately, this might be the only Ark World that genuinely worships Isha. Humans, the Isha's prayer farser took out a square box, a device crafted from wraith bone. Inside this is a map of routes explored by our Ark World's ancestors. As the attitudes of other Ark Worlds towards you are currently unclear, for diplomatic reasons, we cannot also give you the route maps that other Ark Worlds have given us. The Emperor extended his hand, and the wraithbone device floated up into his grasp. Angron looked at the Emperor, wanting to remind him of something. The Emperor now had to say something to these Eldar. The reason was that the envoys from the Isha's prayer Ark World encountered many other Ark Worlds on their way, and those Ark Worlds entrusted them to use their audience with Isha to gauge the human Emperor's attitude. No matter how inarticulate the Emperor was, he should speak now. However, Angron didn't need to remind him at all. The Emperor extended his hand, and the wraithbone device floated back into the farser's hand. Your Isha's prayer Ark World is very weak. If you hand over the webway routes you control, it will likely invite attacks from opponents. We humans saved your mother goddess, but this is not a transaction to exchange Isha for webway routes, but humanity's first extension of a helping hand to a sentient species with a shared fate. In my eyes, I see this meeting as a beginning, farser. The beginning of two races walking together into the future, together confronting terrifying enemies. The Emperor's words echoed throughout the hall, his gaze, imbued with steadfastness and goodwill, appearing exceptionally sincere and sacred against the golden light. Hail to you, Lord of mankind. The envoys performed the Aquila salute like humans. Then the Isha's prayer farser was silent for 2 seconds before asking the Emperor, but my people hold prejudice against you, so? No race is without prejudice against another, the Emperor said, his tone gentle and tolerant. In ancient times, my people would divide themselves into different ethnic groups, warring with each other. Among two groups of people with identical genes, one group would seek to exterminate the other. But was this meaningless? Not so. Fundamentally, my people in ancient times did not kill each other because of different ethnic groups, but to contend for interests, for survival, for better survival, or for other material conditions conducive to survival. Individuals are weak, so individuals need to find common ground with their kind, use common ground to unite others, form a collective, and contend for interests. All ideas that can unite individuals will become tools to achieve this goal. Then, in the space age, greater enemies and interests emerged, and my people were able to unite. Those old cultural and ethnic ideas were replaced by the grander collective concept of humanism. Siding with one's own and attacking others, unity, contention, these are the foundations for a sentient species to establish itself. The Emperor paused, giving the Farser time to understand and ponder. He then continued speaking. Farser. Humans and Eldar are like humans entering the space age back then, facing new existential crises and an imminent ideological choice. The chaos threat is a danger to our entire reality universe. Should we construct this new collective concept of reality beings, or continue to kill each other? Just because you think we are an inferior race, and we think you are detestable Xenos, so we keep killing until the entire reality is shattered. After listening to the Emperor's words, the Isha's prayer Farser suddenly recalled the war in heaven. The old ones spared no effort to spread life, treating every newborn race with love and peace. Was the reason for this merely because they were all naturally white lotuses? Probably not. Goodwill and morality alone are unlikely to consistently drive a large collective like a race to do something. The effect of these positive qualities on a race would only be like humanity in the Golden Age. People with good moral qualities built utopias for Xenos across the universe, while evil people sought to exterminate all life, including humanity. Perhaps the old ones had foreseen the birth of chaos, foreseen chaos becoming the great enemy of all reality beings in the future, and thus they wanted to shape a community of reality beings, with their race leading by example. If this were true, the old ones' racial sublimation was certainly not just on the physical level, not just becoming gods who could turn the tides with a flick of their hand. They wanted to unite all reality beings to defend reality. As a result, this ideological sublimation of all reality beings was shattered by a group of Xeno Emperor Xeno Overlord slave-owning races and a group of star gods who only knew how to eat. He really has a point. Angron relayed the Farser's thoughts to his foster father. Qinxia pondered for a moment and found it to be true. For reality beings, for the reality universe, such slogans seemed too grand and would have been ignored before, but now everyone faced the existential crisis of chaos. Just like the humanism currently practiced by the Imperium of Man, it would have been completely ignored in the pre-space era. Who the hell would care about such miscellaneous things when they couldn't even leave Earth? But when humanity entered the space age, encountered Xenos, and needed to colonize worlds beyond the solar system, the humanism currently practiced by the Imperium would naturally emerge. Thought, originally an abstract spiritual existence, becomes concrete when the thinker has a realistic foundation, including needs and crises. The Emperor really didn't live all these years for nothing. Qinxia couldn't help but sigh. I will convey your words to my kin. The Isha's prayer Farser bowed again. This is not my original idea, but something Farser Eldrat Ulthran, my close friend, and I discussed many years ago. The Emperor looked at Uslan, a smile on his face. Uslan, holding his helmet, bowed and smiled as well. The Isha's prayer envoy delegation bid farewell and departed. Isha was taken back to the pocket universe by Qinxia. The others successively took their leave. When only Qinxia, the Emperor, and Uslan remained. The smiles on the latter two's faces instantly vanished. Uslan turned and walked away. The Emperor turned his head, looking out the hall window at the dark Kamarak. After this, those among the Eldar who are inclined to cooperate, the Emperor said, will take practical action, come to Kamarak, or lobby other Ark worlds. They will also transform from silent individuals who dared not speak into eloquent ones who can use certain facts as evidence. Until their opponents find out you almost got Uslan killed, Qinxia said. The Emperor was silent for a moment. You have no idea what happened before. As Qinxia was also about to leave, the Emperor suddenly spoke. Uslan wasn't the person you see now from the beginning. He was initially someone who believed all other sentient species should be exterminated by the Eldar. He had the means, the resolve, he was the kind of person who, on the battlefield, would rally a group of deserters to countercharge, and then be the first to carry a satchel of explosives to die with the enemy. That's why he had charisma, a rallying cry. Under his persuasion, 90% of the Eldar were united by him, preparing for an extermination campaign against humanity. The Emperor gritted his teeth as he said this. Ultimately, the chaos threat isn't as great for us as I told that Isha's prayer Farser. What do you think Uslan will do when the chaos threat is no longer a threat one day? If I hadn't forcibly taken Uslan to the Moros Stargate back then to show him chaos, he would be our number one formidable enemy, not an ally. Hearing this, Qinxia said nothing. He thought that since they were temporarily allies, they should cooperate instead of trying to harm each other. What if Uslan was petty, and this good beginning of rescuing Isha instead became a reason for the Eldar and humans to go to war? You always say I overemphasize the future, and thus become muddled, Qinxia said. The only difference between you and me is that you emphasize the past. The Emperor remained silent. Qinxia no longer continued the topic, but instead asked about another matter. What did you send Quadrant to Mars for? To let him, the Emperor mused, to let him lead an operation, to hone his abilities beyond scientific research. What operation? To find a Golden Age ship. Qinxia knew that the Emperor's reason for sending Quadrant to Mars was definitely not as simple as finding a ship. This might be a fact, but it was just a pretense to deflect. Qin said no more, turning and leaving with the rustle of his cloak. Chapter 627, Death of Integrity. On the other side of the galaxy, the cruiser Hunter, equipped with a Duchulcha engine, appeared with a bright flash in a desolate star system. Probe waves swept over 2 dead worlds, and news that 2 former human colony worlds had been destroyed by virus bombs was transmitted to the cruiser's command deck. Sir, 2 colonies have been destroyed by the Death Guard. A mortal officer stood up to report. Varus stood outside the holographic projection, his arms crossed, his entire body encased in think tank Terminator power armor, ready for battle. The chief librarian, the Lord of Seekers of Secrets, had already perceived the situation in the star system and thus ignored the mortal's report. The Death Guard are truly hard to kill. The Emperor's children in the 11th Legion were annihilated, but they not only survived but also scattered across the Imperium of Man. Not the Death Guard, but traitor Space Marines. It's all the same thing. The mortals whispered among themselves. Varus also ignored the whispers, staring at the star system map, deep in thought. When the White Knight Lord entered the warp, the Seeker of Secrets left the webway, piloting a cruiser equipped with a Duchulcha engine to perform the task assigned to the secret unit when it was established. He was now searching for ancient weapons. Wielding the Sword of Sarum given to him by the White Knight Lord, he used the Sword of Sarum's ability to locate all weapons created by the human race for his search. However, the ancient weapon that had been located was now also targeted by the Death Guard, leading to a battle between the Seeker of Secrets and the Death Guard, in which half a company of the Death Guard was scattered. Now Varus faced 2 choices. 1. Continue searching for the ancient weapon. 2. First pursue and annihilate the Death Guard to prevent them from causing greater destruction to the Imperium of Man. After pondering, Varus ordered, leave a beacon here that can navigate to the Pharos lighthouse, and let the Imperial Navy handle those Death Guard. Then where is our next destination, sir? The captain asked. Varus did not answer, turning and leaving the command deck. The Lord of Seekers of Secrets strode down the corridor. All mortals on the way immediately pressed themselves against the wall to make way after hearing the heavy footsteps of the Space Marines. As he passed a fork in the path, 20 thinkers who had completed their rest emerged in formation, silently following behind Varus. They were all members of the Seeker of Secrets, and like the White Knight of the think tank unit, who specialized in dealing with demons, they were all battle-hardened veterans and psychic elites. The group entered a secret chamber. After the bulkhead closed and all the thinkers took their positions around the preset magic circle, Varus summoned the contract demon. The Sword of Sarum in the contract demon's hand was drawn, and surging demonic power filled the entire secret chamber. Varus raised the long sword, then plunged it into the ground. After a flash of blood-red light, which would have spread throughout the star system but was intercepted by the thinkers within the secret chamber, a supernatural phenomenon occurred. Blood seeped from the magic circle, floated into the air, and converged into a star system map. Celestial bodies and starships were all encompassed within the star system map. This ancient starship will appear in star system 3091 after 4 Nuceria days, Varus pointed to the star system map. One think tank immediately teleported out of the secret chamber, and after the Sword of Sarum was sheathed and taken back to the warp by the contract demon, the think tank teleported back. The starship has begun its voyage to star system 3091. The Duchulcha engine warped space and time. The cruiser Hunter appeared silently in star system 3091. Psychic vision, a step ahead of the probe waves, revealed the entire star system situation to Varus. Varus first saw an Adeptus Mechanicus battleship. The initial end of the boarding torpedoes trail was the Adeptus Mechanicus battleship's port side, and the final end was a starship not far from the battleship. That starship looked very different from the starships of the current Imperium of Man, with a streamlined structure, and its size was probably equivalent to a Tempest-class frigate. It was also impossible to tell what weapons it had installed. When this ship was built, it probably didn't even have concepts like port and starboard gun decks. Silent targeting of the Adeptus Mechanicus starship, Varus ordered from the command deck, then opened a teleportation gate. Teleportation gates appeared throughout the cruiser Hunter, and 20 Seeker of Secrets thinkers teleported into the strange starship at the same moment. Adeptus Mechanicus Space Marines, led by a priest, were fighting near the boarding point. Space Marines armed with Harud flintlocks formed a battle line, focusing their fire on the green skin pouring out from nearby corridors. Combat servitors provided fire support for the Space Marines. The more agile modified servitors weaved through the gunfire, assassinating the largest of the green skin. As both sides were locked in fierce combat, the Seeker of Secrets thinkers descended near the boarding point. First, 4 thinkers silently appeared on the firing lines of the Adeptus Mechanicus Space Marines in various corridors, one hand raising a psychic barrier behind them, the other facing the surging green skin. Simple and direct psychic spells like psychic lightning or flames burst forth, clearing an entire corridor from end to end. Then the remaining 16 thinkers teleported out, forming a circle around Varus. Varus walked out from the center of the circle, accompanied by a psychic think tank, and both walked towards the priest commanding the operation. When Varus arrived in front of the priest, the psychic think tank placed 2 fingers of his right hand on his temple, unleashing a storm of fear among the greenskin with his psychic powers, forcing the greenskin to flee. The crisis at the boarding point was resolved, and Varus stopped. Report the situation. The priest heard the Space Marines in front of him command him. We accidentally received news of this ancient starship, so we came to capture it. The priest performed the Cog Mechanicus salute. It's that simple, as you can see. Traitors among the Death Guard are also searching for this starship, Varus said. Now return to your starship and withdraw. This starship and the traitors who will soon arrive will be handled by us. The priest sneered, are you the think tank unit of the World Eaters? Varus was silent. We are here on the orders of the Quadrant Sage, the priest said. He and your White Knight Lord are close friends. I don't believe you wouldn't consider this relationship. The White Knight Lord ordered us to take over the work here. Varus's words made the smile vanish from the priest's face. The priest choked for 2 seconds before speaking. This ancient starship's machine spirit is not easy to tame, you might need our assistance. All right, Varus nodded, turning and moving forward. The priest saw the thinkers who had just teleported out disappear again, and then the screams of Greenskin came from other places. The thinkers were surrounding the corridor where Varus was, constantly teleporting and using psychic spells to clear the nearby Greenskin, creating an unhindered operational environment for Varus and his companions. What the priest had originally planned as an operation lasting several months was now expected to be shortened to 1 solar hour. After advancing for a moment, the group arrived at the central position of the ancient starship. The priest deciphered the airtight hatch, then opened the door and walked in after Varus teleported into the center. What presented itself to the modern people was a room about the size of a battleship's operations room, with no cluttered instruments or equipment, only a few seats. Smoothness was Varus's first impression of the place. The floor and walls were all reflective. Detecting intrud. An armor system alarm sounded in Varus's ear. The next second, the power armor's communication device was shut down, and all functions used to assist in combat were also completely halted. The Adeptus Mechanicus priest next to him collapsed to the ground, his body paralyzed, and the rest of the Adeptus Mechanicus personnel were fixed in place like puppets, because all their various implants were shut down. The think tank Terminator used psychic energy as its power source, otherwise, Varus and his companions would also have been fixed in place. 0010101110. The priest's unmodified mouth could still move, chanting a binary canticle. Seeing Varus merely watching, the priest cursed, "Don't just stand there. Go get the holy oil and incense and chant the canticle with me to soothe the machine spirit." "I'm afraid it's useless." Varus scanned his surroundings. "Indeed, it is useless." A feminine electronic voice echoed through the room. "Look at these wretches, prostrating themselves and chanting, thinking such actions can make me stop controlling their abominably inferior implants. Meaningless." Among the Adeptus Mechanicus personnel, the priest's apprentice, a person who had not undergone much modification, gradually broke free of control. His mechanical legs separated from his joints, and he crawled around the room with incense and holy oil. "Look at him. Oh, this poor little wretch." The electronic voice sounded again. "Your ancestors once used science to make the entire universe bow, yet you act like tribal shamans from before Christ, whose first reaction upon seeing their ancestors' inventions is to pray and perform a ritual dance." Varus could guess that this voice was the abominable intelligence, or AI, of the starship. Ancient starships usually had AI, and the forge engine found by the White Knight Lord back then was the same. The current strategy was only to find a way to use an ancient artifact to clear the starship's AI, then use the cruiser to capture the starship and leave. Varus reached out and pulled a chip from his armor's storage compartment. This was one of Nusaria's ancient relics. Before the Seeker of Secrets left, Brown found Varus and gave him this item. But just before Varus was about to act, a think tank's report entered his mind. After hearing the report, Varus put away the chip, thinking it would be better if he could subdue this AI, because the AI itself was an ancient treasure that the White Knight Lord might find useful. The reason Varus was so optimistic was that a think tank had found an ancient human sleeping in a stasis pod. This ancient human was teleported over by the think tank. "My love." The electronic voice sounded again. "The stasis area was damaged by those Xenos, and I thought you." "I'm fine, Kona, I'm fine." The ancient human, referred to as my love by the AI, appeared to be a captain. He turned and extended his hand to Varus, saying, "I've read the logs, they saved us, so they are not enemies. Treat these modern people as guests, Kona." The Adeptus Mechanicus personnel gradually regained their ability to move, the AI was no longer invading any modern person's devices. Sorry. The captain stepped forward to help the Adeptus Mechanicus personnel up, apologizing each time he helped someone. However, what the captain said was not the imperial language, and others did not understand it. "Sir," Varus suddenly heard the voice of the hunter's captain in the communication channel, 3 Death Guard cruisers have appeared in the star system, they are heading for this ancient starship. Hearing this, Varus asked the captain, "Is your starship a battleship?" "What?" The captain was stunned. "Of course not. My Death of Integrity is just a freighter." The AI enabled simultaneous translation, and only then did others understand what the captain said. Varus was a little disappointed, then instructed the captain, "Have your AI control the starship. After my ship opens a clear path, you can follow. If you have defensive capabilities, like shields or something, activate them quickly." After giving instructions, Varus raised his hand to summon psychic energy, preparing to teleport the entire freighter near the hunter. "Don't show off your witchcraft tricks," the AI began to activate the starship's functions. "Although I am a freighter, I am still a freighter of your ancestors." The Death of Integrity fired a tractor beam at the 3 Death Guard starships. The beam's effect was not merely traction, even the time within the tractor beam's range was accelerated, so the 3 enemy ships were instantly flung into the star. Seeing this, Varus looked at the Adeptus Mechanicus priest. Greed flickered in the priest's eyes, along with fear and lingering apprehension. The captain seemed to be able to see the outside world through some device on the starship. After observing the 3 enemy ships, he asked Varus, have your enemies developed technology to transform living organisms into starships? No, Varus shook his head. The AI named Kona projected a series of information and data in front of the captain. The Death Guard's starships were invaded by Kona before entering the star, and various data from their information archives were extracted. The AI then condensed some key information to display to the captain. This has military information, the captain indicated to Varus to look at the projected information. Varus looked and found that this group of Death Guard had received a mission, to attack an Ildari Ark world with this ancient starship after capturing it. The Lord of Seekers of Secrets thought of what happened before he left the webway, which was the White Knight Lord going to rescue the Ildari god. Now that god should have been rescued, and cooperation between humanity and the Ildari was progressing. So the purpose of these Death Guard was very clear, to disrupt the cooperation. But Varus also felt it was unlikely that these Death Guard's information would be so well informed, perhaps it was merely a coincidence that they were going to attack an Ark world. In any case, this information should be reported. Return to the webway, Varus turned and ordered. Chapter 628, Man-Machine Love. A small fleet of 3 ships advanced along the channel opened by the Duchulcha engine, heading towards the nearest webway entrance. Inside the Bridge of the Death of Integrity, a Golden Age cargo ship, the captain spoke to his wife. Humanity has fallen to a degree we can hardly imagine. As you can see, my love, they transform their own kind into war machines to replace the Iron Man, a servant species. Those biological weapons called Space Marines must dedicate themselves to war, just like the Iron Man, and be good biological weapons. No one cares about their thoughts, their self-awareness, no one cares about their deserved rights. They are essentially deprived of their personhood, and they even take pride in it. Kona's voice was calm and cold, yet clearly contained emotion. The captain merely shook his head after hearing this. We are lost in time, 10,000 years in the future. Modern people need help. Regardless, they are still humans, and according to Federation law or the most basic moral requirements, we must help them. At this moment, the bridge's airlock door opened. Varus stepped onto the bridge, stopping at the door. The captain turned to look at the think tank, scrutinizing him from head to toe. It seems that in modern times, us natural people have to fight in place of the Iron Man. Varus did not answer, merely observing the captain. Just now, he suddenly recalled the White Knight Lord mentioning such an ancient ship. It was a cargo ship with a kind captain. The captain got lost and ended up in 40K. To warn modern people of an impending crisis, the captain went to a human colony. Then he died. Killed by modern people. Afterward, the captain's beloved AI turned dark, determined to avenge her loved one. Now, it seems this ship will not only appear 10,000 years later, but has also appeared now. You show no signs of augmentation or modification, Varus said coldly. I've seen people from your era, their bodies were strong enough to survive in the heat of a star for quite a while before dying. Those should be augmented humans from certain corporations, the captain explained with a smile. Don't assume there was any standard for things in that era. For example, that people from our era should all be uniformly augmented in a certain way, that's not the case. As curiosity showed in Varus's eyes, the captain continued, chaos was the main theme of that glorious human era. For example, today a group of people arrive on your planet and build your hometown into a utopia, and then tomorrow another group of humans comes to exterminate you. Varus nodded. You don't seem to have intermittent soul dissociation, even though you came from the Golden Age. Intermittent soul dissociation? I like that term. I thought you would call this soul ailment possession, the captain pointed at Varus, then explained, we had this soul ailment in my era, and people found ways to treat it. My genes would change according to the spatio-temporal structure, allowing me to adapt to any space-time. It's that simple. Varus frowned. It's that simple. Even if you modern people don't have this technology, if you lock up people with intermittent soul dissociation for a while, they can gradually adapt to the new spatio-temporal structure. It's not a terminal illness. This statement from the captain made Varus fall into deep thought. Then the Seeker of Secrets Lord said, but I have 2 predecessors who still showed symptoms of madness even after decades of adaptation. Haha, that's impossible, the captain shook his head. Simple spatio-temporal maladaptation wouldn't cause madness decades later. Believe me, I'm very certain about this. Varus lowered his head in thought. He had heard the White Knight Lord recount the origins of 2 Grey Knights. If the captain's words were true, then those 2 Grey Knights must not have simply traveled from the future and contracted intermittent soul dissociation. Where are we going next? The captain asked. Into the webway. You should know what the webway is. Then you will be properly arranged, and perhaps even have the honor of an audience with the Emperor, along with others from your era. An audience with the Emperor? Your modern ruler? That's good, I happen to have something to warn you modern people about. What is it? Regarding warp entities, supernatural phenomena, and spatio-temporal structural scars. Varus had learned some ancient vocabulary from the Forge Engine engineer, so he understood that the engineer was referring to warp demons, supernatural phenomena caused by increased warp energy, and warp rifts like the Eye of Terror. We modern people already know about these things, Varus said. But thank you for your good intentions. The captain paused, then nodded, thinking about what else he could do for modern people. Regarding AI technology, for example, the AI you use, is it still possible to create it in modern times? Varus asked. Before meeting the captain, Varus had spoken with the priest, read the priest's mind, and knew that the Emperor had secretly authorized the Quadrant to search for the death of integrity, and the reason for the Emperor's authorization, to find a way to create AI. That priest was the one personally authorized by the Emperor, while the Quadrant was merely waiting for the death of integrity to arrive at Mars to study the AI. Of course, this can be replicated. Perhaps you modern people lack the corresponding materials and technical foundation, but that doesn't matter, the captain replied. My ship carries an AISTC template. I'm not sure if you know what that is, but you can create AI using this thing. That's too much of a coincidence, isn't it? Varys was somewhat incredulous. Some coincidences always happen, the captain looked up at the ceiling, sighing. Back then, a short, thin, middle-aged man with bronze skin gave me a large sum of money to carry the STC template around. At that time, I never imagined I would coincidentally get lost and end up 10,000 years later. Varys took a deep breath, feeling something both unexpected and logical. The two remained silent for a while. Until Varys, out of extreme curiosity, broke the silence with an unrelated topic. This AI named Kona is your lover. How could you fall in love with a pile of program code? The captain smiled. It's quite normal to fall in love with an AI whose behavior is influenced by pre-programmed routines. I'm just a pile of cells whose behavior and personality are influenced by biological hormones. Our only difference is that it's silicon-based and I'm carbon-based. Varys was silent, deep in thought again. The three warships continued towards the webway entrance. After entering an Imperial star system, a ship docked in the local spaceport suddenly sailed towards the hunter. Varys teleported to the command deck and established communication with the newcomer. After several flashes of the double-headed eagle emblem, a face that Varys could barely dream of appeared on the communication panel. It was Theseus, one of the people the Gene Father regarded as siblings, assigned by the White Knight Lord to manage the Human Historical Research Institute, an intelligence organization. You have indeed returned to the star system, Theseus said, with the World Eater's Legion emblem pinned to her chest. My people said they sighted Qinxia's subordinate ships in this star system, so I came here to wait, and indeed, I waited for you. Madam Theseus, Varys saluted by bringing his hand to his chest. I was just about to enter the webway entrance to return to the White Knight Lord. Meeting you is another great gain of my journey. How is the suppression of the rebellion progressing? Theseus asked. Varys immediately relayed everything that had happened from the moment the think tank fleet disappeared for 7 months and returned to the reality universe, until he left the webway, to Theseus. Theseus already knew some of these things. The research institute had not ceased its activities during the storm. Agents from the institute had even personally gone before Qinxia, providing information assistance during the rebellion's suppression. We are currently busy with webway affairs. The rebellious faction has quieted down, and apart from a few Death Guard, no other rebels have appeared in our sight. Also, there's one more thing. The White Knight Lord said that 11 did some things before he was killed, and this might be related to the Emperor's technology for shaping Primarches. Varys concluded. There are some secret laboratories on 11's home world, but they are no longer relevant. Seeing Varys look puzzled upon hearing no longer relevant, Theseus continued to explain. 2 months ago, the Institute and Malkador's people worked together to blow up 11's home world, using a psyker bomb. Whatever was there is gone now. If it weren't for the storm still raging and no webway routes to 11's controlled territory, you would have known about this sooner. Varys was greatly surprised. Even today, when the White Knight Lord no longer constantly put out fires, 2 intelligence departments actually collaborated to destroy the 11th Primarch's home world. It's a long story, but for you, you only need to know the result. Theseus said, slowly lowering her head, and suddenly sighed with emotion. We also planned an assassination attempt on Fulgrim. Even before he rebelled with his legion, Malkador's intelligence agency's personnel deployed on Chemos had already discovered signs of the Primarch's corruption. At that time, I also happened to be active on Chemos, so I arranged for people to assassinate Fulgrim with Malkador's people. It failed. Many people sacrificed themselves in places you all don't know about. Agents, assassins, infiltrators. The causality of this will probably remain sealed in the archives forever, with only me and Malkador's intelligence chief on Chemos knowing the detailed process. Varys hadn't expected such things to have happened in hidden corners. Theseus took a breath. In short, Chief Varys. When you return to Qinxia, please report 2 things for me. Varys listened attentively. First, the Institute and Malkador's agents blew up 11's homeworld with a psyker bomb. Whatever was there is gone, but we don't rule out that 11 might have left behind other contingencies elsewhere. We are still investigating, and thanks to the Pharos Lighthouse, we can finally connect our personnel in other regions. Second, it's not about our assassination attempt on Fulgrim. It's about another participant in the rebellion, specifically the involvement of some Space Marines from the Alpha Legion in the rebellion. In the destruction operation against the 11th Primarch's homeworld, our enemies included Alpha Legion warriors. However, not the entire Legion rebelled. Most of them, including their Primarch, remained loyal to the Imperium and assisted us in that operation. Varys remained expressionless but was extremely surprised in his heart when he heard that there were rebels other than the Death Guard and Emperor's children. But madam, why? How could rebels emerge from the Alpha Legion? I remember this legion was like a special intelligence legion directly under the Emperor and Malkador. They should be more loyal, he asked. I don't know. Alpharius, the Primarch, merely told me the facts and then disappeared with his sons. Theseus transmitted a video footage file to the hunter. Varys immediately reviewed it. The video footage documented the entire process of Institute agents, under the cover of Malkador's agents, installing bombs on the 11th Primarch's homeworld. They did encounter Alpha Legion Space Marines. This legion would normally conceal their identities, and the reason they were discovered was that one of Malkador's psyker agents read the souls of the corpses. Then, in the final stage of the operation, Alfarius, the Primarch, personally appeared leading troops, emerging from who knows where. Alfarius mentioned that there were rebels in the Legion, and then he ran off again. Don't worry, madam, Varus signaled the mortal officer to save the data. If there are any orders from Qin Xia, you can find my people here, Tasius said. This is where the light of the Pharos lighthouse shines brightest in all the star systems of the Eastern Imperium, so it is our operational center. Varus nodded. The webway entrance in the current star system was not the only entrance in the sector where the search for the ancient ship was conducted, there were more entrances very close to where the Death of Integrity was previously found. But Varus still chose to leave and enter the webway in this star system because, as Tasius said, the light of the Pharos lighthouse could be seen here. If the Duchulcha engine failed at a critical moment, they could still navigate by the Pharos lighthouse. Chapter 629, The AI Project. 1 solar month later. Kamarak. A towering spire in the city. Qin Xia entered the very bottom of the spire, holding a document in his hand. In the spire's main hall, 100 custodians stood in a circular formation, guarding the spire's entrance and exit. Custodes Commander Valder stood in front of the 100 custodians, motionless like a statue, staring straight ahead. The custodians guarding this spire indicated that it had become the temporary residence of the Lord of Mankind. As the most powerful psyker in the history of the human species, the Emperor did not need anyone to protect him, nor did he need to leave his flagship, the Emperor's dream, to find a place to live on Kamarak. Their choice to select this spire as a temporary residence was more of a political statement. Where the Emperor himself resided was the Imperial Palace, it was Imperial territory. Humanity was declaring to all Eldar who had arrived or were about to arrive that Kamarak would belong to humanity, or at least a part of it. As Qin Xia stepped into the spire's main hall, the custodians nodded in unison, and Valder, who was at the very center, made way for him. Qin Xia entered the teleportation platform leading to the top of the spire, instantly arriving at the spire's summit, 2,000 kilometers above Kamaraka's surface. At the entrance to the only room on the summit, 13 elite custodian warriors, the best of the best, guarded the entrance. They all wore the Custodes' unique Aquila pattern Terminator power armor. These 13 custodians made way when they saw Qin Xia. As he pushed open the heavy door with his psychic powers, Qin Xia subconsciously scanned the entire room. The room wasn't large, only about 30 square meters. Although luxuriously furnished, the lighting was very poor. The Emperor and Angron were both in the room. The Primarch, as always, was at odds with the Emperor, so he stood by the window, bathed in the warm light from outside, his back to everything in the room. The Emperor, on the other hand, sat in the corner of the room, on a black sofa in the shadows. He wasn't wearing his gleaming golden armor, and his eyes weren't glowing. He looked like nothing more than a thin middle-aged man, about 1.7 meters tall, unremarkable, and plain. Qin Xia interpreted the Emperor's appearance as relaxed. This might not have been the first time the Emperor had removed his armor and dropped his psychic disguise, but it was definitely the first time he had done so in front of Qin Xia and Angron. Perhaps the success of the Webway project and the minor impact of the Primarch rebellion had made the Emperor feel that he was finally seeing the light of victory, causing him to become a little more amiable. However, the Emperor sitting in the shadows also gave Qin Xia the feeling that he was being amiable in secret. The light divided the room in two, one side was the warm light where Angron was, and the other was the shadows and darkness where the Emperor was. And Qin Xia, who had found a random place to sit, was half in the warm light and half in the shadows. The priest sent by Quadrant to find the Death of Integrity was ineffective. If my chief librarian hadn't coincidentally found the same ancient vessel as him, the operation would likely have failed. Qin Xia tossed the document onto the table. The Emperor looked at the document, flipping through the pages with his psychic powers and reading the contents. The document recorded Varus's entire process of searching for the ancient vessel Death of Integrity, as well as his return with the ship, and most importantly the Death of Integrity, a small Golden Age cargo ship, contained an AISTC template. The Emperor shifted his gaze, and the document abruptly closed and ignited. There's another matter, Qin Xia said. Varus reported to me that rebels within the Death Guard will attack an Ark world, likely intending to disrupt our ongoing cooperation plan. They have already succeeded, the Emperor said softly. Yesterday, Uslan sent me a psychic message that news of an Ark world being massacred by humans has spread. Qin Xia pursed his lips, then remained expressionless, not at all surprised or nervous. But the Eldar are not fools. They know that it was traitors from our race who attacked them, and their demand is for us to dispatch a joint extermination fleet, the Emperor said. Therefore, this matter will not affect the progress of cooperation. We can also use this joint extermination fleet to gather a webway route, which is a win-win situation. Qin Xia suddenly frowned in thought. Human traitors attacking an Ark world could be a major incident or a minor one, the key was whether any Eldar who strongly opposed cooperation with humanity had fanned the flames. Since no Eldar had used this incident to cause trouble, it indicated that the cooperation plan was indeed progressing smoothly, and the positive impact of Isha being rescued was greater than expected. The Emperor stopped discussing the Death Guard, his gaze projecting from the shadows onto Angron. There's a webway entrance on your Nuceria border. That route was secured the day before yesterday. I want you to return to your kingdom immediately and push forward the relocation plan. First, relocate 100 billion people from the star system where the webway exit is located into the webway. After that, everyone will use the experience from this event to begin larger-scale webway relocation operations. The Emperor commanded. In the Lord of Mankind's webway project, humanity would relocate into the webway, not merely use it for faster than light travel. And before Qin Xia entered the room, the emperor had already discussed this with Angron. Angron believed that this matter could not be rushed, because 100 billion people were to be sent into the webway, and they would have to familiarize themselves with an Eldar webway city. During this period, production and daily life would likely be impossible. Moreover, stuffing the populations of several planets into one webway city would first require moving in the administrative system, and migrating bureaucrats and governing bodies was not that simple. This was also why Angron, when Qin Xia entered the room, stood with his back to the emperor in the warm light, looking like he had just been angry. You asked me earlier how to effectively manage hundreds of billions of people during the relocation plan. I didn't answer you then, but now I can give you the answer. Manage them with AI. The emperor's words reached the Primarch's ears from the shadows, making his expression particularly complex. The Primarch remained silent for 2 seconds before saying, "You're not forbidding AI anymore. The webway is a safe environment, AI and Iron Men will not be affected by the warp, and I possess a technology that can ensure that incidents like the Iron Men rebellion will not happen again," the emperor said. That technology will make AI less intelligent, but absolutely reliable. For mortals, even the most inferior AI is better than bureaucrats, and their efficiency and management capabilities are stronger than the living AI governor descendants you've appointed, the emperor added. I understand these things, Angron said, walking over to Qin Xia. It's just that prohibiting AI is one of the Imperium's core tenets. A sudden 180-degree turn now will likely cause governing turmoil. The Primarch's body no longer blocked the light by the window, and the light shone on the emperor's face in the shadows, his firm nose intercepting the light from his left half-face. The Primarch and Qin Xia saw determination and coldness in the emperor's left eye. Now, whoever opposes AI dies. The light seemed to not only divide the emperor's face along his nose but also separated the emperor's past and present. Malkador began monitoring all members of the Imperial Parliament, including Sionus who remained on Terra, even before the search for the Death of Integrity operation began. Once news spreads that we are using AI in the webway, no one who publicly expresses opposition to this action will remain alive. Hearing this, Angron and his foster father exchanged glances, both of them curling their lips. By the time we are as familiar with the webway as the Eldar and can begin implementing the webway relocation plan across the entire Imperium, the existing governing system will be insufficient to complete this process in a short time. This is why we need AI. And after all humans have relocated into the webway, the existing governing system will be even less capable of ruling an interstellar empire with stable faster-than-light travel capabilities. Malkador and I have long had plans to deal with them. They'd best not give us an excuse in this matter. The emperor added. Hearing this, Angron and Qin Xia exchanged glances again, both thinking, the emperor really doesn't consider us outsiders. Then Malkador's intelligence agency had better be reliable enough, Angron said. This is a reversal of 2 fundamental tenets of the Imperium, from prohibiting abominable intelligence to promoting AI, and from human xenophobia to coexisting with the Eldar. This will create a huge number of opponents. Humans do not exist for these 2 tenets, these 2 tenets exist for humanity's existence. Don't get the order reversed, the emperor said, as if educating Angron. When the time comes, the prohibition of AI and the hatred of Xenos must be pawns that can be discarded at any time. Hearing the emperor speak to this extent, one could also infer from his words that he had made many preparations, as long as this matter wasn't rushed and full of loopholes. Angron looked at his foster father again. His foster father remained silent, indicating that he agreed with the emperor, and his previous gaze and micro-expressions were more like complaining. By the way, what is the current situation of the Alpha Legion and their Primarch? Does Malkador know? Qin Xia changed the subject, bringing up the Legion with an extremely low sense of presence, and his Primarch brother Alfarius, whom Angron had not yet met. There are rebels among them, the emperor said. This is the only information Malkador has. No one knows why there are rebels. Qin Xia fell into contemplation. Even in the original Horus Heresy timeline, why the Alpha Legion rebelled, or even whether they rebelled at all, none of it was ever clear. These people were like Siench, causing trouble just for the sake of it. Why do you know about the Alpha Legion? The emperor suddenly asked. My people reported it. Also, they blew up Eleven's homeworld with Malkador's agents, Qin Xia replied. Hearing his foster father mention my people, Angron realized he was referring to the Human Historical Research Institute. This organization was initially a truly academic organization, intended to investigate Nusaria's ancient history, at most storing some secret ancient data. Later, followers of the Divine Sovereign cult, and intelligence workers and scouts from the Uprising War, joined this organization after their retirement. Coupled with Qin Xia appointing Tisius to manage it, it gradually transformed into Qin Xia's exclusive intelligence agency. Even as the warp storms raged, the Institute still found ways to operate, and Tisius even blew up a Primarch's homeworld. This was the proactiveness of people. The Emperor did not expend any energy on the intelligence agency matter, instead rising to make arrangements. Angron, return to your Nusaria to carry out the webway relocation plan. I will remain on Kamarak, ensuring we can obtain more webway routes from the Eldar. And Qin Xia, I hope you can go to Mars. Qin Xia was not surprised that the Emperor wanted him to go to Mars. A month ago, asking the Emperor why he sent Quadrant back to Mars was merely to verify a conjecture in his mind, and now the Emperor was effectively confirming it himself. Quadrant's role on Mars ultimately had only one purpose: to replace his mentor, the current Forge Master General of Mars, Kyle Boer. Who will handle the Alpha Legion matter? Qin Xia asked. Leave it to Malkador and your intelligence agency, the Emperor had already planned. If Alfarius remains loyal, and only a portion of his personnel are rebelling, then this is not a problem at all. The Emperor did not say that even if Alfarius was disloyal, their one legion would not be a problem. At that time, he would have Angron go to each legion's location one by one, cleansing the Alpha Legion warriors lurking among them. Once the webway route to the Alpha Legion's location was obtained, the Imperial Navy could be deployed at any time to annihilate this legion, which specialized in intelligence work. Matters on Mars require careful consideration. The Emperor finally instructed. What we are doing now is the same thing, all for humanity to smoothly relocate into the webway. Mars, being so close to Terra, is of paramount importance because they have the ability to destroy Terra's webway entrances and exits. So do not delegate others to go in your place, and then you go to some other place to put out fires. His pupils glowed golden as he stared at Qin. I wouldn't trust anyone else to help Quadrant with the Mars matter. Except for you. Chapter 630, Mars Lone Army. Time point, when the Terra webway was successfully formed and operational, the Emperor recalled Qin and ordered Quadrant to go to Mars. Quadrant took a transport ship to his own Mechanic Ark, the Gloriana-class battleship later built by the 11th Legion. This battleship was Qin's farewell gift to him. After the transport ship entered the battleship and stopped in the newly built laboratory's flight channel, Quadrant and the custodes accompanying him entered the laboratory. As a scholar, Quadrant first inspected the laboratory. The environment was good, and the experimental equipment was top tier. Only after focusing on the laboratory did Quadrant begin to consider why the Emperor had brought him to Mars. What exactly does your Majesty want me to do on Mars? After much thought, Quadrant considered many possibilities. Since he couldn't be sure, he decided to ask the custodes who had escorted him to the ship. A custodes shield captain squad. Leading this squad was a custodes shield captain, and judging by the various marks of honor on him, he was a veteran who had followed the Emperor since the Unification Wars. The entire shield captain squad was also composed entirely of veterans, which indicated they were a hastily assembled, elite team, temporarily put together to protect Quadrant alone. The custodes stood with one hand on their halberds and the other holding large shields, looking at Quadrant with their heads held high and chests out, saying nothing. What is your name, sir? Quadrant asked the shield captain. The captain remained silent. May I just call you captain? Quadrant asked. Yes, a muffled reply came from beneath the captain's helmet. Can you tell me what my mission on Mars is? No. Did someone tell you not to tell me? Yes. Quadrant sighed helplessly, standing still, and began to think again. He really didn't want to leave the White Knight and return to Mars. The impression Mars had left on him was extremely bad. Not to mention, he had left Mars after severing his master-disciple relationship with Bo. Now the Emperor's order brought him back, without even stating the reason. What exactly was he supposed to do? After some thought, Quadrant decided to just stay on this ship. Can I stay on this ship forever? He asked. No, the custodes shield captain raised his hand and pointed at the laboratory's airtight hatch, his meaning clear. Quadrant sighed helplessly once more, turned, and walked out of the laboratory. The custodes followed behind Quadrant. The group boarded the transport ship and flew towards Mars. When the reddish planet, scarred with numerous steel structures, appeared in the transport ship's viewport, Quadrant suddenly felt a surge of unease. His childhood experiences, the transformation by Bo, and the previous battle where he severed his master-disciple relationship with Bo, all the past events kept replaying in Quadrant's mind. Quadrant grew increasingly anxious, so much so that he had to control his neural implants to increase serotonin secretion, but ultimately this only led him into a state of calm anxiety. I don't understand why he wants me to return to Mars. Quadrant couldn't help but complain to the custodes. I was exiled, I was the first person on Mars to sever ties with my mentor. My reputation stinks. When we go to the surface, I'll be grateful if we're not greeted by gun barrels. Even if you are behind me, it's useless. No one will welcome you with me as they would welcome the Emperor. And this time Qin isn't accompanying me back to Mars. I'm all alone, like a soldier on the battlefield who doesn't know where his army is. Quadrant complained, his body gradually curling up, sliding from the chair into a corner of the cabin. The custodes' gaze never left Quadrant, watching him continuously, and remaining silent throughout. Finally, the transport ship landed on the surface. When the hatch opened and Quadrant looked out, he found it was very different from what he had imagined. He had originally thought that at most only a few old acquaintances would want to greet him, but due to public pressure or other reasons, they wouldn't be able to welcome someone who had killed a Forge Master General. But now, outside the cabin, there were not only those few old acquaintances, but also hundreds of other people, mostly priests and even 2 high-ranking officials dressed as tech priests. Welcome, Tech Priest Quadrant. Welcome, Tech Priest Quadrant. Servitors with track-modified legs and speaker-modified mouths slowly drove past the crowd, their cold welcoming words continuously emanating from them. Quadrant stood up and walked out of the cabin, the custodes following behind him. 3 people he had met during the Harad campaign were the first to approach Quadrant, performing the cogwheel salute and offering binary greetings. Quadrant recalled that, at Qin's suggestion, he had given these 3 a gift, the secondary authorship of papers and technical data related to the anti-Harad entropic field technology. Other faithful also came forward to perform the cogwheel salute and offer greetings. Tech Priest Quadrant, thank you for the technology you shared, it earned me an academic title. Welcome back to Mars, Tech Priest. Your shared technology has benefited us. If you have no assets on Mars, you may share my assets in laboratory. Tech Priest, I come from the Forge world named Jiansu Tu. I represent the entire Forge world's envoy delegation on Mars in expressing my respect to you. After the faithful came forward, greeted him, and spoke, Quadrant gradually understood why there were so many people here. This involved something he had done during the Great Crusade. After joining the World Eaters Legion and becoming a recorder, Quadrant still continued his research work. Whenever the White Knight's think tank fleet docked at a starport, Quadrant would take the technology he had developed and find Adeptus Mechanicus personnel in the star system to share the technology. If the local Adeptus Mechanicus personnel wanted his help with any research, he would agree and quickly complete it. The reason for doing this was to get revenge on Kyle Boer. Kyle Boe was a technology monopolist, so Quadrant wanted to do the opposite of Kyle Boe. This was Quadrant's thinking. Quadrant never dreamed that the things he did to spite Kyle Boe would now gather a group of admirers, supporters, and friends for him. Among the hundreds of people before him, there were even dozens from other Forge Worlds envoy delegations, whose Forge Worlds had greatly benefited from some technology Quadrant had invented. Even though Quadrant's battle to sever his master-disciple relationship with Kyle Boe was well known, Quadrant, this generous and selfless individual, returning to Mars, had to be welcomed no matter what. This was the thinking of those who came. The technical gifts back then were nothing, they didn't consume much of my brain power. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten about it. That technology was very simple, I didn't expect you couldn't figure it out. Quadrant gave various low EQ responses, leaving the industrial zone's landing pad surrounded by the crowd. One of the tech priests invited Quadrant, who had no assets on Mars, to his home. Quadrant agreed, taking the custodes with him onto the tech priest's grav vehicle, and left the industrial zone amidst the cheers of the crowd, heading towards the Martian central hub. It wasn't until several months later that Quadrant realized what a mistake it had been to step onto that grav vehicle. Because that tech priest was sent by Kyle Boer. Several months later, Quadrant stayed in a laboratory with no useful equipment, idly standing by the window counting the distillation towers in the industrial zone outside. He was in a 10-meter-tall small building, and the courtyard outside was full of Skitarii and Holy Guard. At this time, the custodes responsible for protecting Quadrant were still watching their charge, appearing even more numb than the Skitarii outside. At first, Quadrant would ask, "Are you just going to watch me be held under house arrest?" But because he received no response, he stopped asking. If Qin Xia knew I'd been under house arrest for months, he'd definitely get revenge for me. No, he couldn't possibly know where I am. He probably thinks I'm highly acclaimed on Mars. What should I do, Qin Xia? Use teleportation technology to leave? But where would I go? Or smash those Skitarii and force my way out? If you were here, you could help me decide. Quadrant muttered to himself. He felt his life was over. Just like this, he would remain under house arrest until the end of time. Then he would become a mechanical sculpture standing by the window, looking outside, and if someone touched him, he would utter a sentence, "Qin Xia, where are you?" At the same time, he would receive this evaluation, Quadrant. An outstanding scientist. That's all. It's that simple. Bang bang. The knocking at the door stopped Quadrant's internal monologue. The door was pushed open, and the tech priest who had invited him onto the grav vehicle months ago suddenly entered the laboratory. However, upon closer inspection, the tech priest's form shimmered, and the disguise gradually faded, revealing the person Quadrant most wanted to see. "No," Qin Xia said with a helpless expression, "I thought you were thriving on Mars, parading around amidst Skitarii and various apprentices, but it turns out you were just held under house arrest for a few months." Quadrant was stunned for a moment, then restarted his visual device dozens of times, still seeing Qin Xia. The custodes finally shifted their gaze from Quadrant to Qin Xia. "Custodes Shield Captain Cole." The captain finally spoke, saluting with a fist to his chest and reporting, "Our Lord commanded us months ago to protect Quadrant's personal safety until 12 Skyde could return to the solar system to assist Quadrant in completing the task of replacing Kyle Boer as Forge Master General." Cole lowered his arm and added, "The Shield Captain Squad will await your orders, 12 Skyde." Quadrant, upon hearing these words, felt a loud boom in his ears, and his entire metal head felt faintly numb. Quadrant, who is to replace Kyle Boer as Forge Master General, Quadrant's face was devoid of expression, his visual implants showed no particular look, and his tone was as cold as a servitor's. Only his hand could be raised, pointing to himself, "Is it me, this Quadrant?" Qin Xia didn't know how to explain for a moment, and his mood was complex. On one hand, he thought the Emperor's choice of someone like Quadrant as a puppet, to prevent Kyle Boer from damaging the webway or even controlling the entire Adeptus Mechanicus, was indeed a good idea. On the other hand, as Quadrant's close friend, Qin Xia truly did not want Quadrant to become a human rubber stamp mascot. Was there a solution that would be good for both Quadrant and the Emperor? Of course there was, Qin Xia had been pondering it all the way. "Don't worry." Quadrant heard Qin Xia say to him. "Just like before, trust me, leave it to me, it'll be fine." Chapter 631, Coaxing a Child. "Why would you think I'm thriving on Mars, parading around amidst a crowd of people?" Quadrant asked. At this moment, surrounded by the custodes, Qin Xia and Quadrant sat cross-legged facing each other. There wasn't even a second chair in the laboratory, the custodes had been standing for months. "The Emperor told me he put you in charge of finding the ancient cargo ship," Qin Xia explained. "Plus, a priest told Varus that he was looking for the cargo ship on your orders. So I assumed you must have established your own power on Mars and were leading the progress of some work." Quadrant sighed and shook his head. He thought that if he were truly leading an operation as the Emperor said, he probably wouldn't have been casually placed under house arrest by Bo. Qin Xia, meanwhile, was thinking about the priest looking for the cargo ship and the Emperor's matter. Qin Xia hadn't believed the Emperor's words about what Quadrant was doing the first time he heard them, thinking the Emperor was lying. And that priest, he was clearly just using Quadrant as a front, wanting Varus to give up the cargo ship, and was not actually appointed by Quadrant, let alone acting on his orders. Tell me what you've been doing these past few days, Qin Xia asked with a smile, as if making small talk. As soon as the think tank fleet arrived at Karista, I rushed to Mars. After seeing you in my psychic vision, I immediately came, with no time to investigate anything. So Quadrant recounted his journey to Mars and then being placed under house arrest. What have you been doing during these months under house arrest? Qin Xia asked. Staying, counting distillation towers, Quadrant replied. That's it. That's it. What else could I do? You've wasted all that time with me. Qin Xia frowned helplessly, looking at the Custodes shield captain named Cole. The Custodes shield captain nodded silently, confirming that Quadrant had done nothing these past few months. You should have tried to contact those who support you. Where are your synthetic avatars? Where is your Glory Queen mechanical arc? Where is your research and technology? Qin Xia said. These are all your resources, you have to find a way to utilize them. It's no wonder you've been confined for months like a pet if you do nothing. The doctrine states that for someone of my rank in the solar system, my subordinates and flagship are under the command of the high echelons of the cult, and I myself cannot issue any orders. To hell with their doctrine. You are the White Knight Lord's close friend, you were Bo's apprentice, you have Custodes by your side, and you have a Gloriana-class battleship. Those rules are bullshit to you, you don't need to care about them at all. Saying this, Qin Xia rose from the ground and paced back and forth in the room. With each step, he spoke in a tone that was both chiding and lecturing. Even if mobilizing a Gloriana-class battleship is a very sensitive matter, you have other things you could do. Like contacting your supporters. Hearing Qin Xia say this, Quadrant spoke, my supporters? Until now, only 1 or 2 of them have come outside the house arrest location to request to see me, and they left after being rejected. They are completely unreliable, and I can't expect them to get me out. But you haven't even contacted them, Qin Xia said. What do you expect from people who have only met you once on Mars? Quadrant listened. If you had recognized the sage's intentions from the start and refused to come here, I don't believe that sage would have dared to forcibly take you away in front of so many people. Your supporters, knowing your clear intentions, also wouldn't have allowed anyone to take you away. You don't have much experience, so being tricked by the sage and placed under house arrest is nothing. But even after you arrived here, you could have tried to contact those supporters. If they knew you were under house arrest and understood your clear intention not to be, they would have found ways to mediate for you, to create conflicts and incidents to get you out of here, or at least to annoy Bo. What's the key? Quadrant, your intentions need to be clearly known by your supporters, because your supporters are just a group of people who have benefited from you. They haven't been united by you into an organization with strict discipline and hierarchy, and clear division of decision-making and execution, so they can't proactively do anything yet. Upon hearing this, Quadrant still didn't believe those supporters had any power to speak of. To put it bluntly, it was just a welcoming ceremony, with about 100 people coming to greet him at the airport. Quadrant truly didn't believe those people would do so much for him, as Qin Xia said. Do you think your supporters are completely powerless? Qin Xia continued to analyze for Quadrant. Any activity involving more than 2 people requires someone to organize it. It's not easy to gather over 100 people to welcome you. Among your supporters, someone would be the organizer of the welcoming ceremony. This person can bring together a large group of people from different technical fields, which shows that he not only has the prestige to convince others but also isn't as dull and helpless in social interactions as you are. Considering that the Master-Apprentice breakup war is already well known on Mars, and Bo, this Forge Master General, is at the height of his power on Mars, every person who greeted you when you stepped out of the cabin came under great pressure. The 100 or so people you saw do not mean you only have 100 or so supporters, rather, what you saw were the key figures among all your supporters. Their coming to greet you was by no means an impulsive act, they had the confidence that even if they came to welcome the Forge Master General's rebellious disciple, they wouldn't fear being targeted or retaliated against. Even more can be analyzed. Yet you merely wasted these past few months, never communicating with any of them. If you had wanted to do so, whether using nanorobots or remotely controlled synthetics, getting in touch with others would be incredibly easy. But you actually thought they were unreliable, not a force, you underestimated them, and then you just stayed here obediently. Qin Xia stopped pacing and looked down at Quadrant. After all this time with me, you can't even figure out something so simple. Quadrant, you must repent. Quadrant bowed his head deeply. Intermittent electronic noises with static came from his iron beak, which was Quadrant's muttering, you just said, to leave everything to you, but then you lectured me for half an hour. Qin Xia sat down, cupped Quadrant's iron head in his hands, my intention is to back you up, to offer advice, but some specific things you have to do or decide yourself. Can I drop everything to be your personal advisor, you, the future Forge Master General? Or do you think you can escape the destiny the Emperor has arranged for you, and forever just do scientific research without caring about anything else? Custodes Shield Captain Cole heard the phrase, you, the future Forge Master General in that sentence, and realized that the designation of Quadrant as Forge Master General was not only the Emperor's will but also something Qin Xia was willing to do. Cole felt that as a custodes on a mission, he could at least rest assured and not worry about Qin Xia's compassion disrupting the Emperor's plan. It was also at this moment that Cole prepared to truly obey Qin Xia's command, just as he had said upon first meeting Qin Xia. Listen, listen, Qin Xia lightly patted Quadrant's right cheek. You are undoubtedly a genius, your mind works faster than others, and you learn anything with ease. For someone like you, if you don't know what to do in your current situation, it can only mean you don't want to do the related things. When I found that you tried your best not to get involved in Kyle Bo's expertise in scientific research, I realized you were afraid of becoming like Kyle Bo, but you won't. You are Quadrant, not Kyle Boer. When you learn to fight for and wield power, to strategize and maneuver, you will be able to do more for the people you care about. Think about what you will do after becoming Forge Master General. For example, will you still make Martians live in concentration camps from birth? Qin Xia paused for 2 seconds, waiting for Quadrant to understand and absorb his words. Quadrant nodded, I understand. That's right, Quadrant, do what you should do, think what you should think, completely defeat and eliminate Kyle Boer. Qin Xia stroked Quadrant's forehead, you will completely erase Kyle Boer along with the old era he presided over. Quadrant pondered for a moment, thinking about what to do now. I need to control my synthetics to contact those who greeted me. Correct, Qin Xia nodded. This is to figure out your biggest trump card on Mars. But first, you need to make sure the people you contact are reliable enough. I don't need to remind you how to do that, do I? Quadrant closed his eyes, and his consciousness flowed into the laboratory's central control unit. Inside the Gloriana-class battleship's laboratory, the synthetics created by Quadrant quietly awoke and were successively teleported to the surface. Qin Xia saw all this in his psychic vision and initially wanted to advise Quadrant, he didn't really need to go ask those people directly, but rather to go to the data center and directly access the archives. But Quadrant had already thought of this step, and without Qin Xia's reminder, he controlled the synthetics to obtain the relevant data. These synthetics, after long periods of iteration, had gradually approached the level of Brown, the ancient stone man. They could also directly transform themselves into particles, flowing and moving along the gaps between the smallest particles. Places heavily guarded could be freely entered and exited by them. When you were persuading him, it was like coaxing a child, Custodes Shield Captain Cole suddenly said. That's exactly what it is, coaxing a child, Qin Xia said, looking at Quadrant, who had already soul-traveled. He's not as old as I am, and he's an emotional person. Cole felt only helplessness. If humans hadn't been able to enter the webway, and the Emperor hadn't needed to eliminate Kyle Bo, this unstable factor, while the webway project was underway, it wouldn't have come to replacing Kyle Boer with someone like Quadrant. Additionally, Cole was curious about Qin Xia's past. By the way, guide, what did you do before becoming a space marine? Cole suddenly inquired, you seem to handle this kind of thing with ease. Qin Xia continued to watch Quadrant, then thought and replied, technocrat, scientist, entrepreneur. I'm the kind of person who can both invent and scheme, an all-around Zuckerberg. Who is Zuckerberg? A bionic robot. Chapter 632, The True Mentor. 2 solar hours later. Quadrant slowly opened his eyes, an appendage extended to push aside his red robe, and he retrieved a box from a storage compartment near his heart. He then connected the box to his neural interface. The numerous pieces of information collected by the synthetic human through Quadrant were projected before the Custodes Shield Captain and Qin Xia. Files flashed rapidly before the 2 superhuman warriors. These 3, Quadrant said, referring to the 3 files that had just flashed by, are 3 fellow believers who cooperated with me during the Harad Annihilation War. Their insistence on crediting me in technical documents led to them being ostracized by Kyle Boer's supporters, but they became even more resolute, repeatedly mentioning their collaboration with me in public forums such as academic conferences. The 3 files detailed the experiences of those 3 Adeptus Mechanicus personnel. Mars monitors every mid and lower level Adeptus Mechanicus member, everything they say and do is recorded. Then they will be your core supporters, your backbone, your right-hand men, Qin Xia said, continuing to browse other files. It was evident from the archives that many people supported Quadrant. There were over 1,000 mid-level Adeptus Mechanicus members who publicly mentioned Quadrant and the Master-Disciple Severance War, speaking in his favor. There was even a small group of 20 registered on Mars, the God's Grace Assembly. Members of this assembly would share their technical achievements freely. Their philosophy was, the origin of technology, that flash of inspiration some people experience during creation is enlightenment and grace given to mortal flesh by the God of all machines, a manifestation of the God's love for humanity. Yet, some people claim the God of all machines' enlightenment and grace for themselves, seeking status. The God's Grace Assembly aims to prevent these things. Haha, how wonderful, Qin Xia said, rubbing his fists, feeling excited. Quadrant's actions of freely sharing scientific technology and providing technical assistance were considered utterly foolish by most, a classic example of wasting your talent and the God of all machines' grace, as Kyle Bo put it. But such actions, which benefit others, would be interpreted by others, either praised or scorned. In any society, there are always some who do things that seem utterly foolish and idealistic to others. Quadrant's actions would unite these nonconformist isolated individuals. They have faith, sacred ideals, and strict demands on themselves. Therefore, Qin Xia now thought, Quadrant's act of freely sharing technology was truly a brilliant move. There are some other things worth noting, Quadrant said. Kyle Boer has some public opponents. Quadrant then selected a few representative individuals to show Qin Xia and Cole. First, there were the envoys from other Forge worlds, whom Quadrant had met at the welcoming ceremony. This envoy, since arriving on Mars until now, has repeatedly denounced Kyle Boer in public meetings, Quadrant said. What is the attitude of others with similar status? Qin Xia stepped back 2 paces and sat on the experiment table. Among the envoys from various Forge worlds, only 20% support Kyle Boer in public meetings. Qin Xia pondered for a moment. What do you think this represents? Quadrant shook his head. It represents that Kyle Boer is doing something that involves other Forge worlds, possibly to reduce their independence, and that has met with opposition, Qin Xia analyzed with a smile. Behind every event, there must be a cause and effect. You need to analyze from the perspective of different parties or factions involved. Quadrant firmly noted this, generated several examples in his mind, then recalled past events, and understood it by analogy. Tell me about other people and events. Kyle Boer is not all-powerful on Mars, he has many opponents. One of the Archmagos welcomed me upon my arrival on Mars, but his file shows he was responsible for implementing a suppression plan against the God's Grace Assembly. In other words, this person does not support you personally, nor does he lean towards the God's Grace Assembly ideologically, yet he still came to welcome you. Qin Xia left the experiment table, walked past Cole with his hands behind his back, then turned back. What do you think this indicates? Quadrant deconstructed the essence of the matter. This indicates that the forces opposing Kyle Boer on Mars want to use me. I have value in their eyes, so they will still choose to make some gestures of support for me. Correct, and to the point, Qin Xia nodded. Quadrant thought for a moment, then shook his head. I don't think these people are my help, they want to use me. Quite the opposite, Qin Xia raised a finger. On Mars, the largest faction apart from Kyle Boer is his opponents. These people either have conflicts of interest with Kyle Boer or ideological conflicts. For example, they firmly believe the Emperor is the Omnissiah prophet, and Kyle Boer's disbelief that the Emperor is a prophet is blasphemy against the prophet and the god of all machines. What is your biggest commonality with these people? Qin Xia lowered his hand and asked softly. Having opposed Kyle Boer. Correct. Qin Xia walked up to a custodian guard, unconsciously picking at the honor emblem on the custodian guard's shield while thinking, among all the factions that have opposed or are opposing Kyle Boer, even if you organize all those who benefited from your shared technology, you will still be an insignificant force. The custodian guard whose shield was being picked at looked at his shield captain. The shield captain gave him a look that said, his current order to you is to let him pick at the shield, causing the custodian guard to fall silent. When the weak face the strong, they need to unite and cooperate. This is why they seek you out, and why you must stand with them. Using you? It doesn't matter, you can also use them. As long as everyone ultimately gets what they need, then everyone will be happy, and a world will be achieved where no one but Kyle Boer is harmed. Qin Xia stopped picking at the shield and came before Quadrant. Quadrant pondered for a moment. I think you are going to tell me about the importance of unity next. Exactly, Qin Xia nodded. The Adeptus Mechanicus's main characteristic is its decentralized nature. It is not like the Imperium, led by the Emperor, with absolute obedience to central authority. A Forge Master General is, to put it plainly, an opinion leader. How do you become the next opinion leader? Quadrant thought briefly and answered, by representing the majority on Mars. Correct. Then you must summarize all the strata and factions on Mars, consider what their demands are, and then you must appear to represent their demands and unite them, Qin Xia pointed out the window. As long as the majority on Mars approves of you as Forge Master General, then you will be Forge Master General. They will help you fight Kyle Boer, they will help you do things, and even sacrifice for you. Quadrant fell into thought again. Qin Xia continued. On a macro level, the Emperor is preparing to act against the current Forge Master General of the Adeptus Mechanicus, and others may have realized this, so they have begun to openly oppose Kyle Boer. The accumulated dissatisfaction on Mars will erupt during this period. And you, as Kyle Boer's former apprentice, having defeated Kyle Boer in the Master-Disciple Severance War, you stand firmly against your former mentor. If those dissatisfied with Kyle Boer need to find someone who can unite the majority, you would naturally be the first choice. The custodian guard, representing the Emperor's will, is behind you. Many people are gathering around you. This is the general trend. By leveraging this trend, you will accomplish something magnificent in a very short time. Tell me, after my guidance, what do you think you should do now? Facing Qin Xia's inquiry, Quadrant thought for a long time again. I don't want you to answer me now. I want you to think carefully, ponder and judge calmly, and then act, Qin Xia said. Quadrant nodded. Qin Xia, on the other hand, opened a teleportation gate. I think with your intelligence, handling these matters will certainly be no problem. I need to meet with Malkador's agents. For now, you handle these things yourself. If you really can't make up your mind, wait for me to return. Seeing Qin Xia about to leave, Quadrant felt a surge of panic again, but this time he already had a general idea and did not believe he was helpless against Kyle Boer. Seek truth from facts. Qin Xia suddenly pointed at Quadrant before stepping into the teleportation gate. What I've taught you are just theories and methods. You have to decide for yourself how to truly act. If you find that what I said is wrong while doing something, don't blindly follow one path. Boldly do what you think is right. This is seeking truth from facts. For example, guerrilla tactics are considered highly effective in any era's uprising wars, Qin Xia said. But during the Nukria uprising war, I didn't think it would be useful, because the High Knight could carry out extermination operations on individual residential areas. Fighting a guerrilla war would be certain death. So I insisted on leading the rebellion to besiege cities. Quadrant thought again, finally nodding. Qinxia smiled, then turned to face the teleportation gate. Qinxia, Quadrant suddenly called out to his friend, in my eyes, you are actually my mentor. Upon hearing this, Qinxia paused, then stepped into the teleportation gate without looking back. It is my honor to be able to mentor a Forge Master General. After Qinxia left, Quadrant spent an entire day thinking. Like a think tank, he sat cross-legged on the ground, eyes closed, immersed in his own world of thought. During this time, the custodian guards remained around Quadrant, watching him, unmoving. Cole felt that Qinxia had left too hastily, probably intentionally wanting to leave Quadrant an environment to make his own decisions, but Quadrant was, after all, a newcomer. After thinking, Quadrant opened his eyes. Cole saw that the future Forge Master General's eyes were no longer as bewildered as before, nor did they convey the I leave it all to you expression he had after seeing Qinxia. I need to leave here, Quadrant said. Aren't you afraid they'll kill you? Cole scoffed. I don't believe they would dare to fire at me in front of the Emperor's representative. Quadrant stood up, opening the door before the custodian guards. I will cut them into small pieces before they can even put their hands on the trigger. Cole followed with the custodian guards, flanking Quadrant. In the Custodes Shield Captain's opinion, letting Quadrant leave here was not the problem, the real problem was what to do after leaving. And since Quadrant now had an idea, it was time to leave. Chapter 633, Saint of Mars. The Custodes and the future Forge Master General arrived in an industrial district on Mars. This industrial district was just one of countless unremarkable industrial zones on Mars, its purpose being metal refining. The only unique thing about this industrial district was that it was the birthplace of Quadrant. Quadrant returned to this home once again after the Severance War. This hateful, pain-filled, hellish home. The priest responsible for managing the refinery had been replaced by another priest, but this priest, like the previous manager, believed he was not qualified to care about Quadrant's connection to Kylbo, only needing to care that Quadrant was a person of great attention. Thus, a welcoming ceremony was held. Sage, what are your orders? The priest performed the gear ritual towards Quadrant. Quadrant remained silent, merely walking into the warehouse and inventing and creating with the materials found there. Two things were shaped. The first was for purifying the air in the refinery. The second was for ensuring the living quarters of the refinery maintained a comfortable, constant temperature. Quadrant then spoke to the priest, deploy these two things, and let all benefit. The priest gave the order, and the servitors deployed the two devices in the refinery. You may ask, Quadrant said, the god of all machines grants you to benefit from me. The priest had long heard that Quadrant would share technology, so he transmitted a document to Quadrant, this is my ongoing implant research, and I hope you can help me. Data streams flickered in Quadrant's eyes, and then the document was transmitted back to the priest. The document had been perfected by Quadrant. All sorts of things that would have taken the priest decades to research were given by Quadrant in an instant. Praise be to you, the priest performed the gear ritual again. Praise the god of all machines, this is the will of God, Quadrant said, I wish to lead today's prayer. Of course, the priest immediately arranged. People on Mars are born followers of the Adeptus Mechanicus, and prayer is one of their few breaks during their daily complex work. When the binary hymn concluded, Quadrant rose from among everyone, and, guarded by the custodes, came before all those kneeling. After being exiled from Mars, I was enlightened by the god of all machines during my travels through the galaxy. Quadrant began. God made me see the present. I see God's grace becoming shackles for believers, I see Mars, which should have been a paradise of knowledge and science, becoming the cruelest place in the galaxy, I see scientific technology, this gift and enlightenment of the god of all machines, being monopolized by mortals and becoming a tool for their enslavement. Scientific technology, this is a gift from God, we should have used it to create a paradise on earth, but some people used them to create hell. Hearing these words, the priest in charge of the refinery was greatly shocked, because Quadrant was at this moment proposing a new sectarian theory. The priest listened silently. Only when Quadrant finished his sermon-like discourse did the priest extract the core idea from Quadrant's words. That is, all scientific technology is a gift from the god of all machines. Technology originates from the flashes of inspiration of every scientist in every era of human history, and this flash of inspiration is God's enlightenment. And scientific technology has changed the way humans live. The entire human species has benefited since the invention of the first metal refining technology, proving that the original intention of the god of all machines is for technology to serve humanity, and humanity should use God's grace to create paradise rather than a hell like Mars. This is what Quadrant said. Such words would have made Quadrant countless enemies on Mars, even Kylbo's enemies would have stood against Quadrant due to conflicts in religious beliefs. Because Quadrant was not yet a big shot and had no right to interpret scriptures. But most people on Mars believed that the Emperor was the Omnissiah, the prophet of the god of all machines in the Trinitarian faith, and the Emperor's spokesman, the Custodes, were standing behind Quadrant at this moment. The presence of these Custodes provided support for Quadrant, and Quadrant's words also implied that the Emperor stood behind him. I will reshape all of this. Quadrant spread his arms and all his appendages, starting with gifts. A transport plane entered Mars from beyond orbit, gradually descending towards the refinery. The person responsible for managing Mars airspace was Kylbo's opponent, and Quadrant knew this, which is why he dared to let the transport plane fly down. And as the transport plane descended in the sight of everyone, something unexpected even by Quadrant happened. A drop of rain fell from the sky, landing on the face of a mortal laborer. The laborer reached out and wiped away the rainwater, then brought his index finger to his eyes to check, confirming that it was rainwater and not acid rain. The rain suddenly intensified, gradually becoming a downpour. The sun still shone brightly, and there were no dark clouds in the sky except for thick, toxic industrial waste gases. A miracle! Suddenly, someone shouted. Rain on Mars was a miracle. When the Omnissiah prophet, the Emperor, descended on Olympus mountain on Mars, a torrential rain suddenly fell from the sky. The transport plane landed in the rain, and its hatch opened. Servitors dragged out boxes from the transport plane, then opened the boxes, which displayed implants and prosthetics. These were all made by Quadrant, enough to modify every laborer, to replace their original inferior implants and prosthetics. Quadrant walked to the boxes, his appendages extending various surgical tools. He first took an arm prosthetic and came before a child. The child's right hand had been modified into a pincer. Quadrant remained silent and immediately replaced the child's prosthetic arm. Then the breathing implant that made the filtered air scalding hot was also disassembled and replaced by Quadrant. After doing all this, Quadrant came before the next person, repeating the same thing. It wasn't until a full day had passed that Quadrant finished replacing everyone's prosthetics. The downpour continued throughout this period. Having done what needed to be done, Quadrant did not stand still to receive everyone's gratitude, but instead led the custodes out of the refinery. Where are you going? The priest managing the refinery immediately caught up to ask. On a pilgrimage. To Olympus Mountain, Quadrant replied, I will preach to all along the way and bring them benefits, so that both their bodies and souls may profit from me. Walking to Olympus Mountain. The priest asked in disbelief, the Martian wilderness is full of mutants and ancient machines. I fear nothing. Quadrant looked up at the sky, bathing in the downpour, for I walk with God. The priest bowed, may I have the honor? Quadrant did not hesitate, extending his hand to the priest. The priest immediately followed, stepping into the storm-ravaged wilderness with Quadrant and the custodes. And after they left, the miraculous heavy rain suddenly ceased. Quadrant walked to Olympus Mountain. Starting from an obscure industrial district refinery, he walked to the Olympus Mons caldera on the other side of the planet, the place where the Emperor descended on Mars. Quadrant passed through industrial districts, crossed the wilderness, went past forging sectors, past Holy Guard barracks, past cities. Everywhere he went, Quadrant would preach while leading everyone in prayer, and freely replace expensive prosthetics and implants for laborers and civilians, and then provide technology to Adeptus Mechanicus middle management like priests. No matter who sought out Quadrant and asked for his help, Quadrant would grant it. Whenever this act of giving grace occurred, a downpour would follow in the sky, as if the downpour was a symbol of the God of all machines' grace. Initially, this pilgrimage team, centered around Quadrant, consisted only of the custodes, Quadrant, and that refinery priest. Later, laborers, priests, Holy Guard soldiers, and even higher-ranking individuals like sages and Holy Guard generals joined. Those with technical skills would assist Quadrant when he freely replaced prosthetics for laborers. And those who could wield force would combat mutant beasts or ancient machine sentinels when the pilgrimage team traveled through the wilderness. Finally, even the monsters in the wilderness gathered, accompanying the pilgrimage team and moving forward with Quadrant. The pilgrimage team did not carry any vehicles or supplies. Whenever they reached a place, the pilgrimage team would be welcomed and supplied, and then, after completing their preaching and giving grace, they would continue on their journey. Until they were about to reach Olympus Mountain, Quadrant still had not contacted those who were willing to support him. Because those who supported him, upon learning about the pilgrimage team, would actively come to establish contact with Quadrant. At night, when the pilgrimage team camped and rested in the wilderness, Quadrant would talk around the campfire with those who supported him or were willing to assist him. They talked about faith, about Kyle Boer, about everything. More and more people gathered around Quadrant. News of the pilgrimage team initially spread in a small area on Mars, then suddenly disappeared without a trace overnight, and then suddenly became widespread, known to all Martians. Quadrant also realized that Kyle Boer had failed to successfully prohibit news about him, and Kyle Boer's opposition had begun to publicize him. Kyle Boer's opposition was also very fragmented, usually they often fought among themselves, but now they suddenly united because they found a banner that could oppose Kyle Boer Quadrant. Everyone could benefit from Quadrant, regardless of their social class. Finally, the pilgrimage team arrived at Olympus Mountain. When Quadrant, surrounded by the crowd, arrived at the top of the caldera, the place where the Emperor descended, a downpour followed him. The vanguard of the pilgrimage team had already set up a towering preaching platform here. And as Quadrant walked towards the preaching platform, he suddenly saw someone he least wanted to see. Kyle Boer. He was with a group of Adeptus Mechanicus high-ranking officials who supported him, looking up at the preaching platform. When Kyle Boer noticed Quadrant's arrival, he looked at Quadrant, my good apprentice. I didn't get a chance to welcome you when you came to Mars before. Kyle Boer just wanted to annoy Quadrant. But Quadrant had no reaction, merely walking past Kyle Boer. He knew that the Severance War was not the end of their confrontation, but rather the beginning. Here on Mars, he would face his final game with Kyle Boer, a game that would destroy Kyle Boer's mentor status along with his faction, and even the man himself. The people of the pilgrimage team followed Quadrant, walking past Kyle Boer and his companions. Kyle Boer and his entourage were like seaweed in the sea, bypassed by a school of fish from both sides, even though he and his entourage were not few, compared to the hundreds of thousands of people in the pilgrimage team, they ultimately appeared lonely. Chapter 634, Debate. Technology is the Omnissiah's gift. No one has the right to monopolize it. Somewhere on Mars. Sargeras watched the projection broadcast live from Olympus Mountain. At this time, most people on Mars were paying attention to the events on Olympus Mountain, but for Quadrant, Sargeras' attention was particularly significant. Because Sargeras was the current Forge Master General Kyle Boer's deputy, Mars's deputy Forge Master's deputy. Sargeras' 13 apprentices curled their bodies under their red robes, silently observing with their mentor. Quadrant was preaching on Olympus Mountain. He and the custodes behind him were bathed in the downpour. The rain soaked the Adeptus Mechanicus personnel's iconic crimson robes, but it also made the robes and the Mechanicus symbols on them appear even more vivid. After the sermon ended, the projection was turned off. Mentor. An apprentice stepped forward and performed the gear salute. We have managed to let everyone on Mars see this sermon. Kyle Boer failed to stop the information transmission, as you wished. Sargeras' head rotated 180 degrees to look at the apprentice. If Quadrant had half his mentor's emotional intelligence, he would be here to pay his respects to us, kneeling to show his deference. The apprentices nodded in agreement. Of course, Kyle Boer's own emotional intelligence is just as bad as his apprentice Quadrant's. He just has some tricks to win people over, Sargeras added, then suddenly chuckled. Humph 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 humph. Humph 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 humph. The apprentices also chuckled in agreement. Sargeras suddenly stopped laughing, interrupting the apprentice's laughter with a question. What do you think of his sermon on Olympus Mountain? A ridiculous statement, that's all. Sargeras' most favored apprentice spoke first. If the Emperor's envoys weren't standing behind Quadrant, Kyle Boer would have executed him on the spot for spreading heresy, another apprentice said. It seems someone guided Quadrant, making him appear less foolish, but it was meaningless. He still did something stupid. As the apprentices expressed their disdain for Quadrant, Sargeras' body rotated 180 degrees, keeping the same direction as his head. The point is he is still very young. If he becomes the future Forge Master General, the Adeptus Mechanicus will not split from the Imperium. We will be eternally loyal to the Emperor and loyal to the Omnissiah, along with our Imperial allies. As long as Quadrant doesn't peddle theories against the Imperium and slanders against the Emperor like his mentor, then he is our ally. The apprentices listened to their mentor's teachings, nodding at the same frequency at the same moment. But mentor. An apprentice standing at the very back spoke after nodding. The large number of logic units implanted in this apprentice's mind rapidly extrapolated the future. The present was but a fleeting moment in his calculations. After overthrowing Kyle Boer, if Quadrant truly intends to act according to his new theories, then we will inevitably become the opponent of this new Forge Master General. We are supporting an enemy. The apprentice stated the future he had extrapolated, and his worries about it. Sargeras, however, was completely unconcerned. That is merely an internal conflict within a new Adeptus Mechanicus absolutely loyal to the Emperor, not a confrontation between us and rebels like Kyle Boer. The apprentice nodded. As the apprentices and their mentor discussed the future of the Adeptus Mechanicus, with a greater emphasis on the interests of the Emperor and the Imperium in their words, the door suddenly opened. Two people walked in. One of them was particularly striking. She was one of the few people on Mars, like Kal, who was keen on preserving her biological body. Bronze armor outlined her graceful figure. As she entered the room, the pleasant perfume she wore spread, and its rose scent factors were analyzed by others olfactory parsers. Her name was Zess, and she had a good relationship with the person Sargeras had just seen in the projection, Quadrant. Standing beside Zess was the current Forge Master General's deputy, the Deputy Forge Master, Kane, who was also the leader of the most powerful faction among Kyle Boer's opponents. Their sudden appearance did not break the relaxed atmosphere created by the conversation. Sargeras immediately saluted Kane, to whom he was loyal. The seal-bearer ordered us to assist Quadrant, so we must assist him, no matter what he does in the future, as long as it is the Emperor's will. Kane entered the room and said to everyone. Moreover, in my opinion, Quadrant will compromise, will yield, will change, Kane added. Since both Kane and Zess had connections to Kyle Boer, they had both witnessed Quadrant's apprenticeship and growth. Therefore, when Kane made a judgment about Quadrant, and Zess remained silent, his words carried an authority that surpassed logical computation units. Humph humph humph. Kane's deputy, Sargeras, chuckled again. That is also my view. The only difference between Quadrant and Kyle Boer in terms of experience will be his loyalty to the Emperor. Kyle Boer Quadrant, loyal to the Emperor. The Olympus Mountain sermon ended. A transport ship flew in from the sky, and a sage walked out of it. The sage said something to the pilgrims, and then a person who absolutely supported Quadrant walked towards Quadrant. We can go to Olympus City to resupply. Hearing this, Quadrant turned to look beyond Olympus Mountain. In his vision, there was a giant forge city, with countless forges distributed within it. This was the largest, most magnificent, and oldest forge city on all of Mars. Some said that the very center of that forge city was where the Emperor descended, while others said that the mountain on this side of the forge city was where the Emperor descended. In any case, history was too ancient, and the truth had been lost in the long river of time. Quadrant initially wanted to refuse, but considering the large number of pilgrims and the urgent need for supplies, he nodded in agreement. The vanguards of the pilgrim procession walked towards Olympus City first. Then the entire pilgrim procession also hurried over. Quadrant and the custodes did not go with the others, but remained in place. It wasn't until most people had left that Kyle Boer suddenly appeared alone before Quadrant. And the Kyle Boer before him was the reason Quadrant was unwilling to go to Olympus City. Olympus City was Kyle Boer's territory, or, in Qin Xia's words, Kyle Boer's place of origin. Quadrant. Kyle Bo no longer disgusted the person in front of him, but simply made a gesture to invite him. Shall we talk? Quadrant did not avoid him, and followed Kyle Bo to the center of the mountain. A storm raged on Mars, the air filled with toxic industrial dust and reddish sand. Kyle Bo stood with his back to Quadrant, looking at the storm. His entire demeanor no longer gave Quadrant a feeling of being superior to him. He neither called him apprentice again, nor did he insult him as he had every time they met before. The tyrant descended here. Kyle Bo turned and pointed at the ground. The Forge Master General personally admitted a mystery, which was that the place where the Emperor descended was not Olympus City, but this mountain. Thousands of years ago, I witnessed it with my own eyes. Kyle Bo continued. That damned deceiver, the tyrant, in the rain shaped by psychic sorcery. It was still raining in the sky. Kyle Bo extended his right hand to catch the falling raindrops, paused for a second, then suddenly clenched his fist, and the water droplets splashed in his hand. In the downpour, the tyrant maintained a false, radiant image, his outstretched hand holding an olive branch, while the hand behind his back held a dagger. Beneath his gentle and tolerant words lay murderous intent. Submit to me, or I will destroy your nation with war, take everything you have accumulated, and turn you into dust. But if you submit, I can promise you false autonomy and prosperity. At this point, Kyle Bo seemed to recall things from his youth. He recalled how he was an unknown technician when the Emperor descended, and then grew, gradually seizing power. And thereafter, Mars served the tyrant's absurd goals. Countless people, from birth, had to struggle and toil in hell. The fundamental reason was not any malicious pleasure among the Mechanicu's management under my rule, but because they could not satisfy the tyrant's exploitation of Mars without working strenuously. Kyle Bo finished speaking, waiting for Quadrant to respond. Quadrant felt that Kyle Bo's attitude and language were now equal to his own, as if he were speaking to an opponent or an ally, rather than to a pet that no matter how many times I abuse you, you will still roll over when I make a kissing sound. This was not an illusion. Kyle Bo was quite in agreement with Quadrant at this moment, not because Quadrant came to Mars to seize power with the support of powerful factions on Terra and Mars itself, but because he saw the intention behind Quadrant's expression of religious views, an activity that should never be undertaken before power fell into his hands. You are lying. Quadrant calmly gazed at the Forge Master General. In the era when warp storms raged, Moravec came to Mars and declared on Olympus Mountain that a prophet would descend upon Mars in the future. Thousands of years later, the Emperor descended as prophesied. He performed the miracle of repairing a Titan on a rainy night. Even if both the rainy night and the repairing of the Titan could have been psychic in nature, his descent as Moravec prophesied is what is most crucial. And just as in the prophecy, the Emperor was a radiant leader. I did not see him, as you said, holding a dagger in one hand and extending a false olive branch in the other. He wanted to implement the Webway project, urgently completing humanity's revival. Regardless of Mars's attitude at the time, his methods would never have been outright plunder. At this point, Quadrant was speaking of history. Moravec's prophecy. The Emperor's descent. With the prophecy preceding it, the Emperor's later descent on Mars was considered the prophesied prophet. Of course, the Emperor didn't explicitly say so, but even if he didn't, a considerable portion of the Adeptus Mechanicus believed the Emperor was the Omniscia's prophet. Otherwise, coming from Terra to play God with psychic powers would be useless. Martians were not fools. Had. Kyle Bo suddenly laughed, his gaze sweeping towards the custodes behind Quadrant. The Forge Master General openly called the Emperor a tyrant and described his actions as utterly hypocritical, not even looking at the custodes, including Cole, completely adopting an attitude of laying his cards on the table. But it truly didn't matter, because Kyle Bo's attitude towards the Emperor was, if not known to all, then at least understood by those who understand. Why couldn't Moravec have been impersonated by the tyrant? Kyle Bo asked. Moravec was a saint. If you believe he was impersonated by the Emperor, then, Quadrant trailed off mid-sentence. That would mean a large part of the Mechanicus would have to be invalidated. Because Moravec had a theory, the unity of man and machine. This is the foundation of most of the current Mechanicus' religious theories. The reason most people in the Mechanicus are obsessed with physical modification and mechanical enhancement is this ancient theory, not because Martians have peculiar tastes and just like mechanical men or mechanical women. Haha. Maybe everything was a lie from the start. Kyle Bo said with a laugh, our fates were sealed from the beginning. Under a lie, we sacrificed and dedicated ourselves to a tyrant's absurd goal, and then while sacrificing, haha, we thought we had a mission, but it was all just a lie. Kyle Bo laughed as he spoke, but his expression was twisted, looking like he was crying. It's all lies. There's no Omniscia's prophet at all. Our faith only has the God of all machines and the prime mover. What do you say? Perhaps there isn't even a God of all machines, or a prime mover. We've all been played, just like them. Cole saw the Forge Master General suddenly point at him. A bunch of fools and idiots who constantly say my lord. Born into noble families on Terra, the Terrans fed their blood and sweat to these pig-headed people, only to be deceived by their absurd talk of liberation, salvation, and uprising, and sent to their deaths. These golden-skinned lackeys follow a tyrant whose humanity is unclear, truly like dogs, pissing all over the galaxy to mark their territory, claiming this is theirs and that is theirs, Mars is theirs, and some planet thousands of light years away is also theirs. At this point, Kyle Bo looked at Cole's indifferent expression and waved his hand dismissively, what Omniscia, what Moravec, it's all lies, it's all bullshit. Shut up. Quadrant's words finally showed a hint of emotion, but that was the result of his voice being amplified to spread across the entire Olympus mountain. Kyle Bo, yelled it, truly stopped his absurd blasphemous remarks. After a brief silence, Kyle Bo pointed at Quadrant, do you know why I chose you as my apprentice? Before we cut ties. Because you wanted to use me. No, because I thought you were very much like me. We both grew up in a hell, a cursed little devil. When I looked at you then, it was like looking at myself. As for your talent and abilities later, that was just an unexpected bonus. Quadrant was stunned. You are my most outstanding apprentice, without a doubt. If your close friend could spare a moment while shaping the downpour to read my mind, he would find that I truly think so. Kyle Bo continued. I sent you away from Mars back then because I found you, like other fools, had been fooled. You truly believed the false tyrant's narrative. So I wanted you to leave Mars, to see the galaxy, to see what kind of lives other places under his rule in the galaxy were living, how they had become hells that seemed even more malicious compared to current Mars. And now you, Tisk, it doesn't matter. You will walk the same path as me. Even if I die, you will be like me and save Mars from being completely controlled by the tyrant. As he spoke the last sentence, Kyle Bo looked around and chuckled. Custodes Shield Captain Cole finally reacted a little at this point. Is this a ridiculous curse, Kyle Boer? Are you so incompetent that you use a curse to twist the future Forge Master General's path? Are you so incompetent that you seem to be begging an apprentice who cut ties with you to inherit your will? To make the Adeptus Mechanicus truly independent. The road is still long, Kyle Boer said with a smile. When Quadrant was about to refute him again, the Forge Master General suddenly vanished. Chapter 635 The Truth of the Adeptus Mechanicus. My apologies, I couldn't kill him just now. Kyle turned to face Quadrant. You need to understand one thing, what we need to do is not eliminate Kyle Boer, but eliminate his influence, every one of his followers, and his ideology. Mars must be handed over to you peacefully and stably. Hearing this, Quadrant turned to look at the foot of Olympus Mountain. Pilgrim groups were walking towards Olympus City, and among them were some high-ranking Martian officials. However, Quadrant knew that these high-ranking officials were not interested in his religious theories, they were only there for the same purpose. The ones truly interested in the theories were the laborers and soldiers. But they were a weak force. On Mars, where individuals possessed powerful military might and advanced technology, these ordinary people had virtually no influence. I will never become a Forge Master General like Kyle Boer. Quadrant looked at Kyle, I want to make some changes. Kyle immediately nodded, as long as you become the Forge Master General, you can do whatever you want. Quadrant had intended to say that a Forge Master General didn't have that much rallying power. Kyle Boer was a Forge Master General who, through his cunning and experience, united most people under the noses of Malkador and the Emperor, forcing the Empire to recognize him as Forge Master General. But it was useless, now that the Empire had decided to take down Kyle Boer, there were people opposing him everywhere on Mars. Quadrant still didn't say these words. Regarding his preaching, he had some ideas that were still in their nascent stages. Are you worried that you can't achieve something? Kyle placed his right hand on Quadrant's shoulder, buddy, you just had your emotional knots untangled by the guide, like a child being coaxed. You feel that becoming a Forge Master General doesn't mean becoming Kyle Boer, and you can make a series of decisions that are already very wise for a beginner, so don't worry, you will definitely be a very resourceful person in the future. Kyle's demeanor suddenly changed from that of a biological robot to a brotherly feeling, which made Quadrant slightly uncomfortable. I'm not troubled by these things. What truly troubles me, Quadrant hesitated. Religion, Kyle said with extreme certainty, slowly moving his hand away. Quadrant saw that Kyle's expression and attitude had changed, becoming cold, majestic, and resolute. The Custodes Shield Captain looked at a fellow custodian, where is the guide? Is he shaping a downpour nearby or did he actually go to meet with the agent? The custodian lowered his head, as if contacting someone, then nodded. Only then could Kyle confidently do things to Quadrant. The Custodes Shield Captain reached behind his waist, and when he brought his hand out again, there was a chip in the center of his palm. Quadrant was puzzled, gazing at the chip being drenched by the downpour, then subconsciously reached out, picked up the chip, and inserted it into his neural interface. This is what my lord prepared for you. In Quadrant's gradually blurring vision, Kyle said. Ancient Mars. The Emperor arrived on Mars in a flying vehicle. After getting off the vehicle, he looked down at the red robe he was wearing, made sure there was nothing wrong with his appearance, and then quietly entered the Martian city. His journey was not to take anything from Mars, but simply to live on Mars, to live like a man of the Mechanicus. Through his intelligence and the accumulation of long periods of time, the Emperor quickly distinguished himself through scientific technology, becoming a prominent figure on Mars. And when others asked the Emperor's name, his answer was, Moravec. At that time, the warp storms had not yet dissipated. But the Martians, relying on the spirit of sacrifice brought by religious faith, dared to pilot ships through the warp storms to search for technology in lost human colonies beyond the solar system, while other human colonies were still confined to a star system. Of course, those who truly plunged into the storm with a warp engine, gambling on a 1 in a thousand chance of survival, were still very few. Most still used material faster than light engines to leave Mars. However, these faster than light engines could at most exceed the speed of light by a dozen times, and because the journey time was too long, they were destined to be one-way trips. One exploration vessel after another departed from the Martian orbital shipyards, carrying Adeptus Mechanicus personnel with a spirit of sacrifice, heading into the depths of the galaxy. This is why the Mechanicus has so many forge worlds throughout the galaxy, and why they are so fragmented, because the ancestors of each forge world were those who left Mars, but because they couldn't establish contact with Mars for a very long time, their identification with Mars became extremely low. Although the descendants of those brave adventurers still believed in the Mechanikus, they developed various different religious theories. The Emperor, disguised as Moravec, also volunteered during this era of exploration, leaving Mars with a ship. Unlike others, the Emperor carried a great mission. The Martian environment was extremely harsh. During a sectarian civil war, ancient life support systems and food synthesis machines were destroyed. Mars had no choice but to send people to search for these two technologies in their ancient rumored places of origin, and to ensure a round trip, they had to use warp engines. The Emperor led his ship through the warp and returned safely, bringing back the two technologies Mars desperately needed. Therefore, the Emperor, no, Moravec, was regarded as the greatest man in history. Once he had prestige and influence, the Emperor began to shape himself into a religious saint. Just before he was about to disappear and return to Terra, the Emperor delivered a prophecy during a sermon, the prophecy that after many years, the Omnissiah, the prophet of the god of all machines, would descend upon Olympus mountain. This prophecy did not cause much of a stir at the time. The Emperor's greatest influence on the Mechanikus was still the theory of man-machine unity. The events that unfolded over many centuries, which was the entire life of Moravec, played out in Quadrant's mind like a rapidly flowing slideshow. Time flashed forward several millennia after the Moravec era. The Emperor once again descended upon Mars. As soon as he appeared, many recognized him as the leader of barbarian tribes like the Dragon Nations and the Eagle Nations on Terra, in essence, just a tech chieftain. But because of Moravec's prophecy, some were still willing to listen to the Emperor. Miraculous heavy rain poured from the sky. The golden giant, bathed in the downpour, gently raised his hand and restored a damaged titan to its original state. Some immediately believed the Emperor was the prophet in Moravec's prophecy and prostrated themselves. But there were also some who scoffed at the Emperor. For example, Kyle Boer. Quadrant saw a young Kyle Boer in these slideshow-like images. The future Forge Master General wore tattered clothes, reeking of oil and sweat, standing in a corner, glaring at the Emperor with hatred. However, no one took Kyle Boer seriously at all. Afterward, the Emperor requested an alliance with the Mechanikus, signing the Olympus Accord on Olympus Mountain. This accord stipulated that the Empire recognized the independent status of the Mechanikus, while the Mechanikus would provide assistance to its allies with productivity and scientific technology. If the cooperation was confirmed, the Mechanikus would not need to believe in the imperial truth like the Empire, they could still believe in the god of all machines. Quadrant recalled what Kyle Boer had told him earlier. One thing he said was not wrong, Mars really did become cruel after the Emperor's arrival. To be honest, it wasn't a paradise before either, it was still an industrial hell ruled by technocrats. But back then, mechanics like Kyle Boer could still go to Olympus Mountain and join in the fun with important people. Once the Empire's war production tasks began to be issued, mechanics like him had to spend all their time on the workstation, apart from eating, shitting, and sleeping, just screwing in bolts. The slideshow-like images had not yet disappeared. Quadrant then saw every part of the Emperor's life that concerned the Mechanikus. Ah! Science and technology, how wonderful! Once I defeat the Void Dragon fragments, I will seal them on Ares, and then I will build an ideal city of technology on Ares, a supreme temple of science and reason. The Emperor gazed at Mars. In ancient human times, Mars was called Ares. A woman stood beside the Emperor, smiling as she looked at him. Science and technology have only just allowed us to build cities like Rome. Are you already thinking about an ideal city of technology? The scene shifted. The Emperor returned from Mars, wearing a suit of knight armor, and loudly addressed the serfs in the fields, I have defeated the dragon. From now on, it will never bother us again. The scene shifted again. The Emperor stood before a window formed by energy waves, looking at the magnificent interstellar city coiled in the void, his face cold, his voice icy. We now regard it as the core of reason and technology, but I know it is not in humanity's cradle star system. We must establish a force on Mars dedicated to preserving technology. Each time the scene jumped, the timeline moved forward. And as time passed, the Emperor became colder and more solitary. He had experienced too much, every personality had appeared on him, then disappeared from him. The chip finished reading and automatically ejected from Quadrant's neural interface. The emotions suppressed by the preloaded program in the chip began to transmit, and Quadrant was no longer as emotionally unperturbed as he had been while browsing the chip's contents. Quadrant collapsed to the ground, subconsciously throwing out the ejected chip. A custodian walked over, picked up the chip, and then looked at Kyle with concern. Kyle was expressionless, only softly calling, Quadrant, you. Quadrant couldn't answer, only convulsed violently, his appendages and arms tightly clutching his chest, his upper and lower body almost pressed together from curling up. He was on the verge of collapse, but his rationality, aided by the secretion of a large amount of calming chemicals, helped him think about some things. Now he knew a lot. For example, why Kyle wanted the custodian to inquire whether Qinxia was nearby or somewhere else. If Qinxia knew what Kyle would do, he would immediately teleport out and give Kyle a two-footed kick to prevent the truth he provided from causing Quadrant to collapse. And for example, this matter of the Mechanikus. Kyle Boer was right. What Mechanikus, what Moravec, what Omnissiah prophet, it was all just a lie. The Emperor foresaw the ravages of the warp storms and needed a place to store scientific technology and provide productivity, so one of his old ideas from many years ago was brought out and used. The Emperor was not a prophet at all, nor could there ever be a prophet. The Trinity theory itself was merely an improvisation by a primitive Terran gazing at the starry sky. Why? Kyle heard Quadrant's voice increase 100-fold. Why did he give me this information? Why did he reveal these truths? Kyle did not answer, waiting silently. Only when Quadrant gradually returned to normal, merely lying on the ground and no longer collapsing, did Kyle reply. Because Mars is a lie that must be shaped to allow humanity to escape its predicament. Now, for humanity to take the final step out of its predicament, the lie needs to be exposed. Kyle took a deep breath, knelt down, and extended his arm. You will be the only one to know these truths. You will be the last Forge Master General. When you reach the end of your life, thousands or tens of thousands of years from now, please take these lies and truths, and the entire Mechanikus, with you, and return to dust. Chapter 636, The Mars Enigma. Late that night. Olympus City. Quadrant had locked himself in his tent and wouldn't come out. People waiting for him to emerge for his sermon had surrounded the tent several layers deep in the plaza. Even the custodes were outside the tent, waiting with everyone else. At this moment, Qin Xia suddenly teleported near Kyle Boer. In the eyes of others, he was just an ordinary Adeptus Mechanicus priest, and his appearance wasn't a teleportation, but rather he inexplicably squeezed out from the crowd. Where is Quadrant? In the tent. What's going on? Why isn't he coming out? Qin Xia was about to ask about Quadrant, but Kyle Boer changed the subject. What did Malkador's agent say? The person who met me was Nagase Yasushi, Malkador's agent, a fellow with a katana. Hearing Qin Xia mention Nagase Yasushi, Kyle Boer nodded slowly. As a custodian, he could see the people Malkador met in the Imperial Palace, and Nagase Yasushi was among them. Nagase Yasushi told me about Malkador's plan. All Mars needs now is someone who can unite most people, and someone who is easy to manipulate in the eyes of various factions. Kyle Boer tried to mobilize the Titan Legion in the months after Quadrant arrived, but the Officio assassin Orm turned his plans into a pipe dream. Now, all he can mobilize are his die-hard loyalists. I have to say, Malkador is truly capable. That old man is, so wise he's almost a demon. Kyle Boer's tactics and strategies are like a child's compared to his. Qin Xia said a lot. Kyle Boer nodded after listening. Malkador handling many Mars affairs from Terra didn't surprise Kyle Boer. And Kyle Boer having almost no cards to play against the tide didn't exceed Qin Xia's expectations. Horus hadn't rebelled, the Empire's focus wasn't on suppressing rebellions, so Kyle Boer's defeat was only a matter of time. What's the situation with Quadrant? Qin Xia brought the topic back. So Kyle Boer recounted what he had done with the chip for Quadrant. After hearing the story, Qin Xia used his psychic powers to pause time, freezing everyone but himself and Kyle Boer in place. Kyle Boer looked at the guide suspiciously. Qin Xia had retreated several steps at some point, then quickly ran, launching a flying kick with his feet together with lightning speed. Kyle Boer couldn't even dodge and was kicked to the ground. When Kyle Boer got up from the ground, time resumed flowing. He should have known these things already. Kyle Boer said with a smile, not annoyed, what should I say, guide? I should be glad you're not in the webway right now, not in front of our lord, otherwise that kick of yours. Qin Xia also smiled. No. Kyle Boer suddenly remembered something, and his smile vanished. Inside Kamarak. Angron shifted his gaze, which had been projected from the warp's essence, away from Mars and strode into the high tower where the Emperor resided. Valder was knocked aside by the Primarch. Angron teleported to the top of the tower, pushed open the door, and charged at the Emperor, who was rising from the shadows, launching a flying kick with his feet together. Thinking back, Angron had once used a similar move to kick Perturabo, who was about to issue the 11th calling edict. He should know these truths. But not now. Qin Xia said to Kyle Boer. I can understand that the Emperor wants to gradually dismantle the Mechanikus and have Quadrant, who knows the truth, help him do it. But that should be after everything has settled, after Quadrant has matured and taken on many responsibilities. Did your master tell you to give the chip to Quadrant, to give it to him when Quadrant was full of ambition and doing things? Hearing this, Kyle Boer remained silent. And in the eyes of others, Qin Xia said nothing to the custodian. Then Qin Xia vanished from his spot and entered the tent. Quadrant sat cross-legged on the ground. The tent floor was littered with fragments, all broken religious artifacts. Seeing Qin Xia's expression, Quadrant knew that Kyle Boer must have told his close friend about what had just happened. Qin Xia silently sat down cross-legged. The two faced each other, looking at each other for a moment. It was Quadrant who spoke first, it's all lies. The Mechanikus was the Emperor's spontaneous idea, and Moravec was one of the Emperor's aliases. It's all lies. Moravec is not the Emperor. Hearing Qin Xia's words, Quadrant was stunned. But in the chip the Emperor entrusted Kyle Boer to give him. Moravec was a very powerful scientist. He laid the theoretical foundation for the religion of man-machine unity, but do you know the hidden part of this theory? Qin Xia began to recount what he knew. What was hidden in the theory of man-machine unity wasn't another theory, but Moravec's practical work. This person greatly advocated AI, and also the warp. What he envisioned was to unite technology, the warp, and humanity. He had a cellar on Mars, and it contained the things Moravec researched for this purpose. Without exception, those things were all tainted by chaos. The Emperor is indeed starting to advocate AI now, but that's after the Webway project is realized, and he will also heavily restrict and castrate AI. So the Emperor may not necessarily be Moravec. Quadrant fell into deep thought. After a moment, he asked, then what is the truth? Is the information in the chip the Emperor gave me false? At least he didn't impersonate Moravec, he just coincidentally arrived on Mars, or he knew the prophecy and then came to Mars. If you ask me, ha. Qin Xia shook his head, he didn't actually intend to tell you the whole truth, he just wanted the information in the chip to provide a logical loop for you. Quadrant fell into deep thought again. But even if the question of whether Moravec was impersonated by the Emperor remained, it was meaningless. The Mechanicus's faith was false, so prayers were never answered. As for why machine spirits exist, Quadrant, who had been with Qin Xia for a long time, also understood this: all objects in the reality universe have projections in the warp, and strong mental projections twisting reality are normal. It doesn't matter anymore. Quadrant took a deep breath and slowly exhaled, let's do what we have to do. We can't just stop living because the Mechanicus is false, life must go on. Quadrant got up and walked towards the tent exit. Thinking of something, he turned back. Moravec's cellar? What is that place? A place storing a large number of terrifying creations. Qin Xia said, I will go to that cellar and destroy everything inside. Malkador's agents will show me the way. Quadrant recalled Qin Xia saying it was a place full of chaos creations, so he said, I can help you. Don't forget I still have an army of synthetic humans. Qin Xia nodded. Quadrant left the tent and resumed his sermon. As he himself said, life must go on. He would be the only one who knew the Mechanicus was a lie and had substantial evidence. Qin Xia, now thinking about the Emperor giving Quadrant the chip, could also infer the Emperor's plans for the Mechanicus. That was for it to gradually decline and disappear in a bright future, either due to reasons of decay and ignorance that made it repulsive, or through intentional or unintentional internal and external suppression. Was Moravec truly the Emperor? Even Qin Xia didn't know much about Moravec. Perhaps, as shown in the chip given by the Emperor, he was Moravec, and at a certain point in history, he didn't dislike AI in the warp, just as he was once happy when he knew gods existed. Or perhaps Moravec was merely an exceptionally intelligent scientist, and an overload of neural implants made him believe he saw the god of all machines, and then he declared a prophecy, inadvertently allowing the Emperor to benefit. This matter would become a mystery. Along with many things, people, and objects of this era, it would be forever buried in the river of time, until many years later, except for a very few immortals, humanity would forget this mystery along with many other things. Even many people of this era would become abstract heroes or villains in books. Including Quadrant, and including Qin Xia himself. No one knew, no one cared. Chapter 637, True Face. Inside the Olympus City Titan Forge. On a gantry above a production line, Kyle Boer leaned on the railing, looking down at the war machine parts being manufactured. Countless living mechanical laborers, having undergone frontal lobotomies, toiled on the production line. They worked tirelessly, and every now and then, someone would collapse from neural overload or component aging, only to be dragged away by a surf, their usable organs and parts harvested and installed into the next person sent to the Titan Forge. Kyle Boer watched all this, expressionless, his eyes devoid of emotion. He occasionally saw a scrawny child, chained through the shoulder blades by a surf and taken away for accelerated growth and modification. This child resembled Quadrant too much. As he watched the child being led away and disappearing from sight, Kyle Boer suddenly recalled the words he had spoken with Quadrant on Olympus Mountain yesterday. The accusations of the Empire exploiting Mars people. The seditious remarks made in front of the Holy Guard. If Quadrant were not so inarticulate, he would have accused Kyle Boer of not only being inactive but also of fueling the problem. Precisely. The production tasks were not issued by Imperial bureaucrats, but by Kyle Boer's plan sage. Weapons and equipment were delivered to the Empire, some allocated to the Holy Guard, and the rest were his own. The heavier the production tasks given by the Empire, the more Kyle Boer had to triple his own production, otherwise, he would lack the leverage to challenge the Empire. Yet, all of this was futile. Kyle Boer knew in his heart that the weapons and equipment he had extracted from Mars over the years would not provide much help at this time. Kyle Boer. An advisor named May Ergate approached, standing beside the Forge Master General and his close friend. The Empire and your opponents are all assisting Quadrant. I had intended to contact a portion of the Holy Guard, but failed. Those loyal to us were either killed or persuaded. Malkador's agents did it. May Ergate said, then turned to look beyond the railing, observing the production line with his close friend. And my intelligence agency didn't even know when Malkador began infiltrating Mars, nor did it know the name of his intelligence agency or how many people it comprised. Everything proceeded silently under our noses, and even though we are not slow-witted, we couldn't detect it. Kyle Boer, our momentum is gone. Our only option now is to use political means to mediate and buy time, to make sufficient preparations, hoping to retain Olympus City in our hands even if we lose power. After listening to May Ergate's report, which sounded like both a complaint and a lament, Kyle Boer pondered in silence, then nodded in agreement. After a moment of silence, Kyle Boer asked, what are Malkador's agents doing? Their agents have exposed themselves due to large-scale operations. According to intelligence our people obtained, they are lobbying other factions on Mars to support Quadrant, May Ergate said. Lobbying. Kyle Boer murmured the word lobbying, thought for 2 seconds, and then deduced an important matter. They shouldn't be lobbying right now. Malkador's agents are acting according to a pre-existing plan, and Malkador has not left the solar system, he is still on Terra. What does this indicate? Kyle Boer looked at his close friend. May Ergate was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. He didn't know. This indicates that Malkador is not personally directing the series of actions against Mars, otherwise the agent's reactions wouldn't be so slow. He might be in trouble right now. Kyle Bo analyzed calmly, do you remember when I told you he was involved in the Webway project, sitting on the Golden Throne? Mayor Gate suddenly understood. Have your people continue to try and contact the remaining supporters, while I will mediate politically to gain time, Kyle Bo ordered. Malkador's agents can only act according to that old bastard's original plan. We still have a good chance. A month later. Due to the Forge Master General losing his authority, the confrontation with the Forge Master General was brought into the open. When Mars held meetings, the location was no longer chosen in the original place, but in the Wanji Temple, a place where all factions were willing to go. Inside the temple, the warehouse used to store sacrificial offerings was emptied and set up with tables and chairs. The dignitaries of Mars gathered here. According to the usual meeting procedure, prayers began first, followed by the entry of attendees. As Kyle Boer entered the warehouse, he saw Quadrant, his gaze fixed on his apprentice. Quadrant, surrounded by a group of people, walked towards the opposite side of Kyle Boer's seat. The least conspicuous people beside him were sages, while Kane, the leader of the largest anti-Kyle Boer faction on Mars, walked to Quadrant's left. Quadrant had now clearly become the banner of Kyle Boer's opponents. The attendees took their seats. The meeting began. Why haven't the Empire's production tasks been fulfilled? Sargeras, Kane's deputy, stood up and questioned Kyle Boer. As Kyle Boer was about to respond, others successively stood up to inquire. Olympia's material production has significantly decreased this year, Forge Master General. This Forge world is under your direct jurisdiction. Has the Forge Master General noticed the irregular deployment of some Holy Guard personnel recently? Your apprentice is suspected of academic infringement. All sorts of inquiries reached Kyle Boer's ears. This was truly a case of when the wall collapses, everyone pushes it. The internal factions of Mars and the various Forge worlds of the Adeptus Mechanicus had a fragmented relationship. The Forge Master General, as a representative of opinion, did not possess the absolute power of an emperor. So, when the opposition to Kyle Boer was brought into the open, Kyle Boer's opponents could make a series of public accusations. And this series of public accusations was not intended to strip Kyle Boer of his Forge Master General title today, but rather to weaken Kyle Boer's authority and get him into trouble. Considering Malkador and the Emperor's primary goal of a stable transition for Mars, even if Kyle Boer were removed, it would be years later, during the selection of a Forge Master General according to the existing procedures. Kyle Boer would not have been so passive. But Malkador had infiltrated Mars at some unknown time, using various methods to dismantle Kyle Boer's supporters. Those who once cheered for the Forge Master General when he issued orders were now either assisting the opposition or simply unable to appear at the meeting. Facing numerous accusations, Kyle Boer responded to each one. He had told Mayor Gate that he would mediate and buy time, so he would not choose methods that would escalate conflict. During this series of verbal gymnastics, Kyle Boer's biggest opponent, Kane, sat beside Quadrant, discussing recent matters. Kyle Boer's people are still trying to contact the Forge Master General's supporters, extending the Forge Master General's control. You must attend every upcoming meeting. When necessary, debate Kyle Boer on key issues. Kane's words revealed control and guidance. Quadrant listened silently, his gaze scanning the few people near Kyle Boer. Kyle Boer didn't just train Quadrant as an apprentice, he had 9 others. Among these 9 apprentices was a chief disciple named Soda Nur. As Quadrant observed himself and his fellow disciples, Nur also observed Quadrant. When their gazes met, unlike the other 8 apprentices who gritted their teeth, Nur offered Quadrant only concern, as always. Don't forget she is Kyle Boer's person, Kane reminded him. Quadrant, of course, wasn't foolish enough to think there was still any affection between him and his senior sister, but this reminder caused the accumulated dissatisfaction with the control and discipline inherent in all of Kane's previous words to erupt. You were once Kyle Boer's person too. Do you remember, back in Nuceria, you, Zess, and Kyle Boer stood together? Quadrant said. Of course, Kane said, without evasion. But that time was different from now, we hadn't openly opposed Kyle Boer yet. It was almost impossible to find high-ranking officials on Mars who had no connection to Kyle Boer. Kyle Boer had promoted many people. But under the prevailing trend, these people, either due to pre-existing ideological differences or because they chose to side with Malkador and the Imperial faction represented by the Emperor, opted to abandon Kyle Boer. Among those currently accusing Kyle Boer, many had once been eager to be closely associated with the Forge Master General. Anyway, that's how it is. Kane was about to say something more, but a person suddenly walked behind Quadrant and whispered a few words to him. Then Quadrant was called out. Kane glanced at the person who called Quadrant away. Like Adeptus Mechanicus personnel, the person wore red robes and had multiple obvious mechanical augmentations. But as the person walked past Kane, their head, shrouded by a crimson hood, turned towards Kane. The face made Kane feel somewhat familiar. After digging through the corners of his memory for a while, Kane suddenly shivered. That face was the White Knight Lord. I once met him in Nuceria. Kane suddenly realized. The White Knight Lord came to Mars. That's not important. What's important is, why did he call Quadrant away? Kane's mind raced, calculating. Today's meeting was very important. It was Quadrant's first public meeting on Mars as the future Forge Master General, and as a symbol and a stance. If the White Knight Lord arrived on Mars secretly, it meant he needed to conceal his identity. What did he need to tell Quadrant, and why couldn't it wait until after the meeting? That meant it was urgent. But what exactly was so urgent? Considering the relationship between the White Knight Lord and Quadrant, could it be that he rushed into the meeting and took Quadrant away to prevent Quadrant from falling into danger? When the above thoughts continuously surfaced, Cain felt that his idea of the White Knight Lord took Quadrant away because he didn't want him to fall into danger was too far-fetched and random. But why did such a thought suddenly pop into his mind? Because Qin Xia, as he led Quadrant away, deliberately looked at Cain and revealed his true face to Cain alone. Cain frowned in thought. Suddenly, his body, shrouded in red robes, stiffened. His calm gaze, masking shock and fear, fell upon Kyle Bo. Cain then thought about Kyle Bo himself, and suddenly understood why Qin Xia quietly took Quadrant away and silently revealed his identity to him. Sargeras. Cain subtly contacted his deputy. Have your apprentice, who specializes in teleportation technology, set up a teleportation field. Sargeras heard the command and saw Cain's subtle demeanor. He didn't know why, but he knew what he had to do. He also silently commanded his apprentice. An encrypted communication was transmitted. The apprentice looked at his mentor's reaction and quietly adjusted the ships beyond orbit, aiming the launchers for rapid deployment devices at the Wanji temple. With just one remote encrypted command from this apprentice, the teleportation device would be deployed. At this moment, Kyle Boer looked up at Quadrant. He didn't know Quadrant had left. In his eyes, Quadrant was still sitting there, motionless. Even the Holy Guard were still standing in the corner of the warehouse, gazing at Quadrant. The computing device was performing a series of complex mathematical inferences. Forge Master General, what is your opinion on this? A question echoed through the Wanji temple. Kyle Bo suddenly stood up, giving no answer, only raising his hand and pointing to a corner of the many seats in front. Now! Cain stood up and roared. The teleportation device entered the atmosphere at sublight speed, pierced through the Wanji temple, and released light that teleported everyone sitting opposite Kyle Bo away. And at the same moment, foam suddenly erupted from the spot Kyle Bo pointed at. These foams began to multiply and spread. Ultimately, the supergiant virus gradually turned the entire Wanji temple into foam within 10 seconds, and even Kyle Boer and his apprentices were buried within the foam. Chapter 638, Omni-Change Collection. I can only bring you out alone first. To bring others out, I'd need to use more psychic power to disguise the process, which would activate Kyle Boer's psychic detection devices. Quadrant appeared on a tall tower 10 kilometers from Wanji Temple. In his eyes, Wanji Temple turned into foam in just a few seconds, and this foam was still spreading. More people were brought out by Sargeras' apprentice, who used teleportation technology. A dense crowd packed onto the top of the tower. Many thanks. Cain performed the cog rite for Qin Xia. At this moment, in the eyes of others, Qin Xia was no longer a red-robed monk, but the White Knight Lord in his original armored form. After Cain bowed, the other Adeptus Mechanicus personnel present also bowed. As the savior who had just warned Sargeras and then used his apprentice's hand to transfer everyone, Cain probably understood that Qin Xia had only revealed his true face to him alone just now to warn him that Kyle Boer was about to act. And to avoid alerting the enemy, which would cause Kyle Bo to act immediately. However, why would Kyle Bo suddenly attack? Recent intelligence suggests Kyle Bo is inclined to mediate, Cain said with a frown, and he must mediate. Sargeras' apprentice, who had an advanced logic engine installed, stepped forward. Kyle Bo doesn't have many people he can mobilize. Choosing to break ties now is actively seeking death and would give us an excuse to eliminate him. Now Quadrant won't even have to wait a few years to become the Forge Master General of Mars. The theory is sound, but it's a bit unexpected. Qin Xia glanced at Sargeras' apprentice, then looked back at Cain. In an instant, several core members of the Mechanicus, including Cain, understood much. That is, before today's meeting began, the White Knight Lord had gone to Moravec's vault under the guidance of Malkador's agent. However, when Qin Xia arrived, he found that Moravec's vault was empty. Then Qin Xia thought that Kyle Boer might have taken everything from the vault. Kyle Bo, who originally had no cards to play, actively breaking ties would be tantamount to rebellion. Facing the overwhelming tide, he would have no room for mediation, like an ant trampled to death by everyone combined. But now Kyle Boer had Moravec's things in his hands. How could the vault be emptied? Qin Xia looked down at Cain. Did you and Malkador's agents also fail to discover that Kyle Bo had been to Moravec's vault? Cain was speechless. He only now knew that such a place as Moravec's vault existed. The supergiant virus is spreading, someone warned. At this moment, the supergiant virus had already spread along the open area around Wanji Temple, extending towards the city. This terrifying creation from ancient times would devour everything. Use the ancient mining station to strip the entire city into space, Cain calmly ordered. Outside Mars, there was an ancient creation that collected asteroid belts. That thing was disguised as an inconspicuous defense platform to prevent it from being coveted by the Imperium. That thing could cut the entire city from the surface and send it into space. Cain believed this was a good way to prevent the supergiant virus from spreading. No, Quadrant vetoed, there are still people in the city. Then Quadrant began to contact the Gloriana-class battleship that Qin Xia had given him. For a few people, you are going to disregard all of Mars? Cain questioned. Shut up. You, who only got your first perfect score on all tests at 5 years old, Quadrant suddenly became firm. Then Quadrant contacted the battleship. The battleship's torpedo tubes fired a torpedo at the surface of Mars. The torpedo entered the atmosphere and fell towards the supergiant virus that was spreading towards the city. Everyone's vision was filled with a strong light. After the light dissipated, the area where the supergiant virus had raged disappeared without a trace. That vanished part of space was stripped into the warp. Quadrant stared at Kane. I stopped you because I had a better way. Kane's mechanical jaw joints gradually started, then he glanced at the White Knight Lord next to him, and the towering custodians, and fell silent. Contact the Mars low-orbit defense platforms, orbital shipyards, void facilities, fleets, have them blockade all of Mars, Xia ordered Kane. Kane immediately began to contact everything beyond the orbit. Now Quadrant was not yet the future Forge Master General, and Kane also did not have the authority to mobilize forces outside the orbit, but Malkador's agents had long since gained control of everything in Mars's extraterrestrial space through infiltration, disguise, or bribery. The order was immediately carried out. The defense platforms outside Mars entered operational status. Standing on the surface, one could see hundreds of black dots in the sky slowly moving around Mars. And among them, a dozen black dots moved exceptionally fast, almost instantly traversing tens of thousands of kilometers from their original positions to above Olympus City and other major cities on Mars. And these dozen black dots, like the ancient mining platforms, were all hidden, bottom-of-the-box treasures of Mars. Any ground forces of Kyle Boer, if there were any, they would suffer a combined strike from the orbital defense platforms. Without control of the orbit, even a Titan Legion would be instantly annihilated by strikes from the sky. Your main body has been transferred from the battleship into the warp by me, absolutely safe, no need to worry. Xia waved his hand to open a teleportation gate, instructing Quadrant. Quadrant happened to be thinking about his main body, which was only a brain and a tiny bit of organs. Now that it was safe, Quadrant began to consider other matters. Where are you going? Do you need help? Next, they might side with Kyle Boer. Xia pointed to the sky. I'm going to do something that can win them back. Quadrant didn't understand. Xia entered the teleportation gate. The orbital defense platforms are losing control. Kane heard a report coming from the communication channel. He saw those defense platforms in the sky suddenly activate, aiming at the ground, and accumulating energy. They activated against the will of their controllers. Are there traitors in the space station? Kane said, purge the space station. Also, activate the void shield defense facilities on the surface. As soon as he finished speaking, dark purple energy rose above various cities on Mars. But as soon as these void shields rose, a black energy suddenly spread in their very center, paralyzing all void shields. Kane was about to ask what happened, but only piercing screams could be heard in the communication channel. Those were definitely not the screams of Kane's subordinates being killed or harmed, but extremely horrifying screams, unlike those of real living beings. In places they didn't know. Mars's communication network gradually became paralyzed. All advanced mechanical equipment lost control. Even combat automatons like the Skitarii, which the Adeptus Mechanicus developed in a gray area, were gradually losing control. The orbital defense system, which was originally in the hands of the anti-Kyle Boer faction, had also changed hands. Chaos scraps. Quadrant suddenly uttered a word that others didn't understand. What are chaos scraps? Kane asked. A kind of warp cyber virus. The think tank fleet encountered this kind of thing in naval battles against the Death Guard. Quadrant scanned the entire paralyzed Mars, realizing this was Kyle Boer's doing, but this kind of chaos scraps seems even more powerful. Is there a way to deal with it? Yes. There's an antivirus program. Quadrant prepared to control a synthetic human body located in the battleship and command his subordinates to release the antivirus program. The way Quadrant's main body connected with his current body and the synthetic humans was a warp technology. The signal was transmitted through crystals infused with Xia's psychic energy, so at this moment, he was the only one who could contact others. While transmitting his consciousness, Quadrant suddenly remembered that when he was Kyle Bo's apprentice, this technology had also benefited Kyle Bo. On the other side, Xia teleported to a wilderness on Mars. This inconspicuous place was where Moravec's vault was located. The uneventful trip to Moravec's vault was not without gain. After coming out of the empty Moravec's vault, Xia saw a Castellar robot in the wilderness. This was a type of combat automaton commonly used by the Adeptus Mechanicus 10,000 years later, in short, the most common generic face among combat automatons. But the Castellar robot Xia found was a bit different. When Xia teleported here, the robot was waiting in the wilderness, just as it had been when Xia first came here. The robot knelt on the ground, facing the southeast direction of Mars, as if praying. I am praying to my God. I know, I heard you say you were praying when you came out of Moravec's vault. There's no time to discuss this now, clear Mars of the chaos scraps immediately. Then you have to make a deal with me. You take me to the Eternal Night Maze to find my God, and I will help you clear the scraps. Xia was silent for a moment. The reason he came to find this robot was because of what was contained within the robot. During the Great Crusade, Ferrus Manus's Iron Hands Legion had found a miraculous creation, named Omni-Change Collection. The Omni-Change Collection was an abominable intelligence. The Iron Hands sent the Omni-Change Collection to Mars for preservation, but later the Omni-Change Collection escaped control and merged into a Castellar robot's body. One of Xia's reasons for coming to Mars was to find the Omni-Change Collection. But he didn't expect the Omni-Change Collection to actively wait for him by the vault. You want to see the Void Dragon? Alright, help me clear the scraps, Xia said. The Chaos Scraps are an accessory of what Kyle Bo got from Moravec's vault. You have the ability to clear it. Don't you want to know why I actively came to find you? Omni-Change Collection stood up. I just want to know how you will clear the scraps. Good. The robot looked at the sky. Orbital defense platforms, space stations, and even battleships had betrayed under the influence of the chaos scraps. In ancient times, humans encountered similar warp disasters. But chaos scraps are not that terrifying. The surface of the robot controlled by Omni-Change Collection flickered with electricity, and all its digital screens flowed with code. This extraordinary ancient creation was clearing the warp crisis. Soon, the scraps were completely cleared. Everything within and outside Mars's low orbit was once again controlled by the anti-Kyle Boer faction.